I and you, heart to heart. Upon the vast ocean, the blazing sun hangs high. A kayak drifts upon the waters, occupied by a man and a woman. The man is bound upon the kayak, his body marred by countless lacerations, blood cascading onto the vessel. The woman, holding a weathered wooden bowl, incessantly pours seawater over him. The salt gradually seeps into his wounds, inflicting excruciating pain. Wanshio, please have mercy on me. Huyu wails in agony. The one he calls Wanshio is his girlfriend. No, to be precise, she is the girlfriend he had long desired, who only reluctantly agreed to be with him after the apocalypse began. On that fateful day, torrential rains swept across the globe. At first, everyone believed it to be merely a passing storm. Yet 3 days passed, and the rain showed no signs of abating, rendering the world's drainage systems utterly incapacitated. 5 days later, 10 of the world's land was submerged. Panic ensued, spiraling into widespread chaos. Looting, pillaging, fleeing for survival, all were consumed by the relentless struggle to live. 15 days later, 30 of the world's land lay beneath the waves. Societal order had completely collapsed. Humanity regressed to a primitive state. The mightiest wielded the greatest influence. The price of a bottle of fresh water soared higher than that of an equivalent weight in gold. 30 days passed, and 60 of the world's land was inundated. Humanity had descended into despair, with fewer than 10 of the global population still alive. In this moment, faith became the sole bastion of strength for the masses. 14 days have elapsed. The entirety of the Earth's land has been utterly submerged. The torrential rain has finally ceased. Huyu and his companion have survived from the onset of that storm to this very moment. Yet they are left with naught but a single kayak, a wooden bowl, and a dagger. Darling, Yi Wonka's hand pours a bowl of seawater over Huyu as she leans down to caress his face. Do you understand why I chose you, rather than any other sycophant? Huyu seems to grasp something, his eyes widening in realization. Emergency rations. It appears you have deduced it. Yi Wonka's fingers glide gently over his chest, the chill of her touch delivering an exquisite thrill. You are the heaviest and healthiest among us, and a virgin to boot. If I were to turn you into cured meat, I could survive at least another 10 days. As for the others, their kidneys are likely smaller than a chick's. Even if they remained, they would serve little purpose. Rest assured, when the time comes, I shall place your heart in closest proximity to mine. As she speaks, Yi Wonka's hand rests on her abdomen. Right here, do you see? Everything will unfold. As you wish, we shall be together for eternity. You will possess me completely, and I shall wholly possess you. Madwoman, you are utterly deranged. Huyu roars, his pale, cracked lips trembling incessantly. 50 days have passed, and the lives of all have undergone cataclysmic transformations. Who could remain sane in such a world? Darling, how could you possibly curse me? Is this not your innermost desire? Forever. As Yi Wanshio spoke, she drew a dagger and plunged it directly into Huyu's heart. She leaned close to his face, bestowing upon him a final kiss. Stay with me. Thud. Huyu spat out a mouthful of blood. Everything before him faded to black sensations of pain. Sight and smell began to dissipate, leaving only the sense of hearing. He faintly heard the sound of gnawing nearby. In the next moment, Mount Wuming connects to the mountains beyond, as moonlight spills over the shimmering waters. Instinctively, Huyu opened his eyes and immediately reached for his chest. The wound from the knife was gone. His heart still beat within. Wait, where am I? He opened his eyes wide to survey his surroundings, only to discover that he was in his own bedroom. Had I been reborn? In an instant, Huyu grabbed his phone to silence the alarm, glancing at the time displayed on the screen. July 6, 2024, Saturday, 7 a.m. He had plans with Yi Wanshio to watch a movie, intending to rise early to tidy up and take a shower. And just 7 days later, on July 13th, at 7 p.m., the first storm would descend. Counting it all, he had a mere 180 hours before the apocalypse would arrive. Of course, this was all contingent upon the authenticity of his previous experiences, rather than a mere dream. Ding! A crisp sound echoed. Before Huyu, a dialog box materialized. System activation successful. Host, Huyu. System level, 1. System function. Spatial backpack advancement threshold, 01. Note 1. The host accrues 1 experience point for each day of survival. System upgrades will unlock additional functionalities. Note 2. The spatial inventory boasts infinite capacity. Any non-biological item can be stored within, with each item isolated to prevent qualitative alterations. Note 3. All items within a 1-meter radius can be directly transferred into the spatial inventory. This is a system. On a whim, who tentatively transferred the television before him into the spatial inventory. In a fleeting moment, the television vanished, only to reappear just as quickly. Gazing at the prompt box, he affirmed one truth. What he had just experienced was not a mere figment of his imagination. The apocalypse is indeed imminent. The visage of Yi Wanxiu surfaced in Hu Yu's mind. They resided in the same building, he on the 24th floor, she on the 3rd. In the previous timeline, after the torrential downpour, he charitably took in Yi Wanxiu, and they became lovers. Many events transpired during that time, and he had believed they would support each other through it all, but alas. After the last morsel of food was consumed, he, himself, became the meal. From the very beginning, it was a deception. Armed with the system in this iteration, he must take action. Yi Wanxiu, I shall ensure you endure an experience 100-fold more agonizing than my own. Hu Yu promptly rose from bed, and, after a swift wash, his first course of action was to order takeaway. After his rebirth, he experienced no physical hunger. Yet his psychological appetite soared to unprecedented heights. Before him lay an array of hamburgers, fried chicken, cola, and milk tea, prompting an extravagant display of indulgence. Satisfied after his feast, he let out a contented burp. With midday upon him, Hu Yu decided to procure some essentials online. He meticulously selected instant noodles, self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot, and even purchased 10 cases of various beverages, especially mineral water, ordering a staggering 105-liter bottles. As for the payment method, he exploited every possible online loan service available. An hour later, he had successfully accrued a debt of 500,000, amassing enough supplies to stock a large supermarket. Yet, even this seemed insufficient. If it were merely for his own consumption, it would sustain him comfortably through the entire rainy season. But what lay beyond that? No one could predict the aftermath of the world's transformation into an ocean. To be prudent, he resolved to prepare even more ideally, enough provisions to last a lifetime. In addition to food, he contemplated the necessity of medical supplies, weaponry, entertainment, and even companionship. Living in solitude, even with the company of pets, would lead to a profoundly lonely old age. Naturally, choosing reliable companions was paramount. Otherwise, he risked repeating the mistake of a certain Yi Wanxiu. A vessel would be most advantageous. On the 20th day of the rainy season, he witnessed a wealthy individual embarking on a luxurious yacht, venturing out to sea. There were even tickets available for purchase. Prices are categorized into 2 types. One is food priced at 20 times its weight, and the other is oneself. The latter can only be afforded by exquisite goddesses endowed with exceptional figures and unparalleled beauty. Once aboard, one becomes his personal possession, with their fate entirely in his hands. At that moment, Yi Wanxiu had also contemplated boarding. Unfortunately, she was not deemed worthy. Regrettably, Hu Yu was merely a university graduate of 2 years, possessing only the house bequeathed by her parents and a little over 20,000 in savings. While this might suffice to purchase a small speedboat, it certainly fell short for a yacht. As for the notion of theft, though a spatial backpack could accommodate the spoils, one would fear being unable to escape afterward. Only 7 days remain. It seems I must resort to the methods outlined in the Penal Code. The proprietor of an online tea business, Hu Yu, is seeking ways to generate income. His sole advantage lies in his spatial abilities. However, places such as banks and jewelry stores are equipped with surveillance cameras. Even if he could retrieve objects from a distance, it might raise suspicions. In his previous life, he never anticipated a rebirth. Otherwise, he would have remembered at least a couple of lottery numbers. Now, he sees only one solution: to rob the rich and aid the poor. He intends to target the wealth of loan companies to alleviate his own financial struggles. Such companies typically keep some cash in safes, and if he can locate one of these safes, he will have an opportunity to act. Hu Yu, clutching his property deed, begins to traverse the major banks with a singular purpose: to secure a mortgage loan. Yet, at every step of the process, He leaves the bank with his deed in hand instead of proceeding with the transaction. Soon, he encounters a spirited young man clad in a black shirt and sporting sunglasses. "Hey, buddy, in need of some cash?" Indeed, Puyu instantly adopts a performance worthy of an actor. During the 2 months of the apocalypse, he has mastered the art of conversing appropriately with both people and spirits alike. His acting skills have surpassed those of numerous rising stars. "My friend," he whispers, concealing his property deed beneath his arm. "Do you have any connections? As long as you possess collateral, we have a way." How fortuitous. Puyu presents the property deed proudly. "Behold, is this not what you seek?" "Perfect." The spirited young man responds, immediately turning to lead him onward. "Let us go, brother. I'll take you to where we can find a solution." Before long, Puyu is guided to a tea house. The first floor is a conventional tea-selling establishment, while the second floor features a grand wooden table at which sits an elegant middle-aged gentleman. Upon noticing a visitor, he slowly inquires, "Ah, a guest has arrived? Please, take a seat and sample this year's new tea. Is it already July, and there is still new tea? Are you trying to deceive me?" Puyu responded with a smile, approaching him while concealing the property deed in his pocket. "How shall I address you, esteemed proprietor?" "Just call me Old Tian," the gentleman replied, raising his hand. "Come, sit down. What business do you wish to discuss, young man?" Puyu took a seat and pushed the property deed forward. "I seek a loan and have heard that you possess certain connections." "A loan? I do not offer such services, but I do sell tea," Old Tian remarked. "Are you jesting with me?" Puyu understood his implication but let out a soft hum of discontent, preparing to rise when a burly man behind him pressed him back down. "Ah, young man, please do not be hasty." Old Tian savored his tea and continued, "If you pledge your house as collateral, I could lend you money without interest. However, as a gesture of friendship, you would need to purchase some tea from me. Is that clear now?" "Understood." Puyu pondered for a moment before asking, "How much tea must I buy? What amount do you wish to borrow?" 2 million. "This property is worth far more." "And the time frame?" 1 month. Old Tian's face lit up with delight as he retrieved a box of tea from beneath the table. "This tea is this year's new harvest. A box costs 10,000. Would you care to purchase 40 boxes to take home and taste?" 40 boxes, which translates to a staggering interest of 400,000 in a month. Quite ruthless indeed. It is excessive. To avoid arousing suspicion, Puyu furrowed his brows and said, "Boss Tian, could you perhaps purchase a lesser amount?" Instantly, Boss Tian's expression shifted, and he raised his hand to sip his tea, commanding, "Show him out. I will buy. However, I require cash." "Very well." A smile reemerged on Boss Tian's face as he turned to his assistant. "Shall Li, prepare the contract." "Right away, boss." At this moment, Puyu lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip while observing Boss Tian move towards the rear of the tea room. If his assumptions were correct, the funds for this usurious loan lay within that space. Shortly thereafter, Boss Tian returned, carrying 2 large handbags, placing them on the table while pressing down on them. "May I inquire, young man, what do you intend to do with this money?" Puyu had already prepared his response, leaning in closer to Boss Tian's ear, whispering conspiratorially, "Boss Tian, I trust you as a man of honor, so I will share this with you. I have insider information, as soon as the market opens on Monday." "Enough, enough," Boss Tian interrupted, pushing the money forward, clasping his hands together. "As for such insider information, I shall refrain from listening. Young man, I wish you prosperous fortunes." "Understood." Puyu grasped the handbag, feeling its heavy weight, and turned to exit, saying, "Thank you, Boss Tian." By the time he left the tea house, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed the caller ID was Yi Wanxiu. Ah, yes. At this moment, the film should have commenced. The food is prepared. To store more provisions, it is best to wait until nightfall. There is no need to rush regarding financial matters. Instead, I might as well spend some time playing with her first. As Huyu answered the phone, a playful voice immediately came through. "Huyu, where are you? I haven't seen you." Apologies, Huyu replied with a smile. "I was preparing a surprise for you. Please wait a moment. I shall be there shortly." "Humph." Yi Wanxiu huffed lightly. "That is more like it. However, if the surprise later lacks substance, I shall not forgive you. Rest assured." Huyu hung up the call and promptly walked into the Van Cleef Arpels boutique, purchasing a 4-leaf clover necklace priced just over 20,000. One must not hesitate if one wishes to achieve one's desires. In her previous life, she had promised herself to come out for a movie, all for this very necklace. At that time, he had been completely captivated, with no thoughts of anything else, simply swiping his card, anticipating a night of passion. Yet this woman, claiming her friend's gas was left on, had donned the necklace and walked away. Reflecting on it now. Gas left on. Surely, she must have rushed off to her next engagement. Now, it is my turn to ensnare you. With the necklace in hand, Huyu strolled leisurely towards the cinema. It was already 3 in the afternoon, and the film had nearly reached its midpoint. Yi Wanxiu sat in the waiting area, her gaze frequently darting toward the elevator. The moment Huyu emerged, her pent-up anger finally found its outlet. As Huyu laid eyes on her, her heart began to race uncontrollably. A wave of fear washed over her, and memories from her previous life flooded her mind. He stifled a shiver as he stepped out of the elevator. The sound of high heels echoed in the cinema's foyer, drawing the attention of onlookers. Oh no, this guy is so late. Something is bound to go wrong. Humph, a girl shouldn't have to wait this long. She should break up with him. The voices of the spectators buzzed, all eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Yet, Huyu merely extended the bag in her hand forward. As she caught sight of the logo on the bag, her anger dissipated in an instant. Van Cleef Arpels. Well, this fellow does possess some sense. Here, a surprise for you. Humph. Yi Wanxiu took the bag with a flick of her wrist, but couldn't help pouting. Don't think that buying me a gift will make up for it. I've been looking forward to this film for ages. Looking forward to a movie? If it weren't for the fact that you dozed off during the last one, I might have believed you. You really do speak without thinking. Why don't you open it and see for yourself? Huyu forced a smile. Perhaps you will like it. Yi Wanxiu did not respond, but instead retrieved a necklace box from the bag. Upon opening it, she found the very piece she had long desired. Joy washed over her, overshadowing her anger. Have you been checking my social media? Humph, now we're getting somewhere. Yi Wanxiu's tone brimmed with satisfaction as she handed the box behind her and commanded imperiously, Now, put it on for me. Certainly. Huyu took the necklace and draped it around the delicate, slender neck, her hands gripping both ends tightly. With just a slight tug, she could easily constrict it. Chapter 3. You're rather nice, aren't you? Well, never mind. Let us not forget that we still reside in a society governed by the rule of law. To simply eliminate her would be an unduly lenient fate. The apocalypse has not yet arrived. She must be made to savor her existence gradually. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Huyu ultimately adorned her with the necklace. Yi Wanxiu turned, her slender fingers resting delicately upon her collarbone, her face radiating with a smile. What do you think? Is it beautiful? Indeed, it is, Huyu nodded in affirmation. In terms of beauty, Yi Wanxiu was undoubtedly blessed, possessing an admirable figure and exceptional makeup skills. Otherwise, she would not have garnered a following of tens of thousands as a burgeoning internet celebrity. Of course, should the end of days come, such attributes would merely transform into daggers aimed at her. Were it not for Huyu's selfless protection, she would not have survived even a week during the stormy season. Yet, who could have foreseen what would transpire later? Huyu shook her head, casting aside the images that flooded her mind. The film has commenced. Let us not linger for the next scene. Let's go eat instead. Sounds splendid. Yi Wanxiu joyfully replied, even linking her arm with Huyu's. What shall we dine on? Perhaps Yutong? Huyu casually suggested. Haven't you always wanted to try that place? It is the highest-rated restaurant in the city. The average expenditure there hovers around 4 digits, and should one opt for some exquisite ingredients and fine wines, it could easily escalate to 5. Last time, Yi Wanxiu dined there with a wealthy patron and flaunted her experience on social media for 3 days straight. Is that true? Yi Wanxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without pausing for Huyu's response or inquiring about the source of such funds, she eagerly retrieved her phone to make a call. I have their contact information. I will place the reservation. Huyu nodded slightly, feeling an unsettling chill from the softness of her arm. In the evening, as the two arrived at the restaurant, a waiter promptly approached them. May I inquire if you are Miss Yi? Indeed, replied Yi Wanxiu, raising her head with poise. Greetings, Miss Yi. The waiter bowed respectfully. We have reserved room 9 for you. Welcome to our establishment. Very well, lead the way, she responded, under the waiter's guidance. They arrived at the private room. Yi Wanxiu immediately took the menu and began to order, while Huyu picked up his phone to take photographs. Do you have wild yellow croaker today? Yes, we have 2 available today, priced at 3,980 yuan per pound. One weighs 5 pounds, and the other 3 pounds. Yi Wanxiu discreetly glanced at Huyu, who was preoccupied with his phone, and upon noticing his inaction, decisively declared, I'll take both. Both? The waiter hesitated. Miss Yi, 1 fish is more than sufficient for 2 people. No worries. Yuanchio continued to scan the menu for other dishes. My brother is not here today. I will pack some for him. She then turned to Hu Yu, asking, darling, is that all right? The term darling nearly triggered Hu Yu's PTSD. A brother? He had never encountered any mention of a brother in her previous life. He managed to muster a faint smile. It's perfectly fine. Wonderful. I adore you, she exclaimed, planting a playful kiss in the air. Following this charming display, Yuanchio resumed her ordering. What about the king crab? We have that as well. The price, let us have two. She interjected. Xiaomi sea cucumber, for bowls. White truffle roasted duck, for servings. 2 perfectly runny abalone, for pieces. 15 minutes later, Yuanchio finally finished ordering the dishes. Hu Yu glanced at the total price on the menu. Well, it's a hefty 80,800. Adding a 10% service charge brings it to a grand total of 88,880. Noticing the significant order, Hu Yu remained silent, her eyes sparkling like stars, and she proactively lifted her glass of red wine. Darling, let us toast. Cheers. Hu Yu smiled and took a sip of her wine, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the dishes. One exquisite delicacy after another was served at their table. Hu Yu refrained from picking up her chopsticks until, darling, are you still on your phone? Eat up. All right then. Upon hearing her words, Hu Yu immediately began to show off. Of course, her phone had been recording the entire time, positioned beside her. They dined for 2 hours before the meal came to an end. Hu Yu had polished off every morsel before her, while Yuanchio still had a considerable amount left on her plate. Let us settle the bill. With Yuanchio's command, the waiter entered carrying the packed food and handed the bill to Hu Yu. What is this about? Hu Yu glanced at the waiter, perplexed, and inquired. The meal was ordered by that lady. The dishes were chosen by that lady, and even the request to pay came from her. Why are you handing me the bill? I apologize, sir. The waiter quickly offered an apology and turned to approach Yuanchio. Hu Yu. Yuanchio suddenly slammed the table, rising with indignation. What do you mean by this? What do you mean? Hu Yu, feigning ignorance while inwardly understanding, suddenly appeared enlightened as he directed his phone's camera towards himself. Ah, right. Thank you, Miss Yi, for treating. With that, he pressed the stop recording button and flashed a smile at Yuanchio, saying, I have captured the entire meal on video. I presume you wouldn't want your fans to see this, would you? Yuanchio, who valued her reputation above all, was incensed. Despite being merely a minor internet celebrity, the repercussions of this video surfacing could obliterate her online career. Well, very well, Yuanchio retorted, her anger transforming into a sardonic smile. I never claimed I would treat you to this meal, did I? We could always split the bill. Oh no, please don't. Hu Yu opened the video and advanced to the segment where Yuanchio insisted he eat. The video played, revealing, see, it was you who urged me to eat. I merely complied. Yuanchio's face flushed crimson with indignation. No wonder this scoundrel had refrained from touching his food earlier. He was biding his time for this moment. Once again, I express my gratitude to Miss Yi for the meal. At that opportune moment, Hu Yu rose, utilizing the space in his backpack to discreetly reclaim the necklace from around her neck. He turned to leave, not forgetting to give her a thumbs up. Miss Yi, you truly are rather kind. With that, he pivoted and closed the door with a resounding bang. Yuanchio's voice echoed from the private room, retaining its haughty tone. Forget about the packed items, return them to me. As for the remaining money, I shall leave my necklace here. Tomorrow. Wait, where's my necklace? A smile curled at the corners of Hu Yu's mouth. That wretched woman had consumed my resources in the past, ultimately leaving me with nothing. This was merely interest. When the day of reckoning arrives, I shall meticulously settle the score. He turned and stepped out, the clock striking 9 in the evening. The city was aglow with lights, and a multitude of people commenced their nocturnal escapades. Little did they know, or could they even fathom, that in precisely 166 hours, the world would undergo a complete transformation. By this hour, it would be reasonable to assume that Mr. Tian had concluded his workday. Now, it was time for me to begin mine. Hu Yu made his way towards the tea house. Upon his arrival, he witnessed the lights being extinguished. Mr. Tian descended the stairs and departed in a Mercedes. After waiting for a moment to ensure the tea house was devoid of patrons, Hu Yu changed into a different outfit from his spatial backpack and quietly approached the entrance. With a mere thought, the door vanished instantaneously. He stepped inside the tea house and restored the door in its place. Activating the flashlight on his phone, he ascended the stairs and quickly located Mr. Tian's stash. The tall safe was situated behind the tea room, utterly unguarded. Employing the same technique as before, Yu extracted the safe door into his spatial realm, revealing its contents before his eyes. The safe consisted of 4 tiers. The bottom tier housed cash, estimated to be around 5 million. The second tier was filled with gold bars, each weighing 500 grams, numbering in the hundreds. The third tier contained various contracts. Upon glancing at the fourth tier, Yu's pupils dilated in surprise. It was a firearm. Chapter 4. System upgrade, take it all. Everything. It was a black pistol, the model unclear, accompanied by a box of ammunition. Including the contracts from the third tier, Yu hastily collected all the items. The contract he obtained was of no use, yet it could serve to obfuscate the truth. After managing the situation, Yu swiftly made his way home. He had not anticipated that Boss Tian possessed such remarkable influence, capable of acquiring firearms. Now that he had secured the funds and weaponry, it was time to contemplate how to liquidate the gold bars and convert them into necessities. With the current gold price at 600 yuan per gram, and his safe containing precisely 100 500-gram gold bars, that amounted to 30 million. This fortune was ample enough for him to purchase a small yacht. However, selling gold bars in this city would undoubtedly attract Boss Tian's attention. He needed to escape first. It was time to return home, gather his belongings, and head to the airport. He would purchase the earliest flight to Aodao. 40 million would raise eyebrows in other cities. But in that particular place, it would be but a drop in the ocean. Moreover, it was likely that he could find what he needed there. After running 2 blocks, Yu finally hailed a cab to rush home. Upon arriving at his community and taking the elevator, he felt a gnawing anxiety throughout the journey. Even though he had faced apocalyptic scenarios before, the thrill of engaging in such endeavors was unprecedented. With this sum of money, he could adequately prepare for his plans. Ding, the elevator doors opened. As Yu stepped out, he instinctively glanced at his front door. Just a fleeting glance, and he was instantly taken aback. A crowd, an assembly of men. 10 burly figures loomed at his doorstep, each adorned with tattoos and an air of menace, their faces betraying a palpable threat. At the forefront stood a bald man, someone who Yu recognized. Indeed, from his past life. His name is Li Meng, one of Yi Wanqiu's devoted admirers, said to wield considerable influence in the city's underworld. If my conjecture is correct, their presence here must surely be at Yi Wanqiu's behest. Although she is not physically present, she remains intricately connected to this affair. Are you Yu? Li Meng inquired, confirming his suspicions. Yes, it is I, Yu replied nonchalantly, continuing to stride toward the door. In the past, he might have felt trepidation. However, now, all fear stemmed from a lack of firepower, for he was armed. That's all well and good, Li Meng remarked as he stepped forward, a throng of subordinates trailing closely behind. A sinister smile crept across his lips. Young man, Miss Yi instructed me to convey to you. His words were abruptly cut short as Yu drew her weapon, aiming it directly at Li Meng's head. A benevolent smile adorned her face. What did she ask you to tell me? The cold metallic sensation mingled with the acrid scent of gunpowder permeated the air. Li Meng could ascertain one undeniable truth. This was the real deal. The grin on Li Meng's face shifted to an innocent guise as he rubbed his hands together, his expression turning accommodating. Brother, please put that away. Let us discuss this amicably. I will say but one thing. Yu, unfazed, kept her gun trained on him, using the barrel to tap his cheek. Remember this well. With each sharp tap, a vivid crimson mark blossomed across his face. Whatever instructions Miss Yi has given you today, you shall return and relay them to her. Do you understand? Understood. Completely understood. Li Meng respectfully responded, disregarding the marks on his face, and made his way into the elevator. As he departed, he did not forget to bid farewell to Yu. Brother, there's no need to see me off. Good night and sweet dreams. The elevator doors closed. Once inside, Li Meng immediately covered his face and inhaled sharply. That crazy woman. She has no idea she's kicked a hardboard. Damn it. Boss, was that the real deal? One of the younger brothers inquired. Of course. Li Meng retorted without hesitation. Old Tian has an identical gun. I've seen it. You can't replicate that smell of gunpowder. The mere thought of it infuriated him. He pressed the button for the 3rd floor. Let's go and have a word with that woman. Meanwhile, Yu returned to his room, gathering some everyday clothes and all his belongings into a spatial backpack. Regrettably, the items he ordered online had yet to arrive. Otherwise, he could have simply stored everything away seamlessly. Perfect. Under the cover of night, he ventured out. As the elevator passed the 3rd floor, he heard no commotion, but upon descending, he spotted a police car parked at the entrance of the building. Li Meng and Yi Wanqiu stood before the officers, the latter appearing relatively unscathed, while Li Meng's face was marred with scratches. This woman was indeed not to be underestimated. Under their watchful gaze, Hu Yu strolled past them as if he had not noticed. He hailed a taxi outside the community, heading directly towards the airport. He had already made arrangements with the airport and was set to depart. He would arrive in Macau in 3 hours. What? A flight? What do you need a flight for? Just book a private business jet. Isn't it just 200,000? When it comes to money, time is of the essence. He confirmed with the airport that the ticket would be paid in cash. Upon arriving at the airport, a beautiful flight attendant clad in uniform awaited outside. She held a sign that simply read, "Welcome, Mr. Hu Yu." Hu Yu glanced through the car window, his gaze immediately landing on her face. A name surfaced in his mind, Mu Lingxiu. She was also a resident of their building. In a past life, she resided on the 27th floor, one level below Hu Yu. And during the onset of a torrential downpour, she had taken in several lower-floor residents. In the preceding days, harmony reigned among them, as they shared provisions and engaged actively in their community group. However, as the relentless rain persisted, the darkness of human nature gradually unfolded. By the 15th day of the deluge, news of Mu Lingxiu had vanished, while those she had sheltered began posting messages in the resident group, bartering the rights to their bodies in exchange for sustenance. The images depicted her, bound and helpless. In response, Yi Wanqiu had profoundly remarked, "Even the saintly can ultimately descend into depravity." The two had exchanged words in their previous lives during the early days of the storm. Mu Lingxiu had proactively distributed hand warmers to every household, including Hu Yu and Yi Wanqiu. He stepped out of the car and approached Mu Lingxiu, inquiring, "Are you in charge of the reception, Mr. Hu Yu?" Mu Lingxiu seemed taken aback, astonished that someone who could afford a $200,000 charter flight to Aodao had arrived by rideshare, and curiously, without a bodyguard or assistant. "It is I. Do you need to check my ID? That won't be necessary." Mu Lingxiu replied with a smile, revealing that she had already seen Hu Yu's photograph, though she felt a twinge of surprise. "Sir, this way please. We have completed your check-in procedures. You will be flying on the Gulfstream G880 to Aodao. Wanji Airlines is at your service." Hu Yu nodded in acknowledgement and made his way to the business lounge. After retrieving 200,000 from his bag and making the payment, he followed Mu Lingxiu onto the plane. In less than 20 minutes, he found himself seated on the plush sofa of the business jet. Besides Mu Lingxiu, a flight attendant was also present to provide assistance. Hu Yu simply sipped a glass of red wine before succumbing to sleep, utterly exhausted. After a long day filled with either extreme excitement or intense tension, he had not had a moment of rest. Before long, a chime awakened him. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully surviving a day. System upgrade in progress. New feature unlocked. Panel. Note: you can view the panel information of any entity, including but not limited to animals and plants. Time until next upgrade. 1-3. Chapter 5. 3 billion. Animals. Surely, humans are considered a type of animal as well? Hu Yu instinctively glanced at Mu Lingxiu, and suddenly a panel materialized before him. Name: Mu Lingxiu. Gender: female. Age: 21. Skills: proficient in service, adept in first aid, skilled in nursing, basic firefighting, and expert in dance. Personality: compassionate, empathetic, accommodating. Favorability: 20. Purity: 98. Note: the maximum purity value is 100. Each time a non-platonic relationship occurs with a member of the opposite sex, the purity decreases by 1. How splendid! With the panel now in place, he can confidently seek out talented individuals, even if he possesses a vessel. Relying solely on himself would render it impossible to survive the tempestuous aftermath of a storm. Crew members, physicians, chefs, and ideally, a bodyguard as well. Of course, the foundation of all this is loyalty. Only when the affinity reaches a score of 90 or above can one fully trust the other. Blood brothers? There were numerous instances of kin turning against one another in the previous life. Mr. Hu, sensing Hu Yu's gaze, respectfully approached. "Is there anything you require?" "Not at the moment." Hu Yu opened his eyes and gazed into the pitch-black expanse outside the window. "How long until we land?" "In half an hour. We will arrive at the airport of Australia Island, which has already prepared exclusive services for you. May I inquire about your next destination so that we can arrange transportation?" "Destination?" "Indeed. In the flurry of booking flights, I neglected to reserve a hotel. Time is of the essence, since I've already taken a nap. Let us first procure a vessel. I wish to purchase a large yacht." Hu Yu posed the question directly. "Can you find me a seller?" Please hold on for a moment. Mu Lingxiu made her way to the cockpit. A few minutes later, she returned in her high-heeled shoes, holding a tablet. Mr. Hu, we have just contacted the company, and our executives happen to know a wealthy individual from the island who is preparing to sell a yacht. The information has been sent over. Please take a look. Hu Yu acknowledged and accepted the tablet, which prominently displayed the specific details of the yacht. Measuring 155 meters in length with a beam height of 19.2 meters, it boasted drainage capacity of 517 tons and can achieve a maximum speed of 19 knots. In addition, it is equipped with landing craft, 2 helicopter pads, 2 motorboats, and a lifeboat. The vessel can accommodate over 50 individuals for work on board and features 30 suites. While a small yacht could be procured for a modest sum of 40 million, a yacht of this caliber would likely demand a staggering amount in the hundreds of millions. Hu Yu, maintaining an air of composure, perused the images, and upon reaching the final one, he noted the indicated price, 1 billion. Payment in installments is available, with an initial deposit required of at least 50. Where is this vessel located? On the island of O. Mu Lingxiu respectfully replied, if you wish, we can contact the owner to arrange an early viewing. Please do so. Hu Yu instructed, placing the tablet on the table and closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. The most desperate course of action would be to steal it outright. Yet such a behemoth, exceeding 100 meters, could hardly be whisked away without attracting attention, even if one were to evade port supervision. The optimal solution would be to purchase it. 1.05 billion. He had merely 40 million, falling short by nearly 30-fold. Back in the day, Chen Daizai managed to turn 20 into 37 million. Now equipped with a system, turning 40 million into 1 billion should not pose a challenge, should it? At 1 o'clock in the morning, within the confines of the casino, Hu Yu extracted a gold bar, exchanging it for 300,000 in chips before approaching the gaming table. He opted for a simple game of dice, wagering on the outcome of the 3 dice contained within the cup, betting either on high or low, or specific numbers. As he tentatively glanced toward the cup, a flurry of information immediately emerged. Title: Dice Cup, Dice, 322. At last, it was settled. Hu Yu found a spot to sit and placed all his chips on small. At 5 in the morning, Hu Yu emerged from the casino. After a night of fierce competition, his spatial backpack now contained an unendorsed promissory note with a sum of 1 billion inscribed upon it. With the intention of reaching a round figure, Hu Yu continued to play until he amassed 3 billion before finally stopping. Additionally, he transferred 900 million to a bank card, intending to use it for purchasing supplies. Mr. Hu, the casino manager approached as Hu Yu exited. We cordially invite you to stay in the presidential suite of our affiliated hotel at no cost to you. No, thank you. Hu Yu had no desire to rest just yet. Now that financial matters were settled and the ship was on its way, the only thing missing was personnel. At the very least, he needed to locate suitable security staff. Carrying 30 billion made him feel quite vulnerable. Very well, should you require anything, be it security, accommodation, or travel, do not hesitate to contact me. I am at your service. What do you mean? Hu Yu narrowed his eyes. Surveillance? Absolutely not. The casino manager quickly clarified. We are concerned for your safety. Should anything happen to you on AO Island, our casino's business would be jeopardized. No wonder. The casino's demeanor was exceptionally accommodating. Their motives were rather straightforward. Besides preserving the casino's reputation, they also hoped for Hu Yu's return in the future. After all, among the 30 billion that Hu Yu won, only 1 billion belonged to the casino, while the remaining 29 billion was acquired from other high-end clients of the casino. In fact, when gambling against those elite clients, the casino extracted nearly 29 million from the winnings alone. Such clients are naturally ones that must be carefully nurtured. Gambling inevitably involves loss. As long as people continue to come, they will eventually return the money, with interest. That is reassuring. The time arranged with the ship owner to inspect the vessel is set for 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and there is still plenty of time. Hu Yu turned to the casino manager and inquired, do you know of any reliable security companies? Certainly, came the reply. It was 7 in the morning. With 156 hours remaining until the impending storm, Hu Yu followed the casino manager to a security company reputed to provide services for all casinos on the island of Macau. Their professionalism was beyond question. Each security personnel had undergone specialized training, and many were even retired veterans from the battlefield. Upon entering, Hu Yu stated succinctly, I want the very best. And the sooner the better. Noticing the casino manager accompanying him, The security company promptly began mobilizing personnel. In less than half an hour, 12 robust men, each standing over 180 centimeters tall, muscular and strong, stood before Hu Yu. There were individuals of various ethnicities, black, white, and Asian. As Hu Yu surveyed them, the profiles of all 12 appeared before his eyes. Despite their first encounter, the rapport with each was at a neutral 0. Their skills were similar, primarily excelling in firearms, combat, and first aid. However, one individual stood out remarkably. Name, Shinshan. Gender, male, age, 29. Skills, perfect survival, perfect combat, perfect assassination, proficient driving, proficient firearms, proficient first aid, proficient swimming, proficient off-roading, proficient cooking. Personality, devoted to his daughter, loyal, gallant, faithful. Affinity, 0 with 3 flawless skills and 6 proficient ones. Aside from off-roading, which serves little purpose, he is undoubtedly a being crafted for the apocalypse. Especially his character traits, loyalty, gallantry, and faithfulness. These attributes render him an ideal choice for a bodyguard. As for his devotion to his daughter, he could simply bring her aboard the vessel. Yet, he does not belong to this group of 12. Instead, he is at the entrance, wielding a broom as he sweeps. Rather than resembling a bodyguard, he appears more akin to a janitor. Hu Yu rose and approached Shinshan, who seemed to sense something amiss and met his gaze. You are the one. Chapter 6. Hiring a bodyguard. Upon uttering these words, not only Shinshan, but everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he in search of a top-tier bodyguard? How had he ended up selecting a mere janitor? One of the black bodyguards erupted in indignation. This is an insult, an affront to our dignity. Indeed. Another Caucasian echoed in broken Mandarin. You clearly do not understand what constitutes a top-tier bodyguard. Selecting a worthless janitor is preposterous. From among the crowd, a person of Asian descent chimed in with derision, his accent revealing he was not from Hua country. There is an ancient saying in your land, which goes, to attract attention with ostentation, and it aptly describes individuals like you. What a waste of our time. Tanaka, the owner of the security company, finally interjected. He furrowed his brow and exclaimed in anger, how could you speak to a client in such a manner? However, Tianzhong remained unfazed and directed his gaze toward the company's owner. Our relationship is merely one of collaboration. You are not my superior. You allow someone like this to insult my samurai spirit, and I shall terminate our partnership. There are other security companies on the island, not just yours. If you do not provide us with a reasonable explanation, we will sever our ties. At that moment, the owner was momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Hu Yu observed the unfolding drama with keen interest, becoming a spectator to the spectacle. It was then that Shinshan took the initiative to speak up. Are you looking to hire me? Indeed. A long-term engagement. Hu Yu promptly replied, you may dictate the price and the conditions. I have a daughter. I wish to be in the same city as her. Very well. An annual salary of 3 million. Agreed. A personal property, not overly large, 2 bedrooms will suffice. Understood. A vehicle, preferably one with good off-road capabilities. Certainly. Beyond the duties of a bodyguard, I will not engage in any other tasks. Agreed. I have no further objections. Shinshan's favorability 10, now at 10, at this moment. The room fell into a profound silence. Shinshan's string of 5 conditions had captivated the attention of the 2 previously tense individuals, particularly that of Tianzhong. He had anticipated Hu Yu to be a wealthy individual, but never did he expect him to be this affluent. An annual salary of 3 million, not to mention the numerous additional stipulations. Among the elite ranks of bodyguards, such treatment is unparalleled. Why should a mere janitor receive it? The boss. Tianzhong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He disregarded any animosity with Mr. He and approached Hu Yu, wagging his tail like a dog in eager display. I am the most suitable bodyguard for you. He is unworthy. Hu Yu remained silent, taking a step back to observe Shinshan. Without the need for words, Shinshan raised his hand to block Tianzhong, preventing him from advancing further. Step aside, you worthless fool. Tianzhong spat and immediately launched an attack, his palm aimed directly at Shinshan's head. In the next moment, before Hu Yu could comprehend the unfolding events, a cacophony of flesh colliding filled the air. When he regained his senses, Tianzhong lay unconscious on the ground, while Shinshan stood resolutely before Hu Yu. Was this the stark contrast between proficiency and perfection? It seemed rather disproportionate. Hu Yu contemplated testing Shinshan further, glancing at the other 11 bodyguards. I never stated that I would hire only one person. Whoever among you can surpass him and stand before me shall receive the same reward. The 11 bodyguards exchanged glances, exhibiting no hesitation, and simultaneously launched their assault. They had chosen this profession for the money, an annual salary of 3 million. Even if they worked for just a year, it would suffice for their expenses for quite some time. Alas, their adversary was Shinshan. Under the onslaught of the 11, Hu finally discerned Shun Shan's movements. His muscular physique seemed almost boneless, effortlessly evading the collective attacks and retaliating in the blink of an eye. A punch, a kick. The seemingly chaotic assault consistently manages to incapacitate the opponent at the first opportunity. Remarkably, he deliberately avoids targeting vital areas. Had those strikes landed on their throats, hearts, or brains, the ground would likely be strewn with 11 corpses. Not only Hu, but even Boss he was left in a state of shock. He never anticipated that such a formidable figure was concealed within his company. How splendid! Boss, he exclaimed, immediately rubbing his hands together. Congratulations on finding your ideal bodyguard. Shall we proceed to sign the contract? With an annual salary of 3 million and accounting for our commission, you would only need to pay 4,500,000 each year for his protection. Money is plentiful. However, Hu turned to Shinshan and inquired, should the contract be signed with you or him? Let us sign it with him for a year, Shinshan replied without hesitation. It was he who provided me with employment during my most desperate times. Very well, Hu understood Shinshan's intent. A year's commission in exchange for severing ties thereafter. Such loyalty is indeed commendable. Bossy grasped this implication as well. Nonetheless, earning a profit was already satisfactory for him. He did not dwell excessively on the matter. Shinshan's favorability 10, now at 20, 150,000 for 10 points of favorability. Worth it. The contract was finalized, and it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Boss, Shinshan remarked, having changed into his own attire, following Hu out of the security company. Are your upcoming plans in Australia? Or, I intend to return to the mainland. I will depart this afternoon. Staying in Australia? Situated by the sea. This place is susceptible to devastating tsunamis within 3 days of torrential rain. Rather than seeking refuge elsewhere, it would be prudent to remain in one's familiar abode and weather the storm. After all, every individual here is well acquainted. I need to fetch my daughter and attend to some personal matters. Very well. Hu provided his contact information. Can it be resolved before 1 o'clock this afternoon? Certainly. Is money required? No. The funds you transferred to Boss he have already reached my account. That is reassuring. Hu, alongside the casino manager, watched as Shinshan departed. Mr. Hu, may I interject? The casino manager's brow furrowed slightly. 3 million is a sum that could compel an ordinary person to abandon everything and flee. Trust is a double-edged sword, Hu replied succinctly, and it was time to procure the next item on his agenda. Weapons. As this thought crossed his mind, a rumble emanated from his stomach. He was hungry. Having been occupied since dawn, he had consumed nothing but the desserts available at the casino. It would be opportune to acquire additional provisions to enrich his food stock. Additionally, he could purchase some trinkets for Shinshan's daughter to enhance his rapport with her. As for the matter of weapons, with Shinshan's exceptional assassination skills, he should be able to procure those items. Once he has settled his personal affairs, he could delegate that task to him. Hu turned to the casino manager and inquired, Manager Yang, is it? Do you have any requests? I've heard that Australia Island boasts an array of culinary delights. Would you be so kind as to show me around? Chapter 7, A Truckload. In the morning, after a light breakfast, Hu commenced a grand shopping spree with Manager Yang. They procured an extensive array of the latest electronic entertainment devices, including the newest PS5, the second generation of Switch, Xbox, and more, amassing enough for 10 individuals. Various photographic equipment, headphones, speakers, smartphones, massage chairs, and VR devices were all included without exception. Notably, they secured 10 computers, fully equipped with 5,090 graphics cards, 15th generation i9 processors, and an assortment of configurations from the extravagant eye of the spendthrift, alongside a plethora of single-player games. This was not merely for leisure. These items represented the pinnacle of human industrial achievement. Once the torrential rain subsided, everything would be upended and rebuilt anew. Possessing these tools would undoubtedly facilitate the swift construction of a new civil society. Indeed, this was not merely for the sake of indulgence. All these acquisitions were made in one fell swoop at the largest electronics market on Australia Island. When it came time to settle the bill, the cashier was left momentarily speechless. Manager Yang, ever the professional, inquired, Mr. Hu, Would you like us to expedite the customs clearance for you? No need, Huyu replied, glancing at the truck being loaded. Just let the vehicle accompany me. While he had no qualms about paying some customs duties, he was averse to delays on the road. Besides, he intended to purchase a ship, load the goods onto it, and then stow the vessel within his spatial backpack. Everything was perfectly arranged. By the time all items were loaded onto the truck, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Manager Yang graciously extended an invitation for Huyu to dine at their Michelin 3-star restaurant, the Chongtian Food Palace. Naturally, the meal was complimentary. Huyu, not one to decline a free meal, accepted without hesitation. As soon as he settled into the lavish Lincoln at the restaurant, Shinshan's call came through. Boss, I have resolved my matters. Where shall I find you? You are aware of Chongtian restaurant, correct? Indeed. I shall arrive in half an hour. Very well. Huyu acknowledged, hanging up the phone, and turned to Manager Yang. Prepare a meal for 3. Is that acceptable? Certainly. Manager Yang, seated opposite Huyu, respectfully offered a glass of champagne, as you wish. Huyu accepted the champagne and took a sip. The icy sensation filled his mouth. If only that rain had not fallen. That sum of money would suffice for me to indulge in such opulence every day to come. Alas! Huyu gazed into the golden liquid of his glass, silently resolving. The apocalypse? Even in the final second before the world's demise, I shall maintain this standard of living. How much is this champagne? 18,000 per bottle. Should you desire, we can provide you with a case for your enjoyment. In addition to the case you offer, I wish to purchase some more. How much would you like? Huyu pointed to the truck behind the Lincoln. 1 truckload. A truckload? Of that small vehicle behind. Is that not acceptable? Of course it is. Manager Yang's smile returned. We shall serve you with utmost dedication and prepare it this afternoon. Also, 1 truckload of red wine, 1 truckload of whiskey, and 1 truckload of white wine, of superior quality. Price is not a concern. Shall those also be transported in such vehicles? Manager Yang's smile faded. Indeed. At noon, Lincoln arrived outside the casino. Before Huyu could exit the vehicle, he noticed Shinshan standing by the roadside, respectfully accompanied by a charming little girl. The girl, radiant in the sunlight, resembled a porcelain doll. However, she was seated in a wheelchair. The car came to a halt, and Manager Yang promptly disembarked to open the door for Huyu. Boss. Shinshan approached with the little girl in tow and reminded her, Bubu, greet your uncle. Bubu, with a hint of curiosity, turned to Huyu and inquired, Are you my father's future boss? Indeed, Huyu crouched before her wheelchair, a broad smile illuminating his face. Your name is Bubu, is it not? How old are you this year? I am 7, she exclaimed. And how old are you, big brother? I am 24, so you should call me uncle, he replied. That is not right, Bubu exclaimed. Father said that we should call those without beards big brother. You have no beard and are so handsome. How could I call you uncle? You should be called big brother. Caught between laughter and exasperation, Huyu asked, then what kind of person should be called uncle? That one. Bubu pointed at Manager Yang. He has wrinkles on his face. He is the one to be called uncle. Manager Yang let out a resigned smile. Yet he couldn't find it in himself to feel offended. A girl like Bubu, no matter what she said, was simply endearing. Huyu affectionately ruffled her hair, charmed by her innocence. He turned to Shinshan and remarked, Your daughter is truly delightful. As long as the boss doesn't mind. Shinshan replied helplessly, casting a gaze filled with pity towards Bubu. Let us go, we should eat first. Huyu looked at Bubu and asked, What does Bubu like to eat? Your brother will treat you. Really? Bubu's eyes sparkled instantly, and she began to count on her fingers. Bubu likes egg tarts, pineapple buns, pork chop buns, ice cream, and chocolate. Can we have all of those? Before Huyu could respond, Shinshan tousled her hair and said, No, you've already had chocolate today. Eating more will harm your teeth. Oh. Bubu lowered her head, resembling a wilted eggplant. It's all right, you can have some later. Huyu turned to Manager Yang. Let us get a truckload of these items. You know the quality. Huh. Manager Yang was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Hu, egg tarts are not easy to store. A truckload would. Huyu merely uttered a sound. I will arrange for someone to purchase them for you immediately. Boss. Shinshan's lips twitched slightly. There's no need to go to such lengths. A child can't eat that much. Just 1 serving will suffice. He assumed that the term truck referred to something akin to a supermarket shopping cart. Hence he was not overly surprised. You'll understand in due time. As a bodyguard, there are certain matters Shinshan would inevitably come to learn. Once the rapport reached a certain level, Huyu would naturally share certain things with him. Of course, that time is not now. Huyu gazed at Bubu. a radiant smile adorning her face. Shall we go have lunch first, Boo-Boo? All right. Witnessing Hu Yu's kindness towards Boo-Boo, Shun Shan's fondness for her increased once more. Shun Shan's affection 9, now at 29. Only a slight distance remains to reach 30. It appears that every increment of 10 points in affection signifies a significant threshold. Surpassing this threshold would lead to a qualitative shift in attitude. Hu Yu then turned her attention to Boo-Boo in the wheelchair, and her panel emerged. Name, Shun Boo-Boo. Gender, female. Age, 7. Skills, proficient in cuteness, beginner singing, beginner playing instruments. Personality, well-behaved, obedient, understanding, eager to learn. Affection, 19. As the group entered the private dining room of the restaurant, Shun Shan's security duties commenced at that moment. Each dish that arrived was meticulously inspected by him before being served at Hu Yu's table. According to protocol, he was supposed to take Boo-Boo out for a meal. However, before he could voice this, Hu Yu had already taken the pre-cut steak to feed Boo-Boo. Brother, I can do it myself, Boo-Boo earnestly declined. I am quite capable. I can eat on my own. All right, Boo-Boo is the most capable. Hu Yu set down her knife and fork. Turning to the busy Shin Shan beside her. Shingu, please sit down and eat. We have matters to attend to later. Well, all right. Shin Shan noticed that they were having a meal meant for 3. He did not refuse and sat beside Boo-Boo to begin eating. Hu Yu looked at the panel with delight in her heart. Shun Shan's affinity 10, now at 30. Shun Boo-Boo's affinity 11. Now at 30, it is not merely Shin Shan's, but also Boo-Boo's. As for Manager Yang, he did not enter the private room, likely occupied with preparations. At noon, precisely at 12 o'clock, a vibration emanated from the phone. Hu Yu unlocked the screen, discovering a call from Mu Lingxiu. He answered, and her voice resonated immediately on the other end. Mr. Hu, the boat owner has been contacted. May I inquire if there have been any changes to your itinerary? If not, we can come to escort you to the dock to view the boat. No need. Hu Yu picked up a napkin to dab at his mouth. We will be there shortly. Chapter 8. Boss. It was still that elongated Lincoln, albeit with Shin Shan and Boo-Boo added to the seats. The small truck laden with electronic devices had also gained 9 additional small trucks. Upon realizing that 5 of those trucks contained her most adored items, she was utterly stupefied. Shin Shan exhibited a similar reaction. Goodness, do the affluent truly purchase goods by the truckload? I had presumed it was a shopping cart. Consequently, Boo-Boo's affinity soared to 40. Yet, Shin Shan's affinity plummeted back to 29. It was excessively overwhelming. This undeniably aroused suspicions that Hu Yu might harbor ulterior motives. Boo-Boo, on the other hand, was elated. After receiving Shin Shan's permission, she indulged in an egg tart. Witnessing this, Hu Yu could not help but wish for another truckload. Alas, what could be done? That girl was simply too adorable. This was merely her adeptness at charming. If she were to hone this skill to perfection, countless hearts would undoubtedly be ensnared. Mr. Hu, we have arrived at the port. Manager Yang's voice interjected, drawing his gaze away from Boo-Boo. It was only then that Mr. Hu noticed the vehicle had come to a halt outside the dock. Sir, this dock has regulations. Unless there are loading procedures in place, trucks are not permitted to enter. Perhaps we should leave the cargo outside. Mr. Hu opened the car door and stepped out first, extending his hands towards Boo-Boo. Boo-Boo, may I carry you down? Boo-Boo remained silent, turning instead to look at Shin Shan, seeking his approval. Perhaps it was due to insufficient rapport that Shin Shan did not acquiesce. Instead, he stepped out closely behind and lifted Boo-Boo into his arms. Boss, there's no need to trouble yourself. Mr. Hu offered an awkward smile, choosing not to respond. He understood the significance Boo-Boo held for Shin Shan. How could he expect intimacy after only a single day's acquaintance? No worries, there is plenty of time ahead. We shall take it slow. Mr. Hu resolved within himself. Boo-Boo was so adorable. She would not only be his goddaughter, but also his future daughter-in-law. He turned to Manager Yang, who was about to exit the vehicle. Manager Yang, you need not accompany us for the remainder of the journey. After inspecting the ship, we shall proceed to board. Please calculate the total for the truck and other goods. I will make a single payment to you. Mr. Hu, you are too kind. Manager Yang replied, retrieving a POS machine and presenting it to Mr. Hu. For the 4 trucks of beverages, with 500 bottles each. The total amounts to 26,880,000. The remaining confections fall well within my authority. Consider them a gift for you. Indeed, nearly 30 million in beverages. And the quantity is about the same. Hu Yu decisively swiped his card. After watching Manager Yang depart, he paid no heed to the 10 trucks outside the dock, but instead moved towards the interior of the dock. Just a few steps in, Mu Lingxiu approached briskly, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a tailored suit. Mr. Hu. Shinshan instinctively took a step forward, positioning himself to shield Hu Yu and Bu Bu behind him. It's a familiar face. There's no cause for concern, Hu Yu replied, raising his hand to greet Mu Lingxiu. Hello, Mr. Hu. The middle-aged man extended his right hand with a broad smile, introducing himself. I am Li Wei, the general manager of Wanjie Airlines. I look forward to your guidance. Manager Li, Hu Yu extended his hand to shake his. The seller has arrived, I presume? Indeed, it has already arrived. Li Wei stepped aside, inviting everyone to proceed further into the dock. Please, follow me. Under his guidance, Hu Yu soon laid eyes on the vessel. It was long, exceedingly long. This was Hu Yu's initial impression. Viewing images and data had provided little sense of scale, at 155 meters in length and 19.2 meters in height. It did not seem overly large. However, when calculated, if the ship were to be stood upright, it would tower to the height of 50 stories, with a width reaching the height of 6 stories. How could such a colossal entity appear so diminutive in photographs? Perhaps the photographer had undergone training at the Bureau of Strategic Deception? Hu Yu momentarily lost his train of thought and began to inspect the ship's panels. Name, St. Pius class. Luxury, yacht overall rating. Of facilities, large multimedia room 1, concert hall 1, bars 2, restaurants 3, sauna rooms 2, temperature-controlled swimming pools 2, gyms 2, helipad 1, lounges 3, meditation rooms 3, game rooms 2, cigar room 1, wine cellar 1, luxury suites 12, guest rooms 24, standard rooms 36, motorboats 2, well-maintained. Lifeboats 3, well-maintained. Active crew, 42 remarks. A luxurious yacht, though it is merely a yacht. Taking a deep breath, Bu beside him exclaimed, Wow, what a gigantic ship. Bu's eyes sparkled with excitement, yearning to board and explore, yet suppressing the desire within, not wanting to inconvenience anyone. The little sister was correct. Although this vessel may not rival the colossal cruise ships, it is indeed substantial among yachts. Li Wei responded with a smile, gesturing towards the electric gangway entrance. Mr. Hu, please. Hu Yu maintained his composed demeanor as he stepped through the entrance. Upon entering, he immediately noticed 2 attendants, their appearances rivaling that of the enchanting Mu Lingxiu. Standing on either side with hands resting on their waists, adorned with professional smiles, bowing in greeting. Welcome aboard the St. Pius. It is our pleasure to serve you. Their voices were melodious, and their appearances captivating. Hu Yu instinctively cast a glance at the 2's panels. Well, their purity levels were nearing single digits. Truly, it resonated with the old adage, handsome men suffer, beautiful women endure. He immediately lost interest and turned to Li Wei, inquiring about the shipowner. He is waiting for you in the deck's reception room, Li Wei replied helplessly. He certainly could not disclose to Hu Yu that the latter had never heard of his name and doubted his ability to afford such an expense. Were it not for the influence of their company's esteemed leader, the other party might not even agree to meet him. Hu Yu let out a cold laugh, but remained silent. He was fully aware of the circumstances at hand, yet exposing the truth seemed rather pointless. The group made their way to the deck's reception area. Aside from the bodyguard standing next to the sofa and the 4 scantily clad attendants, there was no sign of anyone resembling the shipowner. Suddenly, the sound of splashing water echoed, and a bare-chested figure emerged from the pool on the deck. Shinshan was quick to react, swiftly covering Bu's eyes. Close your eyes, do not look. Oh, Bu obediently complied and shut his eyes tightly. A rotund man with golden hair leapt from the pool, laughing heartily as he greeted. Ha Li, we meet again. He strode over to Li Wei, disregarding the droplets of water clinging to him, and embraced him despite Li Wei's formal attire. What are the plans for tonight? Shall we throw a party? James, perhaps not. Don't you have business to discuss? Li Wei replied with a wry smile. Oh, how unfortunate. James then turned his gaze to Hu Yu, sizing him up with evident disdain. Is it you? You wish to purchase my St. Pius? Hu Yu, unwilling to waste time, spoke directly. The price. 1 billion. No negotiations. Consider it done. Hu Yu swiftly produced a promissory note and presented it before James. Now, take your people and leave my ship. James was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Li Wei was equally astonished, while Mu Lingxiu marveled at the wealth displayed. Is this what it means to be rich? 2 billion. Not just 20. He doesn't even blink. Unlike me, who has to deliberate before purchasing a $20 cup of milk tea. All right, boss. James. Seemingly apprehensive that Hu Yu might reconsider, promptly pocketed the check and rummaged through the meeting room to retrieve a contract. He swiftly inscribed his name upon it and then handed it to Huyu. "Boss, sign your name. The money belongs to me, while the ship belongs to you." Huyu quickly affixed his signature to the document. The pact was sealed with such swiftness that the nearby bodyguards and attendants were left momentarily stunned. "Go, go, go." James kissed the promissory note, tucking it into the inner pocket of his suit as he called out to his bodyguards, "Let us head to the casino." "Oh, so he is but a gambler. Had I known, I would have simply arranged to meet him at the gaming table, thus avoiding this entire hassle." Huyu rolled his eyes in exasperation, his gaze falling upon the four scantily clad attendants. With but a glance, they instinctively rushed toward him. "Boss." Chapter 9. The three questions. The four attendants lunged at Huyu simultaneously. He had let his guard down, failing to evade them. Under the assumption that with Shunshan present, these individuals would not dare to approach. Yet unexpectedly, Shunshan stood frozen, covering Bubu's eyes, utterly motionless. Huyu found himself abruptly thrown to the ground, scarcely uttering a word before being bombarded by fiery red lips. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, preserving his three-piece set of short sleeves and shorts, shipped free of charge. "Brother Shun, help!" His cry echoed, prompting Shinshan to spring into action, swiftly grasping each of the four attendants and setting them aside. At last, Huyu could catch his breath. Collapsing onto the sofa to calm the tumultuous little dinosaur within him, he promptly summoned everyone aboard to the deck's lounge. What a sight it was! A staggering revelation awaited him. Of the 42 crew members, aside from the 12 responsible for piloting the yacht, the remaining 30 were all attendants. Indeed, the joy of the wealthy is far beyond our imagination. After scrutinizing their performance panels, Huyu reached a decisive conclusion: dismissal. Each was granted a substantial severance package and politely asked to disembark from the vessel. Likewise, Mu Lingxiu and Li Wei were also escorted away. The flight was scheduled for 2 in the afternoon, and Huyu used the pretext of needing to attend to other matters to send them off. Now, the vast expanse of the ship was left with only 3 souls: Huyu, Shinshan, and the inquisitive Bubu. "Brother Shin." "Yes, boss." Huyu cast a sorrowful glance at Shinshan, who was currently inspecting the remaining hazards aboard the vessel. "Why didn't you stop them just now?" "I assumed you preferred not to resist," Shinshan replied earnestly. "Next time, no matter who it is, if they come charging at me, you must fend them off." "Understood, boss." Huyu sighed in resignation as he gazed at Shunshan's panel. At present, his favorability rating remains at a mere 29. Not only is he far from passing, but he hasn't even reached 1/3 of the threshold. Alas, time has run out. Let us depart the vessel. "All right, boss," Shinshan replied, following Huyu off the ship, refraining from inquiring about the reasons or the subsequent plans. It was not until they reached the bow of the ship that Huyu crouched before Bubu, gently tousling her hair. "Bubu, would you like to see a magic trick?" "I would like to see." Bubu responded eagerly. "What kind of magic will you perform, brother?" "I am quite clever and surely can see through your tricks." "That remains to be seen," Huyu replied, tapping the side of the ship. "Now, pay close attention." Bubu. 3, 2, snap. With the sound of a finger snapping, the magnificent vessel, the St. Pius, vanished instantaneously from the harbor. Not only was Bubu astonished, but even Shinshan, who had remained composed until this moment, felt his pupils tremble. Ding, ding, ding. Huyu clapped his hands and pointed to the now empty dock behind them. "Well, what do you think? Is your brother impressive?" Clap, clap, clap. Bubu immediately applauded, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "Brother, you are amazing. How did you do that?" "It's magic." Huyu placed a finger to his lips. "It won't work if I reveal the secret." "Oh dear." Bubu tugged at Huyu's sleeve. "Brother, please tell Bubu." "I cannot." Huyu chuckled in refusal, then added with a smile. "If Bubu wishes to see more, I can perform for you again. But it will depend on whether you can guess the trick." "Yes, yes." Huyu pushed Bubu and walked alongside Shinshan as they exited the dock, making their way toward the 10 trucks. With the same technique, he effortlessly stowed each vehicle into his spatial backpack. Bubu's hands were nearly sore from clapping in excitement. Although he could not fully comprehend the phenomenon, he merely considered it a form of magic. As for Shinshan, he was utterly bewildered. On one occasion, he even timidly touched one of the trucks, only to watch it vanish before his eyes. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? He attempted several times to muster the courage to inquire of Huyu regarding the matter, but ultimately he refrained from asking. Noticing Shinshan's silence, Huyu had no intention of offering an explanation. He was curious to see how long Shinshan could endure the mystery. For now, the priority was to leave AO Island. The sudden disappearance of a luxury yacht would undoubtedly attract attention, even if he, the owner, did not mention it. The sooner they departed, the better. The trio proceeded to the airport and boarded a charter flight at 1:30 in the afternoon, embarking on their journey back to Jinling. During the 2-hour flight, Huyu remained occupied. His residential complex comprised 2 elevators serving 4 households per floor. In the owner's group, he contacted the other 3 households on the 28th floor to discuss the details of purchasing the entire top floor upon their return to Jinling. Eager to finalize the deal, he agreed to a price that was 30 above the market rate. In the grand scheme, it was a modest sum, merely equivalent to the cost of a few cases of wine. Upon landing, Huyu accompanied Shinshan to complete the necessary paperwork. As per their agreement, he was to secure a local property for Shinshan, transferring 1 unit directly to him, while gifting another to Bubu. Although this object may seem ephemeral after the torrential rain, it now represents a tangible asset worth millions. This time, Bubu's favorability remained unchanged, while Shinshan's rose once more. Shinshan's favorability won. Now at 30, it appears that honoring promises holds considerable significance. Seizing the moment, Huyu made another trip to the 4S dealership, acquiring the 2024 Brabus G800 outright. The title remains in Shinshan's name. With this vehicle, he can still venture out in the days leading up to the impending storm. By the time he finished these errands, it was already 7 in the evening, with 144 hours remaining until the rain would arrive. Huyu took the 2 individuals to Yutan for a simple meal, clearing out their stock of premium ingredients along the way, while also performing a little magic trick for Bubu. Upon returning home, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. The other 3 residents on the top floor had already vacated their apartments. Bubu was utterly exhausted and fell asleep as soon as she lay down. Shinshan quietly followed Huyu back to his residence. "Come here, Shingu," Huyu said, sitting at the dining table, retrieving a bottle of white liquor prepared by Manager Yang. Upon inspection, he exclaimed, "Well, Matai from 2004. A vintage from 20 years ago. No wonder it's so expensive." It's impressive that he managed to procure so much. He poured a glass for himself and set another across from him for Shinshan. Then, he took out a box of egg tarts, sampled one, and savored the crisp, delightful pastry while the filling still emitted steam. "You have 3 opportunities to inquire," Huyu offered. Shinshan's eyes widened, not from the liquor, but from Huyu's prowess. He boldly took a seat opposite and downed his drink in one gulp, placing the glass down. "Boss, who exactly are you?" "As you can see, a man." Huyu took another bite of the egg tart. "If this is merely the nature of your inquiry, then you shall surely disappoint my expectations of you." Shinshan furrowed his brow slightly, then inquired, "What do you wish for me to do?" "Protect my personal safety." Huyu replied candidly, in exchange, "I shall likewise safeguard you and Bubu." Shinshan understood. The protection referred to here was certainly not the same as his own interpretation, but rather of a different dimension altogether. There was yet another question, one that required careful contemplation before being posed. Shinshan hesitated for a moment, his mind racing through all the information he possessed about Huyu. A young man just in his 20s. This was his longtime residence. He did not appear to be wealthy, yet he could lavishly spend on such items. It seemed he had acquired his fortune after a grand gamble on AO Island. To be chosen from among a crowd of bodyguards suggested he possessed some arcane prowess, without the need for baser instincts. What could such a person possibly desire from him? After pondering for a considerable time, he took another sip of his drink and finally raised his gaze to Huyu. "What, exactly, is your purpose?" "Purpose? Merely to survive." Huyu drained his glass of white liquor, feeling the fiery sensation travel down his throat, and softly uttered, "In the impending apocalypse, the goal is simply to continue living." Chapter 10. "I'm not working today." Just as he finished speaking, Shinshan widened his eyes in astonishment. Apocalypse? July 13th, 7 p.m. Huyu gazed at Shinshan and slowly began to speak. "When the time comes, torrential rains will descend upon the world simultaneously, persisting for 49 days. After these 49 days, the entire Jinling will transform into an expanse of ocean. Perhaps it will not be limited to Jinling. All land may succumb to the depths of the sea. All I desire is to survive." "Boss, you are intoxicated," Shinshan interjected, a staunch materialist, evidently skeptical of such proclamations. "Perhaps," Huyu chuckled lightly, providing no further explanation as he casually retrieved various items from his space. Red wine, gold, a handgun, egg tarts. "These, and these, and these." All of these are my preparations for the impending apocalypse. Of course. Hu lifted his gaze to meet Shinshan's eyes. You are included in this as well. If you deem me insane or are unwilling to continue protecting me, you may leave at this very moment. However, if you choose to stay, he filled his cup with white liquor and raised it toward Shinshan. From now on, we shall be brothers. As long as I have a morsel to eat, neither you nor Boo Boo shall go hungry. Shinshan fell into silence. Contemplating the cup before him, he raised it, clinking it lightly against Hu Yu's, yet refrained from drinking. Instead, he looked at Hu Yu with utmost seriousness. I shall not drink this cup just yet. On July 13th, with 5 days remaining, I will assist you in whatever you require during this time. After 5 days, if the rains do indeed fall, then we shall drink this cup together. If nothing is amiss, I shall uphold the contract and protect you for a year. Do not hold it against me. Shinshan furrowed his brow, his gaze drifting to the door. I must be responsible for Boo Boo. Very well. Hu Yu clinked glasses with him, stowing both cups into his spatial backpack. Your assurance suffices. We shall drink this toast 5 days hence. Shinshan's favorability increased by 9. Now at 39. Although the increase is modest, it signifies progress nonetheless. Hu Yu resumed his seat, storing all his belongings except for a single pistol. Brother Shun, from now on, you need not address me as boss. You may call me Xiao Hu or Xiao Yu instead. That seems inappropriate. Shinshan frowned in refusal. There must be some decorum. Do as you wish, but let us discuss the matter at hand. As Hu Yu spoke, he pushed the pistol on the table forward. Can you procure this item? Shinshan glanced at it and confirmed its authenticity. If the apocalypse were truly to arrive, such items must indeed be prepared in advance. Certainly. How many do you require, boss? How many? Hu Yu silently calculated in his mind. 1 for himself, 1 for Boo Boo, 1 for Shinshan, and an additional for the future captain and the medical team, plus 4 spare units. Approximately 7 firearms would suffice. And with 1 secured, 8 should be adequate. After all, acquiring such items is no trivial task. I shall not impose a high degree of difficulty on Shinshan. Hu Yu immediately raised his hand, signaling the number 8. Understood. Shinshan nodded, seemingly beginning to contemplate the course of action. There were no issues with the items. Yet some funding was required. Funds are trivial matters. Do you prefer cash or something else? Gold would be ideal, but cash will suffice. That simplifies matters. Hu Yu, unfamiliar with the precise value of firearms and the necessary procedures, promptly retrieved the gold bars he had pilfered from Boss Tian. 100 gold bars quickly formed a small hill. To ensure absolute security, he placed a bank card atop the mound of gold. The card contained 100 million. Spend as you wish, for in a few days, money will lose its significance. Fortunately, Shinshan was mentally prepared and promptly replied, Rest assured, boss. I will guarantee the completion of the task. According to your usual purchasing habits, it's merely 8 truckloads of firearms, isn't it? Just let it be done. However, boss, there may be an excess of items. You might need to come to the border to assist me with the return, as I cannot manage it alone. No problem. Hu Yu harbored no doubts and stood, heading towards the bedroom. 8 firearms indeed felt like an abundance. By the way, take the gun on the table for self-defense. Just in case. No need. You might require it more. Hu Yu shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. He entered the bedroom and flung himself onto the bed, falling asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. He was utterly exhausted. The following day, Monday, July 8th, at 7 in the morning. There were 132 hours remaining until the apocalypse. Hu Yu was awakened by the preset alarm. Instinctively, he rolled out of bed, intending to go to work, only to abruptly remember, work? I'm not going to work today. It feels fantastic, utterly delightful. Blacklist all individuals and groups related to work. Turn off the alarm and continue sleeping. Meanwhile, a knock resonated from outside. Brother, are you awake? This soft, melodious voice unmistakably belonged to Boo Boo. The expression of grievance on Hu Yu's face transformed into a maternal smile, and he promptly rose to dress. Brother is awake. What is it, Boo Boo? Could you come out for a moment, brother? Boo Boo. Boo Boo cannot open the door. The door? Hu Yu was taken aback, swiftly donning his clothes before stepping outside. Upon exiting, he spotted Boo Boo seated in a wheelchair at the restroom door, her cherubic face flushed crimson. The doorknob was right in front of her. Yet Boo Boo was unable to rise, her arms too short to reach it. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Yu rushed to assist her in opening the door, then became flustered. Boo Boo, I will find someone to help you right away. No need, brother. Boo Boo adeptly maneuvered her wheelchair into the restroom. Turning to offer Hu Yu a smile, Bu can manage on her own. With that, she closed the door. However, Hu Yu noticed she had pulled a tube from behind her. This girl was far too sensible for her own good. And where the hell was old Shun? Fury surged within Hu Yu as he turned to find his handgun still on the table, a note lying beneath it. Approaching, he retrieved the handgun and picked up the note to read. Boss, I have gone to procure some items. Please look after Bu for the day. She is quite sensible. If you have urgent matters to attend to, you may leave her home alone. I will update you tomorrow morning. Damn, old Shun is utterly irresponsible. As Hu Yu was about to call this fellow, he heard Bu emerging from the restroom. Before he could utter a word, Bu preemptively apologized. Brother, I'm sorry, but I might trouble you to flush the toilet. I can't reach it. It's quite all right. Hu Yu immediately stepped forward, guiding Bu out of the restroom while he entered to tidy up. At this moment, other matters could wait. He needed to find a way to heal Bu's leg or seek someone to care for her. Once the torrential rain struck, her leg would truly lose all hope. Hu Yu crouched down, but before he could speak, Bu chimed in first. Brother, are you having breakfast? Bu can help you make it. Do you usually prepare breakfast for yourself at home? Hu Yu inquired with concern. Yes, sometimes Dad isn't home, and I make it all by myself. Bu replied proudly. Bu is quite capable. Indeed, you are remarkable, Bu. Hu Yu praised her, then asked Bu, I want to take you to the hospital to check your leg. Perhaps we might discover a way to help you. Would you be willing to go with me? No need, brother. Bu shook her head. Dad has taken me to see many doctors, and they all said my leg is quite difficult to heal. Difficult does not mean impossible. Bu, would you be willing to try once more? Hu Yu promptly asked. There might be hope. Bu nodded. Bu is fine with anything, as long as it stops Dad from crying. Oh, that rough man, old Shun, can cry too? Next time, I'll find an opportunity to record him. It could serve as entertainment in this apocalyptic world. Hu Yu extracted his mobile phone and dialed the manager of Wanjia Airlines. A chartered flight to Yujing was imperative. Regardless of the expense, he was determined to ensure that Bu's leg was healed before the impending apocalypse. Perhaps he could also assemble a medical team in the process. Chapter 11. The hexagonal nanny at 9 in the morning at Yujing Carrying Hospital. With financial resources at his disposal, and under the promise of donating a new inpatient building to the hospital, the leading orthopedic, neurology, and traditional Chinese medicine specialists of Yujing convened for a symposium. Following meticulous examinations, the doctors arrived at a unanimous conclusion. It was treatable. Upon hearing those two words, Hu Yu had no further inquiries and promptly wielded his financial influence to pave the way. Experts abroad? Charter a flight. Bring them back. Equipment located elsewhere? Charter a flight. Expedite its arrival. However, during the symposium, a dissenting voice emerged. I oppose. It was a female physician, specifically a very young traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Amidst a gathering of silver-haired doctors, she radiated an extraordinary brilliance, not merely due to her youth, but also her striking beauty. Even the slender black-framed glasses could not overshadow her unparalleled allure. The patient is still too young. If we proceed with this treatment plan, there is a substantial risk of mortality. Even if successful, as her body develops, numerous hidden dangers may arise. Yet, this was the swiftest solution. The orthopedic director, who predominantly advocated for Western medical practices, furrowed his brow. We certainly wish to wait until she turns 18. However, this is the family's request. The sooner, the better. The surgery must be completed within 5 days to enable the young girl to stand. Upon hearing those words, the female doctor immediately turned to Hu Yu. Why? What other reason could there be? Bu might wait until the age of 18, but you all cannot. Such a surgical procedure requires the collective collaboration of an entire medical team, necessitating the expertise of dozens of professionals. Even if they were all brought aboard and there were no casualties during the apocalypse, after 11 years, they would no longer be capable of wielding a scalpel. If new doctors were to be trained, there would not be an adequate teaching environment or practical cases. It would be reckless to allow them to operate on Bu. Hu Yu was at a loss for words and could only helplessly state, "This is my request. If this method proves unfeasible, we shall consider alternative solutions." The director was momentarily speechless and turned to the female traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Xiao, do you have any suggestions? Indeed, there is an ancient remedy that we could explore. The female practitioner glanced at Hu Yu and spoke gently. The young girl's condition involves a bullet striking her spine, resulting in nerve damage in her lower body and paralysis on one side. The bones of both legs were also impacted by bullets. but prompt treatment has allowed them to remain in a state of growth. If she were to undergo prolonged treatment with traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture to gradually stimulate nerve repair, supplemented by medicinal plasters, it may be possible for her to eventually stand again. Prolonged treatment? You seized upon the key term. How long? That remains uncertain. It depends on the individual's constitution. It could take as little as 3 to 5 years, but beyond that, it is unknown. You remained silent, locking eyes with the female practitioner. The interface of the practitioner appeared before her. Name, Xiao Zissou. Gender, female. Age, 22. Skills, perfect consultation, perfect massage, perfect pharmacology, perfect acupuncture, perfect osteopathy, perfect medicinal cuisine. Proficient in pharmacy, proficient in psychology, proficient in classical literature, proficient in gathering, proficient in geography, proficient in cooking. Personality, compassionate, benevolent, scheming, petty, inquisitive, gossiping, adolescent. Purity, 100. Favorability, 0. Huyu was momentarily taken aback. 6 perfect skills and 6 proficiencies. More formidable than Shun Shan's skill tree. She was undeniably the quintessential 6-sided healer. No wonder she could sit in this seminar at such a young age. With her aboard the ship, it would be tantamount to having an entire medical team on hand. However, what was the matter with her personality? Could benevolence and scheming truly coexist within a single character? Mr. Hu. Sensing Huyu's gaze, Xiao Zissou furrowed her brow slightly. As a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, I understand your reluctance to believe. I believe. Huyu interjected decisively, choosing your plan. I implore Dr. Xiao for your assistance. Xiao Zissou's favorability 5, now at 5. In that case, I shall entrust the remaining matters to Xiao. The dean promptly declared, you all hurry along and do not delay the work. The other doctors hastily departed, and after a brief farewell, the dean also left the consultation room. Now, only Huyu and Xiao Zissou remained in the room. Dr. Xiao, may I inquire how this treatment plan is specifically arranged? I have also reviewed the young lady's condition just now. Following a momentary pause, Xiao Zissou resumed her professional demeanor, stating, initially, she will require daily physiotherapy, encompassing acupuncture, massage, and both oral and topical medications. Would you be administering this therapy? Ideally, yes, she continued, though anyone proficient in the technique would suffice. In that case, we would prefer it to be you. What time of day suits you best, Dr. Xiao? Whenever is convenient. If possible, early mornings would be ideal, with massages both morning and evening being most beneficial. Huyu's eyes lit up with anticipation as he promptly inquired, I have a modest proposition. I wonder if Dr. Xiao would entertain it. Xiao Zissou glanced up at Huyu, directly posing the question, you wish for me to treat the young girl at your residence, correct? Indeed. How could someone as capable as you be anything but astute? If Dr. Xiao consents, no request shall be insurmountable. I heard that you donated an edifice to Xia. Xiao Zissou began twirling her pen. Indeed. I would like to append the term traditional Chinese medicine to the edifice's name. No problem. Then I have no objections either. Huyu was taken aback. Are there no further stipulations? Why the hesitation? Xiao Zissou had already begun gathering her belongings. Shall we depart? You have no other requests? We can discuss the details later. Allow me to gather my things and visit your home. My residence is in Jinling. Understood. Xiao Zissou sniffed the air. I detect the scent of aviation fuel. Is there a matter of concern? Will you not attend to your patients here? What patients? Xiao Zissou's tone fell into a low melancholy as she walked toward the door. At my age, many are reluctant to believe in me. Those who do, as long as they take their medicine on time, tend to recover quite well. My sole wish now is to restore the glory of traditional Chinese medicine, starting with securing the Chinese medicine building. Indeed, she truly resembled a spirited, idealistic youth. But you casually inquired, what about the medicinal herbs? How will we procure them? The herbs listed in the ancient prescriptions are unattainable outside, but my family possesses a medicinal herb repository. I can provide them to you at cost price, Xiao Zissou replied, darting past Huyu as she hurried outside. I'll go prepare. You all wait for me downstairs. I'll drive you over. Huyu watched her retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. He took the plush toy from the nurse and made his way to the hospital's parking garage. Soon, a pink Kian emerged from the garage, halting before them. The window slid down, revealing a young lady clad in a JK uniform at the driver's seat. She opened the trunk and tilted her head, signaling toward the back seat. Come on, get in. Xiao. Dr. Xiao? Huyu paused, unsure of whether to acknowledge her. Well, Xiao Zissou, you certainly wear two faces. Just call me Zissou when we're outside. All my friends do, she replied casually. Then turned to greet the plush toy in the wheelchair. Bubu, it's good to see you again. From now on, I shall be your doctor. Yes. Bubu nodded obediently. I look forward to your care, Sister Zissou. Consider it a small matter. After you placed Bubu in the back seat of the car and stowed the wheelchair in the trunk, he settled beside her and inquired, Xiao. Zissou, where are your glasses? Fake, Xiao Zissou replied while driving. They are merely a means to garner the trust of patients and their families. Much like those middle-aged gentlemen with their Mediterranean hairstyles, designed solely to amplify their appeal, who you jested. However, their hairstyles are a permanent fixture, while yours is merely a transient accessory. The disparity is rather pronounced. Just so you know, Xiao Zissou continued, outside of treatment hours, my time is entirely my own. That's acceptable. The family and patient must fully cooperate with my therapeutic endeavors. Understood. Moreover, I am not your resident physician. I am merely a temporary guest in your home to facilitate the treatment of the young lady. Therefore, should there be other patients in your household, it does not fall within my obligations, and you are free to choose, just as I am. Of course, I have no further inquiries. By the way, it would be prudent to hire a dedicated caregiver for the young lady, as her condition may undergo certain changes once treatment commences. All right. I will seek one immediately upon returning to Jinling. Xiao Zissou nodded in acknowledgement and remained silent as she drove to a small warehouse located on the outskirts of Yujing. Upon opening the door, the interior was lined with an assortment of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. There were 10 wooden cabinets specifically designed for the storage of these herbs, crafted from timber that appeared to be centuries old. In addition, there are dozens of medicinal wines, stacked in numerous jars within the warehouse. It appears she hails from a family deeply rooted in traditional Chinese medicine. Xiao Zissou promptly darted inside, expertly gathering herbs. Observing this, Yu inquired, Zissou, how much would it cost to purchase all the herbs in this warehouse? I wouldn't sell them for any price, came Xiao Zissou's voice from the depths of the warehouse. These are treasured heirlooms passed down in my family. Some of them are not meant for trade, and they're invaluable for medicinal use. Not for sale. That complicates matters. Yu continued to probe. What if we were to move to Jinling? Besides establishing a traditional Chinese medicine building at Xiehe, we could greatly promote the practice there. Affection for Xiao Zissou 5. Now at 10. That would depend on my father's opinion. Xiao Zissou emerged, arms laden with various medicinal materials. However, he is currently in Japan for an exchange program. If he were to hear your suggestion, he would probably be quite agitated. An exchange in Japan? Yu immediately proposed. When will he return? Not for a while, probably in a week, Xiao Zissou blinked. Perhaps you could discuss it with him then? Boss who? A week? Japan has long been submerged by a tsunami. Can he return sooner? Unfortunately, no. There are ancient formulas that were taken from us. And my father insists on taking this opportunity to learn as much as possible. My mother is accompanying him as well. And they won't be back for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. This is quite troublesome. Nevertheless, it's manageable. We can first take the herbs, and then devise a plan to bring both Xiao parents back. Xiao Zissou has already become a paragon of a perfect caregiver. One can only imagine the caliber of her parents, Xiao Fu and Xiao Mu. Such a talent must certainly be brought aboard. Chapter 12. Weapons, accomplished. While Xiao Zissou busied herself with loading the medicinal herbs onto the vehicle, Yu took the initiative to close the warehouse door. He swiftly circled the warehouse. And by the time he exited to secure the door, only a few cobwebs remained inside. On the vehicle, Yu arranged for a private flight back to Jinling. It was uncertain whether it was a deliberate arrangement by the airline or mere coincidence, but each of the recent flights had included Mu Lingxiu among the cabin crew. She consistently attended to the needs of the aircraft's little passenger, Bubu. Xiao Zissou was in search of a caregiver. How fortuitous that Mu Lingxiu possessed adept nursing skills as well. Yu reclined on the sofa, observing Mu Lingxiu as she entertained Bubu with a small toy. Miss Mu, he called. Mr. Hu, she replied promptly, rising with a smile and a respectful demeanor. How may I assist you? I wonder if you might consider a change of employment? Yu extended an olive branch, prompting an envious glance from another flight attendant nearby. Working for a young and affluent individual of such stature could present a remarkable opportunity to ascend to greater heights. If it were her, even a housekeeping position would be a welcome prospect. However, Mu Lingxiu did not acquiesce immediately. Instead, she inquired, what exactly do you intend to hire me for? To care for Bubu, Yu replied candidly. As you can see, Bubu requires a dedicated nanny. If you agree, the terms are yours to dictate. Once again, He uttered those enticing words. Reclining on another sofa, Xiao Zissou cast a glance at Hu Yu. Could this fellow be a nouveau riche? The notion of merely being a nanny made Mu Lingxiu hesitate. Setting aside the matter of salary, relinquishing her position as a flight attendant for such a role seemed implausible. You may ponder this. Please provide me with your response before tonight. Very well. I appreciate your consideration, Mr. Hu. Hu Yu was not necessarily compelled to choose her. He simply offered her a chance, courtesy of that warm baby. A saintly disposition? Such a trait might be deemed unfavorable, yet for caring for Bibu, it was undoubtedly the most fitting. At 4 in the afternoon, the plane touched down. Hu Yu took the airport shuttle directly back to the entrance of the community. As it was an older complex, Xiao Zissou merely glanced around, her expression momentarily frozen. He resides in this place? A person who travels by chartered flights surely deserves at least a spacious flat or a villa, yet this community appeared rather dilapidated. Could it be that this nouveau riche had yet to acquire proper property? Her mind brimming with curiosity about Hu Yu, Xiao Zissou casually lifted Bibu from the car, and they proceeded into the community. As the trio entered, a chorus of voices wafted from a distance. 3 elderly women sat in the community gazebo, munching on sunflower seeds while engaging in idle chatter. Hey, have you heard? That lad from the 28th floor seems to have struck it rich. He bought out the entire floor. Rich? I thought it was rumored he was being supported by someone. A man, no less. Indeed. Why must he choose such a profession at such a young age? Shoo. Enough chatter. Someone is coming. The voices of the 3 ladies were anything but quiet. Everything that had just been said was clearly overheard by Hu Yu, yet he chose to remain indifferent. Meanwhile, Xiao Zissou's eyes sparkled with intrigue. There was gossip to be had. Her inquisitive spirit ignited. She longed to join the circle of gossiping ladies with a handful of sunflower seeds. Just as she prepared to approach, Hu Yu glanced her way. Dr. Xiao, will the medicine for Bibu be ready tonight? Ah, indeed. I still need to brew the medicine. We shall discuss the gossip another time. Xiao Zissou promptly adjusted her direction and followed suit. No problem. You can trust me to handle it. That's reassuring, Hu Yu replied, continuing onward. In her previous life, this group of ladies had caused no small amount of trouble. Each of them had a mischievous child, and when gathered, they resembled a chaotic band of little devils. Initially, during the heavy rains, their mischief was confined to their homes. However, as resources dwindled, the ladies banded together, employing moral coercion on the entire building's residents, demanding nutritious food for their children. They justified their actions by claiming, they are just kids. Only a handful paid them any heed. By around the 20th day, their pleas fell on deaf ears, as the community had run out of food to offer. The cries of the children, mingled with gnawing hunger, overwhelmed their senses, leading them to a grim, collective resolution to resort to cannibalism. As Hu Yu recalled that haunting scene, he shook his head in dismay, diverting his attention elsewhere and resolutely avoiding a glance at the cluster of ladies. He pushed Bibu onward, making his way toward the entrance of the building. Just as he was about to push the door open, a flamboyantly dressed figure emerged from within. Hu Yu? It was Yi Wanqiu. Indeed, it echoes the adage, enemies are drawn together. Miss Yi. Hu Yu stepped forward, shielding Bibu behind him, his gaze appraising her from head to toe. A new necklace adorned her neck, identical to the one before. Furthermore, beneath her sunglasses, there were fresh bruises, likely a result of Li Mang's handiwork. He couldn't help but chuckle. After just a few days apart, you've transformed into a panda. You. Yi Wanqiu was instantly incensed. Raising her hand to point at Hu Yu, her eyes then drifting to Xiao Zissou behind him. A mere glance revealed that Xiao Zissou was clad in designer attire, though outdated. The garments still bore a hefty price. Ah, is this the wealthy woman you sought? No wonder she can purchase an entire floor. Sister, don't say I didn't warn you. This fellow is merely a pretentious scoundrel. If you choose to be with him, do take heed not to fall for his deceptions. Oh, more gossip. Xiao Zissou promptly stepped forward, linking her arm with Hu Yu's. Is that so? Pray, elaborate. Yi Wanqiu remained silent, her gaze fixed on Hu Yu, silently threatening him. It was as though she was saying, if you do not yield, I shall expose your secrets right now. Hu Yu rolled his eyes. Are you going to move or not? Had she not blocked the corridor? Bibu's wheelchair would have already entered the elevator. He was loath to waste time standing here. Humph. Yi Wanqiu huffed, seemingly preoccupied with her own matters. And without prolonging the encounter, she stepped aside and exited the building. Yet, as she passed by Xiao Zissou, she imparted a solemn warning. Sister, be careful. The most terrifying aspect lies not in specific cases, but in the unknown. If Xiao Zissou indeed shares a connection with Hu Yu, then this statement alone suffices to surpass 1,000 words. The curiosity in Xiao Zissou's eyes intensified. However, Hu Yu showed no inclination to provide an answer, leading Xiao Zissou and Bu Bu into the apartment building as they ascended to their home. As for Yi Wanqiu, she gazed at the trio's retreating figures, retrieved her phone, and dialed. Hello? Is this Brother Tian? It's me, Wanqiu. The person you were looking for has returned. Yes, right at his home. He shouldn't be going out anytime soon. As for my account. All right. Thank you, Brother Tian. As the clock struck 7, with 120 hours remaining before the impending torrential rain, Hu Yu settled Xiao Zissou into apartment 2801 in order to take out from Yuten to be delivered to their residence. After the three shared a simple dinner, they observed Xiao Zissou administering a set of acupuncture treatments to Bu Bu. Just as she began a massage, the phone rang. Hu Yu glanced at the screen. Shinshan. Has he obtained the information so swiftly? He answered the call, and Shinshan's voice resonated on the other end. Boss. Everything is in order. I'm waiting for you at Jinjiawanan Mountain. Understood, Hu Yu replied, and the call was promptly disconnected. Clearly, the situation was urgent. Jinjiao is a territory located in the southern region of Huaghua, bordering the nation, yet it has been engulfed in perpetual warlord conflicts, a state of utter chaos. He had originally ventured there to procure firearms. Without delay, he contacted Wanjiao Airlines and turned his attention back to Xiao Zissou. Dear Zissou, I must trouble you to look after Bu Bu tonight. I promise to secure a dedicated nanny for her by tomorrow. Certainly, but Xiao Zissou resolutely declined. Yet her hands remained in motion. You promised me that aside from treatment hours, I would have the freedom to allocate my time. Unless, of course, you can satiate my curiosity. What do you mean? Quite simple. Xiao Zissou's eyes seemed to twinkle with amusement as she gazed up at Hu Yu. Just answer me 3 questions. Hu Yu, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, What do you wish to inquire? There's no rush, Xiao Zissou murmured, lowering her head to continue massaging Bu Bu. Aren't you busy with other matters? We can discuss it once you return. All right. Hu Yu acquiesced, promptly descending the stairs. As he reached the bottom of the building, he hailed a taxi. Simultaneously, a luxurious car came to a halt outside the community. A middle-aged man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, alighted from the vehicle, followed by a bald man. The 2 men instinctively directed their gazes towards one of the buildings, where the lights shone brightly from the top floor. Chapter 13, Is This Enough? I am truly fed up. At the airport, Hu Yu observed Mu Lingxiu, who was there to attend to him, and felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. So, you never close for business? There's no alternative, Mu Lingxiu replied with a resigned smile. You are a significant client, and we mere workers are here to cater to your needs. Enough with the banter, assist me with the procedures. Having gained experience from previous encounters, Hu Yu navigated the process with relative ease. The journey from Jinling to Jinji would take approximately 3 hours. During this time, Hu Yu did not remain idle. He placed a call to Manager Yang at the casino. The purpose, of course, is not to orchestrate a gambling affair, but rather, to seek someone. Hello? Is this Manager Yang? This is Hu Yu. Mr. Hu. Manager Yang responded with surprise. Are you intending to arrange a gambling session? I can make the arrangements right away. May I inquire when you will be arriving at Australia Island? I can come to pick you up. The matter of gambling can wait. Hu Yu sighed. I've been feeling unwell lately. Do you know any reliable traditional Chinese medicine practitioners? Traditional Chinese medicine? Yes. I have heard from a friend that there is a Mr. Xiao whose medical skills are exceptionally remarkable. Unfortunately, he is currently in Japan. If you could persuade him to come to Jinling for my treatment, I believe I would swiftly return to Australia Island. A practitioner by the surname Xiao? Upon hearing this, Manager Yang immediately seized upon the key information. Rest assured, Mr. Hu, I will contact my colleagues in Japan at once. If you require, we can also arrange for a professional physician to come to Jinling for your consultation. No need for that. I only wish to locate this Dr. Xiao. Hu Yu decisively declined. Money is not an issue. Very well, I will inform you as soon as I have news. I await your message. Hu Yu hung up the phone, gazing at the airplane preparing for takeoff, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, and instinctively wanted to call Bu Bu, Mr. Hu. At that moment, Mu Lingxiu approached gently and reminded him, I kindly ask you to turn off your mobile phone. Should you need anything, we will provide a satellite phone once the flight has taken off. No need for that. Hu Yu activated the flight mode on his phone and set it aside. Have you given any thought to my proposal from this afternoon? Mu Lingxiu was momentarily at a loss for words, but eventually, with a shift in her gaze, she softly inquired, Mr. Hu, you will return shortly, one to you? What is it? She continued, I will take a leave of absence shortly. If you happen to see me on the plane after it lands, I shall accompany you. If not, I can only express my apologies. Very well, Hu Yu replied, a hint of resignation in his voice. Thank you for your understanding. Mu Lingxiu's favorability 10. Now at 30, Hu Yu refrained from further conversation, feeling the turbulence of the flight, gradually closing his eyes. When he opened them again, the plane had already landed at the airport. Mr. Hu, are you awake? Mu Lingxiu leaned forward, inquiring as she handed him a warm towel. Hu Yu accepted the towel and wiped his face, asking, what time is it? It's 11 in the evening. We landed at Golden Horn Airport 10 minutes ago. Mu Lingxiu responded with a smile. We noticed you looked quite tired, so we didn't want to disturb you. I hope it hasn't delayed your plans. It's nothing. It's only been 10 minutes. It won't cause any significant delay, Hu Yu replied, returning the towel and rising to retrieve his phone. Can your vehicle take me from here? Of course. Mu Lingxiu responded promptly. Where would you like to go? Wanan Mountain, Hu Yu said, stepping towards the exit of the plane and turning off airplane mode. Before he could set foot on the jet bridge, a message notification popped up. The sender was unknown, and the message contained an image. With just a glance, Hu Yu froze. In the dimly lit space, two women were bound to two chairs, one large and one small. Although their eyes were veiled by black cloth, Hu Yu was still able to recognize them at a glance. Xiaozisu, Bubu. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone pierced the air. Hu Yu swiftly answered, hello? Who is this? TSK. Have you finally picked up? A voice, unmistakably altered by a voice modulator, replied. Mr. Hu, you are quite elusive. Hu Yu remained silent, deep in thought. The caller had kidnapped Zissou and Bubu and was frantically calling, indicating that their aim was not the two of them, but rather him. Who had he offended in Jinling? Li Meng? He hardly dared to. That only left one possibility. Boss Tian. Perhaps he had uncovered something. Boss Tian, the repayment date has not yet arrived. Has it? Mr. Hu is quite astute. You should understand that I am not after the 2 million, but something else entirely. Boss Tian did not deny his identity. Instead, he got straight to the point. My brother informed me that some of my belongings are in your possession. Brother? Li Meng? Who you could only think of this one possibility. Despite all his calculations, he could never have anticipated that Li Meng knew Boss Tian. In a city as vast as Jinling, what a coincidence. I can return your items, but I am currently out of town and need time to return. Very well. Boss Tian responded immediately. You have been absent for 3 hours. I will grant you 3 hours as well. Not enough. Hu Yu turned abruptly to look at Mu Lingxiu behind him. There are no flights back to Jinling at the moment. The earliest flight will be in 2 hours. Mu Lingxiu promptly replied in a hushed tone. 2 hours. I need 7 hours. Within 7 hours, I will bring you everything you desire. Hu Yu understood that he was no match for Boss Tian. Even if he were to return, he had to take Shinshan with him. Otherwise, he would merely be delivering vegetables. 6 hours. Boss Tian's voice resonated. This is my bottom line. If you fail to meet it, I cannot guarantee what may happen to them. Jianghe Manufacturing Plant, I await your arrival. Understood. Hu Yu hung up the phone and dashed towards the corridor bridge. Quick. Arrange for a vehicle. Right away. Mu Lingxiu, unaware of the turmoil Hu Yu was experiencing, promptly contacted the shuttle service. Hu Yu then immediately called Shinshan. Hello, boss. It's me. Hu Yu spoke hurriedly. I need your exact location, and Bubu is in trouble. What happened to Bubu? Shinshan's voice was noticeably anxious. Hu Yu swiftly recounted the transaction with Boss Tian, as well as the perilous situation that threatened Boss Tian's life. Naturally, as they were still on the shuttle, and with Mu Lingxiu present, Hu Yu refrained from divulging specific methods. From Shinshan's affection level -20, now at 19, it is all my fault. I never anticipated that the one surnamed Tian would react so swiftly, leaving Bubu in Jinling. Now is not the time for that. Shinshan did not reveal his feelings towards Hu Yu. Instead, he quickly inquired, how much longer until you arrive? Let me check. Hu Yu glanced at the address and input it into the navigation system, which indicated a route with an estimated time of arrival, the fastest being 1.5 hours, making it a total of 3 hours for a round trip. There was no time. Absolutely no time. Before Shinshan could utter a word, a wild idea surged through Hu Yu's mind. Stop the car. Hu Yu exclaimed to Shinshan, I will find a way to get there. You wait for me. He ended the call and turned to Mu Lingxiu, who was also on the ferry. Is there a helicopter rental service at this airport? Huh. I asked if you have it. Yes. Yes. Mu Lingxiu nodded repeatedly. I will rent one. Hu promptly sent the location from his phone to Mu Lingxiu's device. No matter the cost, take me to this spot immediately. All right. Mu Lingxiu responded, but then added with resignation, however, even if we reach this location, you won't be able to disembark. Who says I can't? 10 minutes later, the sound of a helicopter echoed in Shun Shan's ears. He looked up to see a helicopter slowly approaching, which soon hovered not far ahead, descending steadily. Eventually, it lowered to a mere 20 meters above the ground, hovering in place, and lowered a rope ladder. Wait, could it be? A figure emerged at the cabin's edge, climbing down the rope ladder. It truly was him. Shin Shan's anger subsided considerably. He understood that the occurrence was far too coincidental, while it was related to Hu Yu. It was not a deliberate act on his part. It was difficult to place blame on him. Yet, the audacity of such a wealthy individual to embark on this perilous journey demonstrates his utmost sincerity. 5 minutes later, Hu Yu finally descended from the rope ladder and promptly dialed Shin Shan's number. Hello, Brother Shun. I have arrived at Wanan Mountain. Where are you? I can see you. Shin Shan's tone had noticeably softened. Head east, and you will soon find me. All right. Without further ado, Hu Yu sprinted eastward. Before long, he spotted Shin Shan standing before a thicket, clad in camouflage, wielding a flashlight to guide Hu Yu, his expression grave and unyielding, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through flesh. Hu Yu approached without hesitation. Brother Shun, I am truly sorry. Now is not the time for apologies. Shin Shan interjected coldly, placing a hand on Hu Yu's shoulder. Let us first retrieve the goods. We can return in due time. Understood. Hearing Shin Shan's words, Hu Yu felt a sense of relief. He scrutinized Shin Shan for a moment, but could not discern where the weaponry was concealed. Brother Shun, about the goods you mentioned. Where are they? Behind us, Shin Shan replied, sweeping the flashlight to the rear. Beneath the thicket, 8 trucks were lined up in perfect formation. Hu Yu gasped. 8 trucks of arms. I only requested 8 rifles. What are you standing there for? Hurry and collect the goods. Shin Shan urged impatiently. Right away. Hu Yu could not suppress his curiosity and approached to open the cargo compartment of a truck. Inside, a multitude of AK rifles were meticulously arranged, with countless boxes of ammunition piled in the center of the truck bed, estimating at least 100 AKs and thousands of boxes of bullets. The acrid scent of gunpowder enveloped him, instilling a sense of dread in his heart. This truck is filled with rifles, Shin Shan explained as he leaned closer. The other trucks contain handguns, sniper rifles, RPGs, and various tactical grenades. I managed to acquire only 1 truck of handguns and RPGs, while the rest are fully loaded. Is this sufficient? Hu Yu swallowed hard, unable to leave these items exposed, and swiftly stowed them into his spatial backpack, gesturing a sign of 8 with his fingers. Brother Shun, I only mentioned procuring 8 guns. Huh. Shin Shan paused, mimicking the 8 gesture himself. 8 guns. I assumed you were calculating by the truckload. Does this 8 not signify 8 trucks? Who on earth would arm themselves with 8 trucks of weaponry? Hu Yu sighed in exasperation but acknowledged the situation. The primary focus was no longer on the arms, but rather on Bu Bu and Zisu. He shook his head and dashed towards the edge of the thicket, thinking, never mind, I shall return to this later. With these items, it should be enough to rescue Bu Bu. No, it is not enough. Shin Shan exclaimed as he sprinted alongside. As he passed Hu Yu, he swiftly scooped him up and carried him on his back, propelling towards the helicopter with greater speed. Boss, I recall you wouldn't mind hiring a few more bodyguards, would you? Allow me to confirm, you're so-called some. It is not calculated by the vehicle, is it? Chapter 14, Assembly. On the plane back to Jinling. It was already 11:30 in the evening. There remained 5.5 hours until the time agreed upon with Boss Tian. As soon as he boarded the aircraft, Hu Yu once again spotted Mu Lingxiu. However, he was not in the mood to discuss the matter of a personal nanny with her. His gaze was fixed on Shin Shan, who was using a satellite phone, making calls one after another. The method was remarkably straightforward, with each call consisting of merely 3 sentences. The first 4 calls were, It's me. Yubu is in trouble. Jinling, gather at the airport within 5 hours. After delivering the message, the recipient would promptly disconnect. As for the 5th call, Shin Shan contemplated for quite some time before dialing. The first 2 sentences were identical, but the third was different. Jinling, Jianghe Manufacturing Plant. It seemed that everyone on the other end of the line was acquainted with Bubu, who you sat across, observing silently, and did not inquire about Shin Shan's intentions until the final call was terminated. Finally, Shin Shan set down the phone and turned his gaze toward Hu Yu. Before Hu Yu could speak, Shin Shan preemptively clarified, in truth, Bubu is not my biological daughter. He was taken aback. What a startling revelation right from the outset. To be precise, she is the child of my comrade. Shinshan's eyes scanned the table, seemingly searching for something. Hu immediately understood. A bottle of wine. Do you have any white? Yes, Mr. Hu. Mu Lingxiu responded respectfully, promptly bringing a bottle of Maotai to the table. The quality of this bottle of Maotai is naturally not as exquisite as that prepared by Manager Yang, yet it is still acceptable for casual consumption. She poured a glass for the two and wisely retreated towards the driver's cabin, showing no inclination to eavesdrop on the gossip. Shinshan raised his glass and downed it in one gulp, then continued his narrative. Our team comprises 7 members, enduring a mission abroad. Our captain sacrificed himself to protect us. Bubu is his only kin. The specifics of the mission are not something I can divulge, but suffice it to say that following that operation, the remaining members of our team face sanctions, with all being stripped of their military status. To avoid unnecessary complications, I took Bubu to Australia, believing that with my skills, I could earn enough to help her regain her footing. However, I did not anticipate. Shinshan drank another glass. The subsequent events became clear to Hu. Shinshan was not well regarded at that security company. Perhaps he had offended someone in a higher position, which relegated him to custodial duties. Furthermore, in order to support Bubu's daily expenses, he found himself unable to resign, forcing him to soldier on in that role. As for the so-called unnecessary troubles, Hu recalled the diagnosis given to Bubu by Xiao Zisu at the time. The bullet had struck her spine and both leg bones, indicating that the troubles were indeed considerable, likely tied to that overseas mission. Boss. Shun Shan's eyes reddened as he lifted his glass and gazed at Hu. I have not finished my words, yet you should grasp my meaning. If you find our father-daughter duo to be too much of a burden, you may still reconsider. I will find a way to repay you in terms of both money and favors. A burden? What troubles could possibly compare to the calamity of an impending apocalypse? Brother Shun. Hu raised his glass and clinked it with Shun Shan's. I address you as Brother Shun because Bubu is my niece. Matters pertaining to family should not be regarded as troublesome. Come, let us drink. Excellent. The two clinked their glasses, consuming this final toast. There were pressing matters to attend to shortly, making excessive drinking inadvisable. By the way, Brother Shun, there is something I must convey beforehand. Hu set down his glass, adopting a serious demeanor as he gazed at Shinshan. Speak on. The comrades you mentioned, while they may be commendable warriors, do not necessarily possess the qualities to be effective bodyguards. Their presence or absence is a mutual decision between us. You understand this, do you not? Of course. Shinshan nodded. It is already quite generous of you to offer them this opportunity. That is reassuring. With that, Hu closed his eyes to rest, awaiting the arrival of midnight. Tomorrow marks the 3rd day, and the system will upgrade once more. One wonders if it will bring any delightful surprises. Half an hour swiftly passed, and a crisp chime resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully surviving 3 days. The system has upgraded. New feature unlocked. Survival blind box. Note. You will receive a blind box daily, which, upon opening, will yield random items, creatures, or skill books to assist you in your survival. Time until next upgrade. 310 survival blind box. Hu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he sensed a black egg had appeared in his spatial backpack. As soon as the egg is cracked open, one can obtain a random item. Regrettably, being still on the plane, it is inconvenient to casually utilize spatial abilities. One must wait until after disembarkation to explore this further. 3 hours later, the aircraft lands at Jinling Airport. Hu advises Mu Lingxiu to return home and await further news, as he has pressing matters to attend to. He will meet her in the morning to discuss the specifics of their work and remuneration. As he and Shinshan exit the airport, they notice 2 well-built men, standing some distance apart, flanking either side of the airport entrance. At this hour, aside from their chartered flight, no other flights are arriving. It seems these two are indeed Shun Ji's comrades. Almost simultaneously, 2 panels appear before them. Name, Li Ji. Gender, male. Age, 28. Skills, perfect driving, perfect cooking, proficient in survival, proficient in first aid, proficient in combat, proficient in firearms, proficient in off-roading, proficient in assassination, proficient in swimming. Personality, loyal, kind-hearted, stubborn, protective. Affection level, 0. Name, Su Zilong. Gender, male. Age, 27. Skills, epic firearms, perfect combat, perfect assassination, proficient in survival, proficient in off-roading, proficient in driving, proficient in first aid. proficient in electronics, proficient in swimming. Personality, loyal, impulsive, decisive, protective, Sundara. Affection level, 0. Huyu rubs his eyes and gazes again at Su Zilong's skill list. Epic level skills. Beyond perfection, there exists a hierarchy. This implies that this individual's proficiency with firearms surpasses even that of Shinshan. Regardless of personality traits, he must be recruited, as long as he remains loyal and obedient. Impulsiveness is merely a trivial flaw. Shanggu. Upon spotting Shinshan, Li Ji immediately approached him, voicing his complaints. Why did you bring this fellow along? If I don't come, will you rely on yourselves to rescue Boo Boo? Su Zilong also stepped forward, his tone exceedingly cold. Clearly, a conflict had transpired between the two, one that did not involve Shinshan. However, this is not the time for quarrels. Let us address the matter at hand. Shinshan stepped back a pace and introduced Huyu, who stood behind him. This is my employer. I am currently his bodyguard. Besides Boo Boo, the abducted individual includes one of his female friends. From Su Zilong's favorability -10, now -10. Oh, Su Zilong scoffed lightly, his gaze directed at Huyu filled with discontent. So, Boo Boo's abduction is related to you? A sudden chill enveloped the air. In the sweltering heat, Huyu involuntarily shivered. Zilong. Shinshan furrowed his brow, positioning himself in front of Huyu. Some matters can wait. Our priority is to rescue Boo Boo. Su Zilong let out a cold snort, asserting, just provide me with the address. I can handle it alone. If you wish to be a bodyguard, it would be better for me to take care of Boo Boo. Just you? Another voice resonated from the airport's entrance. A pair of twin brothers approached slowly, the leader of whom sneered. Aren't you afraid of turning Boo Boo into a recluse? A recluse? Brother, if you leave him in his care, it's uncertain whether Boo Boo will even reach adulthood. Huyu gazed at the two individuals at the entrance, and once again, two panels emerged. Name, Zhao Zhong. Gender, male. Age, 28. Skills, perfect first aid, perfect survival, proficient in off-roading, proficient in combat, proficient in cooking, proficient in firearms, proficient in assassination, proficient in swimming. Proficient in survival. Personality, loyal, heroic, protective, loquacious. Affection level, 0. Name, Zhao Yi. Gender, male. Age, 28. Skills, perfect firearms, perfect combat, proficient in assassination, proficient in driving. Proficient in cooking, proficient in first aid, proficient in off-roading, proficient in swimming, proficient in survival. Personality, loyal, heroic, protective, superstitious. Affection level, 0. Both possessed 9 skills. These 4 individuals, akin to Shinshan, shared the same 9 skills, with the sole distinction being their mastery of perfect skills. Li Ji primarily handled driving and cooking. Zhao Zhong focused on first aid and survival. Zhao Yi was in charge of firearms and combat. As for Su Zilong, his epic firearm skills are beyond mention, and his combat and assassination abilities are also of perfect caliber. He is undoubtedly a formidable weapon. Huyu was instantly inclined to recruit them. If these 4 could be brought under his command, coupled with the 8 trucks of military supplies, they could easily dominate the landscape. With everyone assembled, Shinshan cast a glance over the 4 and promptly commanded, first, execute the mission, then we shall discuss other matters. Understood. Though their hearts may not be in unison, the 4 echoed in unison, swiftly forming ranks in anticipation of Shinshan's next directive. Li Ji, Zhao Zhong, Zhao Yi, accompany me in one vehicle. Zilong, follow closely in your car. Understood. Let us depart. Shinshan immediately sprinted towards the parking lot. The others managed to keep up, but Huyu? He was merely a weary laborer. It had been ages since he last engaged in physical activity, and even in peak condition, he could never match their pace. Li Ji, lend me a hand. Of course. Li Ji promptly replied, returning to hoist Huyu onto his back before resuming the chase. This is troublesome, Huyu muttered. His face flushed with embarrassment as he expressed his gratitude. Li Ji, devoid of any sentiment, responded curtly, it's nothing. This enhancement of physical fitness must be prioritized. Huyu resolved. If I ever need to flee, relying on these good brothers to carry me would be utterly humiliating. The group boarded the vehicle, with Li Ji unceremoniously tossing Huyu into the passenger seat before taking the driver's position. Destination? Huyu quickly replied, Jiangtha Manufacturing Plant. Buckle up, Li Ji declared, flooring the accelerator. A rush of speed surged through them as the G-Class SUV barreled towards the suburbs, exceeding 130 kilometers per hour. Behind them, Su Zilong's off-road vehicle closely tailed, reminiscent of a thrilling race. Wait a moment. Didn't Brother Shin make 5 phone calls? Why are there only 4 of us? Who you turned to inquire of Shin Shan in the back seat. Brother Shun, isn't there one more person? He is already gone, came the reply. What? A gasp echoed within the vehicle. Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi both voiced their astonishment, and even Li Ji, who was driving, joined in. Brother Shan, did you bring him? Zhao Zhong stammered. What else could be done? Shin Shan shook his head in resignation. He is in Jinling. He is the only one who can arrive in a timely manner. Shall we go then? Li Ji inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi simultaneously directed their gazes toward Shin Shan. Yes, it has been a while since we gathered. It is the perfect opportunity to reconnect. For a moment, the remaining 3 fell silent, and even Li Ji reduced his speed significantly, as if deliberately avoiding something. Who, precisely, is that 5th individual? Chapter 15. A world bathed in green outside the Jianghe manufacturing plant. The group arrived at 3:30 in the morning, with an hour and a half remaining until their rendezvous with Boss Tian. The Jianghe manufacturing plant was ablaze with light at this hour. After Li Ji parked the car, before the others could alight, Su Zilong surged forward, driving straight into the premises. As they approached the entrance, a cloud of dust billowed up. Su Zilong leapt from the vehicle, brandishing a Tang sword, and strode boldly into the depths of the manufacturing plant. Fool! Li Ji gritted his teeth in exasperation. Indeed, Zhao Zhong concurred. If Bu is still being held captive, charging in like this is reckless. Let's continue, Shin Shan remarked, furrowing his brow. When we encounter him, will you still dare to criticize? With that, he opened the car door and made his way toward the plant. Li Ji and the others exchanged glances, hesitant to argue, and followed Shin Shan inside. Hu was increasingly intrigued by the identity of the last individual. As he traversed the swirling dust and entered the manufacturing plant, the sight before him left him momentarily stunned. Su Zilong was kneeling. The man, renowned for his impeccable combat skills and assassination prowess, was half kneeling on the ground, with a woman clad in a crimson vest standing behind him. She wore her hair in a high ponytail, her figure remarkably slender, standing at approximately 7 meters tall, yet weighing perhaps less than 100 pounds. Her thighs were even more delicate than Hu Yu's arms. Yet, this very woman had the strength to pin Su Zilong to the ground, rendering him incapable of standing. Behind them, a group led by Boss Tian was tightly bound and huddled together, their eyes, mouths, and ears firmly sealed. Among them were Xiao Zissou and Bu, who had not been rescued but had fortunately evaded danger. Suddenly, a panel appeared. Name, Ancienner gender, female age, 25 skills, epic combat, epic assassination, epic firearms, epic off-roading, epic disguise, personality, loyal, innocent, passionate, protective, reserved, shy, purity, 100, 5 skills, 5 epics. If one were to liken it to a card-drawn game, while Shin Shan and Su Zilong might be considered SRs, and Ling Xian would undoubtedly be an SSR, could this woman possibly be the final member of Shin Shan's team? Xianer. Shin Shan stepped forward and spoke. Please release Zilong. Oh, and Xianer immediately loosened her grip and took a step back. And Xianer, Su Zilong, rising with a sigh, rubbed his shoulder that had just been pinned down. You did that on purpose, knowing it was me, yet you still made your move? And Xianer turned to Su Zilong, her tone remarkably calm. You may not necessarily have come to rescue Bu. Never mind. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Su Zilong dared not express his anger towards her and directly approached Bu. I will take Bu with me now. Do as you please. Just then, as Shin Shan's words fell, and Xianer swiftly positioned herself in front of Su Zilong, as if prepared to strike at any moment upon his command. Zilong, please calm down. I am perfectly calm, Su Zilong retorted, turning to Shin Shan. If you cannot protect Bu, then allow me to do so. I will not let her endure such humiliation. Shin Shan found himself at a loss for words and turned to Hu Yu. Boss, could you please look after Bu for a moment? There are matters I wish to discuss with them. Understood, Hu Yu replied, and Shin Shan promptly exited towards the warehouse. The others followed suit, while Hu Yu hastened to Bu's side, gently removing her earplugs. This action made her body tremble slightly, yet she remained utterly silent. He continued to take out the cloth stuffed in her mouth and the blindfold from her eyes. Bu, it's me. Instantly, Bu felt a wave of relief, her eyes glistening with tears. Brother Hu Yu, hurry. Sister Zissou has also been kidnapped with me. Don't worry, Everything is fine now, Yu reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. You and Sister Zissou are both safe. Yes, Bubu responded, her small face filled with determination. Brother, I'm all right. You go save Sister Zissou first. All right. Bubu is the best. Yu praised with a few words, and, after untying the ropes binding Bubu, approached to remove the blindfold from Xiao Zissou. Upon seeing Yu for the first time, there was no trace of timidity or weakness in her demeanor. Instead, she simply inquired, "Where are they?" Yu knelt down to untie the ropes around her. "Are you referring to Bubu?" "No, I meant those who kidnapped us," Xiao Zissou replied, rising from the chair and flexing her wrists. Her gaze swiftly landed on the bound captives, visibly startled. "Did you do all this?" "Of course not," Yu responded, with no intention of taking credit. She pointed towards the outside of the factory. "The ones who saved you are holding a meeting outside. I'll introduce you to them shortly. No need to rush." Xiao Zissou turned her attention to Boss Tian amidst the crowd, flexing her wrists as she strode towards him. "To dare to kidnap me. You truly must be tired of living. Hey, what are you going to do?" Yu hurriedly followed her. It wasn't that he was concerned for Boss Tian's safety. Rather, in this world that had not yet descended into chaos, where the rule of law prevailed, any excessive actions could lead to complications with Shinshan and the others. "Don't worry, I want to kill him. I'd rather not soil my hands," Xiao Zissou declared, drawing 3 slender golden needles from her hair. However, while death may be avoided, living with consequences is inevitable. Stepping forward, she swiftly plunged the 3 needles into vital points on Boss Tian's body. A piercing scream erupted. Just then, Shinshan and the others from outside the factory rushed in, only to catch sight of Xiao Zissou behind Boss Tian. The group had not previously recognized her. The woman named Enciener has rushed forward. "Enciener, stop." Upon hearing Shinshan's voice, Enciener came to a halt. A gust of wind swept through, and her leg was nearly poised to strike Xiao Zissou's face. "Do not act impulsively." Yu promptly positioned herself between the 2 women, asserting, "We are all on the same side. Let us converse calmly." Enciener gradually lowered her leg, yet her gaze remained fixed on Xiao Zissou. The latter, seizing the moment, extracted 3 golden needles from Boss Tian's body. "It was you who saved us, wasn't it?" Xiao Zissou stepped forward, reinserting the needles into her hair, and extended her right hand towards Enciener. "Greetings, I am Xiao Zissou." Enciener offered no reply, redirecting her attention to Yu. "You mentioned that the apocalypse is approaching?" Yu glanced at Shinshan, who silently nodded in affirmation. It seemed that Brother Shun had shared that matter with them. Indeed, aside from such a circumstance, this disparate group would never have gathered. "The apocalypse?" Xiao Zissou turned to Yu, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "Who, boss? What exactly is happening?" The expressions of the others mirrored her confusion, all eagerly awaiting his explanation. "Let us discuss this at home first," Yu suggested, glancing at Boss Tian and the others still bound on the ground. "How should we deal with these individuals?" "Leave this to me," Xiao Zissou quickly volunteered, reaching once more to extract the needles from her hair. "Give me 15 minutes, and I shall restore the world to a state of lush greenery." "Greenery?" Yu was taken aback. "A vegetable person, isn't that green?" Good heavens, is this the result of the combination of vengeance and cunning? Yu glanced at Shinshan and noticed that everyone, including himself, was already making their way outside. "Ah, the weather is quite pleasant today, and one can even see the stars," he remarked. "Indeed, Shangu, do you think there will be a bright sun tomorrow?" "I'm uncertain. Xianair, why don't you come out and see for yourself?" Oh, as they conversed, the group departed from the manufacturing plant. Li Ji made a return trip, bringing along Bubu. Meanwhile, Xiao Zissou began to skip joyfully as she planted trees, while Yu approached Boss Tian, squatting before him. He retrieved a travel bag from his spatial backpack and casually removed his eye mask. "Greetings, Boss Tian." "Ah," a cry of distress echoed. Cold sweat began to beat on Boss Tian's forehead, yet he mustered the strength to respond. "Mr. Hu." "Mr. Hu." Yu cast a glance at the time. "We are nearing our scheduled meeting by about an hour. I trust you don't mind?" "And no, not at all." Another cry of alarm followed. Boss Tian's legs trembled slightly. He could not fathom how he had offended this formidable figure. "Mr. Hu, I truly did not recognize your greatness and have inadvertently offended you. I beg for your forgiveness." "Come now, did you not seek something? Let me see if I can find it for you." Yu opened the travel bag and began to rummage through its contents. Bang! An AK was placed on the ground. "Is this what you were looking for?" Boss Tian was momentarily stunned, unable to even shake his head in denial, as Yu continued to pull out a Desert Eagle. "Is this it?" "And no, That's not it. Boss Tian stammered, his lips quivering. Hu Yu then produced a 98K. Could it be this one? Surely not. That cannot be the case, can it? Hu Yu remarked, decisively placing the rocket launcher on the ground. Boss Tian, what exactly have you lost? Just tell me directly. If you remain silent, how am I to know? Right? Mr. Hu. Boss Tian was utterly cowed. He had no idea who this individual was, capable of producing such items. Those things. Consider them a small token of respect from me. I implore you to spare me. Huh? Hu Yu let out a cold laugh. In your lending business, there is a saying, what is it? 9 out, 13 back, correct? You have abducted 2 individuals, and now that I come to collect the debt, you intend to dismiss me in such a manner? Within the contracts he had taken, there were numerous photographs, each featuring women dressed scantily, holding promissory notes. Just one person's borrowing contract entailed over a dozen instances, ranging from 5,000 to 150,000, and not a single payment has been made. Merely for this, rendering him incapacitated would be considered lenient, not to mention the matter of the kidnapping of Boo Boo. Now tell me, anything within my capacity is Tian Laolu. I shall accomplish without hesitation. Hu Yu solemnly inquired, how did you come to know that the items are with me? He had his suspicions, but needed confirmation. After all, he had not seen Li Meng among these individuals. When he had visited earlier, he had specifically checked the tea room. The entire establishment lacked surveillance cameras, so the issue could not lie there. It must be Li Meng. Yes, and Yi Wanxiu as well. Tian Lao Lu promptly responded. Did you not once wield that object to intimidate Li Meng? Subsequently, Li Meng sought me out, and I in turn contacted Yi Wanxiu, which ultimately led to the confirmation that the item was in your possession. Hu Yu furrowed her brow slightly. And what of that woman? Today's incident was precipitated by a call from Yi Wanxiu, informing me of your return, which prompted my decisive action. Now, on to the second matter. Hu Yu interjected, continuing. From this day forth, you shall reside adjacent to Yi Wanxiu's home, keeping a vigilant watch over her to ensure she does not leave this city. Such a trivial task should be within your capabilities, correct? Indeed. Absolutely. Tian Lao Lu replied hastily. Very well. Hu Yu rose, casting a glance down at Tian Lao Lu. In due course, you may experience some discomfort. However, if you obediently comply, I may, in a month's time, be inclined to assist in restoring you to your original state. Zissou, let us depart. Understood. Xiao Zissou affirmed, tucking away her needle. The pair exited the factory, with Xiao Zissou's eyes brimming with curiosity. Yi Wanxiu? Is she the woman we encountered yesterday? Indeed. Hu Yu replied, you do not intend to incapacitate her, do you? That was my initial thought. Xiao Zissou regarded Hu Yu as if recognizing a kindred spirit, but I have reconsidered. Why is that? I have faith that you possess a superior method to treat her. I wish to witness it. Chapter 16. Raising 100 million. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the group returned home, and after lulling Boo Boo to sleep, they convened in an empty room for a meeting. Hu Yu succinctly recounted the matters discussed with Shinshan, simultaneously demonstrating the capabilities of the spatial backpack and articulating his intentions. Following this, introductions among the group ensued. Upon learning that Xiao Zissou was a doctor hired at great expense by Hu Yu, the favorability of everyone, including Anciener, towards him increased significantly. Oh dear, Xiao Zissou exclaimed. Had I known, I should have brought all the medicinal herbs with me. Do you really believe that? Li Ji retorted. Don't you think that's a bit absurd? What absurdity? Xiao Zissou countered. Haven't you seen numerous similar anecdotes on various platforms? Existence itself is justification. Such occurrences are indeed possible. That's not feasible, Boss Hu. You must accompany me back home tomorrow. That's unnecessary, Hu Yu replied, exasperated, casually revealing a cabinet of traditional Chinese medicine. I took it along when I closed the warehouse. Oh, what a casual act. Xiao Zissou remarked. I don't care. You must account for all of this. Very well. Hu Yu responded as he retrieved a pile of gold bars from the spatial realm. These gold bars were remnants of military supplies purchased by Shinshan and had been stored in a truck, only to be discovered after being transferred to the spatial backpack. Approximately half of them remained, amounting to a market value of around 15 million in gold. Everyone, Hu Yu addressed the assembly. I, Hu Yu, never impose upon anyone. We are friends upon our first meeting, and regardless of whether you trust me or not, I invite you to share this heap of gold. It is not an attempt to sway you, but rather a testament to my admiration for you all. Shingu has mentioned your matters to me, albeit briefly. Yet I grasp one essential truth. Our current era of peace and prosperity relies profoundly on your collective efforts. As for the finances, should you place your trust in me, I suggest you procure some supplies. If you remain skeptical, utilizing the funds to enhance your lives is also a commendable option. Naturally, it would be most ideal if you could choose to stay. I reiterate, in these tumultuous times, as long as I, who you, have sustenance, I shall ensure that none of you go hungry. This promise may seem trite, yet everyone understands that should calamity truly strike, such a statement holds immeasurable value. Su Zilong cast a glance at the gold, uttered not a word, and with a derisive snort, departed on the spot. His presence here, listening to Hu Yu's discourse, was already a concession to Bu Bu. As for the others, I shall join. Xiao Zissou was the first to speak, stifling a yawn before making her way towards room 2801. I need to catch up on sleep. If the apocalypse truly arrives, I must prepare for tomorrow's stockpiling. Hu boss, we can settle the financial matters during the supply gathering. Agreed. Hu Yu was pleasantly surprised by Xiao Zissou's swift acceptance. After all, she was indeed a quintessential otaku, and her capacity for acceptance was undoubtedly commendable. As for the others, Li Ji and the Zhao brothers, Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi, turned their gazes towards Shinshan. Don't look at me. Shinshan replied with a calm demeanor. I have made an agreement with Boss Hu. On the evening of July 13th, should the torrential rain fall, I shall be on the same boat as him. Even if the rain does not fall, I will continue to protect him for another year. Since Brother Shan has spoken thus, count me in. Li Ji volunteered on the spot. Let us wait until the 13th of July and see if a torrential downpour will ensue. The same goes for us. Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi exchanged glances, and it was Zhao Zhong who spoke. He turned to Hu Yu. You are the owner, right? This is for the sake of Bu Bu. If no rain falls, my brother and I will simply take our leave. And you must not hold it against us for lacking loyalty. Naturally, Hu Yu replied, then turned to Xianer. Xianer, what is your decision? Shinshan took the initiative to ask, will we have enough to eat? Absolutely. Hu Yu responded instantly, casually laying out an abundance of high-end ingredients purchased from Yutan, filling the table. However, we still need to cook ourselves? Who among you will take on the culinary duties? Let us postpone the meal. Shinshan gradually stood up. Everyone is weary today. It would be wiser to rest first and discuss matters tomorrow. By the way, boss, is there anything else you need to stock up on? Leave it to my brother and me to handle it. Indeed, there is something. Hu Yu began to enumerate. First and foremost, food. We are uncertain how long the flood will persist, so the more provisions, the better. Secondly, we require medical supplies. Our traditional Chinese medicine is far from sufficient, and we need a portion of emergency Western medicine as well. Seeds for vegetables and fruits will become exceedingly rare commodities in this apocalyptic world. Additionally, fuel and freshwater resources. These too should be amassed in abundance. Lastly, we need power generation equipment, whether solar or diesel will suffice. If anyone has further suggestions, please feel free to voice them. The crowd exchanged glances, realizing the extent of Hu Yu's preparations for that fateful day as he listed off a series of items. Food is my responsibility, Shinshan asserted, the first to speak. Li Ji promptly followed suit, declaring, then I shall handle the fuel and fresh water. Medicines are entrusted to me, Zhao Zhong remarked, turning to Zhao Yi. Vegetable and fruit seeds should be given to Xiao Yi. And Sienna raised her hand, pointing to herself. Me? For the power generation equipment? No. You are tasked with more pressing matters, Shinshan replied, shaking his head. I will take care of the power generation equipment, Sienna. Your duty is to ensure the safety of the boss and Bu Bu. Oh, and Sienna responded nonchalantly. Boss, Shinshan turned to Hu Yu. How much are we procuring this time? Just one truck? No, Hu Yu exclaimed, slamming a bank card onto the table. We are aiming for 100 million. The group was taken aback, and before they could respond, Hu Yu's voice rang out again. 100 million per person. After assigning the tasks, Hu Yu finally returned to his small bed. It was now July 9th, 6 a.m. With only 109 hours remaining until the apocalypse, Hu Yu seized the moment to take out the black egg he had obtained that day, casually cracking it open. A burst of blue light erupted. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill book, Mastery of Gourmet Appreciation. Note, upon using this skill book, your physical abilities and overall fitness will automatically enhance to the level of skill mastery. The good news was that it was a skill book. The bad news, it seemed rather useless. In this impending apocalypse, who had the luxury to appreciate gourmet cuisine? Even if one could, what difference would it make? Could it be that they are broadcasting live globally, allowing others to witness their consumption of food? Hu Yu's lips twitched slightly. Yet he chose to utilize the skill book he had received without cost. Why not seize the opportunity? Suddenly, a wave of azure light surged forth. Hu felt no discernible change and, without further contemplation, promptly succumbed to slumber. Time passed, though its measure was lost to him. When an enticing aroma wafted through the air, the scent of meat, an herbal fragrance, and an inexplicable, curious aroma. This must be a medicinal dish. Simmered from premium pork bone broth, infused with ingredients such as angelica, cotinopsis, and goji berries. As for that peculiar fragrance, it lingered tantalizingly close. Yet its essence eluded his senses. Hu leaned in closer, inhaling gently, but still failed to discern its nature, ultimately resigning himself to lifting his eyelids. In an instant, he recoiled in shock. Chapter 17. Under the needle, one must bow before him, stood a face of chilling beauty. And Sienna, those brows and eyes resembled the ethereal Lin Daiyu, evoking a profound sense of pity with but a glance, provided one had not witnessed her formidable prowess. You, what brings you here? Brother Shan instructed me to keep an eye on you. But surely, you need not regard me with such intensity. Hu hastily covered himself with the blanket. He had a peculiar quirk. Regardless of the chill in the air, he preferred to sleep in the nude. And last night was no exception. Even in exhaustion, he had resisted the allure of sleep until he was completely undressed. Oh, and Ling Xian replied, unperturbed, producing a pair of sunglasses seemingly from nowhere and donning them. Is this acceptable? Hu, what on earth? Do you truly believe that by adding a layer of dark filter, it ceases to be inappropriate content? Hu, with a hint of exasperation, rolled his eyes but refrained from saying much. Please turn around. I will get dressed, and we can talk afterward. Very well, and Ling Xian replied, turning her back. Hu hastily donned his attire and glanced at the clock, which indicated it was already 1 in the afternoon. Slipping on his slippers, he stepped outside and inquired of Sienna, You didn't stay awake all night just to watch over me, did you? I did sleep, she assured him. That is good to hear. As Hu instinctively reached for the door, he was surprised to find it had been locked from the inside by himself, pondering how Sienna had managed to enter. However, recalling her perfect assassination skills, he concluded that opening a simple wooden bedroom door must be a trivial feat for her. Dismissing his thoughts, he said, Let us go, it's time to eat. Upon exiting the bedroom, Boo was the first to react, greeting them enthusiastically. Brother Hu, Sister Sienna, have you woken up? Oh, you're awake? Xiao Zissou, busy in the kitchen, looked curiously at the pair. How was your night? Was it enjoyable? Let us refrain from inappropriate jokes. There's a child present. Hu yawned, taking a seat at the dining table. And Sienna is here to protect us. So please don't tease her. Understood, Xiao Zissou replied, placing a pot of meat soup on the table, which was set with 4 bowls and chopsticks. I noticed earlier that this girl might have some mental deficits, but her physique is extraordinary. She appears to be a natural-born martial artist. Isn't your expertise in traditional Chinese medicine? Hu rose to serve Boo some rice. Do you also understand martial arts? The ultimate pursuit of traditional Chinese medicine is wellness, and the culmination of martial arts also leads to health. Though the paths may differ, they converge in the same destination. Xiao Zissou offered Xian a bowl of rice, remarking that such ailments seem irreparable, merely recollections passed down from my grandfather. Grandfather? Hu's eyes lit up. Is he still alive? Perhaps we could invite him to Jinling for a visit. Don't harbor such thoughts. My grandfather has already passed away. Xiao Zissou replied curtly. Today, I heard from my father that a businessman of the Hu surname sought him out for treatment in Jinling. He wanted me to take a look, and I presume he was referring to you? Well, how could that not be the case? Hu chuckled helplessly. I am merely here to facilitate a reunion for your family. After all, my gratitude is due to you. Xiao Zissou retorted. Then may I inquire how you intend to convey the news of the impending apocalypse to them? Surely, we cannot leave the 2 elders unattended, can we? It's quite simple. Xiao Zissou smiled as she sat down, adding a piece of meat to Bubu's plate and casually placing a morsel on Hu's as well. With your considerable wealth, Hu boss, you could arrange for them to stay in a high-end hotel. When the time comes, you can simply send a boat to retrieve them, can you not? The rooms here are rather vacant, so. Playing a golden needle fell onto the table. Oh dear. Xiao Zissou picked up the needle and reinserted it into her hair. I dropped it by mistake. Please continue. Hu boss, what were you saying? Nothing of importance. Hu retracted a message, uncertain of Xiao Zissou's intentions. Yet, under the weight of the golden needle, one must inevitably bow their head. One cannot possibly expect Sienna to take action, can they? That's good. Xiao Zissou, with a smile as radiant as a flower, suggested, "Let us dine, and afterward, accompany me to gather some supplies." "Very well." Hu Yu glanced at Sienna, who had remained quietly behind him. It was only after their eyes met that she spoke up. "May we eat now?" "Indeed." "Oh." And Sienna settled into her seat and began to feast heartily. After the meal, Hu Yu called Mu Lingxiu to confirm the arrangements for the nanny, instructing her to come upstairs to find him. Mu Lingxiu was momentarily taken aback. But upon seeing Sienna and Xiao Zissou after ascending the stairs, she inexplicably accepted the situation. Perhaps it was the way they looked at her and addressed her that felt somewhat peculiar. Regardless of Hu Yu's insistence, she resolved to refer to him not as boss, but as master. She also addressed Bubu as miss. Her tone resembled that of a domineering matriarch from a romance novel. Hu Yu, pressed for time and unable to seek another reliable nanny, had no choice but to acquiesce to her whims. He refrained from informing her about the impending apocalypse, fearing that her saintly disposition would lead to unwarranted trouble. After signing the employment contract, Hu Yu hired Mu Lingxiu for a monthly salary of 180,000, commencing today with round-the-clock care for Bubu. He provided her with a year's salary up front, allowing her to procure additional necessities for her household. In the afternoon, he took 3 stunning women and 1 small child out to the street, driving the newly purchased Brabus G800 toward the old street corner. Upon arriving at Kid Square in the old streets of Jinling, Hu Yukai comprehended what Xiao Zissou intended to stockpile. From the afternoon until the sun dipped below the horizon, Xiao Zissou moved as if she were on a shopping spree, stepping into a boutique and uttering just 3 phrases, all included. "Deliver it here." At times, the sales assistant barely had time to react before a card was thrust into her hand, accompanied by the command, "Swipe it." Before long, her bank card was maxed out. But fortunately, Hu Yu still possessed another card, a black card he had acquired upon leaving the casino, commonly referred to as a Centurion Black Card, with a staggering limit of 1 billion. At 7 in the evening, with only 96 hours remaining until the impending apocalypse, the group gathered in a hot pot restaurant. Xiao Zissou produced a small notebook and crossed off the final item on her shopping list. The down jacket and quilt were also secured. She turned to Hu Yu, patting him on the shoulder with satisfaction. "You've worked hard today, Boss Hu." I'm still alive. It's nothing, really." Hu Yu was on the brink of exhaustion, slumped over the table, barely able to muster the strength to lift his head. If not for the fear of embarrassment, he might have even let Sienna carry him around. "Well, I am merely preparing for the worst." Xiao Zissou smiled contentedly. The cosmetics, clothing, and bags she had amassed today were likely sufficient for the next 800 lifetimes. One might argue that the notion of the apocalypse renders such concerns frivolous. Yet under favorable circumstances, any woman wishes to present her most resplendent self every single day. "It's fine, since I promised you. I shall accompany you to the ends of the earth." Hu Yu said nothing, merely waved his hand and began to showcase the hot pot. "By the way, have Uncle and Auntie finalized their itinerary? They're all set to arrive early on the 13th. Do you want me to arrange a private jet for them? Let us not complicate matters." Xiao Zissou tossed a meatball into her mouth, adding, "We wouldn't want them to think I've latched onto a wealthy benefactor. When they arrive, you need not go pick them up. When the day comes, your explanations will be easier." Goodness, this breezy little cotton-padded jacket. Did they pick it up somewhere? Is this how you treat your own parents? Hu Yu was at a loss for words. "All right then, I'll follow your lead." Mu Lingxiu, cradling Bubu, listened nearby, her face etched with confusion. "What day? Meeting the parents? Or are these two planning to marry due to an unexpected pregnancy? I hope it's not a medical report. Should I address Xiao as doctor in the future, or perhaps as madam?" Chapter 18. Is a car with a B emblem merely a Mercedes? At 9 o'clock that evening, after everyone had enjoyed the hot pot, they returned home without having received any news from Shinshan and the others. It was understandable. Procuring goods valued at 100 million was no trivial task. However, all the items Xiao Zissou had purchased today had arrived, one after another. Small trucks responsible for transporting precious cargo halted at the community entrance, each accompanied by a remarkably professional sales representative. Their alluring figures starkly contrasted with the large trucks. A crowd gathered in the community, drawn by curiosity, speculating about the contents of the trucks. Given the location in the mainland, Hu Yu refrained from drawing attention and instructed them to sequentially transport the goods upstairs, storing them in the vacant apartment 2804. Once the vacant space was filled, he swiftly gathered everything into his spatial backpack and instructed another brand to continue the transport. regardless of his attempts to remain inconspicuous. He attracted a considerable crowd in the underground parking lot. Have you heard? Someone in our community has struck it rich. Various luxury items were delivered on several trucks. Oh, I know. It must be that young man from the 28th floor, right? I heard he is being supported by a rough-looking gentleman. What do you mean supported? Clearly, he is the one providing for someone else. I saw 3 women who resembled glamorous movie stars. Look, they are coming. Isn't that them? Who you happened to descend the stairs accompanied by Xiao Zissou and Insiener, while Mu Lingxiu remained upstairs to attend to Bubu. Only 4 boxes of goods were left. Unlike the other items, these last 4 boxes contained various artifacts and jewelry purchased from a jade shop. The artifacts were what Hu Yu wished to acquire, while the jewelry was a secondary purchase. He had always been fond of jade and similar items, but regrettably lacked the funds, often settling for a smaller piece of Hetian jade to wear. Now, with sufficient resources at his disposal, he seized the opportunity while shopping to deplete the inventories of a dozen nearby stores. Of course, he was discerning in his selections. Only the finest would catch his eye, with unit prices soaring into 6 figures, and he also purchased a considerable amount of jewelry. There were indeed women aboard as well. They adorned themselves beautifully, which is also a form of self-indulgence. A significant portion of the billion spent today was dedicated to this endeavor. The other goods were manageable, transported back with a small truck and carried upstairs. However, a few items were too delicate for the jade shop to deliver. They were entrusted directly to Hu Yu for him to carry personally. A set of imperial green jewelry, comprising a crown, necklace, earrings, pendant, and bracelet. Another set in rooster comb red jade, also crafted into 5 exquisite pieces. Furthermore, there exists a set of mutton fat white jade and a premium Hetian jade set. Both jade collections not only feature the same quintet of pieces, but also include a bracelet and a jade pendant, totaling 7 items. Each of these sets commands a price in the upper 8 figures. The bracelet and jade pendant crafted from mutton fat white jade are already adorning Hu Yu. It is said that jade nourishes the spirit. Since one seeks life, it is only natural to pursue wellness as well. Hu Yu paid no heed to the discussions around her, instead guiding Xiao Zissou and another companion towards the underground parking lot. Here it comes. I told you. This vehicle must belong to them. A Brabus G800, the ultimate version of the G-Class. This is no inexpensive affair. What do you suppose is specially fitted in this car? As the crowd debated the vehicle, a young boy suddenly burst forth, pointing at the Brabus emblem and shouting, "Grandma, I want this car. Buy it for me. Buy it for me." "Oh, my dear grandson," a woman exclaimed, pushing her way through the crowd. All right, Grandma will buy it for you. Hey, Xiaohu, what kind of car is this? I want to buy one too. Where did you get it?" Hu Yu turned her gaze towards the speaker, her eyes filled with disdain. It was Aunt Wang, one of the 3 gossipy women from before. She always carried herself with an air of superiority, boasting about her son's lucrative salary nearing $1 million at a large corporation, and coupled with her position in the so-called neighborhood committee. She felt compelled to meddle in every affair. Some might sweetly refer to her as warm-hearted, while others might harshly label her as a meddlesome busybody. In a previous life, she had taken the initiative to organize a collective effort to prioritize food distribution to the elderly and children. Among them was Hu Yu, who, along with everyone else, had not anticipated the relentless downpour to persist for such an extended period, leading to a portion of the provisions being shared. To their astonishment, the elderly residents in the building received not a single grain of rice, as all the food was commandeered by the rascals from 3 households. Not only did they consume the provisions, but some even witnessed them discarding copious amounts of leftovers. In this lifetime, Hu Yu would not allow her to succeed. "Go inquire at the Mercedes dealership," Hu Yu replied nonchalantly, preparing to ascend the stairs with her box in hand. If there were accounts to settle, it would not be at this moment. Mercedes? Aunt Wang was taken aback, glancing left and right, unable to discern any resemblance to a Mercedes in the vehicle. The emblem was entirely different. Hu Yu had no intention of elaborating further. Just as she was about to close the trunk, a child sprang forth and tumbled inside, exclaiming, "I don't care. This is my car now. Grandma." The little imp turned to Aunt Wang. "I want this car. Right now?" The piercing voice echoed in the air. All right, Grandma will buy it for you." Aunt Wang glanced at Hu Yu. "Little Hu, don't try to fool me. Just because it has AB emblem doesn't make it a Mercedes. My grandson has taken a fancy to your generic vehicle. How much do you want for it? Is 200,000 enough? The extra can be considered compensation for your time wasted. Just hand me the keys." and I'll come to you tomorrow to finalize the transfer, at which point I'll pay you. Generic vehicle? 200,000? That wouldn't even cover the tax on this car. Huyu remained silent, but beside her, Xiao Zissou leaned against one of the boxes and spoke. Auntie, you should swiftly take your precious grandson off the vehicle. 200,000 isn't even enough to purchase a single wheel of this car. What utter nonsense. Aunt Wang shot them both a glare. Even if you intend to extort, there are more sensible ways to go about it. Huyu rolled her eyes, too weary to offer an explanation. Siener, assist in getting him off the car. Allow me. Xiao Zissou, concerned that Siener might inadvertently harm the child, stepped forward to lift the little demon off. However, as she placed the box in the trunk, the little tyrant began to squirm vehemently, shouting, I don't want to. I don't want to. He kicked, sending the box tumbling out of the trunk. Fortunately, Siener was quick-witted, catching it with the back of her foot to avert disaster. Hey, Xiao Zissou, now irate, exclaimed, you little brat, get down here at once, or I shall be forced to take action, perhaps due to her inherent nurturing instincts. The moment she expressed her anger, the little demon erupted into tears, wailing, Wah? Grandma, they're bullying me. Oh dear. Aunt Wang immediately cried out, come and see. Someone is harassing us, a grandmother and her grandson. How outrageous, taking advantage of youth. In no time, a crowd began to gather, drawn by the commotion. Thankfully, a few witnesses who had seen the entire incident offered brief explanations, and the onlookers lost interest in escalating the situation, merely standing by to observe the spectacle. Huyu stifled a yawn. After a long day of wandering, fatigue was beginning to set in. Siener, drop him. I truly lack the spirit to engage with them. With a simple acknowledgement, Siener grasped the scruff of the little demon king and unceremoniously deposited him on the ground. Her control over the force was deft, ensuring he sustained no injury. Yet, the moment his bottom made contact with the earth, he erupted into wails, as though a piece of flesh had been severed from him. Observing this, Aunt Wang promptly joined in, resulting in a duet of lamentations between the grandmother and grandson. Their artistic expression was far too avant-garde for Huyu, who chose to ignore it entirely. He merely shut the car door and, clutching the box, strode into the apartment building, with Siener and Xiao Zissou trailing behind. Perhaps sensing that their principal had departed, the Wang duo ceased their cries and resorted to hurling insults in the same spot. The little brat, unbeknownst to where he found it, procured a stone and began to deface the car's surface with his crude artistry. Bystanders looked on, offering no warnings. As the little demon king had long been accustomed to his reign of terror, it was high time for them to be dealt with. A sharp voice pierced the air. Upon entering the elevator, Huyu set the box down. You two go ahead. I will handle this. As Huyu exited the lift, Aunt Wang did not retreat. Instead, she crossed her arms and stood defiantly before the car, initiating the conversation. What's this? Have you made up your mind? Let me tell you. A scratch on this paint will ruin it. Clearly, you don't care about the cost. I'll give you at most 150,000 for this vehicle. Take it or leave it. Huyu smirked, shaking his head in derision. He could hardly be bothered to explain, opting instead to call for professional help. Within 3 minutes, Tian Laolu descended the stairs in a wheelchair, accompanied by 2 subordinates, who appeared quite obedient. He settled next to Yi Wanqiu, grinning. Ah, boss Hu. Do you have any instructions for me? Quite simple, Huyu replied, casually producing the payment proof for the vehicle purchase and gesturing towards the 2 members of the Wang family behind him. These 2 have scratched my car. You handle it. Understood. Tian Laolu responded immediately, his gaze fixed on the Wang family with the predatory intensity of a wolf eyeing its prey. Shall I approach this matter with diplomacy or force? It would be prudent for me to know. Chapter 19. The Harvest. He did not respond, but instead patted Tian Laolu on the shoulder and turned to enter the elevator. Does it truly matter whether it's diplomacy or force? His sole intention was for these 2 to familiarize themselves, ensuring that when the time came for a confrontation, they would be prepared to engage. Hearing the roars that erupted behind him, Huyu couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. He ascended, ready for rest. Upon returning to his room, he immediately arranged accommodation for Siener, contemplating that it was unreasonable for her to remain under his constant surveillance. Yet, this woman stubbornly refused to sleep, following him everywhere, even waiting by the door when he went to the restroom. Huyu thought about calling old Shin for assistance and persuading her to relent. However, when he dialed, he was met with the message, the number you have dialed is not in service. Who knew where he had ventured to procure supplies? Huyu could only accept this predicament. After accompanying Bubu for her therapy session, He finally succumbed to sleep under Ensiener's watchful gaze. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion. He fell asleep quickly, his head barely resting on the pillow before he drifted off. July 10th, 7 a.m. 84 hours remain until the apocalypse descends. The alarm clock rings. Ryu opens his eyes, only to find Ensiener still standing beside him. He reluctantly retreats to the bathroom, casually retrieving the second black egg that is just refreshed. He raises his hand and strikes it. A brilliant white light erupts. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a common fairy bean 1. Name, fairy bean, common, type, ingredient. Effect. Consuming it will create a sense of fullness and continuously replenish the various energies needed for a month. Note, though the fairy bean is delightful, do not indulge excessively. It can yield this item? Ryu has no intention of trying it out. He simply tosses the fairy bean into his backpack and quickly freshens up before exiting the bathroom. He dials Shunshan's number once more, and this time, someone answers. Hello? Hey, brother Shen, how's everything on your end? Quite smoothly. I should arrive in Jinling tonight. I noticed you called me last night. Is there something you wish to discuss? It's about Ensiener. Ryu briefly recounts the confusion caused by Ensiener. Well, there's not much I can do. Shinshan chuckles wryly. Ensiener only listens to 1.5 people's commands. I can only count as half. I have instructed her to ensure your safety and that of Boo Boo, but I cannot interfere with her specific actions. And who is the other person? Ryu inquires with curiosity. Boo Boo's father. Shinshan's tone suddenly grows grave. Unfortunately, he has already sacrificed himself. I'm sorry. There is no need for apologies. I'll start driving now. We can discuss Brother An's matters further when I have the time. All right. Just as Ryu ended the call, a knock echoed at the door. Who could be knocking so early? Xiao Zissou and Mu Lingxiu possessed keys and could enter freely, while Tian Lao Lu would not recklessly ascend the stairs. Could it be that the Wang family had come to apologize? Ryu approached the door and peered through the peephole, only to be taken aback. It was him. Su Zilong. What could he want? Ensiener, come quickly for protection. Ryu disregarded everything else. Preserving his life was paramount. Ensiener swiftly appeared behind Ryu, granting him a sense of security to open the door. Su Zilong initially averted his gaze from Ryu, instead focusing on Ensiener. With just a glance, Ensiener prepared to strike. Wait. Su Zilong immediately stepped back. I did not come to fight. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Ensiener executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground, followed by a punch that struck his eye. In a seamless motion, Ensiener delivered her attack with remarkable fluidity. Afterward, she took a step back, positioning herself behind Ryu, allowing Su Zilong to slowly utter the final 2 words. To grapple. What brings you here then? Ryu promptly inquired. I have a few questions for you. Su Zilong sprang to his feet with the agility of a fish leaping out of water, seemingly accustomed to such receptions. He turned to Ryu. How did you manage to acquire so much wealth? You are investigating me? Ryu's eyelids lowered slightly. He could divulge the secret of the spatial backpack, but the secret of the system. That was his trump card. Whether it was Shinshan, Boo Boo, or anyone else, he would never disclose a single piece of information. Indeed, Su Zilong did not deny. Boss Hu, your identity is truly enigmatic. Before July 6th, you appeared to be an ordinary wage slave, with nothing but the hobby of being a sycophant besides working. Hey, you can say what you want, but let us keep the personal attacks out of it. Ryu immediately bristled. Were it not for the inability to mobilize Ensiener, he would undoubtedly choose to reason with him, using logic, of course. However, after July 6th, your actions seemed to reflect a complete transformation, making it difficult not to harbor suspicions. Su Zilong disregarded Ryu's protests and continued. I now require an explanation. An explanation? Nonsense, Ryu replied with a smirk, fully aware that after his investigations, this fellow had come to believe in his earlier apocalyptic claims and was eager to join their ranks. Yet, given his proud demeanor, it was impossible for him to simply declare his desire to join. Thus, he required a step down. Now, he awaited Ryu to provide that opportunity. However, such a step was not easily offered. I'm afraid I can't offer any explanations, Ryu said, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he gazed at Su Zilong. We are not related, so why should I explain anything to you? Ensiener, show him out. Wait. Su Zilong, seeing Ensiener about to advance again, quickly called out. If the apocalypse is truly imminent, you are not safe here. Hearing this, Ryu's interest was piqued. He stopped Ensiener, who was about to approach, and asked, What do you mean? Surveillance and protection? Su Zilong spoke calmly. In the apocalypse, The most arduous challenge lies within the human heart. You have purchased a vessel, yet chosen to return to Jinling, which signifies that even before the calamity fully descends, you will reside here. In such an environment, while overt threats may be evaded, the hidden ones are far more insidious. To ensure your safety, it is imperative to install surveillance throughout the entire building, perhaps even the entire community. Knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary is essential for preparedness. Furthermore, your room is exceedingly rudimentary. If a torrential downpour occurs, a sudden drop in temperature is inevitable. At that point, mere air conditioning will be insufficient. I shall take responsibility for installing a comprehensive 5-constant system on this floor: constant temperature, constant humidity, constant oxygen, constant cleanliness, and constant purity. This statement resonated deeply with Huyu. Can you truly accomplish this? 3 days, Su Zilong replied, raising 3 fingers. Before the 13th, I will ensure that the entire building is equipped with surveillance and that the 5-constant system is operational on this floor as a prerequisite for our collaboration. Collaboration? Huyu inquired, puzzled. Yes, Su Zilong affirmed with a nod. We are not bound by a mere employer-employee relationship, but rather a partnership. The specific terms shall be discussed when we convene on the evening of the 13th at 7. Very well, Huyu replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Let us proceed as you suggest. Agreed. By the way, I must caution you that 7 days after the torrential rain begins, the entire world will experience a network blackout, rendering surveillance potentially futile. A mere blackout. I can manage that, Su Zilong remarked as he turned to leave. For the remainder of the day, Huyu remained ensconced in his home, passing the time with various online games. This is the final revelry. On the 7th day after the torrential rain falls, the global network shall be utterly paralyzed. At that time, there will be no online games, no short videos, no television or films, no internet novels. Everything related to the network will vanish. Even if one were to store some resources in advance, it would hardly suffice. Sighing deeply, Huyu suddenly recalled something. Presently, all content available online, including but not limited to games, short videos, and novels, is stored in the databases of various corporations. If only he could acquire their databases. The amassed short videos and novels would provide a lifetime of entertainment. However, the crux of the matter lies in money. This elusive entity is the lifeblood of every internet company. Unless one were to acquire an entire corporation, it would be virtually impossible to obtain. Even if Huyu were to gamble and win trillions, possessing sufficient funds, there would still be insufficient time to navigate the necessary processes. Alas, such treasures must be left to drown in the depths of the sea at 7 o'clock that evening, with merely 72 hours remaining until the deluge. A call from Shinshan arrived. They had transported all the goods to the outskirts of Jinling, awaiting Huyu's arrival for collection. With this, Huyu finally stepped away from his computer and, accompanied by Ensiener, made his way to the underground parking lot. Upon seeing the newly refurbished Maybach, he silently praised Tian Lao's efficiency. Nonetheless, he understood that having such a person nearby could be a calamity. When the apocalypse descends, a reckoning would inevitably ensue. Upon reaching the outskirts, a single glance rendered Huyu momentarily stupefied. Trucks, a dense array of large trucks filled the entire expanse of desolate land. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 1,000 trucks. Huyu felt a tremor of unease. So much. If I were to take all of this, it might invite unnecessary trouble. Just then, Shinshan approached, seemingly aware of Huyu's concerns, and began to explain. Rest assured, boss. These goods have been procured from various sources, and only a select few of us are privy to the details, which is why it has taken so much time. The driver can be trusted. You can collect the goods and leave the vehicle here. That is reassuring. Huyu exhaled, stepping forward to begin storing the items in the spatial backpack, while Shinshan continued his report. Regarding food, to ensure a diverse selection, I have procured a variety of items beyond just seafood. I have acquired a truckload of every edible ingredient available on Blue Star, with a particular emphasis on meat, eggs, and dairy, each amounting to roughly 5 truckloads. In total, the provisions are sufficient to sustain 20 individuals for 50 years. Additionally, I have gathered seeds for various vegetables and fruits, as well as a truckload of commonly used medicinal herbs. Xiaozhong has even managed to acquire some standard medical equipment, enabling us to employ Western medical practices aboard the ship. The power generation equipment is state-of-the-art, with both fuel and photovoltaic systems secured in a truckload. As for fuel and fresh water, Shinshan's voice trailed off, prompting Huyu to halt, and turn around. There won't be any issues with these two, will there? While fresh water is one matter, fuel is classified as strategic material. A large purchase could easily lead to complications. There are some, but they are minor. Shinshan let out a bitter laugh and replied, "We possess a total of 2,000 tons of fresh water, all contained within water tankers. If we conserve it wisely, it should suffice. As for fuel, we have approximately 3,000 tons." Puyu furrowed his brow. "That is insufficient. Both water and oil are lacking." He had researched online, and based on an average consumption of 1.5 liters of water per person per day, an adult would require 25 tons of water annually, meaning 2,000 tons would only sustain 8 individuals for 10 years. Furthermore, the ship requires at least 30 tons of fuel daily, which means the 3,000 tons would only last for 100 days of travel. Shinshan frowned. Regarding water, Xiao Zhong and Xiao Yi have already contacted the spring water factory. They have an inventory of around 20,000 tons and are in the process of arranging transportation. As for oil, Li Ji has gone to northern Russia, where they can supply approximately 100,000 tons at 8,000 per ton, requiring cash payment. Good heavens, that amounts to 800 million. Currently, Puyu has only about 500 million left, which would only allow him to purchase 40,000 tons. If we are frugal, it should suffice, shouldn't it? Let us order 40,000 tons. I will make a trip there when the time comes. All right. Shinshan dialed Li Ji's number and conveyed the situation. Meanwhile, Puyu was busy receiving the goods. As he awaited the last truck, he suddenly heard some commotion inside. Puyu turned to Shinshan. "What is happening?" Shinshan approached and opened the truck door. "Oh, just some minor items we purchased." But upon a mere glance, Puyu was instantly engulfed in darkness. "What on earth do you mean by minor items?" Chapter 20. Beasts, get out of the community. Pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks. The small truck was crammed with every kind of livestock, save for fish. Each variety numbered 8. Moreover, they were all alive. "My dear brother, what on earth do you intend to do with these creatures?" Puyu was momentarily speechless, attempting to store them in his spatial backpack. Unfortunately, the backpack only absorbed the truck, causing all the little beings to escape. Puyu quickly returned the vehicle to its original position. "Of course, it's for breeding." Fortunately, Shinshan was quick-witted. He casually remarked while busily placing the creatures back into the truck, "I've observed that there is ample space on the ship, perfectly suited for raising these animals. If we find land, we need not worry about depleting our resources." One cannot deny that Shinshan possesses a certain foresight. Regardless of how much one hoards, it is ultimately limited. If we can successfully cultivate these creatures at sea, we shall be relieved of future concerns. "You've bested me." Puyu reluctantly gave a thumbs up, "But before the apocalypse arrives, how shall we manage these animals?" "It's simple, really." Shinshan appeared to have anticipated this. "Room 2801 is where Miss Xiao resides. You'll occupy 2802, and Boo Boo and I will take 2803. There is still one room available, so a brief period of care is manageable." "Good heavens, what about Li Ji and the others?" Shinshan seemed to recall something, his eyes shifting. "These creatures require someone to tend to them. Don't you agree, boss? You truly are ruthless." "Just a bit, really." Under the cover of night, Shinshan drove back to the community, ushering the pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks into the room. Fortunately, he had purchased only small creatures. Their size is modest enough to be crammed into a single room. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Shinshan made several attempts, but was unable to take Xian'er away from Hu Yu's side. He was perplexed by Xian'er's unwavering attachment to Hu Yu, who seemed to have become her sole companion. With no one able to decipher her thought process, they had no choice but to indulge her whims. That night, Puyu counted tens of thousands of sheep before finally managing to drift off to sleep. On the morning of July 11th, Puyu rose early and shared a simple breakfast with everyone. She was just preparing to fly to northern Russia with Shinshan to resolve the fuel issue when Boo Boo suddenly inquired, "Daddy, when will I go to school?" The mention of school caught everyone's attention, excluding Mu Lingxiu and Xian'er, who exchanged glances, realizing they had overlooked this detail. "Shall I procure the textbooks?" Xiao Zissou ventured to ask. "No need," Puyu replied, pulling out her phone to contact manager Yang from the casino. Soon, she reached the manager of the Jinling Huaxin bookstore. "Purchase all books, regardless of category or nationality. I want one of each." As the adage goes, books are the ladders of human progress. With such ample space available, it was essential to bring the ladders inside. This way, if they encountered any technical issues, they could simply refer to the texts, couldn't they? Upon hearing this, the bookstore manager recognized a significant client. The quote is 80 million. Delivery will be made tomorrow. After confirming the delivery location, Hu Yu and Shun Shan boarded the plane, with Encinar trailing closely behind. Upon arriving in northern Russia, they exchanged payment for the goods. Hu Yushun hastily fled with 40,000 tons of fuel, fearful of being discovered by the North Russians. The thought of being captured and sent to Siberia to cultivate potatoes was a true nightmare. Upon his return, Zhao Zhang and Zhao Yi also arrived with 2,000 tons of mineral water. To comprehend the magnitude of 2,000 tons, a standard bottle of mineral water is 0.5 liters. Thus, 1 ton equates to 2,000 bottles, and 2,000 tons amounts to a staggering 40 million bottles of mineral water. Nearly 700 semi-trailers were parked outside Jinling City, creating an even more impressive sight than the truck convoy from the day prior. It wasn't until 7 in the evening that Hu Yu managed to stow these goods into his spatial backpack. With only 48 hours remaining until the impending apocalypse, he had secured fuel and fresh water. Tomorrow, he would purchase the necessary books, and his stockpiling would soon be complete. Exhausted, Hu Yu collapsed onto his bed, feeling utterly relaxed and gradually accustomed to the sensation of Encinar watching over him. Just as he was about to engage in a conversation with the Sandman, a sudden commotion erupted from downstairs. Disturbing the peace is disgraceful. Oppose the urban pigsty. Beasts, get out of the neighborhood. The uproar continued, echoing through the air. Hu Yu frowned and leaned toward the window to survey the scene below. A gathering of elderly men and women had congregated, brandishing red banners, abandoning their square dancing, and hoisting a loudspeaker while vociferously protesting. If they truly were concerned about disturbing the peace, one might suspect they were filled with false teeth. A series of knocks interrupted his thoughts, accompanied by Shun Shan's voice from outside. "Boss, it's me. Come in." Shun Shan entered, clearly aware of the ruckus below. "Boss, should we address the situation down there?" "No need." Hu Yu casually closed the window, activated the air conditioning, and relished the cool breeze at 23 degrees Celsius. On such a sweltering day, it was perfectly acceptable for the elderly to engage in a bit of activity. "By the way, didn't you acquire some ham?" "Ah, approximately 1,000 pieces in total. Why do you ask?" "Select 50 of them." Hu Yu cast a glance at the raucous crowd below. "Go down and inform them that at this time tomorrow, each person will be able to claim half a piece of ham. Consider it our hush money. And make sure the leader receives a whole piece. Tell them we will be moving soon." "Hush money? This is ham, not the kind sold in supermarkets. It is not only rich in salt, but also a meat that can be preserved for extended periods. When the apocalypse arrives, a gram of ham could be worth more than 10 grams of gold. The boss truly possesses a kind heart." Reputation from Shinshan 1, now at 50. "All right, boss, you really are quite generous," Shinshan replied, and turned to prepare. Hu Yu tilted his head, unable to comprehend. Kind-hearted? Could that term possibly apply to him? Indeed, the various values of ham are undeniably high. However, the prerequisite is that they must be useful. If ham were to be given privately, it could indeed aid in survival during the apocalypse. But if it were to be publicly distributed, each individual would first think of the ham in others' possession when disaster strikes. Once the ham is distributed, attention would be diverted, allowing for an ulterior motive to be achieved. Ruthless, isn't it? Quite indeed. In the midst of the apocalypse, to show leniency towards others is to be cruel to oneself. Hu Yu cast another glance out the window, faintly recognizing several familiar figures. Even from 28 stories up, he could identify them. Among them were many acquaintances from his previous life. The reason he and Yi Wanxiu had traversed the stormy period in a kayak was due to a group of individuals who, on the 22nd day of the torrential rains, conspired to seize the entire 28th floor, including Hu Yu's residence and all its supplies. Among them was Aunt Wang, who, under the guise of venerating the elderly and cherishing the young, insisted that the upper floors should be prioritized for their occupation. What? Resistance? Hu Yu did contemplate rebellion, but it was futile against the chainsaw they miraculously procured. The sound of that infernal machine heightened rationality by 300%, smothering any impulse in its cradle. Fortunately, Yi Wanxiu had managed to acquire a kayak from an undisclosed source, allowing her to whisk Hu Yu away from the 28th floor. Otherwise, their hearts wouldn't have needed to beat as one. They might have ended up as a gruesome stew. At the time, Hu Yu believed Yi Wanxiu's intentions were altruistic, feeling deeply moved, only to later realize she had intended for him to serve as her emergency rations. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. Thankfully, this time he need not worry. Shinshan's efficiency was commendable. Within 10 minutes, silence enveloped the area below. He ascended with the list in hand, needing to prepare 40 hams, not just for the elderly in this building, but also for others in the community. Leading the charge was, of course, the trio headed by Aunt Wang. Hu swiftly extracted the ham, instructing Shinshan to deliver it the following day, before succumbing to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered it was already 10 o'clock the next morning. Skillfully maneuvering into the restroom, he brushed aside Enciener and retrieved the freshly manifested black egg from his spatial backpack. With a casual tap, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host has obtained Premium Liqueur 1. Name, Liqueur Premium. Type, Ingredient. Effect, consuming it can heal certain external wounds, with specific effects depending on the severity of the injury. It will not conflict with any medications. Note, it is slightly cool when consumed, so be cautious of dental issues. What a splendid item. Hu promptly extracted the liqueur, a bottle of pale blue liquid that bore no distinctive scent, akin to mineral water. He crafted an excuse to offer the liqueur to Bubu, suggesting she enjoy it as a beverage. After breakfast, Hu and the others made a trip to the library, packing hundreds of thousands of books into their spatial backpacks. Once their task was completed, it was already noon. Rather than dining out, Li Ji took it upon himself to cook with the ingredients stored in the spatial backpack. It must be said that his culinary skills were exceptional. The same ingredients prepared under his mastery yielded flavors even surpassing those of Yutan. Everyone relished a hearty meal. And just as they finished clearing the dishes, a knock echoed at the door. I'll go take a look. Shinshan stepped forward, opening the door to reveal Su Zilong. Before either could speak, Enciener darted to the entrance like a cat sensing fish. Su Zilong's pupils flickered. Wait. I am here too. Bang. Another thud resounded, striking the same spot once again. Even the postures were identical. Su Zilong was instantly knocked down, and Enciener delivered another punch to his eye socket. After finishing, she returned to her position and quietly sipped her soup. What a madwoman. Su Zilong muttered under his breath, awkwardly brushing off the dust from his body. I came to deliver something. Where is that little boss? Something? What something? Hu, just having stuff to tart into his mouth, stood up and walked towards the door. Have you installed the surveillance system? Yes. Su Zilong nodded. Starting today, we will install the Wuhing system. Workers will come by, and your cooperation will be required, along with a payment. Additionally, to prevent network outages, I have brought you something. With this, you can monitor the entire building's movements even without internet access. Oh, Hu's interest was piqued. What is it? You'll find out after we go downstairs. Chapter 21. Also, 50 minutes. Hu followed Su Zilong downstairs. For some reason, Enciener did not accompany them this time. Instead, Shinshan was with her. The three of them walked to the entrance of the community, where another truck was parked. I say. Hu pointed at the truck. The thing you want to show me isn't inside there, is it? What else could it be? Su Zilong replied matter-of-factly. Don't you enjoy loading things in here? Rumors. Just rumors. But it was too late for explanations now. Hu approached the truck door, opened it with ease, and was immediately taken aback. A server. A truck was laden with servers, half of its cargo, while the other half was filled with an array of drones of various models. Su Zilong dismounted from the vehicle, retrieving a computer and presenting it to Hu. I will place the remaining equipment in their designated spots. With this, you could surveil not just a single building, but an entire neighborhood if you so desire. Impressed, Hu remarked, with that notebook in hand, you could easily breach an entire community, akin to a masterful craftsman wielding a simple pack of instant noodles. I'm not sure what you mean, Su Zilong retorted as he turned towards the neighborhood. Accept this for now. I will finalize the installation of the last batch of surveillance equipment by tomorrow, and it will be ready for use. However, barely had he taken a few steps when a figure suddenly emerged. With a swift motion, a back throw followed by a powerful punch ensued, executed seamlessly. After the confrontation, Enciener sauntered over to Hu, as if nothing had transpired. Su Zilong rose, casting a fierce glare at her, but chose to remain silent, returning to his tasks. What, then, was the nature of their relationship? Unable to contain his curiosity, Hu inquired of Shinshan, who responded with a hint of resignation. Do you recall the captain I mentioned to you? Yes, what of it? Hu asked. From a certain perspective, the captain's demise is somewhat linked to Zilong. Moreover, Sienna was the captain's adopted daughter. Following his death, she vowed that every time she encountered Zilong, she would strike him. Shinshan let out a bitter laugh, fortunately. The captain had previously stated that we are all family and must not turn against one another. Otherwise, Zilong would have likely met the captain long ago. Thus, Puyu finally understood. It was no wonder that Enciener had refused to come up earlier. She had intended to strike Su Zilong once more. They proceeded to pack away the servers and drones while ascending the stairs, where the construction team had already arrived. 20 teams of workers, each consisting of 5 individuals, were tasked with renovating the entire floor, with each person responsible for 5 square meters. It was 9 o'clock in the evening, and only 22 hours remained until the impending apocalypse. The 5-constant system was successfully configured, and the servers responsible for monitoring the entire building were also set up. The total expenditure, including the 5-constant system, amounted to 120,000. Puyu confirmed with Wanji Aviation the travel plans of Zhao's parents, ensuring they would arrive in Jinling that night. Throughout the night, he remained sleepless, sitting in silence under Enciener's watchful gaze. If tomorrow's torrential rain indeed materialized, today would mark humanity's final peaceful night. In 24 hours, the existing world would be irrevocably transformed. Morality? Order? All of these would yield to the instinct for survival. Currently, there were 12 individuals aboard the vessel. Based on the resources available in the spatial backpack, they had sufficient supplies to sustain a prosperous life for at least 70 years. That ship was also adequate to provide them with a living space upon the vast ocean. However, this was still far from sufficient. The sea, after all, remained the sea. Even with the finest vessels, for those who had always dwelled on land, it was merely drifting. What if they could secure a piece of land? Naturally, raw earth was not easily hoarded. The towering skyscrapers hold little significance. However, what if it were a mountain? Accumulating enough mountains and identifying a suitable location might indeed allow for the construction of a city. Yet, even if the space backpack had no limit, there would inevitably be life, or perhaps humans, on the mountain. It would be utterly impossible to transport an entire mountain, unless a torrential rain were to fall. Most humans would descend the mountain, but as for the animals, if I can retrieve a truck laden with animals, could it not be said that the mountain itself is merely a larger truck? A thought suddenly ignited in Huyu's mind. Jinling, it seems, has quite a number of mountains. Nevertheless, this idea can only be realized after the rain truly descends. On July 13th, at 7 in the morning, there remained 12 hours until the apocalypse would arrive. The alarm rang, and Huyu rose promptly. Pulling back the curtains, he discovered that Jinling was shrouded in thick clouds, devoid of sunlight. The scorching July had inexplicably turned cool, with temperatures barely exceeding 20 degrees. It mirrored the conditions of his previous life. Huyu exhaled a breath of stale air and turned to open the door. The room was devoid of the aroma of medicinal cuisine. Instead, he heard Mu Lingxiu seated at the dining table, instructing Bubu in reading. "Where is Zissou?" "Master, Dr. Xiao has gone to the airport," Mu Lingxiu replied. "Your and Miss Bubu's breakfast is ready. I will just heat it up." "Just heat up Bubu's breakfast," Huyu said as he made his way towards the door. "I have some matters to attend to." "Understood, master." "What about lunch today?" "Leave it to Li Ji." "Yes, brother Huyu," Bub suddenly exclaimed just as Huyu was about to leave. "The drink you gave me yesterday was so delicious. Do you have any more?" "Not at the moment," Huyu replied, his tone softening in the presence of Bub. He crouched down before Bub and said, "Little Bub, if I find that drink again, I promise to bring it to you, all right?" "Okay. Thank you, brother Huyu." Bub beamed with gratitude. "You're welcome," Huyu said, affectionately ruffling Bub's hair. Instead of heading out immediately, he turned and walked into the restroom. "Let us see what treasure Kong Kong has for me today," he thought as he pulled out a black egg and tapped it gently. A radiant purple light erupted, revealing a square, transparent solid in his hand. "Congratulations. Host has obtained a perfect waterproof coating 1. Name: waterproof coating, perfect, type, equipment effect. Once applied, it adheres to any object, providing perfect waterproof capabilities, non-removable and non-resettable. Note: please apply it to the correct item and do not attempt to replace any rubber products." A perfect item. This was Huyu's first time unveiling a perfect-grade object. However, that note seemed rather excessive. What a pity he didn't uncover the liquor spring. He carefully stored the waterproof coating, intending to use it on Babos later. Exiting the restroom, he greeted Bub and Mu Lingxiu before pushing open the door. As soon as he stepped outside, he spotted Shinshan and Su Zilong standing at the elevator. A strong gust of wind surged from behind him, and before Huyu could react, Su Zilong was knocked down once again, this time without even a hint of resistance. Zilong had come to deliver a mission. Shinshan, with a bitter smile, did not intervene. He had already installed the surveillance system, and the computer was connected to the server for viewing. Well, Huyu said, casting a glance of mild pity towards Su Zilong, I need to step out for a while. Zilong, would you care to join me? All right, though reluctant. Su Zilong nodded on the spot, preferring to avoid another beating. The four of them made their way to the underground parking lot. Shinshan took the driver's seat. Boss, where are we headed? Zijing Mountain. Huh? Shinshan started the vehicle, somewhat puzzled, and asked, what is there to stock up on? You'll find out when we get there. Huyu offered no further explanation, merely pulling out his phone to check the latest news. There were no reports of rainfall globally. It was 10 in the morning. 9 hours remained until the apocalypse's arrival. The four of them arrived at the foot of Zijing Mountain. Being Saturday, numerous citizens were out enjoying the scenery, most accompanied by children or pets. There are too many people. Even if a torrential downpour were to occur, there were ample places on the mountain to seek shelter. They might not descend immediately, but there is a solution. Shun, go buy umbrellas. The more, the better, and the larger, the better. Umbrellas? Shinshan was taken aback. Should I still buy them the usual way? Yes, a truckload should suffice. Huyu replied. Given the crowd size, even a truckload of umbrellas would merely be sufficient. By 1 in the afternoon, Shinshan returned with the truck, having purchased sun umbrellas. Just right. Though the weather is not characterized by brilliant sunshine, there is no indication of impending rain. Indeed, an ordinary umbrella would be of little use. Huyu promptly spent money to hire 30 passing university students, offering each 500 yuan for a singular task, selling umbrellas. There was no need to scan any QR codes. For just 1 yuan, one could acquire an umbrella, provided they first picked up a plastic bottle or a can as a symbol of environmental stewardship. Each individual was limited to purchasing only one. As these 30 university students dispersed into Zijing Mountain, an additional 170 students, classmates of the first group, soon followed. The lucrative offer of 500 yuan was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for them. Huyu relayed the same conditions. Thus, 200 university students, each carrying 100 umbrellas, ascended the mountain. Meanwhile, Huyu and his team busied themselves distributing umbrellas at the base. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the university students began descending in succession. And combined with those distributed at the foot of the mountain, over 30,000 umbrellas had been disseminated, merely half of the truck's supply. Shun, you go to Qixiao Mountain and distribute umbrellas following the same method. The faster, the better. Understood, Shinshan replied, promptly driving toward Qixiao Mountain. With 3 hours remaining until the apocalypse descends, Huyu gazed upward. The sky was gradually darkening. Almost instantaneously, a line of poetry surfaced in his mind. Black clouds press upon the city. The city is on the verge of collapse. Yet this time, the collapse would not only affect the city but humanity as a whole. Due to the weather, an increasing number of people opted to descend the mountain. He was not idle either. He took the opportunity to clear out all the duck blood vermicelli soup, soup dumplings, pan-fried buns, and salted duck within a 2-kilometer radius. Although a truckload of snacks from all over the country had been gathered by Shinshan, Huyu still felt it was insufficient. If he could stockpile more, he would. For there was no harm in doing so. At 6 in the evening, with only an hour left until the apocalypse descended, the umbrellas from the Qixiao Mountain area had also been distributed. Huyu finally found a moment of respite, standing on solid ground and savoring the last sensation of being grounded. His phone rang. Glancing down, he saw it was a call from Enciener. Hello? Why aren't you at home? Isn't it about to rain? What are you doing out? I'm just stocking up on a few more things, Huyu explained helplessly. What about your parents? Are they settled? They're all set, with enough food and drink to last them half a month. I also managed to give them some firearms. This was Huyu's arrangement. Last night, he had specifically sourced 2 handguns and asked Xiao Zissou to find the time to deliver them to Zhao's parents. He certainly did not wish for them to be harmed by humanity's depravity before he could retrieve them. Were they curious about anything? What could they possibly ask? Xiao Zissou chuckled lightly. I packed the guns at the very bottom of the suitcase, along with instructions and explanations. It's only when the apocalypse strikes and they finish the food in the suitcase that they discover them. 6. Huyu replied helplessly. Have you considered that if they were robbed, the guns might fall into someone else's hands? That is true, Xiao Zissou realized. Let us not dwell on that. Once the rain starts, I'll call them. Huyu hung up the phone and continued to gaze at the sky. 50 more minutes. Chapter 22. Survive. The street was bustling with voices, while laughter echoed from the mountains. Huyu stood quietly at the foot of the mountain, taking in the scene one last time. 50 minutes felt both ample enough to attend a class and fleeting enough that Yu barely noticed the time slipping away. At 6:30, Shinshan returned, choosing not to disturb Yu but instead standing silently nearby, occasionally glancing up at the sky. The alarm rang at 6:59. Without hesitation, Yu collected the umbrella and entered the car, saying, "Let us go, get in." Shinshan and Xian followed suit, though Su Zilong remained outside, tilting his head as if awaiting the next revelation. 30 seconds passed. Shinshan sat in the driver's seat and dialed Boo Boo's number. "Hello, Boo Boo. Have you been taking your medicine obediently?" "Yes, Daddy. When are you coming home?" "It's almost dinner time. I'll be back soon. I have matters to attend to with Yu Gij." 10 seconds later, Yu sat in the car, rolling down the window to gaze outside. Dark clouds began to gather. The thunder rumbled ominously, reverberating through the air like the wrath of the heavens. 5 seconds. Thunder struck. "Rain is coming. Hurry home to collect the clothes. Let us move quickly." Thankfully, someone brought an umbrella. Otherwise, we'd all be drenched like drowned rats today. 3, 2, 1. Boom. A torrential downpour suddenly descended. Raindrops the size of thumbs fell from the sky, unexpectedly crashing to the ground and splashing everywhere. The rain continued to fall. Yu sighed and turned his gaze to Su Zilong outside the car. The two individuals exchanged a glance. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Zilong promptly took his seat in the passenger side. "Boss Hu." Before he could utter more than 3 words, Xianer swiftly landed a punch. Having just boarded the vehicle, it seemed they had already established a certain rapport. "I truly am." Su Zilong managed to express 3 words, observing Xianer with a sense of vexation, yet feeling utterly powerless. Turning his attention back to Yu, he began anew. "Boss Hu, may our collaboration be fruitful henceforth." Yu responded with a noncommittal grunt. His mind was preoccupied, lacking the inclination to navigate interpersonal dynamics. What was inevitable had indeed come to pass. Beneath the torrential downpour, people scrambled down the mountains, umbrellas in hand. Seated in his car, he applied the waterproof coating he had just acquired, simultaneously retrieving his phone to initiate a group chat. He added Shinshan, Xiao Zisu, Li Ji, Zhao Zhong, Zhao Yi, Su Zilong, and Xianer, comprising a total of 7 individuals. After a moment of consideration, he ultimately included Mu Lingxiu, bringing the group to 9. Within the chat, Yu dispatched a message. "Please ensure doors and windows are securely closed, activate the woohing system, and directly connect to the generator. We shall return within 3 hours at the latest. Do not wait for us to dine." The group, led by Shinshan, promptly acknowledged with a brief received. Xiao Zisu then inquired within the chat, "Aren't you planning to return?" "In 3 hours. The water could very well submerge your vehicle." "No worries, it won't be submerged," Yu replied, choosing not to check his phone thereafter. Half an hour later, the relentless rain had rendered the entire city's drainage system ineffective, and the ground was beginning to accumulate water. Global news outlets were reporting on this peculiar deluge. Yet, as of now, no one had discovered or disclosed this alarming truth. Across the globe, rain falls incessantly. Nearly everyone is convinced that this deluge will soon cease, including those atop the mountain. The majority have descended, leaving only a scant few huddled on the slopes, clutching umbrellas, unwilling to leave. They maintain their belief that the torrential downpour will soon abate. Yu is aware of this, hence he remains still. Another half-hour passes. The deluge not only persists but intensifies, morphing into a misty haze. At this juncture, visibility dwindles to less than a meter. The accumulated water reaches nearly 10 centimeters in depth. Su Zilong can no longer endure the weight. He turns to Yu. "Boss Hu, what are you waiting for? Shouldn't we hurry back?" "Almost there," Yu replies. "It has been half an hour since any vehicle descended from the mountain. An hour has elapsed, and those who have yet to return are now trapped. The torrential rain could cause cable car malfunctions. The earth grows soft, and visibility is reduced to a mere meter. Descending now would be akin to a blind person attempting to navigate down the mountain without assistance. Such an endeavor is utterly impossible. They face but one fate: starvation." Yu opens the door and steps out of the vehicle. The rain, fierce and accompanied by howling winds, threatens to unbalance him, forcing him to lean against the car. "Boss." Shinshan, bewildered by Yu's intentions, calls out, "What are you doing? Get back in the car." Yu does not respond. Instead, he crouches down, placing his hands on the ground. Closing his eyes, he focuses his thoughts. Rising, he finds himself still enveloped in a shrouded mist. Yet he can distinctly sense that the path ahead is devoid of obstacles. The Zhejiang mountain has been secured within his bag. Just as he was about to enter the vehicle, a sudden cacophony erupted ahead. What was happening? Were we not seeking refuge from the rain? And what of the pavilion? Oh, do not jostle. Mother, those sounds are the people still on the mountain. It seems that once we descend, the creatures of the mountain will reveal themselves. The clamor grew increasingly louder. Without paying heed, Puyu promptly boarded the car, neglecting to wipe the rain from his body, and instead turned to Shinshan. Let us depart for Qixia Mountain. Very well. Shinshan appeared to have realized something, promptly responding. He drove, following the navigational route towards Qixia Mountain. Thankfully, the current navigation system could indicate traffic lights and utilize onboard radar to detect vehicles ahead. Even with the limited visibility, Shinshan was confident in avoiding collisions. Wait. Su Zilong, piecing together the clues, turned to Hu Yu. You haven't possibly gathered up Zhejiang Mountain, have you? Those sounds from earlier must have originated from those individuals, right? Indeed, Hu Yu replied. The entire mountain has vanished. Su Zilong's expression reflected utter astonishment. How much can you possibly contain? Surely, you cannot even fit Blue Star within, can you? I am uncertain. Hu Yu shook his head, cautiously glancing out the car window. If it weren't for the fear that the inhabitants of Blue Star might perish in the vacuum, I would have been tempted to try. Upon hearing this, both Shinshan and Su Zilong shivered involuntarily. Such a power seemed almost otherworldly. An hour later, they arrived at Qixia Mountain. As this is a paid scenic area, many visitors, upon receiving notifications after the torrential rain, promptly descended the mountain. The staff had also completed their shifts. Without hesitation, Hu Yu exited the vehicle. The water level had already risen to 30 centimeters. He extended his hand into the rainwater and, following the previous protocol, secured the entire Qixia Mountain before re-entering the car. Before Hu Yu could speak, Shinshan furrowed his brow and said, Boss, we may not be able to drive back. It will take us 2 hours to return, but in no more than an hour, the water level will rise to 60 centimeters, making it impossible for the car to move. It can be done, Hu Yu replied confidently, fully trusting the system's capabilities. Just drive, and everything will be fine. All right. Shinshan responded, reluctantly starting the vehicle. As the rain intensified, an increasing number of cars began to stall. By 9 o'clock, the water level reached 60 centimeters. What does that signify? It equates to the height of 2 stacked mineral water bottles. Even someone as tall as 180 centimeters would find the water rising to their thighs. The roads were devoid of pedestrians, with only a few vehicles risking damage as they moved slowly. Yet, one vehicle stood out, a true anomaly. This car seemed to disregard the flooded waters, maintaining its speed without a hint of deceleration, even speeding through the accumulation. By 9:30, they arrived at the underground parking garage. At this point, the water level in the garage was nearly 80 centimeters. Forget about the chassis. The tires of this vehicle remained completely dry. The onlookers had no time to be astonished and hurriedly scrambled for the stairs to begin their ascent. An elevator? That would surely be out of commission. It was only the 28th floor, after all. Up they went. Without waiting for Hu Yu to speak, Shinshan directly hoisted him onto his back and commenced the arduous ascent. In under 6 minutes, they reached the 28th floor. As Hu Yu pushed open the door, he was met with the sight of a gathering crowd. The moment he entered, a warm breeze enveloped him. Except for Boo Boo, everyone rose to acknowledge his presence. They understood that, had it not been for Hu Yu, they would have been caught unprepared by the deluge. Survival was assured, yet life would never return to its former state. What's everyone doing? Please, take a seat. As Hu Yu stepped into the room, it was evident that the others had not yet dined. I'm going to take a shower. Li Gu, could you help prepare some dishes? We shall enjoy a hearty meal soon. Of course. Hu Yu slipped into the bathroom and indulged in a hot shower. In no more than 3 days, should the waterworks cease operations and wastewater flood back into the supply, water would become a scarce commodity. If one wished to bathe thereafter, they would likely have to resort to wiping down or perhaps make adjustments to the water heater. Once refreshed, Hu Yu emerged from the restroom, just in time to hear the television broadcasting news. It reported that unprecedented rainfall was occurring globally, with many regions shattering historical records, urging the public to remain calm. Experts suggested that this torrential downpour was the result of meteorological weaponry research and would cease within 3 days. No nation had yet acknowledged this situation, and citizens were advised to stay indoors, venturing out only if absolutely necessary. 3 days? 3 days will indeed come to pass. Yet such proclamations are only believed by those still willing to be deceived. The room fell into silence. All eyes fixed on Hu Yu as he made his way to the dining table. He did not take a seat. Instead, he retrieved the white wine from that evening and poured a glass for everyone present, save for Bubu, placing each one before them with his own hands. Ladies and gentlemen, Hu Yu raised his glass. From this day forth, we shall be united as one family. I shall not burden you with many words, but I will say this. Upon drinking this toast, we shall strive to survive together. The crowd raised their glasses in unison. To survival. Chapter 23. Do you not possess a shred of compassion? After several rounds of drinks and an array of dishes, Hu Yu remained proactive, having Su Zilong reach out to various major internet companies to negotiate terms and prices. He intended to procure 20 cases of instant noodles in exchange for their databases. Naturally, at this juncture, they would dismiss the messenger as a madman. Yet, in half a month's time, they would come to recognize the significance of that price. By the time dinner concluded, it was already 11 o'clock at night. The water level had risen to an alarming 1 meter. Most individuals had succumbed to slumber, preparing to relish the rare holiday upon waking. Except for those on the ground floor. At this moment, the monitoring system and the residence group chat were in chaos. Building 3, Apartment 103. Is there any kind-hearted soul willing to take us in? My home is nearly submerged. Building 3, Apartment 104. My home too. There are 2 elderly individuals with me. We are willing to pay 1,000 yuan per room per day. We implore your assistance. In the surveillance footage. In the corridor from the first to the second floor, 2 households, comprising 6 individuals, stood together, clad in short sleeves, their bags filled with valuables, with nothing else to their name. In the month of July, even amidst torrential rain, the temperature remains above 20 degrees, rendering warm clothing unnecessary. If memory serves me right, there are only these 2 households on this floor. Unit 103 is inhabited by a pair of siblings who have come to the city for work. The sister has a limp, while the brother typically toils at a construction site. Unit 104 is home to a family of 4, a couple and the husband's parents. The situation in 104 proved to be quite troublesome, leading to their eventual abandonment, leaving only the man to survive, while the fate of the siblings in 103 remains uncertain. But you turned to look at Mu Lingxiu, who was seated at the table as well. In her previous life, it was she who had taken in the siblings, and their fate was tragically bleak. Master, why do you gaze at me? Mu Lingxiu inquired, blinking her eyes. It's nothing, Hu Yu replied, curiosity peaking within her. Those 2 siblings appear so pitiable. Do you think we should rescue them? Everything is at the master's discretion. If you agree, they may take refuge in my room. Mu Lingxiu responded. Hu Yu exclaimed in surprise. It seemed that Mu Lingxiu's inclination towards compassion could indeed be remedied. Perhaps it's best to let it go, she said, shaking her head. Testing the waters, Hu Yu withdrew some ice cream from her space and was just about to savor it when Xiao Zisu, sitting nearby, noticed her. Stop, she exclaimed, and in a flash, she appeared beside Hu Yu, snatching the ice cream from her hand. You silly fool, what are you thinking? You've just been caught in the rain, and now you wish to eat something cold? Confiscated. With that, she claimed the ice cream and settled beside Hu Yu, licking it with a look of utter contentment, as though it were entirely normal. Hu Yu's lips twitched in response. Before he could regain his composure, Mu Lingxiu, with a smile reminiscent of an indulgent aunt, added, Mrs. truly concerned for the master. A chill ran down Hu Yu's spine. He shuddered slightly and looked at Mu Lingxiu with a serious expression, saying Chinibu is also an ailment. One must never abandon the treatment. Just as he finished speaking, activity erupted in the group chat. Since Mu Lingxiu had not displayed her usual benevolence, Aunt Wang promptly chimed in. 3rd building, 2602. I recall that Xiao, who on the 28th floor purchased quite a number of houses, didn't he? Let him spare a room for us, so the neighbors can seek refuge. 3rd building, 103. Is that really possible? Mr. Hu, rest assured, my siblings and I will not cause you any trouble. 3rd building, 104. Are there any extra rooms? We only need 2. We would greatly appreciate Mr. Hu's assistance. In an instant, all the pressure fell upon Hu Yu. He remained silent while the group began to tag him. Hu Yu chuckled and shook his head, responding in the chat. 3rd building, 2802. Alas, my space is also limited. I remember, Aunt Wang, that your family consists of just 2 individuals, correct? How about you take in the siblings from 103, and I'll look after the neighbor from 104? 3rd building, 2602. That one T do. My household isn't fond of guests. If you take them both in, They can stay in the living room, can't they? Third building, 2802. But what about the little pets I have? Should I send them to your place instead? Third building, 2602. At a time like this, are you still worried about your pets? Don't you have any compassion? Third building, 2802. None whatsoever. Puyi replied succinctly, amused by Aunt Wang's vexed expression on the monitor. Moral coercion? Apologies, as long as I possess no moral integrity. You shall not be able to coerce me. Building 3, apartment 2602. Xiaohu, you have forced my hand. I am now requisitioning your residence in the name of the neighborhood committee, units 103 and 104. You will heed my commands. Ascend to the upper floor. I refuse to believe this fellow dares to deny you entry. Units 103 and 104 remained silent, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at this juncture. Requisition? How utterly ludicrous. If you relish requisitioning so much, then by all means, utilize your own quarters. Puyi turned to Su Zilong, casting him a knowing glance. He instantly comprehended, and soon a message erupted in the homeowners group. Building 3, apartment 2602. If all else fails, come to my residence. I shall grant you access. Building 3, apartment 103. Is that true? Splendid. Thank you, Aunt Wang. Building 3, apartment 104. Sister Wang, I shall keep my words brief. Much appreciated. Building 3, apartment 2802. Oh, Aunt Wang is so generous. Truly befitting of a neighborhood committee member. Meanwhile, at Aunt Wang's abode, she gazed at her phone, incredulous that she had sent such a message, repeatedly pressing the message box with her robust fingers in an attempt to retract it. Yet, all she received was a notification. Network error, please reset. Regardless of her efforts to send further messages, she was met with an incessantly spinning loading icon. Enough of this. She decided to disregard them altogether, discarding her phone. After all, I possess the finest electronic anti-theft lock. As long as I do not open the door, they cannot enter. And that individual surnamed who is utterly detestable. In less than 10 minutes, a knock resonated at the door. Wang Dama chose to disregard the commotion, however. The little tyrant, who had barely fallen asleep, was roused by the noise. An impatient voice echoed from within the room. Grandma, what is that sound? Nothing, nothing, dear grandson. You may continue to sleep. I am here, she reassured him softly. With that, Wang Dama rose and approached the doorway, preparing to kindly dissuade the gathering crowd. Yet, in the next instant, click, the door swung open. The so-called electronic security lock had long been compromised by Su Zilong. Whenever he wished, he could unlock every electronic door in the building at will. Oh dear, Wang Dama. The male occupant of room 104 stepped forward, grasping her hand earnestly. Thank you so much. We are truly grateful for your assistance. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone, ready to scan a code. Wang Dama. Allow me to pay you for 3 days' rent, 6,000 yuan. Regardless of when the rain ceases, this money is yours. 6,000 yuan. Wang Dama's eyes glimmered with greed. She instinctively took a step back, masking her irritation with a smile and pulling out her phone. We are all neighbors here. Let's not discuss money. Just scan this. Very well, the man replied, promptly sending over the 6,000 yuan. And Wang Dama welcomed him into her home with a beaming smile. We still have one room available, but you two may need to stay in the living room for the time being, she stated immediately after receiving the payment. 6,000 yuan for a living room stay. The female occupant began to protest, but was stopped by her companion. All right, we have no objections. The pair of siblings stepped forward eagerly. Can we also stay in the living room? You two? Wang Dama scrutinized them from head to toe. Do you have money? Indeed. Without waiting for the brother and sister to respond, a voice emerged from behind them. A figure appeared from the staircase, Shinshan, carrying a bundle of cash amounting to 20,000. He approached the group and handed the money to the siblings, smiling as he said, Mr. who from the 28th floor is aware of Ms. Wang's kindness and has graciously offered to cover your rent. Please give this to Ms. Wang. How can we accept this? The elder brother hesitated, yet he still approached Aunt Wang, saying, Aunt Wang, what do you think? With this amount, we can only stay in the living room. Aunt Wang swiftly snatched the 20,000 and turned to enter her room. How can 4 people fit in the living room? The mistress of the house interjected immediately. Our 6,000 is for 2 rooms. That is no concern of mine. Aunt Wang had already accepted the money and strode toward her own vacant room, adding, Do not make any noise. If you disturb my grandson's sleep, I shall have to evict you. The 2 families exchanged glances, falling into silence. The phrase under the eaves, one must bow their head, was exemplified in that moment. They attempted to seek out Shinshan to inquire if Mr. Hu could provide a room, only to discover that he had already departed. Regardless, as long as they could find temporary refuge, it sufficed. The torrential rain persisted. By July 14th at 7 a.m., the water level had risen to an alarming 2 meters and 70 centimeters. The rate of precipitation was indeed terrifying. Yet for some, as long as the water had not reached their feet, it was not deemed a significant issue, except for Tian Lao Lu, who resided next to Yi Wanqiu. As Hu Yu's alarm clock resonated, a private message popped up. Building 3, Room 303. Boss Hu, I wish to join your ranks. Chapter 24. To survive, follow me. Tian Lao Lu. This individual, capable of establishing a reputation in Jinling, must undoubtedly possess a sharp intellect. Hu Yu furrowed his brow at the message, suspecting that the man had deduced something. It seemed that his recent activities had not gone unnoticed. Someone devoid of any moral compass would certainly not be welcomed by him. However, engaging in some light-hearted banter might not be out of the question. Building 3, Room 2802. On what grounds? Building 3, Room 303. Money? Women? Whatever you desire, I can procure it for you. Building 3, Room 2802. Do I lack these? Building 3, Room 303. Then what do you require? Building 3, Room 2802. Quite simple. Don't you enjoy taking refreshing photos? Snap a selfie, post it in the owner's group, and ensure it is not retracted. Remember to hold your ID card. The other party fell silent. Hu Yu, meanwhile, rose leisurely, now composed under Ancienneur's gaze. He donned autumn attire and entered the bathroom for a brief wash, casually retrieving the black egg that had refreshed in the early hours. With a flick of his toothbrush, he cracked it open. A dazzling golden light erupted instantaneously. Ding! Golden Legend. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the legendary item. Heart of the Ocean 1. Name. Heart of the Ocean, Legendary. Type. Equipment effect. Upon use, it can be affixed to any vessel, transforming it into a product of the system, which can enhance with the System S level, boasting indestructibility and zero consumption characteristics. The Heart of the Ocean is irremovable and irreplaceable. Please choose its usage with caution. Note 1. After usage, the vessel will be inoperable for 7 days. Note 2. Captain, beware of icebergs. Hu Yu momentarily lost his focus, and in his hand appeared a palm-sized blue diamond. A legend. He never anticipated acquiring such an item. Without hesitation, Hu Yu promptly affixed the Heart of the Ocean to the Saint Bastion. Ding. Heart of the Ocean merging. Remaining time. 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Sigh. Now there is no need to worry about navigational issues. Hu Yu emerged from the restroom with a beaming countenance, just as his phone vibrated. Room 303. Boss Hu. As you wished. Room 303. Image. Oh dear. Hu Yu merely glanced at it before swiftly deleting the message. Such a thing is utterly revolting. Room 2802. Boss Tian. You are even more repugnant than I imagined. Hu Yu swiftly blocked the account of Tian Laolu, consigning it to the blacklist. As he stepped outside, he noticed a group of people gathered around a table, all transfixed by their respective computers, viewing the same screen. Yesterday, Su Zilong had connected all computers to a local area network, allowing simultaneous monitoring of the entire building. Each floor was assigned different personnel for shift monitoring of anomalies, making this collective observation rather peculiar. Hu Yu approached and stood behind Xiao Zissou. What are you watching? You've come at the right time. Come watch the show. Xiao Zissou pointed at the computer screen. There displayed was the surveillance footage from room 2602. It hadn't even been a day, and the little demon king could no longer tolerate having outsiders residing in his home. I do not care. My family does not permit outsiders. The little tyrant shouted, flinging his toy car, which soared through the air and struck the elderly lady from Unit 104 with a resounding thud. Bang! Ouch! She exclaimed, clutching her head in surprise. What an unruly child. An elderly man pointed at the little tyrant, reprimanding him. You have no manners. Haven't you learned to respect your elders and care for the young? Who hasn't learned that? Aunt Wong, shielding her grandson, shot a glare at the two elders. You are all grown up, yet only remember the first 2 words. While you neglect to mention caring for the young. The male head of household from Unit 104 frowned and remarked, regardless of the circumstances, your grandson cannot strike others. What do you mean by striking? It was merely an accident, Aunt Wong retorted defiantly. He is still just a child. Her words left everyone momentarily speechless, as they were. After all, living under someone else's roof. With the first floor now completely flooded, they had nowhere to go and could only grit their teeth and endure the situation. The male head of household from Unit 104 sighed in frustration, unable to voice his thoughts, and turned to check on his mother's injury. Fortunately, it was merely a bruise, without any open wounds. Haha. The little tyrant made a face at everyone, hands on his hips, proclaiming with an air of superiority. If you wish to stay here, it is not impossible, as long as you agree to be my servants. I might consider it. The others chose to ignore him. The two siblings from Unit 103 sat quietly at the dining table, observing everything unfold. Last night, one had slept on the table while the other had cobbled together a bed from chairs. What? A sofa? This position, naturally, belongs to the couple in Unit 104. How could it possibly be theirs? Faced with the silence of the crowd, Aunt Wong was quite displeased. Hey, didn't you hear? My grandson has spoken. Are you all deaf? My dear grandson wishes for your company in a game of house. So let us get on with it. Aunt Wong placed her hands on her hips and glared. Do you still wish to stay here? The man from Unit 104 furrowed his brows and stood up. We have paid our dues. There is no need for this. I don't care. Aunt Wong plopped down onto the sofa, her legs swinging up nonchalantly. If you agree, you may continue to stay. If not, I'll simply return your money. Oh. And you too. Aunt Wong turned her gaze to the siblings in Unit 103. You shall not receive a refund. That money was a gift from Little Hu to me. So you may stay or leave as you please. The siblings exchanged glances. The sister slowly shook her head, seemingly reluctant to remain. But her brother could only muster a faint smile as he crouched down before the little tyrant. Little friend, would you let your brother play with you? Smack. A crisp sound echoed. The little tyrant slapped the brother's face, hands on hips. You must call me your majesty. Do you understand? Though the child's strength was not great, a vivid red mark was left on the man's face. He covered his cheek and uttered two words, Your Majesty. Now that's more like it. Aunt Wong beamed with a maternal smile, addressing the others. You see, it's merely a game of house with a child. How difficult can it be? If you're to play the role of a dog, so be it. I shall not serve you. A woman of 104 exclaimed. Pulling her man away, Li Chong, let us depart. Li Chong remained unfazed, a smile adorning his face as he gazed submissively at Aunt Wong. Aunt Wong, we are merely entertaining your grandson. It is just the food for today that is a matter of simplicity. Aunt Wong held her head high, proclaiming, Meat and vegetables reside in the refrigerator. Whoever among you knows how to cook should proceed to do so. You shall not be deprived of sustenance. Ah, thank you. Aunt Wong, Li Chong replied with a smile, approaching the little tyrant. Your Majesty, would you like to eat today? Ribs. I want to eat. No. I shall eat ribs. The little tyrant laughed joyously, as though he had not played so merrily in ages. He pointed at Li Chong's wife. You shall be my horse. I wish to ride. Ride your mother. Li Chong's wife retorted angrily. Li Chong, are you going to leave or not? If you do not, I shall take my leave. Yet Li Chong paid no heed to his wife, kneeling on the ground. Your Majesty, what worth is that woman to ride? As men, we should ride men, he exclaimed. Come, onto my back. Li Chong, you have truly lost your mind. Li Chang remained silent, hoisting the little tyrant onto his back and crawling on the ground. Bang! Xiao Zissou slammed her hand on the table, turning to Hu Yu. This grandparent and grandchild duo is utterly excessive. Do they truly think themselves royal? Do not rush. Do not rush, Hu Yu replied, his eyes narrowing with amusement as he observed the scene. Evil shall meet its match in due time. Let us watch closely. In the entire building, comprising 28 floors, there were a total of 72 households, excluding the two that had already been asked to leave. Among them, individuals resembling Mu Si Yue are exceedingly rare. When societal order still prevailed, they donned their respective masks, concealing the brutality festering beneath their facades. Once this order disintegrates, the suppressed savagery that has simmered for decades will erupt violently. Aunt Wong, in this assembly, she merely qualifies as a minion. Even the man who abducted Mu Si Yue in a previous life to barter for sustenance was driven solely by desperation. Yet, within this milieu lurks a genuine pervert, who you fixated intently on the man in the screen, a member of a family of 4, Li Chong, an utterly commonplace name. He possesses an unremarkable appearance and an ordinary lineage. Yet, it was precisely such an individual who ascended to the position of the building's overseer. The entirety of the building's resources lay under his dominion. Even as Hu Yu and Yi Wanqiu plotted their escape, he had already commenced constructing a vessel. The materials, of course, were readily available, human skin and bones. Such a man transcends the bounds of mere horror. But you let out a soft snort, suddenly noticing another scene. On the third floor, a middle-aged man in a wheelchair approached the corridor. He wore a mask and sunglasses, and under Yi Wanchio's guidance, he began knocking on doors one by one. With each door that opened, he would present a slip of paper to the occupant and then wait quietly at the threshold. Yu leaned closer to the screen, magnifying the surveillance view to discern the text on the paper. It bore just 8 words. If you wish to survive, follow me. Chapter 25. The power is cut off. This Tian Laolu possesses a modicum of intellect. Yu withdrew a cup of watermelon smoothie from her backpack, savoring the refreshing chill that enveloped her mouth as she bit down on the straw. He looked at the crowd and asked, "What would you like to drink?" "Let me find something for you." "Strawberry smoothie," bubbled up Boo Boo, the first to raise her hand. "You cannot have anything cold," Xiao Zissou quickly interjected. "Boo Boo, you need to be cautious with your diet for now. Once your leg heals, we can enjoy it slowly, all right?" "All right." Boo Boo's enthusiasm instantly deflated, her little lips pouting adorably. "Be good, Boo Boo." Yu casually handed a warm strawberry milkshake to Boo Boo, saying, "Let us start with this." "Thank you, Brother Yu." "No problem," he replied, gently ruffling her hair, and distributed a cup of milk tea to everyone else. They continued to observe the footage on the monitor. Only 15 minutes had passed when Tian Laolu had already gathered all the residents from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, including himself and Yi Wanchio. There were a total of 8 households, 10 men and 6 women, not counting the elderly and children. "Ladies and gentlemen," Tian Laolu proclaimed from his wheelchair, his demeanor still dignified. "I need not elaborate on the situation outside. I trust you are all aware. The rain is intensifying. The water level is rising by 20 centimeters every hour, approaching 5 meters within a day. Even according to official reports, the rain is expected to cease in 2 days. But that means the residents below the 4th floor will be displaced. Our living situation is of little concern. We are young enough to endure the stairs. But what about our food and water? What will happen to our parents and children? We can manage, but what about them? We cannot allow the elderly and children to go hungry alongside us. We cannot." A bald man raised his hand and shouted amidst the crowd. The onlookers hesitated momentarily, but soon echoed his call in unison. Yu focused his gaze, and lo and behold, it was none other than Li Mang. What was he doing here? Wait, could it be that he is with Yi Wanchio? This could turn out to be quite amusing. Under Li Mang's incitement, the crowd swiftly united, preparing to heed the commands of Tian Laolu. "Tian Gu," Li Mang called out from the forefront of the assembly. "Just tell us how we can avoid going hungry." "Quite simple," Tian Laolu replied, illuminating his phone's flashlight towards the rear. There lay a pile of frozen meat, an assortment of vegetables, 2 bags of rice, and a barrel of peanut oil. This is all the food we have at home. I am now presenting it for everyone to share. I also hope that each of you can contribute what you have at home, prioritizing our elders and children, so we can weather this storm together." While his words rang true, a voice from the crowd interjected, "But the meat and vegetables we've stored do not suffice." "Indeed. And what about our shelter? The 2nd floor is about to be flooded. What then?" "Yes, Tian Gu, what shall we do?" "Simple." Tian Laolu raised his hand, pointing upstairs. "They have food, do they not? And our shelter is right above us. We can knock on their door and purchase the food we need. If they are willing to sell, then all shall be well. If we do not sell, then it is only reasonable for us to temporarily reside in their house. Even if the torrential rain ceases in 2 days, we would have justification for our actions. Of course, it would be even better if they were willing to join us. We shall share our food and dwell together. Isn't that splendid?" The crowd exchanged glances. Some had already grasped the intent of Brother Tian, yet chose to remain silent. Beneath the veneer of order, they still possessed a fundamental sense of morality. "This, Brother Tian, isn't that inappropriate? We are all neighbors, after all. What is inappropriate?" Li Mang immediately countered, "Brother Tian advocates for courtesy before conflict. Would you willingly watch your elders and children suffer from hunger? Let us do it." A young man exclaimed angrily, "Brother Tian, I stand with you. As long as my parents have a place to stay and food to eat, that is all that matters." "Good," replied Brother Tian. "Then let us gather the food from our respective homes. If anyone is unwilling to join, you may withdraw now. I will not force anyone." "This." A middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses hesitated. "Brother Tian, we live on the 4th floor. It's actually not urgent. What do you think?" "No worries." "I can understand," Brother Tian said, maneuvering his wheelchair forward, pulling out his phone from his pocket. "Come, scan this." "Huh? Scan it?" Brother Tian chuckled. "I will transfer the money to you. and you will bring out the food from your home. Did we not agree just now? Is 10,000 enough? Or perhaps 20,000? Why not sell the house to me outright? I shall offer 3 million. Since you refuse to join, you become my target. I will provide the money, and you shall provide the sustenance." The middle-aged man trembled slightly and quickly replied with a smile, "Brother Tian, I will join. I shall join." "That is splendid," Tian Laolu said, patting the man's shoulder. He turned to the others and declared, "I possess ample funds. As long as you assist me in overcoming this hurdle, I shall reward you all with a generous bonus that will surely satisfy." "Excellent, Brother Tian. Where shall our first target be? Perhaps the 20th floor? It is said that the people there are rather foolish and affluent, not to mention they keep many pigs. The 28th floor must eventually be visited." Tian Laolu gritted his teeth and uttered, "If it weren't for that individual, he would not have needed to don sunglasses and a mask. But not at this moment. Do you understand the art of conquest?" He raised his hand, pointing towards the staircase leading to the 5th floor. "From the low to the high, let us proceed gradually." At noon, the entire 5th floor was occupied by Tian Laolu and his group. The method was exceedingly simple and direct. Knock on the door. If it opens, one begins to discuss business. 2 options present themselves: sell supplies or share supplies. Most individuals will opt for the latter. At worst, they might even choose to share their own rooms. If they refuse to open, well, that is even simpler. Break the lock. The security door locks are quite difficult to open, especially when locked from the inside. Yet, Tian Laolu is a professional. With a wire and a sturdy card, the door could be opened in less than 10 seconds. Even Huyu was taken aback by this unexpected skill of Laolu. At noon, when the crowd on the 28th floor commenced their lunch, Tian Laolu and his companions had already gathered on the 7th floor, assembling over 40 individuals. They congregated in a sparsely furnished room on the 7th floor, where a grand celebratory feast was underway. Nearby, several rebellious residents were bound tightly, having refused to cooperate and chosen to resist. Now, they could only crouch in the corner, watching as others indulged in what should have been their own provisions. "Brother Tian." Li Meng leaned closer to Tian Laolu. With such a commotion, is it truly safe now that the rain has ceased? It wasn't just him. Every person present shared this apprehension. As the question lingered, an unsettling silence enveloped the room. "Rest assured, everyone," Tian Laolu declared, raising his cup high. "All actions taken here are my responsibility. As long as you all have enough to eat and a place to stay, my own crippled state is of no consequence." Brother Tian is a man of great integrity. Brother Tian is a man of great integrity. Come, let us toast to Brother Tian. As they raised their glasses in salute, Huyu and others sat at a nearby dining table, enjoying hot pot while observing the scene through surveillance. "Boss, is it truly wise to allow them to continue like this? Is there no cause for concern?" Shinshan inquired. "They are on the brink of establishing dominance here. If we do not intervene, not only will the others on this floor suffer, but we too might become targets." "It's fine," Huyu replied succinctly, pulling a beef ball from the pot. "This is merely the beginning. It will only become more chaotic. Involving ourselves now would only lead to unnecessary troubles." He glanced at the clock. It was 12:05. If memory served him right, the time was about right. Suddenly, as Huyu placed the beef ball into his mouth, the surrounding light abruptly dimmed. The power had gone out. Chapter 26. I bestow upon you 365 blessings on July 14th, at precisely 12 o'clock and 6 minutes. The water level reached a staggering 3 meters and 7 centimeters. Over 90% of the world's electrical systems faltered, including that of Jinling. All operable nuclear reactors were shut down, while those that could not be deactivated remained unmanageable. The torrential rain persisted in the dimness, permeating the atmosphere with piercing screams and palpable fear throughout the community. In the next instant, a chime resonated. The power supply apparatus accumulated by Huyu began to function. Electricity was restored, servers rebooted, and within 10 seconds, surveillance footage reappeared on the screens. Most residents drew back their curtains, allowing the faintest glimmer of light to seep into their homes, yet they could barely discern the food cooking in their pots. The sun had long been obscured by thick, oppressive clouds. "Shingu, could you turn on the lights?" "Certainly, boss," Shinshan replied, activating the main light. The sudden brilliance shattered the darkness, instantly capturing the attention of the entire community. "Is that a light bulb? Wasn't there a power outage? How can he still turn on the lights?" Everyone in the neighborhood fumbled for their phones, eager to inquire in the resident group. Fingers danced across screens in frantic attempts, but before any messages could be dispatched, they realized a grim reality. The network was down. Communication remained futile. The inhabitants of the other buildings were left speechless, compelled to scavenge for illumination within their homes. However, those in Block 3 were an exception. Enveloped in darkness, they were oblivious to the brilliant glow above them. 10 minutes later, the thunderous roar of helicopters and the sound of announcements echoed overhead. Due to the torrential rain that fell throughout the night, the power, water supply, gas, and communication systems in Jinling have come to a complete halt. The relevant departments are currently engaged in disaster relief and repairs, so please remain calm. The announcement echoes continuously in the air. Almost everyone is aware of what has transpired. Electricity, water, gas, communication, all have vanished. When people lead their everyday lives, they seldom recognize the significance of these utilities. Yet, once they are all rendered inoperative, the denizens of the steel forest find themselves no different from those in a primitive society. No, there remains a distinction. In primitive societies, individuals have always existed in their primal state, never having witnessed the light, thus able to endure the darkness. However, contemporary humanity is dissimilar. They have indulged in an abundance of comforts, and compared to the primitive existence, it would not be an exaggeration to say they dwell in a paradise. Now, having fallen from paradise into hell, some demons are inevitably born. Food, fresh water, power, these will become their original sins leading to their downfall. On the 7th floor, Tian Laolu strives to maintain order. Following the power outage, the rationality of the crowd has begun to unravel, compounded by the recent announcement. The thread of order in their minds has started to tremble. It is impossible to heed the words of the incapacitated. Until, bang, the sound of a gunshot shatters the air. The flash of fire awakens their reason, restoring a semblance of calm. Tian Laolu turns on his phone flashlight, drawing the attention of the crowd. "I still hope you all remain silent," he states coolly, one hand raised with the flashlight, the other gripping the gun. "Now, I issue the first command. It is a command, not a suggestion. Move the supplies. Li Mang, take 10 people and move all the available supplies from downstairs to upstairs. The rest will follow me." "Understood," Li Mang responded, then inquired, "Brother Tian, where are we moving them to?" "To the upper floors, the higher, the better." The electricity had ceased. Tian Laolu was acutely aware that this downpour might not cease anytime soon. Even if it were to stop, it certainly wouldn't be within the next 2 days. His immediate task was to seize the moment, while the others were still reeling from the situation. He aimed to gain an absolute advantage and then gradually settle accounts with Hu Yu. That fellow. He had somehow foreseen this torrential rain and hoarded an unknown quantity of supplies. If he could manage to seize them, it was likely they would endure this storm. Meanwhile, someone else recognized the same opportunity. Yi Wanqiu. She stealthily slipped away from the crowd and began her ascent to the 28th floor. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Wanqiu disregarded the commotion below and finally reached the 28th floor. She raised her flashlight and was instantly taken aback. A reinforced alloy door. She had only seen such a door in bank vaults. Not only could it not be pried open, even C4 explosives might not suffice to breach it. How much had this person prepared? "Hu Yu?" Yi Wanqiu rushed forward and began knocking on the door. "It's me. Open the door." Her voice echoed in the stairwell but received no response. "Hu Yu, I know you can hear me." Yi Wanqiu continued to shout, "You've even installed such a door." "I refuse to believe you Haven T set up surveillance. I merely wish to have a word with you." "Is that too much to ask?" "A word?" A voice emanated from the door. A screen flickered to life. Beside Hu Yu lay half a glass of watermelon smoothie as he nestled into the sofa, engrossed in playing a delightful game on his tablet. Not once did he lift his eyelids. "Would you prefer to discuss water, margin, or romance of the Three Kingdoms? Since I am enjoying afternoon tea, you may initiate the conversation, and I shall engage with you in trivial matters." "The light?" Yi Wanqiu exclaimed in astonishment. How do you have electricity?" "That is indeed a pertinent question. If one has studied junior high physics, one would be aware of a device known as a generator." "Wonderful." Yi Wanqiu beamed with joy. "Please let me in at once." "And the reason?" He reached for an egg tart from the table and brought it to his lips. The crisp sound of his teeth breaking through the flaky crust made Yi Wanqiu swallow hard. Since the torrential rain began, she had consumed nothing but a bowl of instant noodles, a meager reward for serving the old man Tian Lu. This fellow was indulging in afternoon tea at home. Gulp. Yi Wanqiu swallowed again. "I must tell you, Tian Lu is coming for you, armed and accompanied. I am here to warn you. He will pick the lock and is carrying a gun. You must let me in. I have a way to help you thwart them." Oh, I see. You see? Yuachia was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Huyu's nonchalant demeanor. Right, I should thank you for the warning. Huyu rose from the sofa, seemingly retrieving a camera from someone, directing the lens towards the coffee table, and began selecting items. Egg tarts, scones, macarons, tiramisu. Even pan-fried buns and shrimp dumplings adorn the table. This afternoon tea exudes a splendid fusion of Eastern and Western elements. As for a reward, what could possibly suffice? Anything will do. The only thought occupying Yuanchio's mind is the desire to devour everything laid out before her. Alas, the scene shifts. Huyu once again faces the camera. Someone of your stature surely looks down upon our humble afternoon tea. Instead, allow me to extend a blessing. Bubu, come sing a song for your sister, just 365 blessings. Certainly, elder brother. Bubu replies, clearing her throat and launching into song. With each of the 365 sunrises in a year, I bestow upon you 365 blessings. The innocent melody reverberates through the stairwell. Yuanchio's smile abruptly freezes. Who? You. Why do you call me? The scene transitions. Huyu's face reappears on the screen. Miss Yi, do you not fancy it? If you prefer, I can sing a song just for you. No, that one tea be necessary. Yuanchio attempts to resist. Huyu, please let me in. I know you have many vacant rooms at home. I only require a place to stay. That Tian Laolu is a complete lunatic. Please help me. I am willing to do anything. Oh, Huyu raises an eyebrow. Anything you say? Indeed. Anything. Yuanchio lowers her head, feigning a bashful demeanor. Rest assured. I shall attend to your needs splendidly. Then let us proceed with frog leaps. Frog leaps? Yuanchio is taken aback. Indeed. Huyu pointed behind her. From here, leapfrog to the second floor, and then back down again. If you can accomplish this, I shall permit you entry. All right. Wait for me. Chapter 27. I have never encountered such unmitigated audacity. Yuanchio immediately crouched down, her hands clasped behind her back, and commenced her leapfrog ascent to the 27th floor. She appeared rather earnest. However, within the surveillance footage, as she barely reached the 27th floor, she stood upright and disdainfully spat towards the 28th floor. Humph, Huyu let out a cold laugh. He had anticipated that this woman would not be foolish enough to act so naively. Her previous display of weakness was merely a facade. Should she be allowed entry? The outcome would be inevitable. This serpent would seize the opportune moment to strike. Zilong, Huyu glanced at Su Zilong, who was working out nearby, seemingly striving to bring down Encianer. I remember you installed screens on every floor, didn't you? Indeed, Su Zilong replied. What? Are you planning to negotiate with them? Negotiate? It's a tad premature for that. Huyu stepped forward, smiling as he handed his phone to him. Please transmit the recent footage. I believe old Tian must be quite anxious upon discovering someone is missing. I thought you were genuinely going to let her in. Su Zilong took the phone and began operating it. Don't even mention the fact that she didn't leapfrog at all. Even if she did manage to make it up, I would simply make her do it again. You truly are a devil. Thank you for your kind words. During such times, angels swiftly ascend to heaven. A minute later, the surveillance footage from the 28th floor was looping through all the floors of the 3 buildings, particularly the first scene. Lock-picking and firearms. All residents above the 7th floor began to heighten their vigilance. Peepholes were sealed. Keyholes were blocked with keys and double-locked for good measure. Finally, they fortified the doors with refrigerators, sofas, and televisions. A triple layer of security. Not only would it be impossible to slip through or pick the locks, but even if one were to attempt sawing through, it would take considerable time. Tian Laolu stood before apartment 801, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Unable to conceive another method to open the door, resentment surged within his chest. Huyu, that wretched fellow. He was currently holed up in his shell, making him impossible to locate, otherwise. But it mattered not. Tian Laolu took a step back, adjusted his glasses perched on his nose, and gradually calmed his mind. He had inquired and discovered that there were currently 10 individuals in Huyu's household, hoarding significant resources, and had even purchased a boat. Much of those resources could not possibly be stored on the 28th floor. It was likely that most were kept in the boat's cabin. Now, all that was needed was to wait. Wait until they consumed the food stockpiled on the 28th floor, or perhaps even sooner, when they would seek out the boat. Thus, as long as he could secure the floor closest to the water's surface, he could sever their means of survival. The combined resources of the 6 floors were sufficient to sustain 20 individuals for 10 days. Even if others ceased to open their doors, it would still be ample. The critical issue now lay in reducing the number of people. It was quite simple to decrease 40 individuals to 20. In the afternoon, under the protection of Li Meng, Tian Laolu convened a small meeting with 20 individuals, the most obedient among the crowd. The agenda was straightforward: to conserve resources. Currently, they could not increase their supplies, so they had no choice but to reduce consumption. They resolved not to resort to violence. Instead, they would bind the remaining 20 individuals and confine them to the 4th floor, a place safe from flooding, allowing them to suffer from hunger. The group reached a consensus and took action that very night. After all, enduring hunger for 2 days was hardly a significant ordeal. As for Yi Wantu, she realized that returning was no longer an option. She would have to start from the 27th floor, knocking on doors in the hope of finding someone willing to take her in. To her surprise, when she reached the 24th floor, someone actually opened the door, a bespectacled, rotund man. He eagerly welcomed Yi Wantu inside, providing her with ample food and drink. As for what transpired that night, Yi was too indifferent to concern himself with it. After satisfying her hunger, she succumbed to slumber. On the 3rd day, nothing remarkable occurred. Everyone awaited the evening of the 4th day, curious to see if the rain would cease. On July 16th, at 7 in the morning, the water level reached 12 meters. The 3rd floor had been completely submerged, and rainwater continued to pour into the 4th floor. Yet, there was no sign of the rain abating. Those residing on the upper floors continued to relish their rare respite, including the occupants of the 8th floor. In their minds, they believed they had at most 12 hours before the torrential rain would come to an end. There was no reason for panic. After all, the flood would not reach them. Tian Laolu remained equally composed, fully aware that what was needed now was to conserve energy rather than succumb to futile agitation. 20 individuals were strategically positioned at all windows from the 4th to the 7th floor, ensuring that anyone attempting to leap or preparing to do so would be detected immediately. Naturally, Puyu felt no urgency. After rising, he habitually retreated to the restroom, raising his hand to crack an egg. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill book, Mastering Fishing. Note: upon utilizing this skill book, your physical abilities and overall fitness will automatically elevate to the level of skill mastery. Well, yet another skill book of little value, at least for the present. However, he did possess a fishing rod. The egg he opened yesterday had fortuitously yielded a premium fishing rod. It required no bait and had an infinite line. Simply casting the rod would provide a chance to catch fish. Nevertheless, the 28th floor was still over 70 meters above the water's surface, making the prospect of fishing rather futile. Before he could reel in a fish, he might very well be intercepted. Yet, Puyu opted to learn. He distinctly sensed a notable enhancement in the strength of his arms and legs. It was not entirely without merit. After freshening up, Puyu finally exited his room. At that moment, Xiao Zissou was already preparing breakfast. Li Ji assisted nearby. Mu Lingxiu was teaching Bubu to read. Su Zilong was engaged in his workout, and Xin Shan was monitoring the surveillance, while Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi stood at the window, observing the steadily rising water level. Hey! Puyu approached Zhao Zhong and Zhao Yi, peering down through their vantage point. What are you contemplating? Figuring out how to catch fish, Zhao Zhong replied with a smile. Brother Shan told us that it seems there are no river fish among the supplies we've stocked. Thus, my brother and I pondered whether we might catch some fish to provide Boo with a balanced diet. Zhao Yi chimed in supportively, suggesting it was a splendid idea, albeit lamenting the absence of fishing rods. Even if we had them, it would be futile. Shinshan interjected, remarking that the height of this floor would pose a challenge. And perhaps we should wait a while longer. Dinner is served, announced Xiao Zissou, placing the final bowl of medicinal cuisine upon the table. Boo, come and eat. There's no rush regarding the fish. Let us dine first. Puyu led a few others towards the dining table. Let us keep breakfast light this morning. In addition to the herbal dishes prepared by Xiao Zissou, Puyu retrieved 5 baskets of shrimp dumplings, 5 baskets of chicken feet, 3 baskets of soup dumplings, and even freshly made youtiao and soybean milk from his backpack. It was necessary. There were 6 bodyguards at the table, whose appetites could easily be equated to that of 12. We simply could not afford to skimp on provisions. Just as everyone was about to take their seats, a series of knocks echoed from the entrance. The sound did not emanate from outside, but rather from the metal door. Who could it be at such an early hour? Puyu pulled out his phone and accessed the surveillance feed. On the screen appeared a face full of ire and resentment. Aunt Wang? No, that couldn't be right. If memory serves, Aunt Wang was scheduled to start her rounds tomorrow, collecting rations from door to door. Why, in this lifetime, had she begun today? Oh, It must be the households of 103 and 104. With 6 additional mouths to feed, the supplies would inevitably deplete swiftly. Xiaohu, I know you're there. The voice of Aunt Wang echoed at the door. Quickly hand over the food. I saw it in the video the day before yesterday. You stuffed so many people into my home. Don't think you can just ignore everything. Hurry up, don't make me wait impatiently. He let out a cold laugh. Impatient? You think you were the second aunt of the Jade Emperor? He casually opened the video and pointed the camera at the table. Once the other party saw the items on the table, he pretended to shift the camera incorrectly, repeatedly apologizing. Oh, it's Aunt Wang. What brings you here? You. Aunt Wang uttered a word, undeterred by the inconvenience. Her hands on her hips as she reiterated her demands. Hurry up, bring out everything I asked for. And those on your table, bring me a portion. My grandson wants to eat. Oh, Aunt Wang, I'm not quite sure what you're talking about, he said, popping a shrimp dumpling into his mouth. We don't have much food left, just enough to fill our stomachs. How could we give you any? Not much. Aunt Wang grew anxious immediately. Can't you just not eat? You're all young. It's not like you'll starve. My grandson is still growing. At worst. I'll return it to you later. Look at what you're saying. He patted his chest. As the saying goes, at 23. I'm still growing. I'm in the same boat. You. I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness. Today, you will witness it firsthand. Who you? With a steam bun in his mouth, exhaled a puff of warm air and said, Aunt Wang, please don't be upset. If you get high blood pressure, there won't be any medicine to cure you. With that, he ended the video call. Who you relished his delectable breakfast. While the incessant sound of Aunt Wang's furious knocking echoed in his ears. It was already the 16th, and surely their food supplies had been nearly exhausted. Additionally, following the video he had streamed 2 days prior, it was unlikely anyone would dare to open the door, regardless of which floor they resided on. Before long, the residents of 2602 would surely reveal their fangs. Chapter 28. I had a dream noon, 12 o'clock. The commotion erupted on the 26th floor. Get out. All of you. Get out. Aunt Wang shouted. You worthless gluttons who only know how to eat and not how to procure food. Either bring me food, and I will allow you to stay, or leave this instant. With a kitchen knife in hand, she forced the 6 inhabitants of units 103 and 104 to vacate. Under normal circumstances, such a scene would not have unfolded for another day. However, the arrival of Tian Laolu instilled a sense of urgency among the crowd. Not only was borrowing food out of the question, but even opening the door to a stranger seemed implausible. This ultimately led to Aunt Wang's emotional breakdown. Aunt Wang, please calm down. Li Chang interposed himself between his parents and his wife. We can skip a meal, it's all right. The rain will cease soon. So please don't get agitated. Just set down the knife. Brother Zhang, say something. Yes, absolutely. The men from Unit 103 hastily chimed in. Aunt Wang, is it not the case that you are merely worried about insufficient food? We can manage without sustenance, as long as you do not expel us. Really? Is that true? Indeed. Li Chang and the man from 103 responded in unison. It is merely a matter of skipping a few meals. Provided that the rain ceases by tomorrow night, everything shall return to normal. Very well, Aunt Wang declared, though the knife in her hand remained firmly gripped. You 3, along with that old man, must leave my home this instant. I will permit your sister and your family to stay here. You 2 may head to the staircase and wait until the rain stops. Should anyone ascend in the meantime, I shall open the door for you then. Li Chang found himself in a quandary. There was no room for negotiation. Aunt Wang decisively stated, if you 3 men threaten me, what am I to do? This is a matter of self-preservation. I can leave. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chang spoke, but my father is already over 70 and struggles to walk. Aunt Wang, please allow him to remain. Son, there is no need for that. Li's father shook his head. I will go out with you. Without further deliberation, the 3 men exited the house. Bang! The door of 2602 slammed shut. Aunt Wang commenced preparing a meal for herself and her little grandson, indeed cooking only for 2. Without a thought for the elderly woman from 104 or the limping woman from 103. As for the 3 men, they now crouched in the corner of the 27th floor, ready to knock on the door and rush into 2602 at the first sign of commotion. You say. Jiangxi gazed out at the torrential rain. What shall we do if it does not cease? It will not. Li's father interjected with a furrowed brow. It has been stated that it will stop within 3 days, and thus it shall. We merely need to wait. Father, one cannot speak so lightly. Li Chang frowned. We are young. Missing a couple of meals is bearable for us, but you cannot endure such hardship. If this rain truly persists, we may have to resort to the so-called boss Tian downstairs. Learning from him would be futile. Zhang Si shook his head. No one is opening their doors now. And if this rain continues, I fear even Aunt Wang would refuse us entry. The door is not merely under her discretion. A voice echoed from the stairwell. In the dim light, a screen illuminated. Li Chong slowly rose and addressed the screen. Is that you? Xiao Hu from the 28th floor? No, Boss Hu. Boss Hu. Zhang Si immediately stood. Thank you, Boss Hu. If not for you, my sister and I would be left homeless. It's nothing of consequence, Hu Yu replied, sipping his milk tea and drawing the soft, chewy pearls into his mouth. I contacted you via video to present an opportunity. Should you agree, I can assist you in opening the door to 2602. This, Zhang Si hesitated, isn't that rather inappropriate? I merely offered a chance, Hu Yu stated. The decision to open the door lies entirely with you. If you wish to proceed, simply knock 3 times. With that, the video call ended. Hu Yu was unwilling to engage in further conversation. Had it not been for the desire to enliven the atmosphere of the building, he would not have made this call. Li Chong and Zhang Si. In his previous life, these two conspired with Aunt Wang, a veritable den of thieves. Not only did they occupy his residence, but they also ensnared him like a lamb in a dark chamber. Were it not for that individual, he might have already become their stew. Now, he was keen to observe what transpired when they found themselves in the role of the lamb. In the darkness, after a moment of silence, Li Chong spoke. Brother Zhang Si, do you enjoy watching films? Particularly those from Hong Kong. Hong Kong films. Which one do you mean? The 8 Immortals Restaurant. You may not be familiar with that name, but the other title should ring a bell. The Human Meat Bun Shop. Li Chong glanced toward the door. To be honest, I am quite curious to know what human flesh actually tastes like. Mr. Li was momentarily taken aback. Yet Zhang Si merely paused for a moment before swallowing hard. Brother Li, I shall heed your words. They had not consumed anything for an entire day. Since noon the previous day, Aunt Wang had used the excuse of having limited ingredients to serve only a pot of plain rice, allowing her own grandson to feast heartily. That evening, they had not even had white rice. Consequently, from yesterday until now, they had barely sipped any water. They were now on the verge of desperation from hunger. Time swiftly passed. By 7 in the evening, the water level had risen to 13 meters. The torrential rain outside continued unabated. The broadcast had yet to sound. The group, gazing up at the heavens, felt their hopes gradually slipping away. The suppressed desires nestled deep within their hearts began to swell. Li Chong rose from the stairs on the 26th floor. He gently patted his father's shoulder and stepped towards 2602, raising his hand to knock on the door. Aunt Wang, it seems this rain is not about to cease. Could you please open the door for us so we can discuss matters inside? Silence enveloped them from within. After a brief pause, Aunt Wang's voice finally resonated from behind the door. If you wish to enter, then you must procure some food. Find food, and I shall let you in. Aunt Wang, is it truly impossible? Li Chong's tone was laden with desperation. How about this? If you allow my father inside, I will accompany Brother Zhang to gather food. No way. Aunt Wang's refusal was resolute. Li Chong could only shake his head in resignation and exchanged a glance with Zhang Si before knocking 3 times on the door once more. Then, Aunt Wang, I sincerely apologize. Click. The door lock was disengaged once more. Almost simultaneously, on the 28th floor, watching the live broadcast, Hu Yu swiftly picked up Bubu and handed her to Mu Lingxiu. Little Mu, please take Bubu to bed. Certainly, my lord. Bubu appeared perplexed but nonetheless followed Mu Lingxiu back to 2802. There was no choice. The forthcoming scenes were decidedly inappropriate for children. Meanwhile, Shinshan furrowed his brow and inquired, Boss, is it truly necessary to proceed with this? Not only he but the others also cast inquisitive glances at Hu Yu. To them, it seemed evident that these matters could be disregarded, as they would inevitably turn on each other due to dwindling supplies. Why exacerbate the situation at this juncture? I had a dream. Hu Yu savored the cool, smooth texture of Häagen-Dazs ice cream. In my dreams, the apocalypse had arrived. I had neither hoarded supplies nor made the acquaintance of you all. I was merely a reclusive individual residing on the 28th floor. In the initial 5 days, food was still plentiful in everyone's homes, and with a bit of planning, we could endure. By the 5th day, however, the rain transformed from fresh water to acid rain, plunging those who had failed to store fresh water into a crisis of scarcity. On the 7th day, the food was depleted, and the lower floors were submerged. Those inhabitants were forced to seek refuge in the stairwell, consuming everything edible they could find: belts, shoe soles, and even the rats and cockroaches that inhabited the stairwell pipes. By the 10th day, although the water level had ceased to rise, the number of people in the stairwell continued to swell. The rats had been devoured, and the cockroaches were extinct. Now, the only remaining source of sustenance was human flesh. Some perished from starvation, yet he managed to sustain the survivors. On the 18th day, the water level surged once more, and the number of individuals in the stairwell dwindled. The fortunate survivors unearthed a chainsaw from their rooms and began to scour each apartment on the 17th floor. By the 22nd day, they reached the 28th floor, sawing open my front door. At that moment, I found myself devoid of food, my stomach empty. I pleaded for mercy, but they offered no reply, simply casting me into a dark room inhabited by others, apart from myself. On that fateful day, I learned a term two-legged sheep. The individuals within that realm were no longer regarded as humans, but rather existed as sheep. The sheep there spoke of how, almost every couple of days, one of their kind was taken away, while the remaining sheep would receive a meager portion of broth. On the 24th day, a yacht passed by, and under the cover of night, another sheep and I leapt into the water, only to be rescued by those aboard the yacht. Perhaps I had already been stewed. After Hu Yu finished his tale, he took another bite of ice cream. This was the culmination of his contemplations. After spending several days together, everyone's fondness for him had risen above 30, particularly Xunshan, Bu Bu, and Xiao Zisu. The rapport between Xiao Zisu and Xunshan had reached 60, while Bu Bu's soared to 70. Even the least favored, Su Zilong, had attained 30. Given these circumstances, it was time to discuss other matters. The notion of rebirth seemed utterly absurd. It could only be aptly described as a dream. The group fell into silence. Only Xiao Zisu, with eyes aglow, leaned in. So, you have been reborn, right? Ah, as expected of you, the quintessential girl with delusions of grandeur, to guess so swiftly. What rebirth? It is merely a dream. Hu Yu promptly shifted the topic, turning to Xunshan. Thus, I shall now respond to you. It is necessary. Indeed, it is of utmost importance. Even if this is but a dream, I shall not allow those who regard me as a sheep to escape unscathed. I shall survive, and I will ensure that they do not live comfortably. The group fell silent once more. Did they truly empathize? Not quite. Consider, if you will, the perspective of those who find themselves in a similar predicament. Should they be granted a second chance, it is likely they would resort to even more drastic measures. After all, what they possess in abundance is power. As Hu Yu observed the silence that enveloped the room, he realized his objectives had been achieved. He lowered his gaze once more to the surveillance screen, and with a mere glance, a subtle smile played upon his lips. Chapter 29, To the Rooftop. After Li Chang opened the door, he seized the opportunity while Hu Yu was speaking to subdue Aunt Wang and the little demon king. Amidst the furious protests of the grandparent duo, instead of drawing blades, they bound their captives and unceremoniously tossed them into a room, beginning to reorganize the food supplies within. In short order, they discovered the ham Aunt Wang had concealed in the room. It was indeed this ham that temporarily spared the pair from a grim fate. The group utilized rainwater to prepare a pot of rice, sharing a simple evening meal. Human flesh? Such easily preserved and durable emergency rations would naturally be reserved for last. The immediate priority was to gather sufficient food. If memory serves, aside from Aunt Wang's household, other families had also received hams. Li Chang glanced toward the window. As if making a momentous decision, Brother Zhang, do you wish to survive? Brother Chang. Zhang Si swallowed a mouthful of broth. You instruct me, and I shall comply. Very well. Li Chang approached the room, tearing down the bedding from the little demon king's bed. Can you fashion ropes? Brother Chang, are you suggesting we descend from the window? In Li Chang's eyes, madness was evident as he began to tear fabric to fashion a rope. The torrential rain rendered it nearly impossible to ascend from the lower floors to the upper ones. However, descending was a far simpler task. By securing the rope and entering through the window, even a fall would be mitigated by the depth of the water below, ensuring survival. This method was the only means by which they could amass a sufficient supply of food. Yet, Zhang Si hesitated, confessing, Brother Chang, I have a fear of heights. Here, Li Chang replied, handing one end of the bedsheet to Zhang Si. I will descend. You shall serve as my anchor from above. All right. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Tian Lao Lu stood above the crowd, surveying the 20 individuals before him. The rain showed no sign of relenting. The reason for their predicament remained unclear. Yet one undeniable truth emerged. They must prepare for a protracted struggle. The 20 or so individuals below were in need of sustenance, and they too required nourishment. Only by acquiring more food could they enhance their chances of survival. The door lock is inoperable, but we can seek alternatives, Tian Lao Lu proclaimed as he produced a rat from his pocket. Southern rats typically measure the size of a palm, covered in black fur, and emit incessant squeaks when lifted. Among the crowd, expressions of distaste emerged, with some individuals even scrambling to escape. To them, such a creature was not merely unappetizing. It was akin to a monster. "Brother Tian, are we truly expected to consume such things?" one inquired. "Not at this moment," he replied. Tian Lao Lu replied, "However, we need to capture them. Moreover, there are also the corpses on the water's surface. Most of the animals that have drowned will float to the top. The brothers assigned to the windows must exert extra effort. Upon spotting them, they should use this tool to retrieve them." As he spoke, Tian Lao Lu produced a net fashioned from numerous ladles. "Remember, the more we catch, the longer we delay our consumption of this food. And there is even a possibility that we may not need to eat it all." To avoid feasting upon rats, everyone immediately heightened their vigilance. 20 individuals occupied 10 windows, taking turns every 12 hours, as they began their watchful gathering of sustenance from the water's surface. 2 days swiftly passed. On July 18th, at 10 in the morning, the 5th day of the torrential rain saw the water level rise to 22 meters. The floors below the 7th were completely submerged, and even the 7th floor was largely inundated. Tian Lao Lu and his companions had entirely lost their refuge. However, their quest for rats proved remarkably successful. The rodents appeared to be extremely famished. Upon sighting food, they inevitably fell into the trap. In just 2 days, they had captured over 20 rats, each more corpulent than the last. Yet their efforts at fishing were far less fruitful. Aside from retrieving 3 dead fish weighing 2 pounds each, they had caught nothing else. The water level had now surpassed the 7th floor. The door was immovable. Their remaining provisions were dwindling. In contrast, Li Chong found himself quite fortunate. Although only 2 households, numbered 2,502 and 2402, were plundered, a half ham and 2 unopened bags of rice were acquired, sufficient sustenance for 6 individuals to endure for an additional 3 days. At this juncture, Li Chong stepped outside, carrying the half ham. He made his way to the 28th floor and rapped on the sturdy alloy door. Bang, bang. Huyu was seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Today's repast comprised a steak sandwich accompanied by a poached egg and soy milk, all crafted by Li Ji. Upon hearing the knock, Huyu casually activated the surveillance screen, revealing Li Chong standing at the entrance with the ham. "Ah, a rare visitor," Huyu mused, connecting the video call and greeting Li Chong with a smile. "Good morning, Chong. Have you had breakfast?" "Good morning, Boss Hu." Li Chong managed a faint smile, refraining from letting his gaze linger on the sandwich. "I have come specifically to express my gratitude. Without your assistance, my father and I would likely have perished from hunger outside. This ham is a token of my appreciation. If possible, I humbly request some fresh water." "Ah, a gift?" In simpler terms, it is a trade. Today marks the 5th day of relentless downpour. The rain had transformed from fresh water into a corrosive acid rain. Those who had failed to store fresh water now faced not only hunger, but also a dire shortage of drinkable water. As for the ham, while it could be consumed, doing so would only accelerate the depletion of bodily fluids, leading to increased thirst. This was precisely why Huyu had initially chosen to offer it as a gift to individuals like Aunt Wang. From a rational perspective, it is evident that ham will inevitably be regarded by them as a vital reserve. However, once it has been stored for 5 days, the ham becomes utterly spoiled. To abstain from consuming it leads to hunger, while indulging results in thirst. Even if they manage to force the ham into their mouths, they are likely to lack the saliva necessary for proper mastication, ultimately choking to death. As for fresh water, I do have some reserves at home. But when it comes to ham, Huyu turned his phone screen towards the window, where a row of hams was drying, numbering at least several dozen. Li Ji was there slicing it, preparing to pair it with fresh hominy melon for today's afternoon tea. "What do you need?" Li Chong's tone was unremarkable. "Anything I possess, I can offer for exchange." "Including your life?" Li Chong fell silent. The very reason he exerted himself so diligently was merely to survive. How could he possibly offer up his own life? Just a jest. Huyu understood he would never acquiesce. "As for the items, you may keep them or not, but I shall not part with my fresh water." With that, he stood up and stretched lazily, showing no regard for Li Chong, and directly addressed Shin Shan. "Old Shun, is the shower ready? I'm looking forward to my bath today. Soon, soon. I assure you it will be ready by tonight." Ding, the screen dimmed. In the dim light, only Li Chong remained, clutching the ham as he stood in the stairwell. He tightened his grip on the ham, contemplating for a long while, before finally making his way down the stairs. From the 27th floor to the 26th. He continued until he reached the 7th floor. Upon hearing the footsteps, Tian Lao Lu and the others immediately prepared for action, as they beheld Li Chong descending the stairs alone, bearing a ham. Every pair of eyes in the vicinity turned envious. Who is Boss Tian? Li Chong stood on the staircase, a smile gracing his lips. A wheelchair was pushed forth from the crowd. I am, what do you seek? I have come to present a gift. Li Chong offered the ham with both hands. In the dimly lit space, the sounds of swallowing echoed incessantly. After a moment's contemplation, Tian Laolu ultimately cradled the ham in his arms. What shall I call you, brother? Li Chong. You may call me Xiao Li, Boss Tian. Brotherly, Boss Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. You cannot simply be here to present a gift, can you? You are astute, Boss Tian. I am here to seek your collaboration. Oh, what kind of collaboration? Food, fresh water. Li Chong was forthright. Boss who from the 28th floor once delivered hams to our community, a majority of which were from our building. We still possess at least 20 hams like this one. Now that fresh water is scarce, the ham has become our reserve. We shall split the seized hams evenly. While your words hold truth, brotherly, this matter, we cannot unlock. The door, I have a solution. For the fresh water and ham, I require a quarter. Tian Laolu furrowed his brow. How do you know I possess fresh water? Firstly, your lips are not chapped, and, without fresh water, you would have already thrown this ham in my face, wouldn't you? Indeed. Tian Laolu remained uncertain about the duration of the incessant rain. To prepare for any eventuality, he had gathered a sufficient supply of fresh water. How delightful it is to collaborate with the astute. Without hesitation, Tian Laolu extended his right hand. It's a deal. On July 18th, at noon, the water level approached 23 meters, and the 8th floor was already half submerged. Before Tian Laolu's associates could saw through the door, those on the 8th floor had already fled. They could bear it no longer. As new companions joined their ranks, Tian Laolu decisively confiscated their provisions. Those who complied remained within the group, while those who resisted were bound and relegated to the back of the line. Brother Tian, Li Meng furrowed his brow, glancing at the steadily rising water level, and cautiously inquired, where must we go to find respite? Perhaps we should simply head to the 20th floor. That is not feasible. Before Tian Laolu could respond, Li Cheng interjected. The 20th floor is secured by an alloy door, impervious to our saw. I propose we make our way to the 27th floor instead. Let us heed Brother Li's counsel. Tian Laolu promptly declared, to the 27th floor. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they successfully occupied the 27th floor. This level housed 3 households. Aside from Mu Lingxiu, who resided there, 2 other families had been bound and cast to the end of the line. After establishing their stronghold, Tian Laolu convened a brief meeting in room 2702. Just as he gathered Li Meng and Li Cheng, before the meeting could formally commence, a rumbling sound echoed from above. It seemed to be the unmistakable clatter of mahjong tiles. They struggled on the precipice of life and death downstairs, while the individuals above exhibited an astonishing nonchalance, leisurely playing mahjong. Brother A. Chong, Tian Laolu gestured towards the upper floor. What is your perspective on them? They possess abundant resources, yet acquiring them proves challenging. Does that imply they are indeed attainable? Indeed. Li Cheng nodded. Isn't there a rooftop above the 20th floor? The rooftop? Are you suggesting descending from the rooftop? Yes, but currently it is acid rain. Li Meng furrowed his brows and remarked, who would dare ascend to the rooftop now? As long as one is adequately clad, it should pose no issue. Li Chong promptly rose. I can go, but I require 3 individuals, 2 to serve as anchors and 1 to accompany me down. All right, I shall be your anchor. Tian Laolu placed his hand on Li Chong's shoulder, then turned to Li Meng. Well, I shall join as well. Chapter 30, The Monster. Meanwhile, on the 28th floor, for individuals gathered around a table, who you and others had combined 2 tables of mahjong, commencing their afternoon leisure activities. On the right, a platter of fruits was displayed, Shizuoka melons paired with Iberian ham. On the left, an assortment of beverages including Yamazaki 18, fizzy drinks, and cheese milk tea. 3 tiles. Win. Xiao Zissou immediately pushed the mahjong aside, rolled up her sleeves, and stood up. All one color. Come. Lean in. What luck you possess. Who you lamented. Yet had no choice but to lean forward. It's always your turn to call. Is it still possible to play? You wouldn't comprehend the fortune of a European monarch. Xiao Zixu raised her hand and flicked it a few times, toppling the tiles as she intended to continue. With a casual tone, she inquired, by the way, the water level has risen significantly. When shall we embark? Even though she had left her parents with ample provisions of food and fresh water for half a month. Not to mention weaponry, as a dutiful child, she remained anxious about their well-being, hoping to retrieve them as soon as possible. After all, this was already the 5th day, and acid rain had begun to fall from the heavens. It would be best to fetch them sooner rather than later. Let us wait 4 more days, Hu Yu suggested, pushing the tiles into the machine. The acid rain won't last long. By the 9th day, it will revert to normal rainfall. We can set off then. By that time, the heart of the ocean will have been fully integrated. Not only will we be able to rescue Zhao's parents, but we could even sail toward the stars and the sea. Come, let us continue. I refuse to believe I cannot win against you. On July 18th, at 7 in the evening, the water level reached 24 meters. Hu Yu, sporting a swollen head, concluded the game. As expected, without any cheating. He possessed no luck at all. It seemed he should partake in such leisurely pursuits less often. Aside from exhausting his mind, it yielded no benefits whatsoever. After dinner, the group began the evening's beloved ritual of watching the surveillance footage. The residents below the 9th floor had all evacuated. Under the coercive persuasion of Elder Tian Lu, half of them had joined their ranks, while the other half had been bound like Zongzi. Among those bound were Aunt Wang and the little Demon King. Regardless of how unruly they had been, after nearly 3 days without food, they were no longer capable of causing any stir. Hu Yu glanced at their warehouse. To his surprise, the mice had already been sorted into males and females, prepared for forced breeding. Fortunately, the cockroaches had escaped this fate and were not yet included in their menu. Just as Hu Yu intended to switch the surveillance to observe the other floors, he suddenly captured a detail. Ropes. Li Chong and Li Meng were busily transforming a large quantity of fabric into ropes, seemingly intending to fashion a safety line to descend from somewhere. Did they not already possess a chainsaw? Why resort to such a method? Moreover, with the acidic rain pouring outside, what could possibly entice them to take such a considerable risk? Unless it appeared that tonight would be eventful. At 10 o'clock in the evening, in room 2802, as the last of the bright lights extinguished, the dimly lit living room revealed only the incessant flickering of the server's red lights and the collective breaths of the occupants. Half an hour later, 2 shadowy figures plummeted from the upper floor, landing precisely before the glass window. One of the figures attempted to push the window open, but after several futile attempts, realized it would not budge. They exchanged glances and simultaneously retrieved hammers from their pockets. Smash! Bang, bang, bang. Several muffled thuds erupted, yet the glass remained impervious. But in the next instant, ding, the lights flickered to life. Under the warm yellow glow, a group of people lounged on the sofa, cradling watermelons and casually resting their legs, as if waiting for a grand performance to commence. In stark contrast, the 2 intruders. Layers upon layers of clothing enveloped them, rendering the 2 robust men to appear as elderly grandmothers. The outermost layer of their attire was nearly eroded by the acidic rain. Hu Yu raised his hand to greet the 2 individuals, extracting a cardboard sign from behind him. Boldly inscribed upon it were the words, "Good evening. Retreat. Quickly retreat." Li Chong urgently pulled on the rope attached to him, beginning his ascent. However, Li Meng was evidently unwilling to concede. Retreat? This is our only opportunity. Bang, bang. With fervor, Li Meng continued to hammer against the glass, his determination unyielding. Hu Yu let out a disdainful remark, smoothly producing a remote control. The 2 outside paused momentarily, uncertain of its implications. Noticing Li Meng's inaction, Li Chong reluctantly joined in the effort. Yet, mere seconds later, a low hum resonated behind them. Turning around, they beheld a drone hovering approximately 2 meters away, equipped with a handgun affixed to its controller. "Hey, can you hear me?" Hu Yu's voice emanated from the drone. "Let it not be said that I do not grant you a chance. The gun contains 2 bullets. You may choose whom to shoot. Should you both select the same person, I shall refrain from firing upon you. However, if your choices differ, I regret to inform you that the 2 bullets will find their mark on each of you. 3 seconds until the selection begins. 3, 2. Li Chong immediately cast a glance at Li Meng, conveying a silent message. Yet, the latter was in a state of panic at this moment. Not even a celestial being descending could capture his attention. 1. Almost in unison, both raised their hands. Li Meng pointed at Li Chong, while Li Chong pointed at himself. Had they succeeded? A wave of relief washed over them both. A faint smile graced Hu Yu's lips as he remarked, "Congratulations on passing. You need not face the bullets any longer." However, the drone ascended slowly, hovering above the two individuals, and then, bang, a shot rang out, striking the rope upon which Li Meng was leaning. In an instant, the rope snapped, and Li Meng plummeted into the water. Upon witnessing this, Li Chang comprehended Hu Yu's intention. While it was true that they need not endure bullets, the rope was not exempt from such fate. He immediately began to climb with all his might. Yet, Hu Yu would not allow him to succeed. Another shot was fired. Li Chang too fell from the heights. Meanwhile, Hu Yu maneuvered the drone back, activating the surveillance equipment directed at the exterior of the building. The monitor displayed the two plunging into the water, creating a significant splash. Yet no silhouette emerged from the surface. Could they be dead? Xiao Zissou inquired from the side. The drop to the water surface is nearly 60 meters. Such a fall could leave them severely injured, if not dead, Hu Yu casually replied. Just as he intended to shift his focus away from the surveillance screen to check on the individuals on the rooftop, Shun Shan suddenly spoke up. "Wait, boss. Look here." Shun Shan pointed at the screen, drawing everyone's gaze. They beheld a dark crimson hue emerging from the water's surface, a severed arm floating. A severed hand? From such a height? Unless one miscalculates their dive, injuries could occur, even fatalities, but never the loss of limbs. Something was amiss. Beneath the water's surface, there was something lurking. At that moment, Li Chang also surfaced, his expression one of sheer terror, as if he had discovered something dreadful, swimming frantically towards the staircase. The speed was so swift that it left a ripple across the water's surface. In the next moment, that floating arm was suddenly yanked down by some unseen force, never to resurface again. Li Chang hastily swam through the window of the 9th-floor corridor, narrowly escaping peril. The surveillance footage remained fixed on the water's surface, revealing nothing but the recently submerged arm, with no other objects rising from the depths. Only a pool of crimson remained. The onlookers turned their gazes to Hu Yu, who was equally bewildered by the unfolding events. Were there other entities lurking beneath the water? He had never encountered such phenomena. In the 22 days leading up to the apocalypse, he had remained upstairs, spending 20 of those days aboard a vessel. The subsequent 7 days were spent in a kayak. Yet they had never ventured into the water, leaving them oblivious to what lay beneath. Sharks? The distance from Jinling to the sea was considerable. It was inconceivable that a shark could traverse that expanse in such a brief span of time. Even if one were to entertain the notion of a shark, where was its dorsal fin? Surely, there should have been a fin visible on the water's surface. Just moments ago, there had been no sign of a fin. Not even the faintest ripple. Hu Yu furrowed his brow. Li Chang must have witnessed something. I should inquire. Allow me. Shin Shan interjected. I will go downstairs and bring him up immediately. No need, Hu Yu replied. I can handle it myself. He activated the 9th-floor surveillance. I will manage this. On the screen, Li Chang was huddled in a corner of the corridor, his eyes fixed on the water's surface, as if he had endured some unspeakable horror. Li Chang, what did you see? Li Chang did not respond, trembling uncontrollably. Li Chang, can you hear me? Hey, a monster. Li Chang lifted his gaze. Staring at Hu Yu in the video, his eyes gradually reddening. His body suddenly ceased trembling, and then he lunged forward with a fierce intensity. The screen shattered. Hu Yu frowned as he observed the footage captured from another angle, his brow furrowing deeply. Li Chang. No. He should no longer be referred to as Li Chang. He was now clawing at the screen, seemingly attempting to extract Hu Yu from within its confines. However, that was evidently an impossibility. Even as shards of glass lacerated his mouth and his fingers drew blood against the cement wall, he showed no signs of halting his assault. Zombies? Xiao Zissou remarked with a furrowed brow. Have you encountered such beings in your dreams? Hu Yu shook his head. Had he foreseen the emergence of zombies, he would not have remained in such a perilous location. He would have fled to the nearest uninhabited island. It is crucial to note that the population of Jinling exceeds 9 million. Even if half were to succumb to starvation before a zombie outbreak, that would still yield over 4 million undead. Would 8 trucks of weaponry suffice? It seems unlikely that even 8 army divisions could be adequate. Should I descend to investigate? Shin Shan proposed once more. No need, Hu Yu replied, his expression taut with concern. At present, this creature appears to possess infectious capabilities, and we are unaware of its mode of transmission. It is prudent to exercise caution. What shall we do now? Li Ji inquired, worry etched across his face. We cannot simply allow it to remain down there. What if it infects others? Can our alloy door withstand such a threat? Humph. Su Zilong let out a cold snort. That is a bank-grade explosion-proof door. Not even 10 shots from an RPG could breach it, let alone any zombies. Oh, what about 100 shots? Zhao Zhong interjected sarcastically from the side. There are still over 100 people below. If any monstrous creature were to emerge, do you think your alloy door could withstand it? Enough of the bickering. Let us assess the situation first. Hu Yu interrupted the others. The creature, realizing it could not extract food from the wall, ceased its attempts and hunched over, making its way up the stairs. On the 10th floor, 10 individuals stood guard to prevent those from the 9th floor from emerging without being subdued in a timely manner. When Li Chang ascended the stairs, his flashlight instantly illuminated the creature's face. Who goes there? The creature did not respond but instinctively raised its arm to shield itself. Ah, it's brotherly. The man immediately switched off the flashlight and approached. How did you come up from downstairs? Ah. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Chang lunged at him. A bite was taken. Blood splattered everywhere. He's eating a person. The other 9, witnessing this, dared not delay and swiftly fled upstairs. Li Monster Chang did not pursue. He merely crouched on the ground, savoring the fresh meal he had just captured. It's solved. This creature must be a zombie. Xiao Zissou exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement rather than fear, brimming with curiosity instead. Boss Hu, do you think you could do me a small favor? Hu Yu vaguely sensed what was coming. Go ahead and tell me. Upon determining the mode of transmission, I expressed a desire to capture a specimen for research purposes. To my surprise, the gazes directed at Xiao Zissou shifted in a noticeable manner. What? Is that unacceptable? Xiao Zissou retorted, tilting her head defiantly. I am contributing to the advancement of traditional Chinese medicine. This is a groundbreaking subject. Very well, research is permissible, but at least not at this moment. With the arrival of new acquaintances in the building, it would be remiss to keep this knowledge to ourselves. Hu Yu deftly manipulated the surveillance feeds, broadcasting the footage from the floor where Li Chang resided to the other levels of the building. Instantly, the sound of gnawing on a large bone reverberated throughout the edifice. A wave of panic swept over the occupants, prompting those still in their rooms to fortify their defenses, while those who had already ventured out hastened to ascend the stairs. Who could remain steadfast in the face of a flesh-eating monster lurking below? At that moment, Tian Lao Lu descended from the rooftop with Zhang Si. Initially, he had intended to summon assistance for Li Chang and Li Meng, but upon reaching the 28th floor, he was confronted with the broadcast Hu Yu was transmitting to the entire building. That creature is Li Chang. How could a mere fall into water result in such a transformation? Tian Lao Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. Had it not been for 9 individuals arriving to report, he might have doubted the authenticity of the footage. Alas, all of it was undeniably real. He rushed to the 28th floor and knocked on the alloy door for the first time. Boss Hu, please, lend us your aid. Hu Yu switched to the video call function for the alloy door, glancing at Tian Lao Lu, who had not even had time to change his attire, and burst into laughter. The man clearly bore the marks of corrosion from acid rain. Evidently, he had just been on the rooftop. Oh, is that not Mr. Tian? Hu Yu stifled a yawn, feigning drowsiness. What brings you to seek me at such a late hour? Or do you intend to help clean my windows? Bang! Tian Lao Lu toppled from his wheelchair, kneeling on the ground. Boss Hu, I acknowledge my error. I should never have harbored such thieving thoughts. You witnessed the commotion below. I implore you to assist me. Surely, you do not wish for such a monster to linger in our building? Please, help me. Help the other innocent souls within. He was gambling, betting that Hu Yu would wield him as a weapon to vanquish the monster first. After all, he would eventually have to descend. That vessel, purchased for a staggering 21 billion, must surely be put to use. If he could wager correctly, at the very least, he might gain some measure of support. Ah, innocent. Hu Yu scoffed coldly. Who among us is not innocent? You sought to seize my possessions and now wish for my aid. Am I not innocent in this matter? Yes, it is my fault. Tian Lao Lu knelt, beginning to bow his head in apology. I offer my deepest regrets. I will comply with any request you deem fit, as long as it is within my capabilities. Simple enough. Do you not possess a firearm? Hu Yu interjected. Descend, aim at that monster, and empty your magazine. If you can accomplish this, regardless of whether the creature perishes, I shall grant you an opportunity to enter. Is that for real? Tian Lao Lu lifted his head, tentatively inquiring. After all, he had been deceived into sending a nude photograph, so he must exercise caution. Believe it or not. Hu Yu ended the video call and continued to observe Li Monster Chang's movements through the surveillance camera. This fellow seemed to be well fed. After devouring the upper half of the unfortunate victim, he ceased his feasting and sat beside the lower half, his head drooping and swaying incessantly. Was he asleep? Eating to his fill and then dozing off? Could it be that he was possessed by a pig spirit? Regardless, this presented an opportunity. It remained to be seen if Tian Laolu could seize it. Soon, with the assistance of Zhang Si, Tian Laolu was helped back into his wheelchair. He instructed 4 individuals to carry him downstairs, arriving at the stairwell on the 11th floor. He was now less than 3 meters away from Li Monster Chang. With his marksmanship, he could certainly hit his target, provided the lighting was adequate. However, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Tian Laolu steeled himself, drawing his pistol and utilizing the faint light from the hallway screen to aim at the monster's head. Bang! The shot found its mark. Chapter 32. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. The gunpowder erupted in a flash amidst the darkness. Li Monster Chang's body jolted violently, turning his head as if sensing something. Tian Lao's hand trembled slightly, but there was no time for hesitation. He immediately emptied the magazine. 3 consecutive shots rang out, all striking true. A roar erupted from Li Monster Chang as he lunged forward. Quick, take me away. Tian Laolu panicked. Yet, 3 of them had already scrambled up the stairs, completely ignoring him. Only Zhang Si remained. He gritted his teeth, pondering for a fleeting moment, and promptly hoisted Tian Laolu onto his back, charging up the stairs with fervor. 1 floor, 2 floors. The group ascended a full 3 flights. Yet they observed through the video that Li the Monster Chang remained in place, guarding his meager rations. What could this possibly mean? Was it possible that within its operational protocol, sustenance held greater significance than retaliation? If that were the case, the solution seemed simple. Even if they could not vanquish it, as long as they satiated its hunger, the group would be safe. Tian Laolu immediately patted Zhang Si on the shoulder. Brother Zhang, would you dare descend and retrieve the wheelchair for me? Absolutely. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Si shouldered him and began the descent. Tian Laolu tilted his head in disbelief. Are you a tiger? I asked you to go down and help me fetch it, not to carry me along. However, having already traversed half the distance, he refrained from protest, remaining silently upon Zhang Si's back, voiceless. Meanwhile, on the 28th floor, Puyu furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the surveillance footage. The recent scene had been witnessed by all. He turned to the others behind him. What are your thoughts? There were 4 shots in total, striking the neck, arm, abdomen, and chest. Shinshan frowned, remarking, though these locations are not lethal, they shouldn't allow for mobility either. Xiao Zissou added from the side, blood is oozing from the wounds, appearing a dark crimson. The bullets have evidently penetrated the internal organs. Unless this creature is devoid of a need for an internal system to generate energy, it shall succumb within half an hour at most. Click, click, click as the group conversed. A crisp sound resonated once more from the stairwell. Li the Monster Chang had commenced feeding again. Quick, deploy the drone. Bright light illuminated the scene, prompting Xiao Zissou to exclaim in a flurry, quick, see what it is doing. All right. Su Zilong promptly approached the window, maneuvering the drone as it descended, finally hovering outside the stairwell window on the 9th floor. The intense brightness flooded the entire stairwell. There, they beheld Li, the monster, voraciously devouring the food before it. Even bones were reduced to mere fragments, swallowed whole. Look, Xiao Zissou pointed at the surveillance screen. The bullet holes, they are healing. Indeed. Puyu furrowed her brow. Such a creature clearly transcended the realm of biology. Whether it was the acid rain or the torrential downpours from the previous days that caused this anomaly remained uncertain. In any case, it was evident that such monsters could not possibly be limited to just Li Chang. Fortunately, after Li, the monster, consumed another substantial portion of the remains. It lapsed into silence once more. Clearly, sustenance was the most crucial element in its eyes. Once satiated, it would remain still. All right, let us take a rest, Puyu declared as she stood and turned off the monitor. For now, it appears that this creature poses no immediate threat to us. Any matters can be addressed tomorrow. However, just as Zhao Yi was about to voice his concerns, Zhao Zhong tugged at him. They exchanged glances, words unspoken. As night fell, Zhao Yi remarked, Brother, why did you pull me? Can't you see that boss who is devoid of any humanity? With food scarce, he refuses to allow others upstairs. And now there's a monster below, and he remains indifferent? It's not that he is indifferent. Rather, he is powerless. Zhao Zhong placed his hand on Zhao Yi's shoulder and said, Brother, it is indeed a privilege for us to be valued by Boss Hu and to live a carefree life in this apocalypse. We should heed his words. Whatever he asks of us, We must listen attentively and refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern us. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Zhao Yi shrugged off his hand. There are so many innocent people below. Am I to stand idly by while they starve, simply because the food is not mine? I cannot bear to witness them being slaughtered by monsters when I possess the ability to save them. Brother, saving a life is worth more than building a 7-tier pagoda. And what do you propose to do? Another voice interjected. Both brothers turned to see Su Zilong leaning against the door, his tone slightly provocative. You wish to leave? If you desire, I can let you go downstairs right now. Very well. Zhao Yi retorted defiantly. Let me go, and I shall descend to save lives. While you remain here like a turtle withdrawing into its shell. Zhao Yi, you better behave yourself. Zhao Zhong shouted angrily, then turned to Su Zilong. Zilong. Hey. No need for such familiarity. Su Zilong interrupted, stepping aside to clear a path. What you wish to say will be of no use to me. A figure slowly emerged from behind him. Who you? Dressed in a nightgown, he was followed by Enciener. Bang. Before he could speak, Su Zilong received another punch from Enciener. I told you. Who you addressed the two. As long as you desire, you may leave at any moment. I shall not hinder you. Let go of your urge to help others and respect their destinies. This is the most valuable lesson who you learned in his previous life. Since you insist on meddling, then go ahead. There is no way to stop you. Very well. Zhao Yi responded with a bow, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your understanding, Boss Hu. When I return, I will certainly. Return? Hu Yu echoed, and then, as if recalling a humorous anecdote, he laughed. Zhao Yi, do you truly believe that once you step outside, you can come back? If not, then so be it. Zhao Yi hesitated for a moment, then furrowed his brow and said, Boss Hu, we shall meet again. Boss Hu. Zhao Zhong still clung to his younger brother. He understood that once they parted ways with Hu Yu, even if his brother managed to survive, his life would never be as carefree as it was here. Hunger, illness, the cruelties of humanity, each could claim his life. Please grant me one chance. Just one day, give me one day. And I assure you, I will persuade him. Brother, you need not persuade him. I will never follow someone devoid of humanity. If you wish to go, feel free. Humanity? Hu Yu narrowed his eyes, a cold laugh escaping his lips. Huh? What did you just say? Humanity? You dare speak to me of humanity? Very well. Let me show you what true humanity looks like. He retrieved an AK from his spatial backpack, removing the bullets from the magazine, leaving only 3. He casually tossed the gun into Zhao Yi's embrace. With 3 bullets, given your marksmanship, you could easily shoot dead on, severing heads. Not just zombies, even Godzilla would fall. Now, go down and rescue that group of people. Discover whether you shall become their savior or something else entirely. Depart at once. Only after you comprehend the essence of humanity should you speak of it. Very well. Zhao Yi raised his weapon and stood up. Zhao Zhong attempted to intervene, but Hu Yu turned to Su Zilong, who immediately understood and stepped in to block him. Clearly, Zhao Zhong was no match for him. Brother, do not be foolish. Zhao Yi reached the door and glanced back at Zhao Zhong. You have more pressing matters to attend to. Once I have organized things below, I shall bring you out. With that, he turned and left. Hu Yu remotely opened the alloy door, watching him depart before closing it once more. Su. Z. Long. Zhao Zhong roared, seizing the opportunity as Su Zilong retreated, flipping him over and landing a punch on his face. Hey, you still have some fight left in you. Su Zilong was ready to get serious. Enough. Hu Yu frowned, stepping back to hide behind Enciener. Zhao Zhong, if you wish to go down as well, I can offer you that opportunity now. Zhao Zhong remained silent. He understood that if he departed now, those 2 brothers would truly have no chance of returning. Thus, he lowered his head, silent and contemplative. Very well, let us rest for now. Any matters can be addressed tomorrow. Hu Yu yawned and turned, leading Enciener back to room 2802. Chapter 33. Live for their sake. Hu Yu returned to the room and lay down on the bed. As he reopened the surveillance feed, Zhao Yi remained at the entrance, while before him stood the fortunate Tian Lao Lu, who had narrowly escaped a dire situation. It was clear that this individual had come to urge Hu Yu to fulfill a promise. Observing the incessant knocking on the door, Hu Yu paid no heed, simply closing his eyes to sleep until dawn broke. The alarm rang at 7 o'clock on July 19th, with the water level reaching 26 meters. Hu Yu picked up his phone and glanced at the monitor, discovering that the alloy gate was now devoid of any presence. All had gathered on the 27th floor, where Tian Lao Lu sat at the forefront of the crowd, introducing Zhao Yi. It appeared they had just descended. Hu Yu rose, proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. and casually opened today's black egg. Ding, congratulations, host has obtained a common immortal bean one. Once again, this peculiar item. It seemed that having exhausted his luck with the heart of the ocean during his last draw, he had since only received immortal beans over the past few days. Now, he possessed 4 beans in his backpack, enough to sustain an ordinary person for 4 months. After stowing them away, Huyu completed his simple grooming before emerging. At the table, everyone was enjoying breakfast, except for Xiao Zissou, Mu Lingxiu, and Su Zilong, who appeared unperturbed. The rest bore a palpable sense of gloom. Clearly, they had already learned of Zhao Yi's predicament. What was amiss? They seemed rather dispirited. Huyu took a seat at the table, feigning ignorance. Did you not sleep well last night? The group remained silent, save for Bubu, who blinked her big eyes at Huyu. Brother Huyu, Uncle Zhao Yi. Uncle Zhao Yi went to battle monsters. Huyu chuckled softly, ruffling Bubu's hair. Let us wait for his return, shall we? What? Zhao Zhong exclaimed in astonishment, his face alight with joy as he gazed at Huyu. Boss Hu, are you speaking the truth? Indeed, Huyu nodded, fully aware of Zhao Yi's standing among others. As the saying goes, there are 3 great bonds in life. Having fought together, having endured imprisonment together, and having shared in the purchase of seafood. If he were truly left to fend for himself, this team could not endure. This conclusion had occupied his thoughts throughout the night. Rest assured, I shall grant your brother another opportunity. Since he wishes to take action, let him proceed. Once the matter is resolved, as long as he is willing to return with humility, I shall gladly welcome him back. I have always maintained that we are now a family. As long as one acknowledges their mistakes and seeks to amend them, reconciliation is certainly possible. Wonderful. Zhao Zhong immediately rose and bowed to Huyu. Thank you, Boss Hu. Ding. Zhao Zhong's favorability increased by 20, now at 50. Huyu placed his hand on Zhao Zhong's shoulder and gave it a reassuring pat. Acceptance? It was indeed feasible, provided that no fundamental errors were committed before he humbled himself. However, once ensnared in the quagmire of human nature, the outcomes remained unpredictable. As the others were enjoying their breakfast, Li, the monster, felt hunger pangs as well. After finishing the last remnants of bone scraps, it lifted its head towards the upper floor, twitching its nostrils in an inquisitive manner, seemingly scenting something. In the next moment, it sprang to its feet and began to ascend the stairs on all 4s. This scene was witnessed not only by Huyu and the others, but also by those below, including Tian Laolu and his companions. Quick, Brother Zhao. The creature has already emerged. I have told you, I am not your brother, Zhao Yi replied with a frown. Clearly, he held a disdainful view of Tian Laolu, descending merely to fulfill his own sense of justice. Even if Tian Laolu were to grovel before him, he would likely give him a swift kick. Very well. Tian Laolu seemed to grasp this sentiment. Regardless, you came down to deal with this creature, did you not? I entrust it to you. Did you need to say that? Zhao Yi shot him a glance, uttering no further words as he shouldered his AK and made his way downstairs. Tian Laolu, however, did not follow closely behind. Instead, he gestured to Zhang Si and whispered a few words into his ear. The latter nodded in understanding and moved towards the crowd. Hey, Brother Zhao, wait for me. Only then did Tian Laolu summon the other 4, who lifted a wheelchair and followed suit. The group made their way from the 10th floor to the stairwell of the 11th floor. At that moment, Li the monster was crouched at the 10th floor doorway, relentlessly battering against the door with its body. Thud after thud, the once intact security door was now completely caved in. It had caught the scent of food within. If it could just break through the door, a feast awaited. It was just a matter of a final push. Without hesitation, Zhao Yi raised his AK, aiming for its cranium. Bang! A single shot struck true, penetrating through its skull. Red and white matter splattered against the security door. Li the monster froze, maintaining its previous posture. Dead. It should be dead. The crowd murmured in a cacophony of voices, just as Zhao Yi prepared to step forward for a closer inspection. A howl erupted. Li, the monster, suddenly turned his head and let out a roar. Zhao Yi instinctively raised his gun. Bang! Another shot rang out, striking the head and penetrating the temple. 2 bullets to the head were enough to finally bring Li, the monster, down. It was likely that he was dead this time. Zhao Yi was also quite shaken by the incident. He holstered his weapon, refraining from approaching recklessly. However, Tian Laolu looked back at a few individuals behind him and instructed, send 2 people to check and collect the body. 2 courageous souls exchanged glances, contemplating the risk before they stepped forward. After all, the 3 who had dared to abandon Tian Laolu yesterday were now bound and discarded on the 26th floor. They certainly did not wish to join their ranks. The two cautiously advanced, and upon confirming that the body remained motionless, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wonderful! Tian Lao Lu exclaimed with excitement. Brother Zhao, thank you for saving us. Now, there's no need for you to rush upstairs. Allow us to properly entertain you before you return. Very well, Zhao Yi replied, not declining the offer. He held disdain for Tian Lao Lu. Yet he equally disapproved of Hu Yu. After all, wasn't this the apocalypse? Even if the world crumbled from the start, he could still lead everyone to survival. Let it begin with this meal. You all, move the body upstairs and ensure the water source remains uncontaminated, Tian Lao Lu commanded, before leading Zhao Yi upstairs. Brother Zhao, please. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Hu Yu and the others began their lunch, while Tian Lao Lu's group commenced their celebratory feast. To honor Zhao Yi, Tian Lao Lu even brought out the wine he had previously collected. Had this been 7 days prior, a bottle of wine priced under 200 yuan would have scarcely garnered a glance from him. Yet now, it is truly a remarkable find. After several rounds of drinking, before Zhao Yi could voice his opinion, Tian Lao Lu clapped a hand on his shoulder and declared, Brother, I know you look down on me, and I, too, harbor disdain for myself. Henceforth, all these individuals, myself included, shall fall under your guidance. As long as you can ensure we are fed, clothed, and able to survive, I shall heed your every word. Really? Zhao Yi arched an eyebrow in response. Indeed. Tian Lao Lu waved his hand, and Zhang Xi promptly led everyone outside. A total of over 60 individuals now crowded the 27th floor. The frontmost among them bore visible signs of having been bound, their eyes gaunt with hunger. Upon sighting the food laid before them, they surged forward eagerly. Come now, eat slowly. Tian Lao Lu did not intervene. Instead, he maneuvered his wheelchair back a step and even offered food to the others. He turned to Zhao Yi, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Brother Zhao, you too can see we have all endured much hardship, yet the food is insufficient. What can I do about it? Thankfully, you have arrived. With your command, we shall all comply. Indeed, Zhang Xi echoed from within the throng, whatever you say, we shall follow. Zhao Yi remained silent, observing the ravenous crowd. After a brief moment of contemplation, he reached a resolution. Very well, as long as you obey, I will ensure your survival. Zhao Yi. Tian Lao Lu immediately raised his arm and called out Zhao Yi's name with all his might. The crowd responded in kind. Zhao Yi gazed at the scene before him, feeling an overwhelming lightness. Previously, he had merely been a member of a small team. After departing from the group, he was simply Zhao Zhong's younger brother. Yet now he possessed his own name, Zhao Yi. With this newfound identity, he vowed to ensure their survival. He lifted his head and looked towards the upper floors. He would live to show them. Chapter 34. Leading the Pig on July 20th, the 7th day of torrential rain. The water level reached 31 meters this morning. The 11th floor was submerged by more than half. Looking out the window, much of Jinling lay beneath the water, with only fragments of residential areas visible, resembling scattered rocks. Brother Yi, Tian Lao Lu, maneuvering his wheelchair, approached Zhao Yi with a furrowed brow. The food we have will only last us for one more day. You see, since yesterday, Tian Lao Lu had willingly relinquished authority to Zhao Yi. The issue of food was not dire, but after the celebrations and the liberation of those who had been bound, the problem became glaringly evident. Yes, I understand, Zhao Yi replied, raising his hand to point to the side. There lay a collection of more than 10 fishing rods, crafted by him overnight. As someone skilled in survival, fashioning fishing rods by hand was but a rudimentary task. Let's gather a group of 10 or so people and head to the 12th floor to fish. Let's aim for a catch of 1 fish per person. After all, we rely on the mountains when in the mountains, and on the water when near water. With such a vast expanse of water, I refuse to believe there are no fish to be found. Tian Lao Lu frowned. This was not quite what he had envisioned. However, it matters not. Fishing is an endeavor. One must first cast the line and, should the catch prove elusive, address other matters subsequently. The group swiftly congregated, taking their positions by the 12th floor window, embarking on their fishing venture. Hours passed, yet despite their efforts, only 2 carp were reeled in, weighing a mere 3 pounds combined. After dinner, a dire food shortage loomed. Zhao Yi sat on the 27th floor, his brow furrowed in deep concern, his stomach audibly protesting. In his quest to ensure others had their fill, he had not satiated his own hunger since yesterday. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of something tantalizing. The scent of beef hot pot wafted through the air, unmistakably emanating from above. Clearly, the dinner preparations had commenced. Tonight's meal would undoubtedly be hot pot. He swallowed hard, imagining himself indulging in tender slices of marbled beef. Brother E, came the voice of Tian Lao Lu, who glided over in his wheelchair. What is it? Is it still about food? Zhao Yi inquired. In truth, there are too many people present. Those on the 12th floor have also emerged. The provisions they brought are insufficient for their own needs. Perhaps we should consider my approach and bind some of them? No, Zhao Yi immediately countered. If he were not the one in charge, he might overlook such matters. But now, with the responsibility resting upon his shoulders, he could not entertain the notion of further restricting anyone's freedom. I will devise a solution to the food predicament. We must not infringe upon their liberties. Tian Lao Lu responded, then leaned closer to the window. That aroma, it's hot pot, isn't it? The people upstairs are truly enjoying themselves. Zhao Yi remained silent. Although he had come down, he understood well what should and should not be said. Brother E, please speak frankly with me. Tian Lao Lu turned around and continued. How much food has that person upstairs hoarded? That is none of your concern. How can it be none of my concern? Tian Lao Lu slammed his hand heavily on the armrest of his wheelchair. They feast lavishly every day. Even a small share would suffice. Just a little bit would sustain us for several days. If we can just hold on, the rain must eventually cease, right? The rain won't stop. The moment those words slipped from Zhao Yi's lips, he realized he had misspoken. What? Without waiting for Tian Lao Lu to respond, a group of people burst in from outside. What do you mean the rain won't stop? Brother E, clarify your words. Yes, Brother E, what do you truly know? Questions arose from the crowd. Yet, at that moment, Tian Lao Lu fell silent. He had initially intended to extract information about the food reserves from Zhao Yi, hoping to incite the crowd to pressure him into taking action against those above. Little did he expect, this man had unleashed an even greater bombshell. Silence. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow and stood up. Standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, his imposing presence commanded attention. Since I have vowed to ensure your survival, it matters not whether the rain ceases or not. On what grounds should we trust you? A voice challenged from the crowd. Indeed, why should we trust you? Our food supplies are nearly depleted. How can you ensure our survival? By resorting to cannibalism? Do you intend to bind us as well? If you possess any capability, then go and procure food from Xiaohu. Ant Wang leaped amidst the crowd, striking straight to the heart of the matter. Did you not descend from the upper floors? You are most aware of what lies above. Setting aside other matters, bring down those pigs and cattle. 1 pig would sustain us for a good couple of days. Whether it rains or not, at least we won't starve for the next few days. Indeed, if you are so capable, then go and demand it. The clamor was incessant. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow, clenched his fist, and pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, I shall request it on your behalf. 10 minutes later, Shinshan stood before Hu Yu to report. You want pigs? Do not give them. Zhao Zhong interjected, swiftly stepping in front of Hu Yu. Boss Hu, you have already aided us significantly. That greedy crowd below. How long would the pigs last them if you gave them? If only your brother were as perceptive as you. Hu Yu raised his hand and patted Zhao Zhong's shoulder. He then turned to Shinshan. Tell Zhao Yi that these pigs are provided out of respect for his brother. And this support is limited to this occasion alone. Should they come seeking more, do not expect me to show mercy. Understood. Shinshan replied and promptly set off to take action. Bosu Zhao Zhong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In an instant, the rapport between Shinshan and Zhao Zhong had once again been elevated. Shinshan has reached 70, while Zhao Zhong has attained 60. The exchange of a single pig has remarkably enhanced the goodwill of 2 individuals. Truly worthwhile. The pig has been led away. The crowd below is in a state of exuberance, incessantly chanting Zhao Yi's name. Joy dances upon their faces. The pig has been slaughtered, and its meat and blood preserved. Even the bristles have been meticulously collected, prepared as fuel. The entire 27th floor is abuzz with liveliness. Yet, Zhao Yi is acutely aware that such revelry is merely ephemeral. Once the pork is consumed, they shall confront new predicaments. Unless, Zhao Yi gazes at the water's surface, a thought surging within him. Shipbuilding. The food supply in the residential area is perpetually limited. If only there were a vessel, they could broaden their search range and procure more sustenance. However, on the following day, as Zhao Yi intended to gather everyone for labor, yet another grim tidings arrived. Freshwater has run out. How could freshwater simply vanish? Zhao Yi questioned, Wasn't there enough for 3 days when I checked yesterday? Yesterday was yesterday, Tian Lao Lu replied, his tone laden with helplessness. You know, everyone was preoccupied with slaughtering the pig. A considerable amount of fresh water was consumed in the process. After all, the lingering odor of pig remains, making it difficult for anyone to rest comfortably. We merely managed a quick wash. Today, we find there are less than 30 liters left. 30 liters, enough for everyone to drink for just 1 day. And this calculation only accounts for drinking needs. Perhaps, as Zhao Yi fell into silence, Tian Lao Lu tentatively suggested, should we request a bit from upstairs? No. Just as Zhao Yi was about to decline, a piercing scream echoed from the entrance. He exchanged a glance with Tian Lao Lu and immediately dashed out. As they reached the doorway, they beheld 2 monstrous figures hunched on the ground, ravenously gnawing at something. Those 2 individuals were none other than the ones who had previously dealt with Li Chang's corpse. Back then, they had donned gloves and masks before attending to the body. Could it be that the mode of transmission of this virus could circumvent gloves and masks? Step aside. Retreat further back, Zhao Yi shouted, drawing forth his AK once more. Yet, before he could fire, Tian Lao Lu intervened. Wait. All eyes turned towards him, filled with bewilderment. 1 bullet would not suffice to fell both monsters. Tian Lao Lu gazed at Zhao Yi. Brother Yi, I have but one question for you. Do you truly wish for us to survive? Or is it merely to validate your own usefulness? Of course, I wish for you all to survive. Very well. Tian Lao Lu raised his hand, pointing ahead. Then allow me to handle these 2 creatures. Chapter 35. Brother Yi will surely save us. On July 21st, at 6:50 a.m., the alarm failed to ring. Instead, strange noises emanated from outside. Puyu stifled a yawn, his brow furrowing. The sounds did not seem to originate from the living room, but rather from a more distant location. It must be the alloy door. He glanced at his phone, instantly taken aback. On the surveillance feed, 2 creatures, akin to Li Chang, were battering against the alloy door. Though it appeared impervious, each collision resonated with a cacophony against the sturdy barrier. On them, there was a note inscribed with just 2 words, fresh water. Indeed, the situation had turned upside down. Puyu immediately rose from his bed, neglecting his usual breakfast of black eggs, and strode out of his bedroom. Upon opening the door, he found Shinshan and others already seated at the table, awaiting his arrival. Bubu had been taken to another room and was not present in 2802. Boss, Shinshan instantly stood up, prompting the others to follow suit, except for Xiao Zissou, who remained seated, seemingly engaged in concocting something. Please, take a seat. Puyu settled into the main seat and turned his gaze toward Shinshan. What is the situation outside? Since 6 o'clock this morning, these 2 creatures have been placed at the door. They smeared minced meat on the alloy door to entice them into a collision. As it stands, the alloy door appears to be holding. Yet the force of impact is steadily increasing. Beyond this point, I cannot guarantee anything. What about Zhao Yi? Puyu inquired, looking at Zhao Zhong. Not him. Zhao Zhong promptly interjected. It was Tian Lao Lu. He took the initiative to place these 2 monsters at the entrance. I meant Zhao Yi. What has he done? He neither consented nor declined. Shinshan sighed, his tone somewhat somber. What is he doing now? On the 13th floor, fishing. It seems he has no intention of addressing the issues above. Barely acceptable, Puyu remarked, glancing at Zhao Zhong. Do you recall what I told you? I remember. Good. Puyu's gaze swept across the group. Let us set aside the matter of Zhao Yi for now. The individuals downstairs demand pigs, and we have acquiesced. Yet they now seek more and are poised to intrude. They are about to storm in through the entrance. What do you propose we do? Damn it. Xiao Zissou immediately interjected, pushing forward the canister in her grasp. Let us deploy a drone to disperse this concoction over their dwelling. Within 3 days, they shall surely succumb to dehydration. Puyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from Xiao Zissou and instinctively inquired, what is this? A potent laxative. Xiao Zissou raised her chin defiantly. They currently lack fresh water, unable to replenish their fluids, and combined with this substance. Do they really think they can feast upon our pigs? Consuming them would only result in a rather unpleasant aftermath. Puyu gave a thumbs up, then turned to Shinshan and the others. What are your thoughts? If they do not provoke us, we shall not retaliate. Su Zilong was the first to respond. Basu, we stand united behind your decision. Indeed, Shinshan and the others nodded in agreement. The moment those 2 beasts were placed before the alloy door, the individuals below had already become their adversaries. Excellent. Puyu acknowledged, then continued. So, Zhao Yi, What is your perspective? As his words hung in the air, the crowd fell silent. Xiao Zissou seated herself once more, choosing not to speak further. Since no one had anything to say, it seemed prudent to let the matter rest for the time being. Hu Yu understood. After all, Zhao Yi shared a bond of camaraderie and brotherhood with them, while his connection with Hu Yu was merely a few days old. It was evidently unrealistic to expect them to voice their opinions under such circumstances. First, let's address the matters outside. I shall go. Zhao Zhong immediately stood up. Boss, hand me the gun, and I shall handle it. No need for that. Hu Yu spoke calmly. Those two individuals who moved Li Chang's corpse have become like this themselves, indicating that this entity possesses infectious properties. None of our people can venture outside. Yet, we cannot simply allow them to continue their assault, can we? Xiao Zissou countered. But we have drones, do we not? Hu Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. If they can lure this creature with food, we can certainly entice them away. Indeed. The crowd suddenly understood. Hu Yu baited a piece of sausage onto the drone, maneuvering it from the 28th floor to outside the alloy door. The aroma of the meat swiftly captivated the two monsters. Guided by the drone, the creatures soon found themselves in a more suitable location, the 27th floor. As for the ensuing scene, Hu Yu chose not to witness it. He switched off the surveillance just in time to hear a notification in his ear. Ding! Heart of the Ocean fusion complete. The ship's name will automatically update to Heart of the Ocean, system level detected. 3. Heart of the Ocean automatically upgraded to an epic vessel. Item: Heart of the Ocean, epic. Type: large luxury yacht-equipped facilities. Anti-ship torpedoes, epic. Anti-air missiles, epic. Naval cannons. Additional abilities: epic sailing speed, epic displacement, epic protection, epic naval combat. At last, it has concluded. In the early hours of July 16th, the system underwent its third upgrade. This upgrade introduced a breeding system. Whether it pertains to living creatures or flora, as long as Hu Yu selects an appropriate location, he can initiate the breeding process. However, it must be noted that only organisms or plants produced by the system can enter the breeding system. How are they produced? Solely through the black eggs. To date, Hu Yu has yet to extract a single seed or organism from the black eggs. Wait a moment. The celestial beings acquired a few days ago, could they also be considered seeds? Nonetheless, that is of little consequence. After all, the vessel remains in a dormant state. He cannot confine the breeding area to this building. Now that the vessel has been upgraded, it is merely a matter of when it will set sail. Let us dine first. Hu Yu glanced at the others, casually producing some Hong Kong-style dim sum while broaching the subject of the vessel. The water level is nearly sufficient. If they wish to launch, now would be the opportune moment. Just as Xiao Zissou reached for a shrimp dumpling, she hesitated. Instinctively, she wanted to voice her thoughts, but noticed the expressions of the others and ultimately refrained from speaking. If it were up to her, departing this place as soon as possible would be ideal. She still needed to pick up her parents. Yet, at this moment, Zhao Yi remains downstairs. It would be utterly unrealistic for Shinshan and the others to abandon him and leave. By proposing the launch, Hu Yu is, in fact, indicating that Zhao Yi's situation cannot be prolonged. It is best resolved immediately, tomorrow. Without waiting for Shinshan to respond, Zhao Zhong took the initiative to say, Boss Hu, we kindly ask you to wait until tomorrow. At 7 o'clock in the morning, if my brother remains obstinate, we shall set off without delay. Very well, Hu Yu promptly agreed. In truth, he had no intention of departing at this moment. The acid rain shall cease only by tomorrow. Embarking now would be futile. Even if the heart of the ocean could withstand the corrosive rain, the environment would remain inhospitable. It would be wiser to rest a while longer in this room. After breakfast, everyone resumed their scrutiny of the surveillance monitors. The scene on the 27th floor was one of utter devastation. Two monstrous beings occupied the center of the room, surrounded by 4 lifeless bodies, one belonging to Aunt Wang, another to the little demon king, while the remaining 2 were the parents of Li Chang. Clearly, this was not the aftermath of a creature's assault, but rather a grim selection by the people. Hu Yu scoured the monitors and ultimately located Tian Lao Lu and his group on the 24th floor. As for the 26th and 25th floors, another group had been bound and used as a natural barrier between them and the monsters. In Tian Lao Lu's eyes, this floor was evidently insufficient for safety. Thus, he boldly relocated their base 2 floors down. Another familiar face emerged, Yuanqiu. Her complexion was rosy, showing no signs of hunger. And as for the stout man who had previously opened the door for her, Hu Yu scanned the crowd multiple times but found no trace of him. Perhaps he was merely shy, Or perhaps he had already formed a profound connection with someone. Now, she stood behind Tian Lao Lu, once again tasked with pushing the wheelchair. The crowd engaged in fervent discussion regarding how to address the current crisis. I have a solution. Yi Wanqiu suddenly interjected. All eyes instantly turned to her. Did you not mention that someone descended from the 28th floor? Since he was able to emerge from the 28th floor, it stands to reason that he must possess knowledge of how to access it, even in the absence of such knowledge. Surely the 28th floor would spare a favor for him and eliminate those two monstrous entities without much difficulty, wouldn't it? Zhang Si furrowed his brow. Miss Yi, you may not be aware, but that individual below, we are not their match. You may not be, yet there are others who are, Yi Wanqiu replied, her lips curling into a slight smile as she pointed upwards. They cannot breach the alloy door, but surely humans can prevail. Instantly, the crowd's eyes brightened, engaging in animated discussion. Indeed, Brother E has only one bullet left in his gun. There's no way he could manage this. But, isn't it a bit harsh on Brother E? Harsh. He is utterly useless. That's a bit too harsh. Brother E is doing this for our benefit, isn't he? I believe he will understand our intentions. Yes, let us go find Brother E. The chant of Brother E echoed through the crowd. They quickly reached a consensus. Though the methods and processes were somewhat questionable, they firmly believed that Brother E would come to their rescue. Chapter 36. I apologize to you. All human beings are inherently clever. Even if they cannot overpower the monsters, they can devise numerous strategies and methods to manipulate the situation to their advantage. The fishing rods that Zhao Yi had crafted for them proved to be invaluable. They baited chunks of meat onto the rods, enticing the monstrous creature to descend the stairs, swiftly reaching the 13th floor. The empty staircase resonated with the sounds of their footsteps. Zhao Yi, gripping the fishing rod, furrowed his brow. He did not turn back. Yet he comprehended what was about to transpire. Come out and speak. Indeed, Egu was true to his name. The voice of Tian Lao Lu reverberated through the stairwell, somewhat obscured by the sound of the rain. Nevertheless, Zhao Yi could still discern it clearly. But there's no need to come out. There are two obstacles before me, making it rather inconvenient. What do you intend to do? Zhao Yi grasped the fishing rod, yet his thoughts were far from the float. Quite simple. Tian Lao Lu responded with a nonchalant tone, as if he possessed complete assurance. Aren't you here to save us? Now that we are in distress, if you could open the door to the 28th floor and allow us to survive together, wouldn't that be salvation? I have stated before that I will rescue you in my own manner. It is you who. Your manner. Before Zhao Yi could finish his sentence, Tian Lao Lu erupted. What is your manner? Fishing? Or catching fish? How many people are in this building, and you think a few fishing rods will suffice for a full meal? In my view, you are deranged. Utterly insane. Tian Lao Lu understood that if he were to engage Zhao Yi in a cordial discussion, there was no possibility of him agreeing to open the door. It was only a matter of time before the facade would be torn away. Rather than squander precious moments, it was better to be forthright. I lay it out plainly. Two options. 1. You lead us upstairs now. Even if you lack a method to open the door, I possess one. The second option. Egu, you surely do not wish to grapple with this creature, do you? In the rain, Zhao Yi still did not turn back. He stood at the windowsill, shaking his head with a bitter smile. In that moment, he grasped the essence of humanity. The phrase a kindness and a grain of rice, a grudge and a may appear simple and easy to utter. Yet the profound significance behind it only becomes apparent upon deep reflection, revealing how difficult it truly is to comprehend. Indeed, boss who speaks the truth, human nature, by its very definition, diverges from morality. I acknowledge my error. Zhao Yi raised his head and gazed at the surveillance camera on the 13th floor, a faint smile escaping his lips. He was aware that they were watching. Thank you, Brother Shan, for granting me this opportunity. Li Ji, you rascal. Do not shrink back at every turn. Do not let me look down upon you. And you, Su Zilong, I refuse to yield to you. I shall never submit. Thank you, Boss Hu. On the 20th floor, panic ensued. With these few words, everyone understood Zhao Yi's intentions. Zhao Yi, who you hastily activated the microphone. Do not act foolishly. Damn it. Zhao Zhong also shouted in anger. What do you intend to do? Come back here. Do you hear me? Brother. Zhao Yi's smile broadened. From now on, follow boss who diligently, and do not be as foolish as I have been. Brother, I will no longer be able to look after you. You must take care of yourself from now on, and do hurry to find me a sister-in-law. I shall be your brother in the next life. Hurry. Go downstairs. Who you immediately opened the metal door. Before he could regain his senses, Zhao Zhong, Shinshan, Su Zilong and Li Ji all dashed out. Only Enciender remained by his side. I am sorry for you all. On the surveillance screen, Zhao Yi turned around and uttered one final statement. With a swift dive, he plunged into the water. Splash! The surface erupted. The onlookers who had just emerged from the 28th floor halted in their tracks. They stood at the stairwell, gazing intently at the surveillance footage playing in the corridor. Beneath the water, a dark silhouette stirred. Brother! Zhao Zhong screamed in despair. Given the prior circumstances, even if he survived the plunge, the entity lurking beneath the surface would render Zhao Yi unrecognizable, a specter of his former self. It was akin to being dead. Yet, in the next moment, a human head surfaced. Zhao Yi's expression was one of sheer terror. He frantically swam towards the adjacent buildings. Below, it seemed as if an unspeakable horror awaited. Huyu furrowed her brow and began to magnify the surveillance footage. Previously, in the dead of night, coupled with the torrential rain, the conditions had obscured the view beneath the water. This time, although it was still raining heavily, daylight offered some clarity. That was a shadow. No, to be precise, a mass of shadows. They trailed closely behind Zhao Yi, their speed increasing as if intent on enveloping him entirely. A school of fish? Or something else? Whatever it was, she decided to strike first. Huyu dashed to the balcony, retrieved an RPG from her belongings, and aimed it at the surface of the water behind Zhao Yi, firing without hesitation. Boom! The tremendous recoil sent her sprawling backward, nearly toppling over. Fortunately, Enciender stood close behind, catching her just in time. The deafening explosion reverberated throughout the community. A multitude of surviving residents turned their gaze towards the 28th floor of Building 3. They had long been aware of this anomaly, but they had never anticipated that such a formidable weapon would be at their disposal. As for those on the 13th floor, their necks tightened in apprehension. The flames on the surface of the water erupted, shattering the last flicker of hope within their hearts. They even possessed rocket launchers. What a ridiculous endeavor to storm the 28th floor. A single shot could send them all to the heavens. As the smoke cleared, a portion of the shadow beneath the water vanished, yet no fish carcasses surfaced. It remained a mystery what lay beneath. However, one thing was certain, the shadow's speed had diminished. Boss, Shinshan and the others returned upon hearing the commotion. Huyu swiftly retrieved 5 rocket launchers, distributing one to each of them. Without need for further words, they understood immediately. The continuous explosions rang out, and the shadow below finally came to a halt. As for Zhao Yi, he had already swum to the vicinity of other buildings. Yet, he seemed reluctant to remain there. Perhaps he understood that returning to the 28th floor would complicate matters for Zhao Zhong, prompting him to swim further away instead. Zhao Yi. Zhao Zhong's voice echoed. You damned fool, come back. Zhao Yi clearly heard him, but continued to swim forward, raising his hand to gesture towards the others, a farewell. The gesture held no implication of until we meet again, only a solitary sign of parting. Fully aware of the slim chances of a reunion, Zhao Yi could only make this gesture. His figure gradually faded, ultimately disappearing from their sight. Meanwhile, beneath the 3rd building, no signs of any creature's demise had surfaced. Perhaps they had been consumed, or perhaps the damage from the RPG had inflicted no harm upon the enemy at all. Regardless of the reason, the matter at hand was not this. He did not lower the rocket launcher, nor had he yet closed the reinforced door of the 28th building. Zhao Yi was unwilling to meet his demise. He must have uncovered something significant. Beneath Building 3, there undoubtedly lies something of consequence. What if? Su Zilong's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Shall I descend for a look? He believed that if Zhao Yi could swim to safety, then a mere glance would pose no danger. Unless you wish to end up like Li Chong, Huyu interjected sharply. With a resigned shrug, he fell silent. The matters beneath the water would remain unspoken for now. Huyu's gaze returned to the surveillance feed. The individuals on the 13th floor appeared to be in deep discussion. Let us first address this group. Chapter 37. Live broadcast. Should Huyu so desire, he could command Shinshan and the others to wield their firearms and execute a sweeping assault below, indiscriminately targeting any living entity to ensure none could escape. Even as a precaution against infection, he could deploy drones for the task. Yet, what merit lay in such actions? True anguish transcends the physical. It is the gradual erosion of the spirit. Huyu had once endured the terror of being confined like a mere sheep in a dark room. Now, it was only fitting that they too experience this torment. The video commenced. From the 27th to the 13th floor, all surveillance equipment activated, simultaneously broadcasting a singular scene. Breakfast. The morning feast on the 28th floor featured soy milk, fried dough sticks, soup dumplings, milk, desserts, and sandwiches. A table capable of accommodating 10 diners was laden with an array of breakfast delicacies. Yu sat at the center. He flashed a smile at the camera, lifted the glass of milk beside him, and took a sip, leaving a trace of pure white upon his lips. The onlookers could not help but swallow hard. Forget about milk. The scant supply of fresh water barely afforded each person 500 milliliters. Under the arrangement of Old Man Tian, even Zhang Si began the cycle of internal hydration. It was euphemistically termed internal circulation, but in reality, it involved expelling urine, which would then be distilled and reconsumed. In a few days, it seemed even the distillation process might become unnecessary. I hear that many of you neighbors are eager to come and see me. One thing about me is that I am open to advice. Since you wish to observe, I shall accommodate your curiosity. Henceforth, I will broadcast my meals daily. No, to be precise, 4 meals a day, including a midnight snack. All live for your viewing pleasure. Consider it a means to alleviate your boredom. No need for thanks. With that said, the crowd below was nearly grinding their teeth in frustration. Let us eat. The residents of the 28th floor began to leisurely enjoy their breakfast, while drones captured the scene from 3 angles, providing a comprehensive 360 live feed. On the 13th floor, Old Man Tian and his companions clenched their jaws, watching helplessly. They wished to terminate the broadcast, but found themselves utterly powerless. The video equipment was embedded within the walls. There was no way to cut the power, nor could they shatter the screen, and even sound could not be muffled. Fortunately, at least the aroma would not waft upwards. Wait a moment. What is that scent? Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Puyu's voice chimed in again. Every day during the broadcast, I place an identical portion of food in the hallway. First come, first served. This morning's food was located on the 14th floor. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Food. The same food. Everyone comprehended the implications of this revelation. They surged towards the 14th floor in an instant. As for Tian Laolu, a man confined to a wheelchair, he could not compete with the throng. However, 2 individuals remained stationary, Yi Wanxiu and Zhang Si. They stood behind Tian Laolu, not due to a lack of desire to seize the opportunity, but rather because they knew they would be outmatched. Rushing forward would only render them cannon fodder. Brother Tian, what shall we do now? Zhang Si inquired, frowning. Wait, Tian Laolu replied, his fists clenched, his gaze fixed upon Huyu's smiling visage in the video. Is it not mere boasting? I wonder how long he can maintain this facade. With such an abundance of food, I refuse to believe his reserves will not dwindle. Indeed, this fellow Yi Wanxiu instinctively swallowed hard before managing to utter 5 words, nearly choking in the process. On the 14th floor, the crowd surged upward. Soon, they beheld the thermal boxes in the hallway. The boxes were modest in size, measuring merely 30 centimeters on each side. Yet, they emanated warmth, filled with an enticing aroma. That scent was reminiscent of long-forgotten delicacies. With eyes aflame, the crowd charged forward, fists and knives swinging at those nearby, until a fortunate soul navigated through the throng and lunged toward the box, lowering his gaze to the contents, tears of joy uncontrollably streaming from the corners of his mouth. Inside was a steaming basket of dumplings, accompanied by a bottle of warm milk. Without a second thought, he stuffed a dumpling into his mouth. Just as he reached for the milk to quench his thirst, another individual barreled in, causing the milk to spill across the floor. In the face of this hard-won water resource, the crowd hesitated not for a moment. They immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, beginning to lap it up. The throngs outside surged in, trampling over them with relentless kicks, all in a desperate bid to displace them and quench their thirst with a mere sip of milk. Blood soon mingled with the earth beneath. On the 28th floor, in consideration of Bubu's physical and mental well-being, the surveillance did not broadcast the scene directly. It was only available on the phones of the other few. Bubu remained oblivious. Half an hour later, the last piece of dumpling skin was pried from the mouth of a fortunate soul. Breakfast had concluded. Among the 25 individuals selected by Tian Laolu, 3 had perished. Those 3 had consumed the most. Of the remaining 22, 2 stood guard downstairs, opting not to partake in the fray, while the other 20 had collectively consumed less than a single soup dumpling or a sip of milk. Yet, they were undeterred. Noon approached swiftly. There remained a chance. They still held hope for a full meal. After finishing the final piece of fried dough, Puyu bid farewell to the crowd with a smile, seemingly unaware of the turmoil below, promising to reconvene at noon. The video feed was cut. Only then did Tian Laolu ascend the stairs slowly. He surveyed the chaos strewn across the ground, his voice laced with fury. Have you all had your fill? The crowd fell silent. I ask you again, have you all had your fill? Tian Lao's voice was charged with indignation. He understood the ruthless cunning of Hu Yu's strategy. Yet it was a blatant scheme, one that was utterly unpreventable. To regain control over the situation, there were but two courses of action. Either offer the crowd greater incentives, which was entirely implausible, as resources necessitated equitable distribution, or be merciless. Tian Laolu is left with but one path. He still possesses a trump card, those two monsters. Brother Tian, we are truly famished, one of them spoke up. You cannot blame us. Indeed, Brother Tian, you know how long it has been since I last ate. I fished all day yesterday, and without sustenance, I can barely endure. So, did you manage to catch anything? Tian Laolu gestured towards the corpses on the ground. Those who have eaten lie there, do they not? The crowd bowed their heads in silence. I can comprehend your hunger. Should resources become available again, I shall ensure they are entrusted to me first, and I vow to distribute them fairly and justly. Otherwise, Tian Laolu turned to glance behind him. The two monsters, now sated and devoid of appetite, trailed behind like pets, tethered to the bait on his fishing rod, moving ever forward. Understood. We all understand. Yes. Brother Tian, rest assured by noon. We shall bring you provisions. The crowd pounded their chests in promise. Yet, Tian Laolu knew this was merely a promise. As noon approached, a new round of streaming commenced. Eager to learn the airdrop location, no one dared to miss a moment, causing even the residents who had previously huddled inside to press their eyes against the peepholes. They fervently prayed for the airdrop to materialize right before their doors. It was not until Hu Yu and the others finished their lunch that the crowd's stomachs began to protest. At last, a piece of news was disclosed by Hu Yu. Food was located on the 27th floor. To be precise, it was on the leg of a fortunate soul bound on the 27th floor. A neatly sliced Angus steak lay before him. To facilitate his dining experience, a drone conveniently provided him with a knife and a handgun loaded with bullets. Within the meal box, there was also a note. Chapter 38, Ready to Depart. On the 27th floor, by the time old Tian Lu and his companions arrived, dozens of people had already risen to their feet. The crowd obstructed the passage between the 26th and 27th floors. The sound of blades severing ropes echoed relentlessly. With each passing second, another individual joined the throng. Their gazes held no animosity, only a singular emotion, hunger. To them, the person before them was no longer regarded as human. It was unknown who let out the first roar. The crowd surged forward. Stop them. Quickly. Old Tian Lu bellowed. If they break through, none of us will survive. Strike. Beat them mercilessly. Let them understand who reigns supreme in this building. The crowd began to turn upon each other, until a gunshot shattered the chaos. Everyone halted simultaneously. Those who had been bound began to retreat. A young man emerged from the mass, remnants of black pepper sauce lingering at the corners of his mouth. His gaze fixed intently upon old Tian Lu. Just an hour prior, the two monsters had grown hungry again. This time, the tribute old Tian Lu relinquished was his own mother. Old Tian Lu panicked. He sensed a palpable aura of murderous intent boiling before him. Brother, let us talk this over. Bang. Before he could finish, a bullet pierced old Tian Lu's abdomen. Blood soaked through the wheelchair. Old Tian lowered his gaze to his wound, hastily covering it with his hand, still contemplating ways to save himself. However, the young man showed no concern for such matters. He raised his weapon, firing shot after shot. Regardless of who stood before him, anyone opposing him would become his target. After a mere 10 seconds, the last bullet was expelled from the chamber. The young man's arm trembled incessantly, and before him, no one remained standing, only the echoes of lamentation. With a thud, the gun slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Weakened, he collapsed, burying his face in his hands, unleashing a primal roar. The sound reverberated throughout Building 3, amplifying the surrounding silence. Amidst this stillness, a distinct sound of swallowing pierced the air. Someone was hungry. No, to be precise, many were famished. Conveniently, an array of food lay scattered before them. A middle-aged man picked up a small knife beside the young man and approached the heap of provisions. An elderly woman turned around, beginning her search for cookware. Several middle-aged women navigated through the crowd, descending the stairs in search of suitable dismemberment tools. More and more individuals began to act on their own accord. They were all hungry. Only the young man remained seated, his stomach still heavy with the steak he had just consumed. Wait. It seemed he recalled something. Abruptly rising to halt the actions of the crowd, they turned to him, and he produced a piece of paper. This was given to me by the 28th floor. Would you care to take a look? The crowd paused, gathering around him. The paper bore 2 words and a phrase. Boat. Ticket? The incredulity in the young man's voice was palpable. With this ticket, one can bring an unlimited number of people aboard the fleet, ensuring carefree lodging and meals. Free from the threat of cannibals. Do you think this could be true? People laughed. None took this matter to heart. Not eating meat. Nonsense. Who could possibly survive without it? On July 21st, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, on the 8th day of the apocalypse, the water level reached 37 meters. In the entire building, apart from the 28th floor, only 35 individuals remained alive. Among them, 20 were hiding in their rooms, leaving merely 15 on the stairwell. On the 27th floor, a group of people sat huddled around a large pot. Various curtains, sofas, and chopsticks were tossed into the flames, while the pot bubbled with blood and chunks of flesh, bones surfacing amidst the boiling liquid. Fear? Disgust? None of it. They were consumed by a singular sensation: hunger. Yet, the remnants of their humanity prevented them from indulging in raw flesh. Instead, they waited. They awaited the meat to be thoroughly cooked, or perhaps something else entirely, until a woman rose. She, with a swollen belly, approached the pot and ladled a generous piece of meat for herself, retreating to a corner to begin her feast. Upon witnessing this, others rose as well. Only one person remained still: the young man. Technically speaking, this food was his quarry. Yet, he chose to sit on the ground, observing from a distance as the others devoured their meal. Perhaps his stomach was not yet sufficiently empty, or maybe for some other reason, he refrained from joining in. Before long, the large pot of meat was entirely consumed. With their bellies full, they found themselves with time to contemplate. They gathered together, instinctively deliberating on a singular matter: food. Food. And more food. Those who had experienced hunger understood far better than those who had not the true value of sustenance. Like the pot of meat just now, it could be cooked 4 more times, but that is far from sufficient. A phrase uttered by the elder Tian Laolu floated in their minds: increase sources, cut expenditure. Since increasing sources is not feasible, let us first cut expenditure. A new small group formed, consisting of only 5 individuals, one of whom was the middle-aged man who had picked up the knife. He brandished the knife first, directing it toward the young man. The reason was simple: he was the only one not seated beside the large pot. They still harbored a glimmer of hope, waiting to return to society as human beings once the torrential rain ceased. Those who, like the young man, had not become ghosts yet understood the identity of ghosts clearly could not survive. Following them were the elderly and the frail. The selection mechanism mirrored that of Elder Tian Laolu and his companions from before. At 7 in the evening, the 27th floor was once again at full capacity. 10 individuals were bound in the stairwell, while the other 5 began preparing dinner for the day. Suddenly, a jarring sound echoed. Everyone turned their heads, and a dark silhouette was reflected in the stairwell. All attention was drawn. A group of figures slowly emerged, locking eyes with the crowd before them. It was the inhabitants of the 28th floor. They had descended. The 5 individuals immediately sprang into action, wielding chainsaws and knives, as if they were poised to charge and engage in combat with one another, even in the face of firearms. Half an hour earlier, on the 28th floor, no one had an appetite. Aside from Bubu, who consumed the medicinal dish and a few bites of dessert, none had eaten anything. They had reviewed the surveillance footage from beginning to end. Even battle-hardened individuals like Shun Shan felt a wave of nausea. Even Hu Yu is no exception. The same scene he had witnessed aboard that vessel replayed in his mind, and each time it resurfaced, it churned his stomach with an unrelenting tempest. On that occasion, he was faced with but a single choice: a glass of thick, viscous red wine, a succulent venison steak, and his protesting, roaring innards. Yet this time was different. He no longer needed to choose. Instead, he began to formulate options. Standing alone before the window, he gazed at the torrential downpour, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. By 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, the acidic rain would transform into fresh, potable water, although the rainfall would remain unchanged. Navigation posed no issue. The subsequent route was nearly charted. Earlier that afternoon, messages had arrived via various channels. They were willing to sell their database. As for the price, the 3 parties were remarkably aligned. A face-to-face negotiation. 3 coordinates had been sent. As long as Hu Yu could present himself before them, The database price was open for discussion. The nearest coordinate was located in Prung City. According to Li Ji's calculations, the entire route spans 635 nautical miles, with the heart of the ocean capable of reaching a maximum speed of 20 knots. If all went according to plan, it would require at least 32 hours of full-speed sailing. Along the way, he would also need to pick up Xiao Zisu's parents. 9 days had passed. He wondered how the elderly couple was faring. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. "Who is it?" "It's me. I am Xiao Zisu." Who you turned, sidestepping the figure of Anciener who stood not far behind, and approached the door. As he opened it, he beheld Xiao Zisu, her eyes swollen and red, unmistakably having cried. "What's wrong?" "PFF." Xiao Zisu suddenly flung herself into Hu Yu's embrace. Tears cascaded down his shoulder. "I was wrong. I truly was. I should never have allowed them to reside alone outside." "Hu Yu." Xiao Zisu lifted her head, tears tracing her cheeks. "Please help me. Let us depart tonight, shall we? I cannot bear the thought of them remaining outside any longer. Can we set off a bit earlier?" To be honest, Hu Yu could comprehend Xiao Zisu's distress. If her parents were still alive and not present during such a terrifying time, it would be inconceivable for her not to worry. Yet, the acid rain continued to fall outside. The clarity of what lay beneath the water remained ambiguous. He had initially intended to set off in the morning, using a rocket launcher to clear a path, blasting for 2 hours before embarking on the boat. "Hu Yu." Xiao Zisu tilted her head back, her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes filled with yearning. "Please, go wake them up, and once they are ready, we shall depart." Wonderful. Chapter 39, Descend. At 7 o'clock in the evening, everyone gathered on the 28th floor. All necessary items had been prepared. However, due to the considerable distance of the waterline from the 28th floor, launching the boat now would deter all but Shinshan and a few others from daring to jump down to board the vessel. It was best to descend to the 14th floor first. Thus, they needed to make their way down the stairs. In truth, old Tian Lu's estimation was not erroneous. Had they adhered strictly to his strategy, maintaining a vigilant guard on the upper floors, it would indeed be challenging for Hu Yu and the others to descend. Yet now, on the 27th floor, only a disorganized crowd remained. Even so, preparations still had to be made. After Zhao Zhong and Li Ji parted ways, Mu Siyue took the lead, guiding the group of small pets. Following her was Su Zilong, ever vigilant for any unforeseen circumstances. Ahead of them walked Xiao Zisu, accompanied by Bubu and Hu Yu. Bubu had already succumbed to slumber following her acupuncture treatment, and in her current state, even the thunderstorm outside might not rouse her. At the forefront were Shinshan and Anciener. Each member of the group was armed, prepared for any unexpected occurrences. Once all was set, the alloy door creaked open, and the group began their descent. Downstairs, the sounds of chopping echoed, while footsteps resonated from above. As the noises drew nearer, both ceased abruptly. The moment the bound young man caught sight of Hu Yu and the others, he sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed on her, brimming with desperation, a fervent yearning for the chance to survive. "Oh, the turtle has finally emerged," sneered the middle-aged man at the forefront, wielding a chainsaw and glaring viciously at Hu Yu. "I thought you had a surplus of provisions. Have you run out? Are you finally descending? Fear not. We will welcome you, as long as—" The middle-aged man's eyes drifted to Anciener, standing before Hu Yu, and then to Xiao Zisu beside her. They had been starved for days. These two beauties were the epitome of allure, the finest among the finest. Hu Yu let out a cold laugh, stepping aside just enough to reveal the small pets trailing behind her. Pigs, cows, sheep. Just these creatures alone could sustain them for an entire month. Why? Upon witnessing the scene, one individual immediately let out a piercing cry. "You clearly have an abundance of food. Why do you not share it with us? We could all survive together." "On what grounds?" Hu Yu took a step forward, maneuvering past Shinshan to reach the forefront of the group, fixing his gaze upon them. "Zhao Yi, do you all remember? I relinquished my chance to survive and descended in order to save you. And what have you done in return? You slaughtered the pig I provided for your sustenance. Yet, you remain unsatisfied, yearning for more. More? On what basis?" A middle-aged man brandishing a knife surged forward, retorting, "And what gives you the right to judge us? We merely wish to survive. Our actions are driven by necessity. You cannot claim that if you were in our position, you would not act similarly." But you let out a cold laugh and pressed the play button on the video. The screen on the 27th floor flickered to life, showcasing the afternoon's lavish feast. Every individual, every face, their gluttonous expressions were vividly captured on camera. "Is this what you speak of?" The crowd fell into a profound silence. Some of those bound to the ground bent over and began to retch, while others, though not physically ill, turned pale at the sight. The gifts of fate had already been marked with a price in the shadows. Huyu spoke with an air of indifference. I offered you an opportunity, yet you did not cherish it. Some individuals remain utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the notion of opportunity. Yet, there are those who have already contemplated it. That slip of paper. Nonsense, a ticket for a boat? If there were a vessel below, would we not be able to see it? Indeed. And what of this notion of carefree lodging and dining? It seems to me that you merely intend to keep us from feasting on that meat, planning to indulge yourselves instead. Utterly absurd. I suspect they too have been driven mad by hunger. Exactly. The crowd buzzed with incessant chatter. Huyu preferred brevity in conversation. He simply addressed the assembly with a singular statement. If there is a boat, you shall know once you accompany me downstairs. With that, Huyu took the lead. Descending the staircase, the onlookers exchanged glances. More precisely, the 5 individuals who were standing shared a look, nodding in unison. Let us go. Let us see for ourselves. Then all will be revealed. I want to go too. A young man on the ground exclaimed. I am the only one who has not partaken in human flesh. You must take me aboard. Aboard? I doubt you could even manage to get onto the bed. A middle-aged man kicked him aside, clearly dismissing his words. Huyu merely cast a glance his way, offering no further comment, and continued towards the 26th floor. This was his meticulously devised plan. Curiosity is, after all, a facet of human nature. Should he desire, he could easily orchestrate a path of bloodshed with Shinshan and the others. 5 individuals, after all, even without firearms. Li Ji could handle them with ease. However, violence is hardly an appealing solution. Huyu wished to avoid bloodshed during their descent, not only for the sake of Boo Boo's mental and physical well-being but also to mitigate potential contagion risks. Exercising caution is always prudent. Thus, he had crafted this modest slip of paper. Regardless of whether they have consumed human flesh, thoughts of descending to observe the vessel occupied their minds. The group made their way to the 15th floor. Beyond this level lay the 2 monstrous entities. They concealed themselves around the corner. Su Zilong swiftly maneuvered the drone, luring the 2 creatures upstairs before proceeding once more. A middle-aged man emitted a cold snicker, a conjecture surfacing in his mind. It was likely that this group had exhausted their ammunition. In these times, who among the ordinary could procure such an abundance of firearms and bullets? If they still possessed ammunition, why concoct such a convoluted plan? They could simply discharge a few rounds at the creatures and resolve the matter. He turned to his companions, exchanging a knowing glance that conveyed a clear message. Should the vessel remain unseen, they were to act decisively. The other 4 responded in kind with their gazes. Alas! Had they not been restrained on the 27th floor, they might have been privy to the resounding explosions of RPGs striking the water's surface. This very circumstance left them unaware of the true capabilities of Huyu and his associates. Soon, they arrived at the 14th floor, traversing the corridor until they halted at a window. Before them loomed a solid wall. Why have we stopped? The middle-aged man inquired, beckoning with his hand to seize the chainsaw from one of his companions. He was poised for action. Yet, what answered him was a deafening explosion. Boom. Flames illuminated the entire 14th floor. The middle-aged man stood stupefied, his companions behind him equally ensnared in shock. What was that creature? Simultaneously, the wall of the 14th floor was obliterated, revealing the water's surface not far below them. Shinshan lifted a large flashlight, casting its beam upon the water, revealing a multitude of dark shapes swiftly traversing beneath the surface. Indeed, those items remained below. Huyu began to extract RPGs, distributing one to Su Zilong, Shinshan, and Enciano each. I want one too. Xiao Zissou interjected eagerly. Huyu, let me give it a try. That can be arranged, but you must brace yourself. The recoil is quite substantial. I understand. The 5 individuals hoisted the rocket launchers, unleashing a barrage upon the water's surface. Each resounding explosion reverberated like a detonation deep within the heart of the middle-aged man. What on earth is that? Why, you appear rather astonished. Li Ji remarked, positioning himself before the 5. Weren't you just sneering a moment ago? Do you think I am oblivious to your thoughts? The middle-aged man remained silent, his complexion as pale as parchment. Yet, his grip on the chainsaw remained steadfast. It is said that a gun is swift at 7 paces, while a knife is swift within 7. Now standing less than 5 paces from this individual, armed with a chainsaw, he contemplated the possibility of a confrontation. Perhaps he could. No matter. Even if they conjured a vessel, he would never allow himself aboard. Rather than resigning to fate, he would fight for his life. He refused to believe that each of these individuals possessed the prowess of ego. Buzz. The chainsaw roared to life. Li Ji reacted almost instantaneously, delivering a punch that wrested the chainsaw from the man's grasp. The buzzing ceased. The chainsaw now poised against the middle-aged man's neck. Li Ji's gaze fell upon the activation button, his anticipation palpable. Chapter 40. A resounding filial piety. Li Ji, Zhao Zhong's voice resonated. Only then did Li Ji divert his attention from the button. Do not act foolishly. Zhonggu. I understand that you wish to vindicate Xiao Yi. Zhao Zhong placed his hand upon Li Ji's shoulder, gently patting it twice. It's all right. Li Ji replied, and then delivered a swift kick to the midsection of the middle-aged man, toppling him and the few individuals behind him to the ground. Consider yourselves fortunate, he exclaimed. Now, get lost. The middle-aged man lay on the staircase, clutching his abdomen, silent, merely listening to the incessant roar surrounding him. Zhonggu, perhaps we should head upstairs? One of them suggested, frowning. Shoo. The middle-aged man hissed softly. You can't possibly believe they would conjure a boat, can you? Zhonggu, are you implying? Watch. The middle-aged man sat up, positioning himself at the staircase entrance. Today, I shall witness how they intend to escape from here. A boat? I wager they possess nothing more than a few inflatable rafts. Should they dare to venture up, I assure you, I will puncture them. Indeed, what kind of vessel can be carried at all times? Only inflatable boats, of course. Zhonggu, your wit is commendable. Hush, keep your voices down, and let us observe. 2 minutes later, the shadows beneath the water had diminished by more than half. They dared not linger near the 3 buildings and swiftly swam towards other waters. For now, it seemed they were temporarily safe. That should suffice. Hu stowed the RPG and approached the gaping hole on the 14th floor. The acid rain continued unabated. He slightly raised his hand and retrieved the heart of the ocean from his backpack. In that instant, a colossal figure, extending 100 meters, materialized beneath the 3 buildings. The rain fell upon the deck, producing a series of crisp sounds. Despite the considerable commotion, these noises were ultimately drowned out by the relentless patter of rain. The gangway was deployed. With a mere thought, the vessel, under the system's command, extended its gangway, resting right against the window of the 14th floor. With just a step forward, one could ascend the gangway and traverse a few meters to enter the ship. Prepare to board, Hu uttered, retrieving an umbrella from his spatial storage. Against the acidic rain, an ordinary umbrella would not withstand for long. However, it would suffice to shield everyone while boarding. He opened the umbrella and stepped forward first. In a swift motion, he ascended in a few strides. Following him was Xiao Zissou, cradling the sleeping Bibu. Along with Anciener, Xin Shan, holding an umbrella, had no intention of boarding next. Instead, he gazed at the pigs, cows, and sheep. While he could shield himself from the acidic rain, these animals were not so fortunate. Allow me, Su Zilong responded, hoisting a pig in one arm while wielding the umbrella in the other, resolutely making his way up the gangway. Fortunately, the livestock were not overly large, otherwise, even Su Zilong would have hesitated to employ such a method. Approximately 10 minutes later, all the livestock had been transported aboard. Su Zilong had already taken them on board to find accommodations, while Hu Yu and the others remained at the gangway's entrance. Soon after, Mu Siyue approached. Over the past few days, she had learned of her master's extraordinary abilities, yet she could hardly fathom that he could even produce such a vessel. That was a yacht. Li Ji, Zhao Zhong, Xin Shan called out towards the rear. You may board now. All right, Li Ji replied. After a moment of contemplation, he casually discarded the chainsaw and walked towards the staircase alongside Zhao Zhong. Keep up. The middle-aged man immediately perked up, sprinting forward to retrieve the chainsaw, and followed suit. As he dashed into the corridor, Shinshan had already trailed behind Li Ji and Zhao Zhong, ascending the gangway. A colossal vessel suddenly came into view. A kayak? What sort of kayak has a gangway? That was clearly a yacht. A large yacht. Take me with you. Take me with you. Before the middle-aged man could regain his senses, someone else had already rushed forward. I haven't eaten much meat. Please, take me along. Nonsense. You're the one who ate the most. Take me. I can serve you like a beast of burden. I can do anything. Unfortunately, the gangway was retracted, leaving them to press their faces against the window, watching as the magnificent vessel gradually sailed away. Suddenly, the middle-aged man exclaimed, the 28th floor. Since they've left, does that mean the 28th floor is vacant as well? The food. Indeed, the others snapped back to reality, and they immediately dashed towards the 28th floor. However, as they passed the 16th floor, the two monsters caught the scent of food and lunged toward them. The middle-aged man wielded the chainsaw, swinging it wildly, and indeed managed to dismember the two creatures. The five of them, fueled by adrenaline, stepped over the corpses of the monsters and charged to the 28th floor. Yet, at the moment they ascended, they were left utterly stunned. The reinforced door was gone, replaced only by a hollowed-out wall. Further in, there lay nothing but an expanse of emptiness. The walls, the floor, all had vanished. Only the concrete floor remained, along with the concrete platform above. The wind swept in. A middle-aged man stood rooted to the spot, his body trembling uncontrollably, and he slowly uttered a single phrase. Ghost. There's a ghost. On July 21st, at 8 o'clock in the evening, the water level approached 39 meters. A yacht deftly maneuvered through the buildings, its white lights illuminating the night in Jinling. This was the only light they had seen in several days. Countless individuals pressed against the windows, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Hey, there are people here. Save us. Please, save us. A boat. How could there be a boat here?" The noise was deafening, even drowning out the sound of the rain. Yet, their voices were too faint, too soft for those aboard the vessel to hear. Once you set the destination, the heart of the ocean would navigate automatically along the route, avoiding obstacles along the way. The aquaculture system also began to deploy. The location was right above the deck. After the deployment, a small greenhouse materialized out of thin air, swiftly herding the livestock inside. To celebrate the first day of sailing, and to warmly welcome Xiao Fu and Xiao Mu, everyone decided to prepare a grand feast. Ingredients were placed in the kitchen, and Li Ji and Shun Shan busied themselves. Meanwhile, Puyu led Xiao Zissou and Enciner to the deck. Looking out, what once was a sea of lights was now reduced to sporadic glimmers flickering in the windows. The echoes of their cries continued to resonate. It was impossible to save them. It was utterly hopeless. Even after merging with the heart of the ocean, which was capable of accommodating over 100 people, it was merely equivalent to the number of inhabitants of a single building. Before me stand dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of towering edifices. How could one possibly rescue everyone? Especially after the harrowing Zhao Yi incident, the phrase helping others seems to have been expunged from their lexicon. Half an hour later, amidst the fervent cries of the crowd, the yacht glided to the base of the Yuten Hotel, the most opulent establishment in Jinling, soaring 33 stories high. The Yuten, where Hu Yu and his companions had dined, was prominently situated within this luxurious hotel. As the yacht approached, a palpable excitement surged through the Yuten, particularly on the 15th and 16th floors, where individuals donned the garb of waitstaff, attendants, or chefs. Some from the 16th floor even recklessly shattered windows to leap directly onto the vessel. Regrettably, the ship had not yet docked, and one unfortunate soul plummeted into the depths, never to resurface. It appeared there were hidden perils lurking beneath the water. Puyu furrowed his brow, astonished by the sheer number of people still within the hotel. "Which floor did you reserve for Uncle and Aunt?" he inquired. Xiao Zissou's lips twitched as she glanced upward, the top floor. "Well, you've truly outdone yourself in filial piety," he remarked. Chapter 41. Is everyone present? Su Zilong. Puyu turned to the cabin, calling out, "Hey, coming." Su Zilong responded eagerly, scampering out. Ever since the ordeal with Zhao Yi, his admiration for Hu Yu had soared, second only to Shin Shan, Bu Bu, and Zhao Zhong, now reaching a commendable 59. Just a smidge more, and it would hit 60. "Bossu, what's up?" "I was just examining the ship. Do not delve into your studies for the moment. Accompany me upstairs shortly to receive someone." "Very well. By the way, there is also Zhao Zhong." Puyu glanced back. At that moment, Zhao Zhong was gazing out of the porthole, staring at the water's surface, lost in thought. Upon hearing Hu Yu call him, he sprang to his feet. "Bossu, guard the ship. Aside from those coming up the gangway, do not allow anyone else to approach." "Understood. I shall not fail in my duty." Hu Yu deftly maneuvered the vessel closer. Soon, the gangway was securely positioned at the corridor on the 14th floor. Before he could ascend, a throng of people began to surge towards the gangway. It was still drizzling with acidic rain. That crowd, even at the risk of being corroded by the rain, was eager to board the ship. However, Hu Yu was not one to indulge them. He casually lifted a shotgun and fired a shot into the air. Boom. The crowd froze momentarily. After a brief pause, they instinctively retreated. Charge. In the past, without hope, they might have taken the risk. But now, hope was within reach. As the crowd parted to create a pathway, Hu Yu proceeded outward with Xiao Zissou. Accompanying them were Su Zilong and Ensiener, both formidable protectors, ensuring their safety due to the uncertainty surrounding the situation at the Yuten Hotel. The four of them made their way to the 14th floor, entering the hotel through the window. Hu Yu surveyed the gathered individuals. Though none spoke, a palpable emotion was evident in their eyes, a yearning. This was the lowest level. Had it not been for the height of the Yuten Hotel's entrance, the waters would have long since inundated them. Yet they remained, likely for a singular reason. Oppression. An oppression that emanates from above. The provisions within the hotel are somewhat sufficient. Otherwise, at this moment, they would likely have been bound upstairs, rendered as mere lambs for slaughter. Hu Yu's gaze swept across the crowd as he spoke with an air of indifference. Do you wish to survive? Yes. The roar reverberated throughout the 14th floor. Very well, I can offer you a chance. The crowd's eyes widened in anticipation of his next words. Now, gather all the living individuals here. The one who brings the most people will be awarded a ticket for the ship. Remember the rules. No harm shall come to others, no theft. And all who arrive must do so willingly. Anyone who violates these rules will be disqualified. Do you understand? A ship ticket. That is indeed a coveted prize. In an instant, chaos ensued as countless individuals surged up the stairs, embarking on their search. Can this plan truly succeed? Xiao Zissou, having grasped Hu Yu's intentions, felt a tinge of concern. Rest assured, Hu Yu retrieved 4 single sofas from his spatial backpack and settled into one. We shall see if this works. When it comes to enjoyment, you certainly have a knack for it. Xiao Zissou sank into another sofa, glancing back. You all should sit too. Why do you remain frozen? No need. I shall pass as well. Su Zilong and Ensiener spoke in succession. Sitting would only hinder their response time. This place is not entirely secure. Hu Yu shrugged, offering no further comment as he casually stowed away the remaining 2 sofas. Soon, one by one, individuals began to ascend to the 14th floor, each adorned with expressions of almost exuberant anticipation. Clearly, they had employed certain means to arrive here. There was but a single ticket to board the vessel, and only by reaching the 14th floor did they earn the opportunity to embark. Sir, a strikingly beautiful young woman approached, her visage weary yet unable to conceal her exquisite features. With her head bowed, she softly inquired, May I ask what it takes to board your ship? Hu Yu cast a cursory glance at her, and a panel emerged before him. All her attributes were rather standard. Yet one figure stood out as the most absurd he had ever encountered. Purity, -1. Astonishing. It was indeed possible for this metric to fall into the negative. Oh, how he had underestimated the nature of the competition. Hu Yu shook his head. The gathering was not yet complete. With a mere phrase, the woman understood and withdrew. Yet she held her head high and stood resolutely at the forefront, seemingly convinced that she would be chosen. The crowd continued to swell, comprising both men and women alike. The first action upon arriving at the 14th floor was to rush forward, making various promises to Hu Yu. Some offered their bodies, while others proffered wealth. Such propositions held no allure for him. However, one individual did capture his attention, a chef, or more aptly, a pastry chef. Even in such a tumultuous moment, she donned a pristine professional outfit, devoid of any blemish. Though her complexion appeared quite poor, her gaze radiated unwavering determination. She was among the few who did not approach to inquire about the tickets. Thus, Hu Yu decided to examine her attributes. Name, Zhang Sarui. Gender, female. Age, 23. Skills, mastery in Western pastry, perfect baking, exceptional mixology, exquisite tea art, proficient in Western cuisine, service excellence, waitstaff expertise, management acumen. Personality, diligent, meticulous, detail-oriented. Affection level, 0. Purity level, 100. Aboard the ship, the Chinese chef was present, and the Western chef, Li Ji, could manage a few dishes. Yet there was no one capable of crafting desserts. Perhaps it was the name, Zhang Sarui, akin to an elevated international version of Zhang San. Hu Yu silently noted this name, continuing to lounge on the sofa in anticipation. Half an hour passed. Guests trickled in, yet the parents of the Xiao family remained absent. Xiao Zissou grew anxious. She could no longer remain seated and periodically peered outside, hoping to catch sight of anyone still arriving. Another half-hour elapsed. It had been 10 minutes since the last newcomer appeared. All eyes were fixed on Hu Yu, awaiting his next move. However, the parents of Xiao were still nowhere to be found. Hu Yu furrowed his brow. He rose and inquired of the assembly. Is everyone here? Yes. No. The responses were far from harmonious. Hu Yu stepped forward. I shall ask once more, is everyone present? A portion of the attendees remained silent, while others bowed their heads, murmuring inaudibly. They were all hotel staff. Louder. The attendance is incomplete. In a corner, Zhang Surui spoke up. There is a group on the top floor. They have taken most of the hotel's resources and secured the area. They likely remain oblivious to our presence. It seems we have cracked the case. Regardless of the location, when such incidents occur, the first instinct of everyone is to hoard supplies and occupy higher ground. One can't help but wonder how Zhao's parents are faring. Very well, Hu Yu said, glancing at Zhang Surui, feigning ignorance. What is your name? Zhang Surui. Do you have a way to bring them down? Yes. Zhang Surui uttered a single word, pausing for a moment before continuing. But why should I assist you? Chapter 42. Would you like to take a chance? An opportunity to obtain a ticket. Hu Yu proposed his terms. Even if it was merely a chance, rather than an actual ticket, it would be sufficient to incite competition among the crowd. All right. Zhang Surui agreed without hesitation. She raised her hand and pointed to a man with a Mediterranean haircut among the crowd. He possesses a communicator. Only this device can establish radio contact with those upstairs. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately turned their gaze toward the Mediterranean man, their eyes ablaze with fury. Before Hu Yu could utter a word, a throng surged forward, unleashing a flurry of blows upon him. It seems this fellow has frequently utilized that communicator for his own purposes. Zilong. Understood. Su Zilong responded promptly, swiftly navigating through the throng. In less than 10 seconds, he carved a path through the crowd, emerging with the Mediterranean man in tow, presenting him before Hu Yu. Sir. The Mediterranean harbored a communicator, gazing at Hu Yu with a yearning expression. I can provide you with the communicator, but I require a ticket for a boat. Hu Yu let out a cold laugh. Su Zilong raised his hand and struck the back of the opponent's head. The Mediterranean promptly lost consciousness, and the communicator was effortlessly acquired. Just as the communicator was retrieved, Zhang Surui spoke once more. Allow me, and I assure you that I can ensure everyone from the upper floors descends. Intriguing. Hu Yu, holding the communicator, extended it towards Zhang Surui. Congratulations. You are one step closer to your boat ticket. Thank you, sir, Zhang Surui replied with a bow, then pressed the communication button. Uttering a single phrase, the rescue team is coming, hurry down. Just those words. The other end of the communicator paused for a moment, then immediately responded, right away. Wait for us. Such a lie, under normal circumstances, would surely deceive the astute individuals on the top floor. Yet now, the boat lay anchored beneath the Uton building. The vessel was illuminated as brightly as daylight. No one would be blind to it. When hope materialized before them, how could they possibly disbelieve? 15 minutes passed. A group of individuals descended from the upper floors. Unlike the previous group, this one was beaming with vitality, showing no signs of hunger. It appeared that the upper floors had hoarded ample supplies, leaving them well fed. However, upon reaching the 14th floor and witnessing a throng of people crowded there, they began to comprehend what had transpired. They had been deceived. Nonetheless, a boat was indeed present outside, though it did not belong to the rescue team. Who is the owner of the vessel? A muffled voice resonated through the crowd. A man clad in an exquisite suit emerged from the crowd, his gaze instantly fixating on Hu Yu. Are you the ship owner? He inquired, exuding an air of arrogance. Hu Yu's eyes continued to scan the throng, yet, regrettably, he was unable to spot the figures of Zhao's parents. Could it be that something has gone awry? Hu Yu exchanged a glance with Xiao Zissou, and just as they prepared to ascend the stairs, the arrogant man stepped forward, maneuvering through the crowd to position himself at the forefront. My friend, ignoring others is hardly a commendable habit, he remarked. Initially, Hu Yu had no intention of engaging, but in the next moment, the man pulled a handgun from his pocket, not aiming it at Hu Yu, but rather toying with it in his hand. Or perhaps you intend to have a discussion with this. Hu Yu's brow furrowed. If he wasn't mistaken, the model of this firearm was identical to the batch procured by Shinshan. The weapon had fallen into another's grasp. Could it be that the elders were indeed in peril? Xiao Zissou, too, recognized the gravity of the situation. She was about to step forward when Hu Yu swiftly grasped her arm. We are merely mortals. Encountering such a weapon is precarious. Thus, cunning is the superior strategy. My friend, it is my fault, Hu Yu replied with a respectful smile. Pray tell, how would you like to proceed? I wish to board the ship. Very well. My brother shall accompany me. Not an issue. Ha ha. My friend, you are quite the decent fellow. The arrogant man laughed heartily. Yet, after his mirth, He did not immediately board the vessel, but instead turned to Hu Yu, questioning, "Are you not concerned that once I board, I might usurp your position? You possess a firearm," Hu Yu retorted. Hu Yu spread his hands and shrugged. "What can I do? However, you need to keep me around. Without me, the ship cannot set sail." Just moments ago, as he sat on the sofa, he found that the firearm was in the way and promptly stowed it away. Thus, when the pretentious individual emerged, he did not perceive any threat. "Wise choice. I shall spare your life. I will await you on the ship." The pretentious man laughed indulgently, leading a group of over 10 individuals towards the window, declaring, "Let us go." Su Zilong immediately contemplated taking action, but he caught a glimpse of Hu Yu subtly shaking his head, signaling him not to act rashly. And Sienna also noticed this, and the group was left with no choice but to watch as the 10 or so individuals passed by them and ascended the gangway. The pretentious man appeared to harbor some reservations. He did not board the ship first, but instead allowed the others to go ahead, standing beside Hu Yu, his hand resting on Hu Yu's shoulder. "Brother, what is your name? From now on, we shall be like brothers. Call me brother, and I assure you, you will have food and shelter." "Hu Yu, Hu Yu, Hu Yu? Ha ha, what a rather unpleasant name." The pretentious man guffawed, his firearm unwaveringly directed at Hu Yu. As long as his companions had not boarded the ship, he would seize Hu Yu at the earliest opportunity. Unfortunately, 2 people stood beside him, and Sienna and Su Zilong. Just as the last figure stepped onto the gangway, Hu Yu swiftly retracted it. At that moment, the first person had yet to board. In an instant, the sound of splashing water echoed. The pretentious man was momentarily taken aback, then immediately aimed his weapon at Hu Yu, preparing to execute his contingency plan. However, that momentary lapse was all it took for the situation to metamorphose. Simultaneously, Sienna and Su Zilong acted. One seized the firearm, while the other subdued the offender. In a heartbeat, the ostentatious miscreant was prostrate at Hu Yu's feet. The gun, now in Su Zilong's possession, was promptly presented to Hu Yu. "Take a look," Hu Yu said, handing the weapon to Xiao Zissou. "Is this the one?" "Indeed." Click. Xiao Zissou immediately cocked the gun, its muzzle aimed at the back of the offender's head. "Speak. What have you done to my parents?" "Your parents?" The offender stammered, bewildered. "Who are your parents?" "How would I know? Where did you acquire this weapon?" Hu Yu pressed. "From a middle-aged couple." The offender seemed to recall something. "Let me go? Otherwise, you'll never discover their whereabouts." "You." Xiao Zissou, consumed by rage, was about to administer acupuncture. "Fine. I'll see if you talk. No need for such trouble." Hu Yu interjected calmly. He reached out, grasped the offender's head, and lifted his face towards the assembled crowd. "I'll ask you only once. If you remain silent, then I regret to inform you that I will leave your fate to them. Whoever devises a method to make you speak will receive passage on the ship. Are you willing to test your odds?" Chapter 43. Seizing the ship. Those with malevolent intentions invariably envision the most depraved possibilities, even before they materialize. Given that this individual had commandeered the top floor, it was evident that he had resorted to nefarious tactics against those below. If he were to fall into Xiao Zissou's hands and remain uncooperative, the worst outcome would merely be the threat of death. However, if they fall into the hands of this group, death may become a mere luxury. I exclaimed. The pretentious individual immediately spoke up. He quickly interjected. "It's right upstairs. The innermost room on the top floor. I have locked them inside." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zissou was ready to charge through the crowd. Fortunately, Hu Yu reacted swiftly and detained her at once. No matter what, they could not allow anyone to exit the 14th floor. With his understanding of human nature, he knew that if even one among them attempted to leave, the crowd would undoubtedly confine them within. Possessing firearms would not guarantee their safety against those driven to madness. Even if they eventually boarded a ship, it would require an immense effort. Zhang Sirui. Hu Yu glanced at the woman and then at the man who had brought the largest group. "And you?" "Boss, my name is Chen Chong." The man immediately bowed and smiled. "What are your orders?" At this moment, only the 2 of you have the opportunity to obtain tickets. Ascend and bring the individuals down, and your tickets will be redeemed. Do you comprehend my meaning? "Understood." Chen Chong replied without acknowledging Zhang Sirui, proceeding directly upstairs. Zhang Sirui followed closely behind, maintaining her composure without haste. Without a doubt, these 2 were the most reliable individuals within the crowd. As for Zhang Sirui, her ability to remain disciplined and keep her attire impeccable amid such chaos, while ensuring ample provisions without compromising her integrity, indicated her capability to command respect. Let us not forget She had descended from the upper levels and was well aware of who possessed the communication device leading to the top floor. It was she who spoke again, summoning the individuals from upstairs. In summation, there exists but one possibility. The authority above is a pretentious individual, while the authority below is none other than her. Moreover, she is not the overt authority, but rather the covert one. Otherwise, the pretentious individual would not be inclined to trust her promised rescue. As for Chen Chong, his ability to thrive on the 14th floor, with no one daring to usurp his opportunity, indicates that he possesses a commendable degree of shrewdness. One is astute, the other in power. Together, they are more than sufficient to ascend and seek out individuals. Indeed, after a mere 15 minutes, the two descended with the elderly couple in tow. The old couple appeared ragged and emaciated, clearly unaware of how many days they had gone without sustenance. Yet, their spirit remained unyielding, and one could easily discern their extraordinary essence. They bore at least a 70% resemblance to Xiao Zissou. A fortunate stroke of luck amidst misfortune. It is a relief that Xiao father and Xiao mother are still alive. Huyu immediately rose to greet them. Dad, Mom, Xiao Zissou exclaimed, you're safe? How wonderful. Zissou, my girl. The elderly couple also appeared momentarily stunned. They swiftly navigated through the crowd and past the kneeling pretentious individual, making their way to the forefront. What brings you here, my dear? Of course, we have come to bring you back. Xiao Zissou pointed to the yacht behind her. Do you see it? A grand yacht. With that, she promptly introduced Huyu. This is the owner of the vessel, Mr. Hu. I trust you are familiar with him, father, uncle, aunt. Huyu respectfully bowed in greeting, simultaneously casting a glance at the elderly couple's status panel. Indeed, both elders possess skills related to traditional Chinese medicine that can only be described as epic. However, Mr. Xiao focuses more on diagnosis, pharmacology, and acupuncture, while Mrs. Xiao emphasizes medicinal cuisine, nourishment, and therapeutic massage. It can be said that they complement each other perfectly, representing a refined version of Xiao Zissou. Mr. Hu. Mr. Xiao paused for a moment, as if recollecting something. Ah, it is you? You are the one who brought us to Jinling? Wait, you brought us to Jinling. Could it be that? Uncle and aunt. Mr. Hu preferred not to reveal too much in front of others. He promptly interrupted Mr. Xiao's speculation and smiled, saying, please, step aboard. We have prepared a banquet for you both on the ship. Any matters can be discussed during the feast. As he spoke, he swiftly produced 2 umbrellas and handed them to the elders. They exchanged glances, bolstered by Xiao Zissou's encouraging gaze. They nodded in unison and made their way towards the gangway through the window. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Zhong rushed to the deck to assist. The elders had boarded the ship, marking a significant step towards resolution. The remaining matters would be easily resolved. Mr. Hu turned to Zhang Sirui and Chen Chong, raising his hand to beckon them. You two, come here. The two promptly approached. However, Mr. Hu did not permit them to board immediately. Instead, he surveyed the others. There were still spots available on the ship. Who else wishes to embark? The crowd erupted into a fervor. Silence. Mr. Hu uttered only 2 words. The previous excitement vanished instantly, as though it had never existed. I do not harbor the useless on my ship. Those with capability, step forward. Moments ago, the first woman to approach Huyu stepped forward, casting a flirtatious glance that left no doubt about her intentions. Huyu, however, did not even spare her a glance, directing his attention instead to Chen Chong. What do you think? Is she suitable? Chen Chong shifted his gaze. Given his intelligence, he understood that Huyu was not inclined to allow the woman aboard. It was, however, his role to deliver the unwelcome news. Not suitable. Then you are also deemed unsuitable, Huyu retorted, shaking his head. Your ticket is revoked. Why? Chen Chong erupted, his frustration evident, but the outcome was already sealed. Intelligence is indeed admirable, yet it is not enough to secure a place on this vessel. What Huyu required was an obedient and capable individual, not merely someone clever. Such cunning might aid in survival amidst the apocalypse, but it would never earn him a spot on Huyu's ship. Why? I demand an explanation. Chen Chong attempted to lunge forward, but was restrained by Su Zilong and tossed back into the crowd. The woman's eyes brightened at the sight. Just as she prepared to step forward, Huyu turned to Zhang Sirui. What say you? Is she fit to board? Not suitable, Zhang Sirui replied in kind. Yet, Huyu smiled. Excellent. He gestured towards the gangway behind him. Step aboard. Thank you. Zhang Sirui paused momentarily before taking the umbrella from Su Zilong and cautiously advancing towards the gangway. Each step felt precarious, yet she ultimately made it aboard, escaping the fate of the previous group that fell into the water. On what grounds? Chinchong shouted. Everyone's answer was the same. You were treating her differently. I allowed her to board because she possesses principles. Huyu gazed down at Chinchong and remarked, as for you, those who are excessively clever should attempt to fend for themselves. With that, he raised his umbrella and proceeded towards the gangway alongside Xiao Zissou. Curse that cleverness! Chinchong bellowed, then shouted, brothers, follow me. Let's seize the ship. Let's see if he dares to be arrogant. A gunshot rang out. Though it did not strike them, it was sufficient to restore their sanity. Charging forward had a 99% chance of death, with only a 1% chance of successfully commandeering the vessel. If they refrained from charging, there was a 100% certainty of survival. At least for now. As long as they waited, there remained hope. Everyone halted. Especially Chinchong, his fists clenched tightly, fixated on Huyu's receding figure. The crisis had subsided. Seeing this, Su Zilong turned to leave. However, Enciener drew her handgun and fired a shot directly at Chinchong's forehead. Bang! The bullet pierced his skull. Huyu and Xiao Zissou simultaneously turned, their eyes wide with astonishment. For the first time, this was Enciener's first act of defiance beyond her orders. Chapter 44, Black Egg Trilogy. Huyu was momentarily taken aback. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Although he did not comprehend Enciener's motive for firing, he felt no sympathy for someone bold enough to point a gun at him. Merely astonishment remained. After the surprise, it was time to embrace their banquet. Huyu held the umbrella aloft and walked towards the yacht with Xiao Zissou. This time, no one dared to impede their progress. Su Zilong then turned to Enciener, his gaze filled with confusion. Yet, she dared not inquire about the reason. In his recollection, counting this instance, Enciener had only defied orders twice. The previous occasion saw her annihilate an entire terrorist organization. Why? Su Zilong furrowed his brow and asked, why did you take action? Enciener, however, remained remarkably unfazed. She turned away and walked into the acid rain, seemingly disinclined to provide a response. What a madwoman! Su Zilong cursed under his breath, ultimately resigning himself to follow her back to the yacht. Upon the yacht, the three new arrivals stood in the reception area on the first floor. Outside, the acid rain poured relentlessly, and cries for help filled the air. Inside, the ambience was warm with inviting lights, enticing aromas wafted through the space, and delectable dishes lay before them. This stark contrast cleaved the world into two realms, one a paradise, the other a hell. The master of paradise approached them, holding an umbrella. Welcome, everyone, to the heart of the ocean. Huyu greeted with a smile, casually folding the umbrella. My name is Huyu, and I am the owner of this vessel. You may address me directly. Once aboard this ship, we are bound as a community of fate. Our singular aim is clear. To survive, to thrive in a better form. Zhao's parents stood by, unresponsive, though their skills were fully developed. They found it difficult to grasp such a sudden turn of events, their minds brimming with questions yet unsure of whom to ask. Meanwhile, Zhang Sirui, standing to the side, began to applaud as soon as Huyu finished speaking. The crisp sound of clapping echoed through the room. Mu Lingxiu, who had just tended to Bubu, quickly joined in. And soon, applause resonated throughout the space. Huyu smiled and nodded, subsequently gesturing towards the restaurant behind the crowd, stating that the banquet was prepared and inviting everyone to take their seats. They would dine while engaging in conversation. As the guests settled in, Huyu introduced each individual, sharing their names and the responsibilities they held aboard the ship. However, he refrained from delving into further details at the dining table, opting instead to assign them their respective rooms after they had feasted. Everything would be addressed the following morning. That night, unexpectedly, Encina chose not to accompany Huyu but instead took a room situated closest to him. This marked a first since the onset of the apocalypse. Huyu had relished the rare opportunity to sleep alone, and it seemed he enjoyed a more restful slumber. Su Zilong recounted the events of the night to Shinshan, inquiring about the underlying reasons. Shinshan provided a vague response, suggesting that perhaps she intended to quell any threats at their inception. Following this, Su Zilong fell silent. On July 22nd, at 7 in the morning, on the 9th day since the apocalypse began, the water level had risen to 43 meters. Only a few buildings were visible above the water's surface, while the majority of residential complexes, shopping centers, supermarkets, and even some elevated bridges lay completely submerged. Huyu awoke early, instinctively turning to the side of the ship in search of Enciener, but found no trace of her. Given the events of the previous night, An unsettling premonition lingered in his mind. Setting those thoughts aside, he resolved to focus on the first draw aboard the ship, eager to see if fortune would favor him. For this moment, he had deliberately reserved the black eggs from the 20th and 21st, anticipating a triumphant 3 consecutive draws. I harbor no extravagant desires. It suffices if something capable of breeding and cultivation manifests. One cannot permit the breeding system to remain barren. Drawing back the curtains, I gaze outside. The heart of the ocean continues to navigate through the cityscape. A faint sunlight, almost negligible, spills forth, revealing the desperate pleas of those surrounding me. BU aligns 3 black eggs in a row, a resolute decision forming within. Should I succeed in my endeavors today, another ticket shall be issued. Of course. This hinges upon encountering sufficiently talented individuals. If fortune does not favor me, then so be it. Dear friends, if you wish to board the vessel, may you bless me with success. BU raises his hand and strikes. The first black egg shatters, unleashing a burst of purple light. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a perfect immortal bean 1. Name, immortal bean. Perfect. Category, food, seed. Effect, upon consumption, it induces a sense of satiety, continuously replenishing the various energies required over 3 months. Or it may be sown in soil to cultivate ordinary, exquisite, or perfect immortal beans. Note, only immortal beans of perfect quality can be cultivated as seeds. Success. A glimmer of hope ignites in Huyu's eyes. Beans suitable for cultivation. If these were to be mass-produced, not only would the crew of a ship be nourished, but an entire city, even a nation, could be fed. Potatoes? In comparison to this marvel, they pale in insignificance. Of course, the prerequisite is to secure a sufficiently expansive cultivation base. With utmost care, Huyu places the perfect immortal bean into his space, fearful of damaging it. Ticket 1. He gazes out the window once more, reaffirming his promise. There is no cap on the tickets. Should fortune smile upon me again, I shall issue as many tickets as success permits. Huyu then strikes the second black egg. Once again, a burst of purple light erupted. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the source of liqueur 1. Name, source of liqueur, perfect. Category, ingredient, water source. Effect, consuming it can heal some external injuries, with specific effects depending on the severity of the wounds. It will not conflict with any medications and produces 1 L of exquisite liqueur every hour, suitable for consumption and irrigation. Note, while the liqueur is delightful, moderation is advised. What a remarkable item. Although it appears similar to the celestial beans, both being producible resources, the former is vast and comprehensive while the latter is diminutive yet refined. Celestial beans can satiate many, whereas the liqueur, though scarce, possesses the invaluable quality of healing wounds. Rounding it off, it bears no difference from miraculous elixirs. Especially for Bubu, this is nothing short of a lifesaver. Add another ticket. Huyu turned his gaze toward the third black egg. Having received rewards twice in succession, the question of whether the third would yield results had become inconsequential. Crack. The black egg shattered, releasing a burst of golden light. The hue is legendary. Ding. Golden legend. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the favor of the sea god 1. Name, favor of the sea god, legendary. Category, fishing rod effect. Ignores terrain, water bodies, and fish species. No bait required. Upon casting the line, a catch is guaranteed. Each fish caught accumulates experience points and has a certain probability of yielding skill books. Note 1. Experience can be used to upgrade Sea God Series products. Note 2. Collecting 3 Sea God Series products grants an additional surprise. Note 3. Adhere to the will of the Sea God. The favor of the Sea God? Is it true that things bearing the prefix of the Sea God belong to the same series? According to Remark 1, the experience gained from this fishing rod not only enhances the rod itself, but also elevates the ship. Currently, the ship's level is epic. Following the established rules, the next upgrade should elevate the system to level 5, which will occur in 84 days. With this fishing rod, by catching 84 fish, one can complete the upgrade and elevate the heart of the ocean too. Legendary. Huyu stored the entirely golden fishing rod back into his space. Not in a hurry to go fishing just yet. Who knows what lurks beneath the water's surface? It's a certainty to catch something. What if a monster emerges? Would the safety of the ship be compromised? If one is to fish, safety must be confirmed first. Let us step out for breakfast instead. Should it be Western cuisine or Chinese today? As Huyu pondered, he approached the door. Just before he could push it open, A force surged from the entrance. Bang! Shinshan burst through the door, his face etched with panic. No, this is bad. Something has happened. What is it? Puyu furrowed his brows and hastily inquired. Shinshan, being the most composed person, was now in such a state of alarm. Could it be that a Godzilla has surfaced from the depths? Chapter 45. Fishing. What on earth is happening? Puyu, unsure, pressed for answers. You'll know once you come out to sea. As Shinshan spoke, he made his way towards the deck, and Huyu hurriedly followed. They arrived at the first deck, where a torrential downpour ensued. Although the rain was no longer acidic, the droplets still pounded against the deck with a resounding thud. Yet, even so, the area outside the greenhouse on one side of the deck was thronged with people, apart from Bubu and her caretaker, Mu Lingxiu, who remained inside. Everyone aboard had gathered outside the greenhouse. This included Zhao's parents, as well as Zhang Surui, who had just boarded the ship. Could it be that something had happened to those livestock? Make way, for boss who has arrived. Shinshan, holding an umbrella, led Huyu into the crowd. The throng parted instantly, revealing the greenhouse. Just one glance left Huyu rooted to the spot. The livestock, still the same livestock. The only difference was the quantity. They had given birth. Except for the 3 pairs of pigs, all other pairs of livestock had produced offspring. Moreover, each variety had reached a stage suitable for slaughter. Even if it were mere coincidence, such an occurrence was beyond belief. Every type of livestock had birthed young. This could no longer be described as outrageous. Huyu promptly checked the panel and soon discerned the issue. The breeding system. After boarding the ship yesterday, he had been preoccupied with welcoming Zhao's parents and had not taken the time to examine the panel closely. Now, upon inspection, he was utterly astonished. All livestock growth efficiency 100, breeding efficiency 100, mutation rate 10. All plant growth efficiency 100, survival rate 100, mutation rate 10. Terrifying. Simply terrifying. A pig typically has a market-ready cycle of 8 to 12 months. However, with the current growth efficiency, it would only require 4 to 6 months to reach market weight. Provided there is sufficient breeding space, even without cultivating celestial beings, merely through meat consumption, it would be sufficient to sustain an entire city's population. The increase in the aquaculture system will elevate alongside the enhancement of the system's level. Huyu felt a surge of joy within, yet he could not afford to exhibit his astonishment in front of others. He merely cleared his throat. Ahem. This is all quite normal, no need for surprise. Let us return for breakfast. There are still matters aboard this vessel that require your contemplation. Upon hearing this, the others understood that this was neither a coincidence nor a misfortune, and thus refrained from further discussion, promptly returning to the cabin to prepare breakfast. Except for Xiao Zissou. Boss Hu, please grant me this request during breakfast. Xiao Zissou persistently clung to Huyu. I just want to dissect one. Even if it's just a chicken. I say, Miss, are you not a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine? Huyu replied with a helpless smile. Why delve into dissection? It truly seems unnecessary. I am a medical student, and I am well versed in biological knowledge. Xiao Zissou immediately retorted, this is a biological marvel. If you allow me to dissect one, once this torrential rain subsides, it could become the beacon of hope for the continuation of human civilization. Hope. If Xiao Zissou were indeed to conduct the dissection and failed to uncover the reasons behind it, she would inevitably seek comparisons. In time, it would only be a matter of time before the existence of the aquaculture space was revealed. Setting aside whether land would re-emerge after the rain, even if it did, he could not allow others to learn of this aquaculture space. Once exposed, who knows how many would vie for it? For those with ambition, a means to reduce livestock growth time by at least half would be nothing short of miraculous. However, for Xiao Zissou, whose favorability had already reached 50, you felt no concern. How about this? You produced a perfect celestial being. You plant this seed, and when it blossoms and bears fruit, I will allow you to dissect one of the chickens. This is. Xiao Zissou took the celestial bean and examined it closely. A bean? I have never seen one like this. Are you sure it can take root and sprout? Of course. Huyu promptly replied. You will find out once you plant it. All right then. Xiao Zissou nodded in agreement and extended her pinky finger. Pinky swear. Okay, pinky swear. After finishing breakfast, Huyu did not rush to go fishing but instead engaged in a conversation with Xiao's parents. He addressed some of their concerns while subtly enhancing their favorability. Due to having brought the entire family onto the boat, their favorability quickly rose to 30. Furthermore, Huyu shared some details about Inskin Er's condition, suggesting that they check on her after resting, as her state yesterday was evidently unusual. The way they looked at him was akin to how one would gaze at a son-in-law, nearly ready to present a red envelope. Huyu hastily changed the subject and called for Zhang Sirui. Since she boarded the boat yesterday, her favorability had only fluctuated once, and that was merely a 10-point increase. After their conversation, Huyu briefly introduced the rules aboard the vessel and assigned her the responsibility of preparing breakfast and afternoon tea each day. As for lunch and dinner, she and Li Ji would alternate, with each person preparing one meal per day. Zhang Sirui readily accepted. As for the other matters, they remained unasked. The sense of affinity remained unchanged. This person resembled an untamable wolf. Huyu did not hasten her departure from the ship, but rather chose to observe further. After all, the vessel was indeed in need of a chef, as well as a steward to manage its affairs. If she could be persuaded to settle down, she could prove to be a valuable asset, although Shinshan could fulfill the role of steward. He was more suited for personnel management rather than the domestic duties of the ship. The heart of the ocean still required expansion. One individual alone, Shinshan, was evidently insufficient. As their conversation drew to a close, midday approached. Just in time. It was an opportune moment to fish for a while before lunch. Huyu made her way to the lower deck, opened the floor-to-ceiling window, retrieved the favor of Poseidon, and cast her line into the water for the first time. The fishing rod plunged beneath the surface. Before she could even feel a tug from the fish, Li Ji sauntered over. "Oh, Basu, fishing are we?" "Indeed." Huyu nodded. "I recall you expressed a desire to fish last time, didn't you? Now seems perfect." "Ah, that was just Zhao Zhong and his buddy." Li Ji casually pulled up a chair and sat down, crossing his arms. "I'm not fond of fishing. I only enjoy eating fish." "Well then, if I catch something, you can cook it for us to share." "Deal." Li Ji gazed at the water, then shifted the topic. "But boss, who aren't you concerned about reeling in something peculiar? This water doesn't seem like the water of old." Suddenly, the fishing line tightened. Huyu felt an immense force pulling at her hand. A fish had taken the bait. Whether it was something unusual would soon be revealed. Huyu began to reel in the line, each rotation requiring immense strength. One turn, two turns, swiftly, a shadow emerged upon the water's surface. Huyu cast a fleeting glance and instinctively felt compelled to toss the fishing rod into the water. Chapter 46. The Corpse on the Hook. How ominous. Truly, it was exceedingly foreboding. The shadow had just surfaced when Huyu recognized what it was, a corpse. A human corpse. The fishhook was lodged perfectly in its mouth. At that very instant, as the shadow broke the surface, Huyu fancied he heard a notification ringing in his ears. Congratulations on achieving the accomplishment. The corpse on the hook. Had it been anyone else witnessing this, they would have likely turned away in horror, unwilling to cast another glance. But what of Li Ji? They were seasoned warriors, having emerged from the battlefield. Encountering a corpse would incite not fear, but rather jest. Hu Boss truly lives up to his legend. To have caught the fabled corpse on the hook? Ridiculous. Huyu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Find a way to get it off. I have no desire to haul this thing in. It was simple enough, just cut the line. Li Ji brandished a small knife, preparing to sever it. However, after a couple of attempts, he realized the fishing line was utterly unyielding. Hu Boss, what kind of line is this? Is it unbreakable? It seemed indeed to be so. While one would assume that products from the system would be of exceptional quality, this was somewhat excessive. The fishing line was unbreakable. I certainly cannot abandon the rod. Thus, there was no other option. Li Ji sheathed the knife, letting out a resigned sigh. Either you devise a method to unhook it, or we shall have to relinquish the rod. It is impossible to lose the fishing rod. It shall never be lost in this lifetime. Ah, by the way, the fishing regulations state that one does not require bait to fish. Merely casting the rod will inevitably result in a catch. It does not specify that without bait, there will be nothing to hook. As long as one possesses sufficient strength to cast the rod, could we not consider this very object as bait and reintroduce it to the water? Surely. The next thing will bite, right? Let us give it a try. Huyu glanced at Li Ji and casually handed him the fishing rod. Your turn. Am I to retrieve it? Not retrieve it. I mean, cast it again. Just lift this object from the water's surface and let it fall back. Cast it. Li Ji inquired, perplexed. Trust me, just do as I say. Very well. Li Ji grasped the fishing rod with both hands, exerted a strong pull, and then cast it with all his might, indeed reinserting the object into the water. A resounding splash echoed, startling the others in the cabin. Xiao Zissou was preoccupied with formulating a treatment plan for Bubu alongside her parents, while Mu Lingxiu and Bubu remained nearby, with Shinshan also waiting attentively. Apart from these 6 individuals, everyone else was roused by the commotion. Even the typically reclusive Zhang Sirui made her way over. By the time they approached, Huyu had already taken hold of the fishing rod, patiently awaiting a bite. Is Boss Hu fishing? Zhao Zheng inquired from the side. Indeed, Li Ji nodded, smiling as he recounted the recent events, a ghostly mouth. I had always believed such things existed solely in legend, yet today I am fortunate enough to witness one. Enough of that, came the reply. Su Zilong retorted with irritation. In the past, there were fewer corpses. Now, who knows how many lie beneath the water? With the rain complicating the flow, such a situation is certainly not impossible. Indeed, Zhao Zhong gazed at Huyu with a wry smile. Boss Hu, if you're not raising the rod, are you perhaps contemplating using that corpse as bait to continue fishing? What? Li Ji exclaimed. He had not considered this possibility when he had cast the line for Huyu. Why not give it a try? What if something truly bites? Huyu did not deny it, but merely took a few steps back, sensing that something was about to be hooked. Buzz. Sure enough, in the next instant, the fishing line was violently tugged. Something had taken the bait. Huyu grasped the reel, intending to pull with force. But his hand was nearly yanked away by the reel. The force was overwhelming. I'll take over, Zhao Zheng instinctively offered, reaching out to hold the reel as well. Yet, even he could merely stabilize it without reeling it in. It's worth noting that, although his strength could not rival Su Zilong's, he was still a man capable of delivering a punch with nearly 200 kilograms of force. Even he could only barely keep the reel steady. It's a big catch. Help me, Huyu shouted, not overestimating his abilities, and swiftly threw the fishing rod to Su Zilong. Su Zilong hurriedly caught the rod, while simultaneously placing his hand over Zhao Zhong's, and together they began to turn the reel. Finally, the reel started to slowly wind in the line. It was fortunate that the fishing rod was durable. Otherwise, given the combined strength of the two, a regular rod would have succumbed long ago. Indeed, the bait has been taken. Li Ji stood by in astonishment. Boss Hu, could it be that you've hooked a shark? It's not a shark, Su Zilong replied, gripping the fishing rod with his legs firmly planted on the ground. It resembles a whale. Neither of them could lift it? Let us give it a try. Zhao Zheng chimed in, taking a step forward and leaning against Su Zilong. Together, they exerted their strength. If we managed to reel this fish in, it could provide meals for over 10 days. They could only hope it wasn't some bizarre creature. But you stood to the side, exclaiming in exasperation. He had merely wished to fish and gain some experience. First, they had encountered a corpse. And now they were faced with an unknown entity. What if they couldn't reel it in? That would truly be unfortunate. 5 minutes passed, and Su Zilong and Zhao Zhong were utterly exhausted. Upon hearing the news, Shen Shan hurried over. He and Li Ji took turns, resuming the struggle with the fish. After another 5 minutes, they switched again. This won't do, Shen Shan exclaimed, shaking his arms. This fish is far too strong. We either need to go all out, or we won't be able to catch it at all. Go all out. Huyu's eyes suddenly brightened. What a perfect opportunity to test the fish system of the ocean's heart. Huyu activated the control panel, and the underwater scene came into full view. He had intended to see exactly what they had caught, but the water's surface had been thoroughly disturbed, obscuring the creature's true form. All he could discern was a dark shadow swimming approximately 30 meters from the bow of the boat. There it was. Fish, lock on. Fire. Whoosh. The ears of Shen Shan and the others perked up instantly. They were seasoned soldiers, aware of the implications of that sound. A torpedo. To their astonishment, there was indeed a torpedo aboard this vessel. The gazes directed at Huyu were filled not only with curiosity, but also with sheer terror. Bang! Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, the torpedo detonated. A shadow erupted from the water's surface. Behold, a giant silver carp. A silver carp nearly 3 meters in length. Amidst the torrential rain, the scales of the fish crackled violently. Beside it, a conspicuous gash was evident, likely the result of the recent torpedo strike. Yet, despite its injuries, in a mere moment, the silver carp vanished back beneath the waves, continuing its struggle. Although its strength seemed diminished, it remained as vibrant as ever. This was a genuine discovery beyond the realms of biological norms. Chapter 47. The Mutated Silver Carp. Half an hour later, the colossal silver carp was finally hauled onto the deck. The cost was that Shen Shan and Li Ji were utterly exhausted, slumped on the deck, gasping for breath. Huyu immediately began examining the creature's panel. Name, giant silver carp, mutated, type, fish status, near-death description, a mutated organism born from rainwater pollution, non-contagious. No, what? You can't possibly be considering consuming this creature. Can you? Mutated. If rainwater can induce mutations in aquatic life, then could humans exposed to such water sources experience similar effects? Just like in the case of Li Chang, who furrowed his brow, halting Zhao Zhong and Su Zilong, who were about to approach. Do not advance just yet. This creature is not yet fully deceased. Not yet fully deceased. Su Zilong was momentarily taken aback. The crowd, who had been preparing to gather around, hesitated and returned to their previous positions. Hu drew his pistol and aimed it at the eye of the colossal silver carp, pulling the trigger with a resounding bang. The bullet missed its target, instead striking the fish's scales, producing a crisp sound as it ricocheted off. Allow me, Su Zilong stepped forward and fired again, this time successfully hitting the fish's eye, with the bullet embedding itself deep within its brain. To everyone's astonishment, the previously motionless carp began thrashing violently once more. Fortunately, the heart of the ocean was sufficiently large, remaining steadfast and undisturbed despite the creature's flailing. It was only when a pale purple blood began to flow that the giant fish gradually ceased its struggles. Its status shifted from near death to deceased. Zissou. Hu glanced at Xiao Zissou. Did you not express a desire to perform a dissection? Perhaps you might begin with this specimen? Absolutely not. Xiao Zissou waved her hands in protest. What if I were to contract an infection? Where would you find another skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner as kind-hearted and beautiful as I? Have no fear. This creature is non-contagious. As long as you refrain from consuming its flesh, there shall be no issue, Hu reassured, moving closer to the fish, crouching beside it to inspect the area where he had struck the scales. A faint white mark remained, but upon a gentle touch, it vanished. What a remarkable specimen. At that moment, Shinshan approached. If this material were fashioned into a bulletproof vest, I dare say even an AK bullet would struggle to penetrate it. Then let us lend a hand. Hu beckoned to Su Zilong and Zhao Zhong. Together, we shall lift this creature aboard and dissect it to ascertain what materials may prove useful. Remember, this flesh is not to be consumed. It must be discarded. Do you understand? Understood. The group began to diligently prepare for the task at hand. Hu hesitated to cast his line once more. Should he inadvertently hook such a creature again, he would have no assistance to help him reel it in. He decided to wait until the dissection was complete. The procedure was led by Xiao Zissou, with her parents offering support. Meanwhile, Hu and the others remained outside the medical room, observing intently. The enormous silver carp was meticulously dismantled. Scales, flesh, bones, and entrails were all methodically separated. Finally, as the skull was removed, a fist-sized brain was extracted, revealing within it a pale blue gem. The panel activated. Hu glanced at it and was momentarily taken aback. Name: mutated crystal, superior, type, gemstone, ingredient. Description: consuming or embedding this gem enhances the probability of mutation. Note: mutation is, after all, a form of evolution. Put that down immediately. Hu shouted fervently. Xiao Zissou, who was holding the mutated crystal with tweezers, was momentarily stunned. Before she could react, Hu dashed into the medical room and swiftly secured the mutated crystal within his space, regardless of whether it represented mutation or evolution. He wished for none aboard the vessel to experiment with it. The prospect of anyone becoming the next Li Chang would be a tremendous loss for everyone on board. After ensuring that none of the three had undergone any mutation, Hu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, all was well. Let us proceed, he instructed. The dissection continued. To prevent the emergence of any additional mutated crystals, Hu remained steadfast in his position, refusing to leave. Fortunately, as the dissection reached its conclusion, only that single mutated crystal had been found. Besides the bulletproof scales, the bones of this colossal silver carp also proved to be a valuable treasure. The resilience is beyond question, comparable to that of bamboo, while its hardness rivals that of Hetian jade, making it ideally suited for the crafting of weapons. All fish scales and bones were entrusted to Zhao Zhong for processing. After a busy morning, it was time for lunch. The group had a simple meal and encouraged Hu to continue casting his line for fishing. He did not decline, regardless of the type of fish caught. Upgrading the heart of the ocean at the earliest opportunity was paramount. If the speed of evolution of these fish surpassed their upgrading pace, a single wave could render them mere bait. Moreover, the scales of that gigantic silver carp were sufficient to create 2 sets of bulletproof vests. Catching a few more would be a prudent precaution. After all, in such circumstances, acquiring firearms was not limited to just them. As the group ascended to the deck and Hu prepared to cast his line, a horn sounded from afar. A vessel was approaching. Yu immediately retrieved a pair of binoculars to scan the horizon. 5 nautical miles away, on the shipping lane, a passenger ship was making its way toward the residential area. Although termed a passenger vessel, its size was less than 2/3 that of the heart of the ocean. It appeared to be a short-distance sightseeing cruise. As Yu observed them, they, in turn, noticed him. Simultaneously, Li Ji, stationed in the captain's cabin, sent out a broadcast. "Boss Hu, the approaching ship has radioed in, inquiring about our remaining supplies and expressing interest in trading some of their catch." Yu's curiosity was piqued. Asked them how much fish they have. The fish of today were not the same as those of yesteryears. If these individuals' fish are akin to that mutated silver carp, then both the scales and bones could be utilized as materials, allowing for an exchange of a portion of food that yields profit without loss. Before long, Li Ji provided his response: 500 pounds of fish. They sought to exchange for 70% of that weight in meat or 50% in grains. "That sounds reasonable." Yu nodded in agreement. "Let them come over. I wish to see the catch before determining the specific price." The notion of bartering fish for supplies was understandable. Yet this phrasing struck him as somewhat familiar. He seemed to recall having heard it in his previous life. "All right," Li Ji replied, initiating communication with the ship via radio, subsequently conveying their response. The other party requested that they halt their vessel, allowing them to approach. "Very well." Yu also stowed his fishing rod and turned to Shinshan. "Make sure to conceal anything that shouldn't be visible." "Understood," Shinshan nodded, fully grasping his intent. While most items could easily be stowed away, at worst, they could be placed in the cabin or, if necessary, returned to the spatial backpack. There was one item that posed a challenge: the greenhouse. This structure was erected on the deck, and the moment the other party drew near, it would undoubtedly be discovered. The only solution was to hastily erect a curtain. The three of them, including Su Zilong, sprang into action, quickly dismantling a large quantity of tarpaulin to conceal the greenhouse. Soon, the ship approached them. As it drew nearer, the figures aboard became increasingly discernible. Yu cast a glance, his brow slightly furrowing. While the vessel itself did not seem familiar, the individuals on board appeared somewhat recognizable. Chapter 48, Robbery? In the midst of a torrential downpour, the ship drew ever closer. 100 meters, 80 meters. It appeared to show no signs of halting, steadily advancing towards the yacht. This demeanor did not suggest the intention of a transaction. Rather, it seemed as if they aimed to board. "Boss Hu, this situation is rather unsettling," Shinshan remarked, a slight frown creasing his brow. "I am aware," Yu replied, his expression darkening with a flicker of animosity in his eyes. He recognized them. In a previous life, he had encountered this very group aboard the vessel. At that time, he and Yi Wanqiu had been rescued by a yacht, relying on their roles as servants to earn a meager daily allowance of fish. However, on the 40th day, the yacht encountered a fleet of ships. Under the pretense of exchanging supplies, the other party requested them to halt and began to approach. The yacht's owner, enticed by the conditions proposed, fell prey to their trap. The yacht was seized. Amid the chaos, Yu and Yi Wanqiu managed to escape by launching a kayak into the torrential rain. Little did they anticipate that this group would resume such enterprises, only to cross paths with them once more. With a swift motion, Yu summoned 5 AKs and 5 RPGs onto the deck. "Non-combat personnel, evacuate. The rest, arm yourselves." Upon hearing this, everyone except Shinshan and his 4 companions hurried into the cabin. On the deck, only 6 individuals remained, including Yu. "Boss, perhaps you should join us inside?" Shinshan inquired with concern. "No need," Yu shook his head. "If I go in, who will negotiate with them?" Shinshan nodded in understanding, falling silent. 50 meters. The ship's engine finally fell silent. With the inertia of the flowing water, it began to gradually approach the yacht. Coming to a position less than 5 meters from the heart of the ocean, ropes were cast down from below, securing themselves to the side of the vessel. Suddenly, an alarm blared. "Warning! Warning! The ship is under attack. Shall we activate the defense system?" "Huh? What is this?" Yu had no choice but to observe. He casually retrieved a sofa and reclined back, watching the ropes intently. Those individuals might still serve a purpose, after all. If the defense system was too fierce and eliminated them all, wouldn't that be a waste? Board the ship, amidst the sound of rain, a heavy noise accompanied the command. The ropes were instantly taut, indicating something was climbing up. A crisp sound resonated in Yu's ears. The unmistakable click of a bullet being chambered, aimed at the ropes. In less than 10 seconds, the first figure emerged, clad in a raincoat. The individual flipped onto the deck, and before uttering a word, he turned to find 5 dark gun barrels trained on him. His lips twitched slightly, and he immediately sank to his knees, raising his hands in silence. "Hey, Xiao Luer, what is the situation up there?" The voice that had just shouted aboard the ship echoed once more. The one referred to as Xiao Luer, however, did not dare to respond, merely kneeling in place with a foolish grin. A few seconds later, another person climbed aboard. Though his movements were not as fluid as Xiao Luer's, they were identical. "Respond. What is happening up there?" The owner of the voice began to grow anxious. Yet, the two on the deck remained silent, simply waiting. "Damn, everyone get up there. I must see what is happening." "Yes." A resounding clang echoed through the air as several cables were tossed aboard. A minute later, 7 robust men knelt in perfect alignment on the deck, allowing the torrential rain to wash over them. "Is everyone present?" Hu Yu, seated comfortably on a sofa, extracted a loudspeaker and addressed the assembly before him. "Who among you proposed a business arrangement with me?" The other 6 men simultaneously shifted back a step, leaving only a burly figure with a scruffy beard kneeling at the forefront. "It is I," the bearded man replied, lifting his head and forcing a sheepish smile. "Brother, we merely came to discuss business. What is the meaning of this?" "Discuss business?" Hu Yu pointed disdainfully at the ropes by the ship's edge. "Is this how you conduct your negotiations?" "Hey, what the hell?" Hu Yu retorted sharply. "Speak the truth. We find your vessel exceedingly opulent and wish to procure some supplies from you." The bearded man hastily responded. "We are in dire straits," he continued. "There are too many people aboard, and the fish we catch are insufficient to sustain us. We beseech your generosity to grant us some provisions." "You truly are shameless," Li Ji interjected scornfully. "To resort to robbery and then plead for supplies when caught? A little audacity is not a bad thing," the bearded man replied, fixing his gaze intently on Hu Yu. "As long as you are willing to provide us with supplies, we are amenable to anything." "Anything?" Hu Yu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Anything. Very well," Hu Yu declared, rising abruptly. "Do you have anyone to assist?" "Looking for someone," Hu Yu responded. "You 7 should send 2 individuals to find 2 people for me in the city of Jinling. Should you succeed, I shall spare you and even reward you with a portion of supplies. However, if you fail, I shall need to requisition your vessel. In this post-apocalyptic world, what holds the utmost value? Supplies? Indeed, if it were merely a single person, supplies would undeniably reign supreme. Yet for Hu Yu at this moment, the most precious commodity is not supplies, but rather talent. He possesses an abundance of food, even if he cannot procure other seeds. The cultivation of celestial beings and the breeding of livestock would suffice to sustain an entire city. Currently, he has no concerns regarding security, and the variety of food is ample, with medical care being of the highest standard, enriched by traditional Chinese medicine. What he lacks is expertise in research, architecture, education, and aquaculture, especially in construction and breeding. They cannot remain aboard the ship indefinitely. Once the torrential rains cease and if fortune smiles upon them, they will undoubtedly require professionals to erect shelters. As for aquaculture, although the existence of greenhouses is a remarkable boon, having an additional expert would only yield benefits, never detriments. In the past, such individuals were abundant. A mere glance at a recruitment website would yield countless candidates. Yet now, in an era where communication relies heavily on shouting, seeking such talent is akin to finding a needle in a haystack, particularly with a goal as grand as theirs. The heart of the ocean has already garnered considerable attention even before approaching those structures, and the quest for individuals could potentially invite a myriad of troubles. But now, fortune has presented itself, a pillow for a weary head. Those who dare to rob possess an inherent ferocity. When they seek out individuals, their efforts yield remarkable results. Hu Yu remained unconcerned that they might flee on jet skis. Those who have survived until now are not foolish. Whether to perish from hunger upon the water or to return and maintain control over their vessel, anyone would undoubtedly choose the latter. "Very well," the bearded man readily agreed. "Tell me, whom do you wish to find? We shall certainly fulfill your request." "Construction and aquaculture," Hu Yu articulated. "I need individuals well-versed in these 2 fields. Find them for me, and I shall conduct interviews. Those who pass will be granted suitable positions on the ship." The bearded man hesitated, his expression betraying his discomfort. "Boss, it's one thing to seek specific individuals, but providing only 2 characteristics. I cannot simply shout for them. There is no need for you to raise your voice." Hu Yu casually tossed 2 megaphones in front of them. "Remember, you have only 3 hours. If you fail to find anyone by then, I can only express my regrets. Understood, the bearded man replied, picking up a megaphone and turning to one of his companions. Xiao Lu, come with me. Li Ji, take them to the jet skis. Certainly, Li Ji responded, then gestured for the two to follow him. The bearded man and his companion exchanged glances and promptly followed, entering the cabin. As they passed by Hu Yu, they nodded in acknowledgement. As for the remaining 5, once the bearded man had departed, Hu Yu turned to Shin Shan. Bind them for now. We wouldn't want them to perish from the rain later. Understood. Shin Shan cast a glance at Zhao Zhong, and the two, braving the rain, made their way to the deck to commence their tasks. Hu Yu, however, gazed at the ship drifting alongside the yacht, a wave of curiosity washing over him. Zilong, accompany me on a journey. Where to? Su Zilong inquired, puzzled. To the ship. Hu Yu rose, donned a raincoat, and proceeded towards the mooring ropes. According to the bearded man, the vessel was overcrowded, leaving him with no alternative but to resort to this course of action. He was indeed eager to discover just how many souls occupied the ship. Chapter 49. The young captain. In ordinary circumstances, the presence of ancien air alone would suffice for protection. However, this was a venture into another stronghold, and it was wise to remain vigilant. Su Zilong took the lead, gliding along the mooring rope to the ship's deck, where he briefly surveyed the area with his firearm, confirming the absence of threats before signaling upward. Only then did Hu Yu make his descent along the rope. Followed closely by ancien air, the three boarded the vessel. The deck was devoid of any figures, save for a few fishing rods and rudimentary nets. The catch was stored in nearby barrels, each teeming with small fish, yet their abundance was commendable. Each barrel contained at least 10 pounds of fish. If merely 7 individuals occupied the ship, it would suffice for sustenance. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed from the cabin, as if something had fallen to the floor. The trio simultaneously turned their gazes toward the cabin. Hu Yu exchanged a glance with Su Zilong, silently urging him to take the lead. Su Zilong nodded in understanding and sprinted towards the cabin door. With a swift kick, he sent the cabin door flying open. Wind and rain surged in as Su Zilong stepped inside, gun aimed forward, yet silence enveloped the space. After a few moments, the stillness persisted. He stepped out. Lowering his weapon, a look of helplessness etched upon his face. What is happening? Hu Yu inquired with a furrowed brow. Su Zilong subtly shook his head. Boss Hu, it would be best if you came to see for yourself. Hu Yu hastened forward. Upon reaching the cabin, his expression was even more vivid than Su Zilong's, filled with exasperation, silence, and despair. Children, all children, a throng, consisting primarily of elementary school students, had gathered, with older boys forming a protective perimeter while the younger ones and some girls were encircled within. The number of them easily exceeded several dozen. Hu Yu's heart sank instantly. It was aptly said that a bunch of young lads could overwhelm their fathers. No wonder the bearded men caught so many fish, yet found it insufficient to feed them. Boss Hu, what should we do? Su Zilong asked. Damn it, had I known, I would never have boarded this vessel. Ignorance would have been bliss. But now that I have seen them, can we truly turn a blind eye? This group of children, the eldest among them barely over 10 years of age, and the youngest only 7. They are merely at the threshold of elementary school. First, close the door to avoid startling the children. All right. Su Zilong promptly shut the door. However, due to his earlier vigorous motion, the door was damaged and could barely cover the entrance. Boss, what on earth should we do? Hold your tongue for a moment. Hu Yu rolled his eyes. This fellow usually had his own ideas and seldom heeded others' opinions. Now, faced with such a hot potato, he was all too willing to pass the problem along. Initially, he had intended to eliminate the threat posed by the bearded men to prevent future troubles. But now, the cabin was filled with children. If he were to eradicate the threat, what fate would befall these youngsters? To eliminate them as well? That was utterly out of the question. Perhaps, you should stay? Urban development requires fresh blood. Otherwise, with just a handful of individuals, what they create can hardly be deemed a city, but rather a village. Yet, he also feared the presence of a chaotic element within. The notion that one rotten apple can spoil the barrel is not uncommon. Hu Yu pondered for a moment, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He realized that, although he had merely caught a fleeting glimpse, it was evident that the group of children appeared gaunt and their clothing hung loosely upon their frames. He retrieved a box of egg tarts, opened the door, and presented the box, pushing it into the room. The egg tarts were still warm, their rich aroma wafting through the cabin. Boss Hu, isn't this a bit stingy? Su Zilong couldn't help but retort, just one box? It would be better to share a bit more. You know nothing, just watch quietly. Hu Yu snapped back. This box contained only 4 egg tarts, clearly insufficient for division. He merely sought to observe how these youngsters would respond to temptation. If a brawl ensued, he would not intervene. Conversely, if they chose to share the egg tarts with the weaker among them, he would honor his promise to the bearded man and allocate a portion of supplies to them. As for other matters, he would not concern himself further. However, what transpired next exceeded his expectations. Through the crack of the door, Hu Yu distinctly saw a child approaching. This child was familiar to him. He was the boy who had just stood at the forefront of the crowd. Clutched in his hand was a dagger, suggesting he was the leader among these children. The boy cautiously made his way to the threshold. He cast a fleeting glance at the egg tart, neither consuming it nor taking it with him, but instead inquired towards the entrance. "Where is our captain?" Though his voice was youthful, it resonated with an underlying tenacity. He had matters of his own to attend to and would not return in the near future. Hu Yu replied, "We are his friends. You can trust us." "Nay." The child immediately retorted, "You are the ones from that yacht. He has not returned, and yet you descended, which proves one thing. They have fallen into your hands. That man with the gun who opened the door intended to kill us, but upon realizing we were merely children, refrained from doing so. This box of egg tarts must surely be a means for you to test us, correct?" Hu Yu and Su Zilong exchanged a glance, astonished by the child's insight. Such a young boy, not much older than Boo Boo, yet his reasoning was remarkably astute. Merely through these actions, he had deduced their intentions. "Your silence confirms my suspicions." The child continued, "Now, I am the captain of this vessel. You may directly negotiate your demands with me. There is no need for subterfuge." "Very well," Hu Yu smiled. He pushed the door open once more, and before him appeared the child's profile, startling him. Name, Guan Li. Gender, male. Age, 9. Skills, mastery and leadership. Proficient in oratory, skilled in debate, basic combat. Character, methodical, suspicious, guiding, benevolent, grateful. Affection level, -20. This child was nothing short of a born leader. 3 areas of expertise and 1 foundational skill, all pertaining to leadership. How remarkable it is that such abilities could manifest in a mere child, whose character is equally pronounced. This is amidst an apocalyptic backdrop. Should he be allowed to mature, there is no doubt he would emerge as a formidable leader of his generation. "What are you looking at me for?" Guan Li furrowed his brow and inquired, "What conditions can you propose?" Hu Yu's interest was piqued immediately. He crouched down, gazing intently at Guan Li. "Little friend, it is not about what conditions I hold, but rather what you can offer me. Your life, along with those behind you, is entirely within my grasp. If I so choose, your fate is sealed. Now, it is a matter of what you can provide to exchange for your lives." "Ship." Guan Li uttered a single word, locking his gaze onto Hu Yu's eyes. "Your interest in boarding this vessel is merely for its allure. All resources aboard, including the ship itself, are yours, provided I receive the 4 lifeboats." "Not sufficient. That is all there is." Guan Li's tone was resolute. "I should inform you that our people occupy the captain's quarters. Should my companions trigger the alarm, he will commandeer the ship and ram it into your yacht. At that point, it will be a mutual destruction where none shall benefit." This young man, though still in his youth, his methods are indeed ruthless. However, he has threatened the wrong individual. The heart of the ocean boasts epic-level defenses, impervious even to torpedoes, let alone a ship at such a close range. "Allow me to ponder this," Hu Yu said with a smile, rising to his feet. He turned and walked towards the deck, admitting, "I was just lying. However, your captain is indeed alive. Once he returns, we shall resume our negotiations. Your recent performance has earned you that box of egg tarts, and how you choose to handle it is entirely up to you." With that, Hu Yu led Su Zilong back to the yacht. Upon their return, he picked up a pair of binoculars to observe Guan Li's actions. The egg tarts had vanished. Under his command, the children had already begun mending the cabin door. Truly a born leader. "Boss Hu." Su Zilong leaned against the ship's railing beside him and inquired, "Shouldn't we let these children stay? Let us wait and see." Chapter 50, True Talent. On July 22nd, at 6 in the evening, the torrential rain continued unabated, and the water level had never ceased to rise. The deadline Hu Yu had set for the bearded man was approaching. Yet, he remained unperturbed, observing the situation aboard the ship through his binoculars. 3 hours had passed. In that time, the children accomplished much. In the first half hour, They repaired the cabin door, though it was not as secure as before. It sufficed to keep the rain at bay. In the following hour, they moved the fish barrels inside the vessel, prepared a simple meal, and enjoyed their lunch without a single cry or complaint. By 5 in the afternoon, Guanli was seated in the cockpit, staring at the yacht as if awaiting some news. Meanwhile, the children had already climbed into the lifeboat. Once the lifeboat was lowered, they would plunge into the water, making their swift escape. However, they remained still, much like Guanli in the cockpit, waiting for something. This wait extended for an entire hour, during which there was no sign of movement. The moment was approaching. Huyu glanced at the time and turned to Li Ji, suggesting, "Let Zhang Surui begin preparations for dinner." "Very well," Li Ji replied. "We shall wait no more than another 10 minutes. If the bearded man and that young Lu do not return by then, there is no point in lingering." Suddenly, the hum of jet skis pierced the air. Huyu adjusted his binoculars, discovering 2 jet skis heading towards them, each carrying 2 individuals. It seemed they had found their companions. "I will go to receive them," Li Ji declared as he made his way down to the cabin. In less than 5 minutes, Li Ji returned to the deck, accompanied by 5 individuals. Apart from the bearded man and young Lu, there were 2 others. One was a middle-aged man clad in a suit, although his hair appeared greasy and his complexion sallow. His eyes betrayed a history of high status. The other was an elderly gentleman, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and graying hair, emanating an air of refined elegance that suggested a scholarly disposition. Even standing before Huyu, he exuded a sense of superiority, akin to a teacher assessing a troublesome student. Without hesitation, Huyu cast a probing spell at him, and the revelation startled him. Name: Fong Su Yuan. Gender: male. Age: 59. Skills: epic biological research, epic legume cultivation, epic animal breeding, proficient in chemistry, proficient in cultivation, proficient in model construction. Personality: affectionate, sharp-tongued, meticulous, hands-on. Affinity: 0. Esteemed elder. This is indeed a true luminary. In times of peace, he would surely be regarded as a distinguished researcher, perhaps even an academician. Old Fong. Just as Huyu was about to rise, Shen Shan's voice unexpectedly echoed. Young Shen? Fong Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Shen Shan. "What brings you here?" "It seems we are acquainted." "This is a long story." Shen Shan let out a wry smile and promptly approached Huyu. "Allow me to introduce you both. This is Fong Su Yuan, a renowned agricultural expert in our country. I previously oversaw his security. And this is Huyu, the owner of this vessel, who is also my current employer." Old Fong. Huyu stepped forward to greet. "Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you." "Employer?" Fong Su Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. "I have heard that you made some errors and were dismissed. Is that true?" "That too is a lengthy tale," Shen Shan replied helplessly, standing behind Huyu. "Perhaps you two should converse." "Old Fong, we can discuss these matters at length later." Huyu extended a hand towards him. "I hope you will consider joining us. Whatever conditions you have, feel free to express them. I will do my utmost to accommodate your requests. I am but an old man with no desires." Fong Su Yuan scrutinized Huyu for a moment. "I came merely to ascertain who would seek me out under such circumstances. To my surprise, it is a young gentleman. What is your intention? Do you wish to establish a fish farm on your yacht? Spare yourself the daydreams." Huyu's lips twitched in amusement. He uttered a single remark. Yet unexpectedly, Old Fong unleashed a barrage of retorts akin to a pea shooter. Truly, his sharp tongue is commendable, despite his acerbic wit. This individual is indeed a talent of genuine merit. "Boss Hu, this is simply the nature of Old Fong." Shen Shan murmured from the sidelines. "Do not take it to heart. You must retain him. Rest assured, I possess a strategy." Huyu mumbled softly, casting a glance towards the greenhouse. "Please take him over there for a look. Regardless of where we visit, my conclusion shall remain unchanged." Fong Siyuan tilted his head back, placing a hand on Shen Shan's shoulder. "I must say, little Shen, you are being quite foolish. This rain will cease eventually. Why engage in such matters? It is far better to remain at peace." "Old Fong, please follow me for now," Shen Shan said helplessly, leading Fong Siyuan towards the greenhouse. Meanwhile, Huyu remained in place, directing his gaze towards another individual before him. A panel appeared, displaying name: Li Wantu, gender: male, age: 39, skills: proficient in management, basic drafting, basic construction, basic carpentry. Personality: arrogant, self-satisfied, with an elevated sense of superiority. Affection level: 0 Boss Hu. Li Wantu initiated the conversation, yet his tone resembled that of old Fong's, perhaps even more haughty. I hear you are hiring? Hiring, yes, but not for the likes of Refuse. Hu replied casually, unwilling to squander time on such individuals. He glanced at the man with the beard and remarked, where you found him, return him there. What purpose does such a useless fellow serve? However, the man with the beard, unsure of what exactly was amiss, lowered his head in acknowledgement. Why should that be? Upon hearing this, Li Wanta became indignant, exclaiming, it was you who brought me here. You must take responsibility. Why should you dismiss me after just a glance? Why? Hu let out a cold chuckle, retorting, simply because I am the ship's captain. Li Ji, see him out. No need for trouble. I shall handle it myself. The man with the beard offered with a smile, approaching and deftly restraining Li Wantu. Brotherly, please escort us down. I shall return this person. How considerate. Li Ji complimented with a grin. Let us proceed. You need not accompany us. Hu surveyed the surroundings and turned to the young lad. Let this little one go. I have other matters to discuss with you. Understood. The man with the beard responded, promptly kicking the young lad to hurry him along. Get back quickly. Yes, boss. The young lad replied, following Li Ji down into the cabin. Before Hu could speak, the man with the beard stepped forward respectfully, inquiring, Boss Hu, what is your command? What is the situation with the children in the cabin? Hu cut to the chase, asking directly. This, Sai? It's a long story, the man with the beard lamented, instinctively reaching into his pocket but retrieving nothing. Observing this, Hu casually tossed him a packet of supplies. Thank you, Boss Hu. The man's eyes sparkled with delight at the gesture. He retrieved a lighter from his pocket, igniting it before placing it between his lips. This tale begins 9 days prior. Chapter 51. A miracle, indeed a miracle. Amidst the torrential rain, the bearded man leaned against the vessel, lost in reminiscence. On that Saturday, I had taken a tourist group along the Yangtze River, with a promise to return to Jinling by 8 o'clock that evening for a handsome fare. To my dismay, by 7 o'clock, the heavens opened and rain began to pour. An hour later, we opted to dock, yet only a handful of parents arrived early, leaving the majority of the children aboard. The rain intensified, submerging the roads, leaving us no choice but to keep the children on the ship, awaiting the storm's cessation to escort them home. Yet this wait extended to 9 days. 9 days. The bearded man, cigarette in hand, shook his head in despair. Surely, this rain will not cease. Boss Hu, I am a simple man. When I first laid eyes on you all, I admit my thoughts were impure. I seek but one favor, spare those children. I am indifferent to my own fate. Simply allow my brothers to disembark, and they will care for the little ones. Human nature harbors both virtue and vice. There exists no truly pure-hearted individual, nor is there one wholly malevolent. Such is the nature of the bearded man. If one were to deem him wicked, it would be for the sake of those children aboard. Were it merely for sustenance for his few companions, fishing would suffice. You must speak well of him. For the sake of that boat full of children, he would seize the resources necessary for other survival. The true nature of good and evil is challenging to assess. We shall discuss this later. Hu hesitated for a moment, ultimately arriving at a decision. He turned his gaze towards the ship. There are still people waiting for you aboard. Go greet them and bring that child named Guanli up. I have something to say to you all. Ah, the bearded man acknowledged him, leaving his companions behind as he approached the ropes to climb aboard the vessel. This did not signify his abandonment of his brothers. Rather, it was a message to Hu that he would not flee and would assuredly return. Boss Hu, I truly cannot comprehend your intentions. Su Zilong, standing nearby, inquired, what is your plan? Will you keep them here? Or, do you recall that box of egg tarts? Hu asked. I wager that Guanli was left for that bearded man at least one. What is there to wager? Su Zilong questioned, puzzled. If he left one, it signifies that the lad is worth investing in, and I would provide them with a supply of resources, enabling them to sustain themselves in this apocalyptic world. And if 2 were left? A voice emerged from behind, belonging to Xiao Zissou, who had informed them earlier about the happenings aboard the ship. He sought their opinions on how to proceed, yet the only response he received was, everything hinges on his thoughts. This is no different from saying nothing at all. How did you come out? Hu turned to Xiao Zissou behind him. Is Bubu's medicine ready? It has long been prepared. Xiao Zissou stood to the side, inquiring, I have heard that an elderly gentleman is boarding the ship. I came to take a look and happened to overhear your conversation. Pray tell, what would you do if 2 egg tarts were to be left behind? Leave 2? Hu turned his gaze towards the taut ropes. A box of egg tarts contains only 4. By the logic of an ordinary child, they might be divided equally among the crowd. Yet, that child possesses a discerning mind. He may very well indulge in a few himself first, testing for poison before distributing the remainder. By retaining one, he demonstrates his gratitude, an investment that is not without merit. Retaining 2 signifies his awareness of his position and serves to win the favor of others. 2 would not solely be for the bearded man, but also for the 7 adults, representing a balanced offering to both factions. If he truly exhibits such maturity, there is indeed a place for him aboard the ship. The bearded man leaned over the ship's railing, cradling Guan Li, who held a box in his arms, the box containing the egg tarts. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of Hu Yu and the others, as a conjecture emerged in their minds. Under what circumstances would Guan Li ascend with a box of egg tarts? Boss Hu, the bearded man approached, guiding Guan Li. We have arrived. Boss Hu. Guan Li bowed deeply, presenting the box with both hands. Previously, I misunderstood you. I apologize, and I hope you will not take offense. Hu Yu, in response, opened the box. 4 egg tarts lay perfectly intact, arranged with care. Aside from having cooled, there was no sign of damage. What does this signify? Hu Yu gazed into Guan Li's eyes and inquired, do you dislike the gift I have bestowed upon you, or are you merely apprehensive that I might poison it? You would not do such a thing, Guan Li replied, his tone neither submissive nor arrogant, maintaining eye contact with Hu Yu. Your offering of egg tarts is both an act of compassion and a generous gift. Our refusal to partake is due to the captain's mysterious absence, rendering us cautious with such a precious offering. I now return it to you as a gesture of gratitude. This is the finest sustenance aboard our vessel, and the best present I can provide. Thank you for granting us the chance to survive. Guan Li spoke earnestly, then presented the egg tarts once more. So smooth. Too smooth. Hu Yu contemplated various scenarios, yet he never anticipated that this young boy could abstain entirely, even managing to restrain the other children. Such restraint was indeed remarkable. Then I shall accept it, Hu Yu declared, taking the egg tart and setting it aside. He turned to Guan Li and solemnly stated, I now offer you an opportunity. You may board the ship and work for me. This vessel will become your home, and you shall no longer need to worry about sustenance. Do you accept? I do not, Guan Li replied. Why not? Hu Yu pressed. Guan Li raised his gaze, fixating intently on Hu Yu. My presence here would be of no consequence to you, yet my departure would spell disaster for them. It was difficult to fathom that such words could emanate from the lips of a mere 9-year-old. Hu Yu raised his hand and gently ruffled the boy's hair. If it were Boo Boo, she would have closed her eyes in delight. However, Guan Li remained perfectly still. His gaze remained fixated on Hu Yu, as if attempting to etch the figure into his memory, his eyes glinting like those of a wolf. Such a person, if not brought under his command, would undoubtedly become a formidable threat in the future. He must have understood that when he stood before Hu Yu and uttered those words, his fate was reduced to but 2 outcomes. 1, to remain on the ship. The other, to leave his life upon it. Yet, despite this, he chose to refuse. The reason was singular: coercion. He sought to pressure Hu Yu into persuading more individuals to stay. They could all remain. Hu Yu relented. Firstly, he genuinely felt a fondness for talent. Secondly, if a city were truly to be built in the future, it would indeed require fresh vigor. Children, far more than that group of adults, exhibit unwavering loyalty. Really? Guan Li exclaimed. Does this include the captain? They could all stay together. Since they had already welcomed dozens aboard, a few more would hardly matter. However, there were conditions. Hu Yu turned to the bearded man. Let us clarify one thing. While I would accept you and provide sustenance and resources, the stipulation is that you cannot board the ship. Apart from the children, you may only serve as a guardian vessel, trailing alongside the yacht. Can you accept this? Absolutely. The bearded man nodded fervently. What kind of condition is this? In such times, merely preserving one's life is a blessing, and to receive food and resources is an extraordinary fortune. Very well. Hu Yu addressed the bearded man. Bring the others aboard first. I will distribute supplies to you shortly. Ah. The man with the scruffy beard responded with a grunt and was about to turn away when he was interrupted by Guan Li. I cannot believe this, Guan Li said. If Captain Wang goes, he won't be able to bring anyone aboard. Huh? The scruffy man paused, confused. Guan Li did not reply but merely smiled, then walked towards the ship's edge, climbing the rope despite the pouring rain. I suppose he doesn't trust you either, said Boss Hu. What does that mean? The scruffy man asked, perplexed. Hu Yu chuckled lightly, offering him a pair of binoculars. Look at the cockpit. The scruffy man took a glance, but remained baffled. Aren't they just a few kids? What's the matter? This is Guan Li's contingency plan, who you remarked, observing the frail figure in the ring. If he discovers that you are collaborating with me, intending to use them as leverage or for something else, they will set sail at once. They might either leave this place or directly collide with the yacht, resulting in mutual destruction. Those rascals. The scruffy man cursed inwardly, yet his expression was filled with satisfaction. Tell me. Suddenly, a roar echoed from the shed. Old Fong rushed over, with Shun Shan trailing closely behind, nearly unable to keep up. Old Fong approached Hu Yu, his face brimming with excitement. Tell me, where did you find these things? It's a miracle, simply miraculous. Chapter 52. Fresh blood. Hu Yu was not surprised by Old Fong's enthusiasm. Even Xiao Zisu, an outsider, was so astounded by these items that she wanted to dissect them herself. One could only imagine the reaction of someone like Old Fong. He is undoubtedly an expert in this field, naturally more knowledgeable than Xiao Zisu about the implications of such matters. Speak quickly, Fong Suyuan exclaimed with excitement. Where did you obtain these items? You need not concern yourself with that, Hu Yu replied with a smile, extending his right hand. I still propose the same condition. As long as you remain here, I shall entrust you with the cultivation of these livestock and plants. You may proceed as you wish. And periodically, I will present you with unexpected delights. The system is capable of producing not only celestial beings, but may also yield other animals suitable for breeding. This is his assurance. Delights? Fong Siyuan queried, perplexed. For instance, this? As Hu Yu spoke, he produced a common celestial being. Would you like to take a look? Old Fong? Fong Siyuan accepted the celestial being, scrutinizing it closely, turning it left and right, even bringing it to his nose for a sniff. Ultimately, he reached a conclusion. Isn't this just an ordinary bean? You may taste it, Hu Yu chuckled. What a pretense. Fong Xian muttered under his breath. Yet he still placed the celestial bean in his mouth. The bean melted instantly upon contact. In mere moments, it transformed into a warm current that flowed down Fong Xiuan's throat and into his abdomen. A sudden sensation of fullness enveloped him. Fong Xiuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not eaten for 2 days. The gnawing hunger had begun to torment him, as if he could consume an entire cow. Yet, with the ingestion of this single bean, that sensation vanished in an instant. What is this substance? The celestial beings, Hu Yu did not conceal. Stating before the bearded man, one can satisfy the consumption of an adult for an entire month, while also providing a suitable sense of satiety. What? Upon this declaration, all present were left astounded, including Shin Shan. Until this moment, he had been unaware of the existence of these celestial beings. Heaven knows how many secrets this Mr. Who has hidden. Are you truly serious? Fong Siyuan's lips trembled. If this is indeed the case, at any moment, this single being could alter the very fabric of the world. Old Fong can take his time to appreciate this. Hu Yu smiled in response. This is merely an inferior quality. The superior variety can provide energy for 3 months and has already been planted as seeds in the greenhouse. I agree to join, Fong Siyuan exclaimed, not pausing as he dashed toward the greenhouse. No, not a greenhouse. It is a sanctuary. There lies the sanctuary belonging to every agricultural science student. Mr. Hu. Observing this, Shin Shan did not pursue him, but leaned beside Hu Yu and inquired. You haven't deceived him, have you? What a question. Hu Yu, exasperated, could only smile wryly. Am I the kind of person who deceives others? Shin Shan offered no reply. Yet the answer was clear. One wonders who, in that building, had managed to mislead Mr. Tian to such an extent. Mr. Hu. The bearded man swallowed hard. Are there any beans left? My brothers and I have gone several days without food. There are, but you cannot eat them today. Hu Yu gazed at the children gradually boarding the ship, exclaiming, since you are all here, why not stay for dinner before heading back? Let us celebrate our collaboration. With that, he turned and called to the kitchen, Li Ji, please assist in preparing dinner, and ensure there is plenty for everyone. We shall host a party. The bearded man found himself momentarily bewildered. A party? If it merely involved consuming fairy beans, could it truly be deemed a celebration? Could it be that the ship harbored an abundance of provisions? Half an hour later, the scene before him answered his queries while simultaneously igniting another. Just how much had the proprietor stockpiled? The evolved heart of the ocean spanned an astonishing 140 meters in length. Excluding the 40 meters occupied by the bar, kitchen, indoor pool, and observation deck, there remained 100 meters of reception area, now brimming with an array of foods and beverages. From pan-fried buns to young blue dragon dishes, from cupcake delights to macarons, every morsel was freshly prepared. Even the soup-filled dumplings were still steaming. Gathering such an assortment would have required considerable effort just 10 days prior. Yet now, in less than half an hour, a party had come to fruition. The children streamed in, enthusiastically devouring the culinary offerings, each eager to taste whatever delectable item caught their eye. Fearful that this enchanting mirage might vanish in an instant, only one person stood apart, Guanli, clutching a box of egg tarts, the one that had just cooled. He remained on the periphery of the celebration, silently observing. Picking up a pastry, he devoured half of it in one bite. Huyu noticed him and waved his hand actively. The other party finished the remaining half of the tart and approached slowly. "Captain, do you require my assistance?" Guanli inquired respectfully. His fondness for Huyu had risen to 20, and his tone was no longer as sharp as before. "With so many options. Is this all you choose to eat?" Huyu questioned. "I shall start with this," Guanli replied nonchalantly. "One cannot afford to waste, can they? And do you believe they would waste it?" Huyu asked deliberately. His purpose for hosting this gathering was not merely to provide an abundance of food, but rather to observe. Yes, he had promised to keep all the children, yet the conditions of their stay would depend on their own conduct. This was the first trial. Should anyone waste food, they would regrettably be deemed unqualified. Consequently, they would be sent back to the ship to reside alongside the scruffy fellows. "No," Guanli answered confidently. "Those who have known hunger understand the value of sustenance." "I wish to hear the truth," Huyu said. "Before boarding, I had already spoken to them." "As expected of you," Huyu replied, choosing not to dwell on the matter further and instead began to enjoy his dinner. Since Guanli had already made the necessary arrangements, it was clear that this gathering would not witness any waste. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the party concluded. Shinshan finally persuaded Elder Fong to return to his room to prepare for sleep, promising to delve into matters further the next day. Su Zilong, accompanied by the 7 scruffy men, returned to the ship, allocating the first batch of supplies to them. These consisted of fresh ingredients and potable water, sufficient for their sustenance for half a month. Mu Lingxiu took responsibility for arranging a room for each child and handed over the meticulously compiled records to Huyu. As Guanli had stated, none of the children engaged in any wasteful behavior. 2/3 of the party's provisions remained, all of which could be preserved and reused, leaving behind a cleanliness reminiscent of a locust swarm's passage. Meanwhile, Xiao Zissou began her late-night preparations for the lessons of the following day. After all, as the only other gifted student on the ship besides Elder Fong, the burden of educating so many children fell squarely on her shoulders. After hearing the report, Huyu stifled a yawn and succumbed to slumber. The next morning, as he stepped onto the balcony, a place of good fortune, hoping to continue the streak of yesterday's luck, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A multitude of ripples danced across the water's surface. It was people. Individuals were swimming towards him. Chapter 53. If you do not appreciate my offer, then I shall not be blamed. Amidst the torrential rain, the water was teeming with people, some utilizing swimming rings, others planks, or even mattresses. Essentially, anything that could provide buoyancy was being employed. One by one, they swam towards the yacht. Through the balcony, Huyu noticed that a considerable number of individuals were already approaching the edges of the yacht or the ship, attempting to climb aboard. Fortunately, the surfaces of both vessels were sufficiently smooth, making it nearly impossible for them to ascend without tools. However, the throngs of people arriving seemed to have anticipated this predicament, brandishing various implements in their hands. The heart of the ocean was resilient against being struck, but the ship was not so fortunate. This could lead to disaster. Furrowing his brow, Huyu abandoned his breakfast and rushed out without hesitation. As soon as the door opened, Huyu unexpectedly encountered Xiao Zissou, who remarked, "At last, you've awakened." With a sigh of relief, she added, "Had you not stirred, I would have had to enter and rouse you myself." As she spoke, she deftly inserted a golden needle into her hair. One could readily surmise that her methods of waking someone were extraordinarily efficient, indeed, quite unnecessary. Huyu couldn't help but twitch her lips as she noticed the pronounced dark circles under Xiao Zissou's eyes. "Your eyes? Did you spend the night rustling cattle? Where on earth would you steal cattle?" "The greenhouse." Xiao Zissou stifled a yawn. That old gentleman, Fong, made his way to the greenhouse at 3 o'clock. Anyone near that vicinity would undoubtedly fall under his scrutiny. Who would dare to steal? "Then what are you doing?" "Preparing lessons," Xiao Zissou declared, her voice brimming with pride. "Let me tell you, had I not failed the teacher qualification exam back then, I would have long since become an educator. Now I finally have my chance. The rain I endured back then, I shall repay in full. Just ensure that you don't exhaust our future blossoms." Yu replied as she made her way towards the cabin, adding with a mischievous tone, "Oh, except for Guanli. Feel free to push him to his limits. As the saying goes, if one cannot die from learning, then learn to one's heart's content. He possesses such potential." Agreed. The two exchanged jests as they entered the cabin, where Shinshan and others were already waiting, with Guanli standing among them, his presence feeling remarkably out of place. "What is the current situation?" "No one has boarded the vessel yet," Shinshan proactively reported. "We've reviewed the surveillance footage. People began arriving sporadically from 5 a.m. this morning. As of now, no one has boarded the ship, nor has any tangible damage been inflicted upon it. Have any dialogues transpired?" "None. They don't appear to be a coordinated group, but rather acting independently." Huyu's brow furrowed slightly. He could empathize with their situation. In these dire circumstances, a ship, illuminated day and night, hosting a party no less, would represent a precious lifeline to anyone, especially considering that this vessel had welcomed so many just yesterday. This was their singular opportunity to gamble on the benevolence and compassion of the ship's owner, hoping for refuge. Alas, they were mistaken. "Issue a warning via the horn. We set sail in 5 minutes. We bear no responsibility for any ensuing incidents." "Understood, boss," Shinshan replied, retrieving the megaphone Yu had provided yesterday. He proceeded to the ship's railing and announced, "Attention, everyone. We are setting sail in 5 minutes. Please evacuate the vicinity promptly. Failure to comply will be at your own peril." He repeated the warning thrice, endeavoring to alert them as much as possible. Yu retrieved his toiletries from his pocket dimension and began brushing his teeth, murmuring, "Aren't there monstrous fish in these waters? How are people managing to swim over?" "The fish vanished last night," Zhao Zhong responded from the side. "I attempted to fish last night, but there wasn't even a nibble, let alone a bite. Even after chumming the water." Captain Wang's experience was identical. Su Zilong echoed, "Last night they cast their nets, yet there was no sign of movement. I went to observe as well. No fish." Yu furrowed his brow, perplexed by the unexpected turn of events. Before he could ponder further, a chorus of shouts erupted from the surface of the water. "Captain, come out! Captain, come out!" It seemed they were determined to persist until they had no choice but to confront the reality. Yu retrieved a towel to wipe his face and turned to Li Ji. "Is breakfast ready?" "Not yet," Li Ji replied, promptly setting off. "I'll prepare it now." "Make sure it's plentiful," Yu instructed. "Wake those fellows at 7:30 to commence their lessons." "Understood," Guanli responded. "I shall rouse them." "Shun, accompany me on this errand," Yu said, handing 3 umbrellas, one each to Shinshan and the girl behind him, and Sienner. "Very well." The trio stepped out of the cabin. As they reached the deck, they spotted Captain Wang and his crew, poised with harpoons, glaring intently at the boat. Should anyone dare to board, they would retaliate without hesitation. Upon Huyu's gaze falling upon them, Captain Wang offered an awkward smile, hastily retracting his harpoon and nudging the young lure beside him. Lure instantly grasped the cue and dashed toward the control room. "The boat will depart in 5 minutes," was Huyu's decree. Since the yacht was to set sail, the steamboat naturally could not lag behind. "Captain, come out." The clamor persisted. Approaching the ship's railing, Yu surveyed the crowd below and produced a megaphone. "I am here. What is it that you seek?" The cacophony of voices was swiftly drowned out by the sound of rain. Before long, a synchronized clamor resonated upon the water's surface. "Let us board. Let us board." Boarding was indeed a possibility. Yu cast a discerning glance downward and spoke nonchalantly. "Who among you possesses knowledge of architecture? Raise your hand if you are proficient in planning and composition." After a brief pause, over 70% of the crowd raised their arms. Well, it appeared he had inadvertently pierced the nest of the Architectural Academy. There was no need to consult the panel. It was evident that more than 90% were fabricating their claims. Such is human nature. Yu drew forth an AK and fired a shot towards the water's surface. The bullet did not strike anyone, yet it was sufficient to silence the throng. "I shall reiterate. If you possess the skill, raise your hand. If not, lower your hand. Otherwise, I believe none of you wish to be struck by bullets in the water, do you?" Indeed, in an instant, over 99% of the individuals lowered their hands. Only 2 remained, their hands still raised amidst the waves. Yu scrutinized their panels and confirmed they spoke the truth. However, their skills related to architecture were merely at the level of proficiency, and their personalities were less than admirable, likely to become wolves that could not be tamed. A pity. Yu shook his head and stowed away the megaphone. Just as he prepared to turn away, a crisp voice echoed in his ear, presenting a notification. Warning. Warning. The vessel is under attack. Activate the defense system. He leaned back against the ship's railing and peered through the binoculars towards the source of the sound. There, he observed several individuals leaning against the vessel, wielding medium-sized impact drills, assaulting the deck of the ocean's heart. They understood that mere words would not grant them passage onto the vessel, unless they were prepared to risk everything. Hugh squinted his eyes. He had offered this group 5 minutes to depart, rather than immediately setting sail, as a chance for survival. Yet now, they dared to seize his opportunity and board his ship? How audacious of them! If they refused to acknowledge the favor extended to them, they could hardly blame him for the consequences. Chapter 54. Seeking the mountain. Yu harbored a profound disdain for a particular kind of individual. Not the ruthless like Tian Lao Lu, nor the ignorant like Wang Dama, but those ungrateful beasts who know kindness yet offer no recompense. Underwater. The crowd observed Yu's silence and began to stir once more. Board the ship. Board the ship. They seemed convinced that Yu was intimidated. As the saying goes, those who are barefoot fear not the shoed, and those clad in their shiny leather shoes are most fearful of them deteriorating. By threatening with desperation, they believed they could obtain what they desired. Unfortunately, they had misjudged their opponent. Shooting? That would be too lenient for them. There was no need to set sail. Yu turned and made his way toward the cabin, retracing his steps to the location where he had fished the previous day. Shinshan, puzzled, inquired, "Boss, are you really going to allow them to board the ship?" "Rest assured, nothing will happen to the vessel," Yu replied. He could see the status of the heart of the ocean. After enduring this prolonged drilling, its durability remained at a steadfast 100%. If only those fools could see the warning before them, which read, "Enemy defenses not breached." They fancied themselves as adept at boarding, did they? With a casual gesture, Yu retrieved his fishing rod. Let us see how long they can persist in their attempts. Casting the rod, the fishing hook arcs gracefully, plunging into the water. Instantly, a ripple of mockery resonates across the surface. It is a well-known fact that there are no fish below. Can this fellow truly be fishing? Surely, he must be foolish. Perfect. Let us teach him another lesson. A few individuals, observing the scene, swiftly swam towards the spot where the hook had fallen. Do you fancy fishing? Then it is time to reel in your line. The crowd had descended into a frenzy. Several proficient swimmers dove ahead, locating the fishing line. Just as they prepared to draw it from the depths, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A sudden tug surged from the water's surface. A fish. A fish is on the line. The crowd gasped, yet initially dismissed it. Until, a piercing scream shattered the air. The individual who had just grasped the fishing line was abruptly dragged beneath the surface, a crimson hue gradually spreading. Dead. A fatality. Flee. We cannot return. To the boat. The only escape is to board the vessel. For heaven's sake, has the boat not yet been breached? What are those in front doing? Panic erupted among the throng. Yu thrust the fishing rod into a specially designed hole on the deck, crafted overnight by Zhao Zhong. This aperture penetrated the entire first layer of the deck, allowing the fishing rod to leverage the entire yacht. Unless the rod were to snap, the deck to be torn asunder, or the fishing line to be exhausted, any fish that was hooked would be unable to escape. Yet, such scenarios were utterly implausible. At least in freshwater domains, no fish could achieve such a feat. What on earth? Did it bite? So swiftly? Zhao Zhong exclaimed, his face a canvas of astonishment. For a seasoned angler, this is akin to unveiling $1 million prize before an old lottery player who has only ever won $5. Wasn't there a lack of fish yesterday? Who can say? Yu chuckled softly. Perhaps it just happened to swim by. Zhao Zhong remained silent, casting a skeptical glance at Yu. He could hardly believe such nonsense. What has just happened to swim by even mean? That creature lurking beneath the surface is known to devour humans. If it merely swam by, those previously on the water would likely have been consumed, leaving no chance for it to approach them. There must be some hidden agenda at play. Yet, he chose not to inquire further, silently standing beside Yu and peering over the gunwale. Chaos ensued among the throng on the water's surface. Those who had just emerged had a chance to return to their previous refuge. However, those near the yacht and the ship found themselves without hope. Shadows darted swiftly beneath the surface, and at intervals, individuals were dragged down, transforming into pools of crimson staining the water. The only path to survival was clear: board the vessel. Damn it! Why can't this boat break free? Stop trying to break through. If you damage the boat, we will all be doomed. No, we must break through. Only by breaching this ship do we stand a chance of survival. The crowd erupted into two factions. As those wielding the impact drill persisted, Another group, unwilling to breach the vessel, descended into utter madness. Rush forward. Seize the drill. If we save the ship, the owner will surely allow us on board. Yes, he has already taken so many children. He surely won't mind one more. With a resounding roar, the sounds of battle and anguished cries filled the surface of the water. A vivid crimson hue emerged, one wave after another. Observing this, Hu turned to Zhao Zhong, inquiring whether he was confident in reeling in the fish. "Let us give it a try," Zhao Zhong replied, eager to take action. As he grasped the fishing rod, an immense force tugged at him, nearly pulling him into the depths. Fortunately, Shunshan and Enciener were right behind him, managing to catch hold of him just in time. Seizing the moment, Zhao Zhong swiftly reinserted the fishing rod into the deck, his heart racing with dread. This creature was far more formidable than the one from yesterday. "Then let us tire it out," Hu suggested, glancing at Shinshan. "Is 5 minutes up?" "Indeed," Shinshan confirmed. "Inform that vessel to prepare for departure." "Understood," he replied, rushing to the deck and announcing through a loudspeaker, "Prepare to set sail." The ship's horn blared as the yacht took the lead, progressing towards Peng City. As for the crowd, those who were obedient and kept their distance remained unscathed. However, those who lingered near the ship's edge were swept forward by the surge of water the moment the vessel began to move. Those skilled in swimming managed to stay afloat, while others were submerged beneath the boat, their fates uncertain. Regarding the fish, Hu secured the reel, ensuring that it could only be dragged along underwater by the heart of the ocean. This early morning had proven to be quite vexatious. He had no intention of concerning himself with the fish any longer. Stretching languidly, he reclined on the sofa and asked, "How long until we reach Peng City?" "Approximately 10 hours, came the reply. Li Ji replied, "If we sail at full speed, we could arrive in 8 hours. "No need for that. It will only take 2 hours. It would be unfortunate if the ship falls behind." Hu gestured dismissively, gazing at the surface of the water. Today is July 23rd. It has been 10 days since the apocalypse began. The water level has risen to 50 meters. In the previous world, at this time, the water level would cease to rise until the 18th day. During this period, everyone was filled with hope, eagerly anticipating a decline in the water level. However, on the 19th day, the water level would rise once more. Especially from the 20th day onward, the level would surge unprecedentedly. The previous increase of 20 centimeters per hour would balloon to 1 meter, 2 meters, even 5 meters, until the entire blue star was entirely submerged. Thus, if he were to gather talent, he must complete this endeavor within the remaining 10 days and amass a sufficient number of peaks. Otherwise, once the torrential rains ceased, they would be left drifting on the sea. Hu peered out of the porthole, only to behold an expanse of ocean. Peaks. They would be difficult to find indeed. 5 hours later, at last, a mountain came into view. Just as Hu prepared to command the ship to approach, his vision was suddenly illuminated. Was that a trebuchet? Chapter 55. Ascending the Mountain. Am I not seeing things? Hu rubbed his eyes and looked again at the mountain peak, and the scene remained unchanged. On a small hill rising about 100 meters above the water, there stood several trebuchets arranged at the summit. The smallest of them had an arm measuring at least 3 meters and was loaded with stones. Whose remarkable handiwork could this be? In a post-apocalyptic world, Hu retrieved his binoculars and gazed towards the mountaintop, yet not a single figure was in sight. Surely, people must be present. They were likely taking refuge in some cave due to the torrential rain. This was comprehensible, but what he could not fathom was the purpose of the catapult. Surely, it could not be intended to assault passing vessels. One must always guard against potential threats. Although the heart of the ocean should be immune to such levels of harm, he certainly preferred not to have any projectiles hurled onto his ship. Moreover, the steamboat was still trailing behind. Should it be breached, it would be a senseless loss of a vessel. He promptly commanded a change in course, steering away from the little mountain. Once he was certain that the adversaries would remain oblivious to their movements, a thought arose within him. Those capable of constructing such defensive mechanisms must possess considerable architectural prowess. Perhaps he could discover the very individual he sought atop that mountain. Even if that person were no longer present, or not the ally he desired, he could still claim the mountain as a foundation for future endeavors. After all, with the current rainfall, merely 2 mountains would scarcely suffice to fill the waterway. Shingu, Zilong, accompany me, Hu declared as he descended to the lower deck. It was necessary to leave some personnel aboard. Zhao Zhong would tend to the fish while Li Ji would oversee the ship. 2 individuals would suffice. Hu Yu provided each of them and Xiao Zissou with a firearm and an RPG. That should be ample. With Shen Shan, Su Zilong, and Enciener in tow, he felt assured regarding their safety. After making simple arrangements, the quartet split into 2 groups and boarded 2 jet skis, approaching the small mountain. Su Zilong and Hu Yu formed one group, while Shen Shan and Enciener comprised the other. As soon as he entered the water, Hu Yu sensed something amiss. The fish, the one that had eluded capture for 5 hours, was now eerily still. Zhao Zhong also noticed this anomaly. He began to gradually reel in the line, successfully bringing the fish to the surface. It appeared to be a mutated sturgeon, nearly 5 meters in length and weighing at least 100 pounds. Similar to the previously encountered mutated silver carp, its scales and fins had undergone remarkable transformations. The specifics could only be discerned through closer observation. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant aspect was that it had been lively just moments ago, but upon entering this particular body of water, it had suddenly quieted. Initially, Hu Yu assumed it had simply exhausted itself and planned to let it tire out further before reeling it in. But now it was evident otherwise. The creature bore injuries. A bite mark roughly half a meter long marred its abdomen, which, while not fatal, indicated a crucial truth: something far more terrifying lurked beneath the surface. Let us proceed with caution, Hu Yu advised, resolute in not abandoning their mission. Missing a mountain was inconsequential, but failing to seize a person, that would be the true tragedy. Understood, Shen Shan replied, revving the motorboat toward the small hillock, with Su Zilong closely trailing behind. The roar of the motorboat reverberated across the water's surface, sending massive bubbles rising one after another. Accelerate, Hu Yu urged, his brow furrowing. Something was surfacing. The 2 men had no time to respond and simultaneously twisted the throttle. Splash! A wave of chill surged from behind. Something was emerging from the depths. Instinctively, Hu Yu turned to look back, only to see a dark shadow erupting from the water, hurtling directly towards them. That was a water snake, a creature with a width of 2 meters, and its length remains unknown. Water splashed, drenching everyone. Fear swiftly spread through their hearts. Had this creature mutated as well? Hu Yu regained his composure and immediately drew his RPG, loading it and aiming at the water's surface. Should it dare to surface, it would surely meet with a fiery demise. Alas, it showed no intention of surfacing, instead closely trailing the motorboat. Preparing to launch another ambush from beneath the water, Hu Yu furrowed his brow, disregarding the issue of exposure, and pulled the trigger. The shell plunged into the water, successfully striking the target. With a muffled explosion, bubbles erupted on the surface, yet no blood emerged. Fortunately, its speed had diminished. At least the shell was still effective. Hu Yu reloaded and aimed the muzzle at the shadow. Just as he prepared to fire again, the creature suddenly halted. It gradually submerged, its figure fading from sight. Had it given up? Or had it evolved to a point where it could clearly recognize danger? Regardless of the scenario, Hu Yu dared not take any chances. Still shouldering the RPG, while Su Zilong and Shen Shan maintained full throttle. Now he understood the purpose of those catapults on the hillside. 5 minutes later, they finally reached the shore. The 4 disembarked, and Hu Yu stored the motorboat within his spatial dimension, gazing at the water's surface, his heart still racing. Just moments ago, Su Zilong pointed at the water's surface. Am I mistaken? It shouldn't be, unless we all experienced a collective hallucination, Hu Yu replied. Shen Shan, drenched in cold sweat, remarked, that snake must be at least 10 meters long. It seemed as though the creature answered Shen Shan's question. A shadow once again emerged upon the surface of the water. It did not approach the small hill, but instead began to circle around the yacht. In comparison to the yacht's length, it was evident that this water serpent measured a staggering 1/6 of the yacht's length, approximately 20 meters. The length of an adult elephant is merely 6 or 7 meters. Thus, this serpent surpassed the combined length of 3 elephants. It seems you have underestimated the situation, Hu Yu remarked with a wry smile. What shall we do now? Su Zilong inquired, his brow furrowed. If that creature remains by the yacht, we will be unable to return. There is no need for haste, Hu Yu replied, glancing upward. Let us ascend and assess the situation. The instincts of animals gravitate towards advantage while evading danger. Its reluctance to approach the towering mountain, instead opting to circle the yacht, indicates that there is something on that mountain it fears. If I am not mistaken, the catapult on the mountain is likely prepared for this enormous serpent. Let us venture up the mountain. There may be unexpected revelations. The others had no objections and followed Hu Yu as they made their way up the mountain. To their surprise, they encountered numerous traps scattered across the terrain. Had it not been for Su Zilong and Shun Shan's military backgrounds, they might have overlooked these dangers. Judging by the scale of these traps, it was evident that at least 100 individuals, if not more, had been involved in their setup. To ensure a smooth conversation later, Hu Yu first collected the firearms from the group, exchanging them for handguns. Even with only handguns, the skills of these individuals were such that, armed or not, they could easily overturn the forces on the mountain. Finally, as they neared the summit, they were spotted by a few individuals ahead. What sort of individuals are these? A sharp cry echoed through the air, and heads darted about in the thicket. One by one, individuals wielding wooden spears emerged, their eyes wide with anger as they stared at the crowd. Do not be alarmed. Hu Yu raised his hands in a gesture of peace, indicating he bore no weapons. We mean no harm. Get lost. Before he could finish, one of the armed figures hurled his spear in an attempt to intimidate Hu Yu. Leave this place at once, or do not blame me for being inhospitable. Hu Yu frowned slightly. Such aggression. Since they were unwilling to engage in peaceful discourse, he would have to resort to a different approach. Chapter 56. A meeting with the Holy Mother. Hu Yu placed his hands behind his back, signaling for Shun Shan and the others to draw their weapons. Yet, in the next instant, another voice rang out. Had someone else arrived? A figure emerged from behind the crowd. A young girl stepped forward. Clad in a flowing red dress and wearing glossy black shoes, she bore no makeup, yet her beauty was striking. Particularly captivating were her eyes, which sparkled with the liveliness of a fawn in the forest. However, she wore heavy burlap gloves, as if she had just finished a laborious task, creating a stark contrast to her otherwise graceful appearance. Before she could speak, the man who had thrown the spear frowned and addressed her. Miss Su. We already have enough people. What do you mean by enough people? There are only a couple of hundred of us. For more would hardly make a difference. Miss Su shot him an exasperated glance, then made her way toward Hu Yu and his companions. Approaching without any sign of caution, she extended her right hand towards Hu Yu. Greetings, I am Su Linglong, currently in charge here. How did you manage to arrive? It was indeed the first time Hu Yu encountered someone so familiar, especially in a post-apocalyptic world. With a grand detection spell cast, the woman's profile immediately materialized before him. Name, Su Linglong. Gender, female. Age, 23. Skills, epic architecture, epic cartography, epic leadership, proficient in finance, proficient in culinary arts, proficient in observation, proficient in traps. Personality, compassionate, empathetic. Versatile, favorability, 10. Purity, 100. It appeared that she was the one orchestrating the construction of these defensive fortifications. To his astonishment, aside from Mu Lingxiu, he had encountered another individual with a compassionate nature. However, it was rather peculiar that the traits of compassion and empathy could coexist with versatility. Following the yacht, Hu Yu boldly stated, "We possess a kayak and initially intended to follow that yacht, hoping to blend in. Unfortunately, they outright rejected us. Noticing this mountain, which seemed to bear signs of habitation, we thought we might as well try our luck." He refrained from disclosing his identity outright. Analyzing her character and circumstances, it was evident that she was the authority of the entire mountain. If he were to urge her to accompany him now, it would likely backfire, resulting in an eviction order. It would be wiser to conceal his identity and delve deeper into understanding her. You truly have fortuitous luck. Su Linglong seemed unperturbed by his words. With a smile, she extended an invitation. If you do not mind, you may join us. While I cannot guarantee much, I can assure you that you shall not starve. Certainly, the prerequisite is that you must contribute sufficiently, otherwise, sustenance will be scarce. Very well. Hu Yu immediately responded with a smile, inquiring about the specifics of the task. This is where Uncle Li will elaborate for you. Su Linglong turned to the man who had just reprimanded a few individuals. Uncle Li is responsible for the territory's defense, and he will assign you tasks shortly. As long as you work diligently each day, you will earn contribution points. These points can be exchanged for food, provided you do not indulge in excessive idleness. You should be able to acquire enough provisions for a day. Additionally, you may exchange items you carry for points, which will be assessed based on their utility to the organization. A complete currency system has been established. This woman is quite remarkable. Miss Su. Uncle Li interjected as he stepped forward. His face, weathered by the years in his 40s, suggested he had previously engaged in some form of labor. There are simply too many people on the mountain. We cannot accommodate any more. Isn't it better to have more people? Su Linglong retorted, seemingly preoccupied with other matters. All right, that snake has stirred again. I must go and keep watch. Uncle Lee, I leave this group in your capable hands. Miss Sue. Uncle Lee attempted to voice further thoughts, but Su Linglong had already turned to depart, leaving him and the group of individuals armed with wooden spears behind. It appeared that harmony was lacking within their ranks. So, you are Uncle Lee, I presume? Who you initiated the conversation? What do you think we are suited for? Perhaps you could assign us some tasks? Humph. Uncle Lee let out a cold snort, remaining silent as he turned to leave. The group followed closely behind him to patrol elsewhere. Only one young man approached. Please don't mind him. Uncle Lee can be rather temperamental. Come, allow me to escort you up the mountain, where there is a designated area for task assignments. I will guide you to receive your tasks. Thank you very much. Who you expressed his gratitude, not forgetting to inquire. May I ask how to address you? Just call me Xiao Yi, he replied, leading the group up the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, Hu Yu swiftly discerned one truth. The man known as Uncle Lee was indeed correct. The mountain was teeming with people. Over 100 individuals congregated at the peak. Although each person appeared to be engaged in some task, the majority were involved in construction work, activities that could be expedited or prolonged at will. A cluster of 5 or 6 robust men gathered, with wooden mallets at their feet, occasionally striking to assemble wooden planks. They seemed to be preparing for the construction of shelters. The mountaintop was predominantly inhabited by men, and such scenes were not uncommon. To sustain so many individuals, especially those who were merely idling, the burden on this mountain was undeniably considerable. Just ahead lies the task house. You may wish to take a look. There should be suitable roles for you there. Xiao Yi indicated towards a nearby wooden cabin before turning to descend the mountain. I must return to my patrol duties and shall not accompany you further. We will meet again at dinner. All right, thank you. You're welcome. We are all family. With that, he dashed down the mountain. Hu Yu led a few individuals to the so-called task room, where indeed a plethora of assignments awaited. From construction to agriculture, from patrolling to livestock management, there was an array of activities designed to ensure that everyone on the mountain had work to engage in and contributions to make. However, a question lingered. Where did their food originate? Surely Su Linglong couldn't possess a system like his. Confounded, Hu Yu nonetheless joined the others in accepting tasks and commenced labor. It was not until noon, during lunch, that he discerned the source of their sustenance: tree bark, grass roots, and occasionally mushrooms and fish. The so-called fish were merely 5 small specimens weighing around a pound each, which, after being properly prepared, were tossed into a pot to simmer, resulting in a large batch of fish soup, into which the tree bark, grass roots, and mushrooms were mixed. Subsequently, each person received an equal share. Whether it was Su Linglong or the newcomers, the portions were identical. Yet, even in this meager arrangement, they had but one meal for the day. This constituted their entire sustenance. Hu Yu could scarcely endure it. After merely sipping a few mouthfuls, he discreetly led a few individuals away to prepare a private meal. Surely, they could manage to indulge in a few hamburgers to satisfy their hunger. However, just as they concealed themselves in the woods, ready to feast, a voice drifted over from a short distance. That foolish woman was inviting others in. How could she be so reckless when their supplies were already scant? Thankfully, Brother Lee had the foresight to reserve some fish. Otherwise, how could they, the patrollers, muster the strength to protect her? Indeed, Li Gu, the defensive fortifications are nearly complete. When shall we confront that woman? Today? Just then, the voice of Uncle Lee echoed. Does she not delight in gathering attention? This evening, we shall ensure she entertains us splendidly. Li Gu is formidable. Chapter 57. Miss Su, please awaken. The group exchanged glances. Su Zilong raised his chin, inquiring whether Hu Yu intended to act immediately. He was confident that should they engage now, he could capture the entire group, presenting them before Su Linglong to reveal their true nature, potentially securing her departure with them. However, Hu Yu shook his head. This indeed is an opportunity, yet not the most opportune moment. That woman possesses a disposition akin to Mu Lingxiu, an idealistic saint. Presenting this group to her might elicit nothing more than a plea of, let them go, they have recognized their faults. To circumvent such an awkward situation, it would be prudent to wait. Wait until they truly take action, until Su Linglong perceives the genuine character of these individuals. Hu Yu gestured for the others to depart from the location. Yet, as they turned, the voices of the group resounded once more. By the way, Li Gu, let the others be, but among the new arrivals today, there is a woman. This refers to Enciener. Though her beauty may not be world-shattering, to the ordinary eye, she is indeed a rare sight, especially as she silently trails behind Hu Yu. Her demeanor combined with her aura evokes the essence of an ice queen. She is yours. Uncle Lee decisively declared, at that time, do not let me down. To survive in this apocalyptic world, finding the right team and the right position is of utmost importance. Rest assured, brotherly. We shall heed your counsel. The group erupted into laughter. After reaching a consensus, they made their way outside, intending to regroup with others. Yu and the others immediately turned to Encianer, eager to discern her thoughts, yet her expression revealed no discernible emotion. She continued to silently consume the hamburger in her hand, seemingly unaffected by their earlier conversation. Regardless of her demeanor, Encianer could remain impassive. However, they could not. Yu and Shinshan had already come to regard Encianer as family, and even Su Zilong, who had the least favorable relationship with her, considered her a comrade. They could not tolerate any scum insulting her. Su Zilong and Shinshan simultaneously glanced at Yu, seeking his counsel. Just don't let it end in death. Understood. Simple. The two spoke in unison, clearly having devised a meticulous plan. The group took a few more bites of their food to replenish their energy before returning to the mountaintop. As twilight descended, apart from the patrolling guards, everyone else had retreated to the cave to prepare for rest. Under Su Linglong's arrangements, men and women resided in separate caves, thereby avoiding potential awkwardness and unpleasant incidents. However, just as she was about to lead Encianer away, she noticed that Encianer remained motionless, silently trailing behind Yu. Yu had no choice but to explain, Miss Su, my younger sister suffers from severe autism. She only feels somewhat at ease when she is with me. You should return for now. No. Su Linglong frowned slightly. If it were just your family, it would be one thing. However, we are all residing in the same cave. If anything were to happen to your sister, you would regret it for the rest of your life. It seemed that this Miss Su, despite her benevolence, was quite aware of the darker aspects of human nature. Yu found himself unable to simply leave Encianer alone. Otherwise, allowing her to remain beside Su Linglong would not be impossible. This arrangement would not only safeguard her, but also allow him to cultivate a favorable impression. Well, Yu tentatively glanced at Encianer. How about you stay by Miss Su's side tonight? I have Shun Gu and Zilong here. Everything will be fine. Encianer remained silent, standing still. Shinshan stepped forward to reassure her. Yes, Encianer, I'm here. Your brother will be fine. Yet, Encianer did not budge. It appeared that a more persuasive approach was necessary. Yu leaned closer and whispered in Encianer's ear, if you go over now, you can hit Zilong later. And come tomorrow morning, we will gather to set off, and you can strike him again. You could deal a couple of blows. Encianer's eyes brightened as she turned to Su Linglong. Let us go. All right. Although Su Linglong was unaware of the exact circumstances, she had achieved her objective and led Encianer toward another cave, saying, due to the limited sleeping arrangements, you shall have to endure sleeping beside me tonight. Encianer did not respond, simply following silently. As the two departed, Shinshan could not help but chuckle. Su Zilong, however, wore a face marked by exasperation. Boss, are you betraying your comrades? Yu shrugged helplessly, patting Su Zilong's shoulder twice. I apologize for the inconvenience, Zilong. Just hang in there. As night fell, several boys in the cave began to stir. Yu was on the verge of slumber when Shinshan roused him. Boss, they are on the move. Yu forced his eyes open, rubbing them with his hand. What is the situation? Approximately 20 individuals just exited. Should we follow them? Let us go and take a look. Yu replied, casually retrieving a can of Red Bull from his spatial backpack. He cracked it open and took a sip, summoning the energy to focus. Before they could exit the cave, they noticed flickering flames and a throng of people at the entrance. The three quickly concealed themselves. There are 53 individuals in total, Shinshan reported swiftly. Aside from the 25 in the patrol, they have gathered over half of the male members. No wonder they feel emboldened to act this way, Yu remarked, frowning. 53 people. If not for Su Linglong, I fear most of them would have perished long ago. Yet, here they are, showing ingratitude. Indeed, they possess quite the audacity. Are we all accounted for? Uncle Lee's voice resonated from the front, lowered to avoid disturbing those resting in the cave opposite. Today marks our grand occasion. I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Soon, everyone will heed my command, ensuring that you will continue to have food and water, and that your most fundamental physiological needs will be met. Brother Lee is formidable. Brother Lee is formidable. The crowd cheered, albeit in hushed tones. Yet, one could still discern the suppressed primal instincts within. It seems this is the method employed by Uncle Lee. While it may be elegantly termed as fulfilling physiological needs, In simpler terms, it is merely lust. For these men in their 20s and 30s, who have tasted the pleasures of life, in this apocalyptic world, aside from hunger, this desire holds paramount importance. This is the very reason he has managed to gather such a multitude. Remember, Uncle Lee's words brought the crowd to a standstill. First, capture the leader. We must seize Su Linglong before addressing anything else. Brother Lee, you need not say more, we understand. Indeed, among those women, who could rival Miss Su? It is good that you comprehend. Uncle Lee continued. When the time comes, approach one by one. Do not jeopardize the plan. Understood. Soon, the throng began to converge toward another cave. Hu Yu and his companions silently trailed behind. The two caves were not far apart, and within minutes, the crowd had surged inside. Who? What are you doing? Help. Miss Su. Miss Su, please awaken. Chapter 58. Are you sure you wish to choose the second path? Inside the cave, chaos had ensued among the crowd. Meanwhile, Hu Yu and his companions stood outside the entrance. Should we enter now? Shin Shan inquired, his tone unhurried. Hu Yu responded, listening as the sounds from the cave gradually diminished. At this juncture, entering would yield little effect. The crude weapons in the hands of that group rendered the situation manageable. Sienna was within, and she would likely remain safe. Indeed, Shin Shan replied, falling silent thereafter. Moments later, silence enveloped the cave. It appeared that everyone had been subdued. Hu Yu exchanged glances with his companions and ventured toward the cave entrance. Upon arrival, they beheld over 50 men surrounding a group of women. In the flickering firelight, all were hushed, their gazes fixated on a singular direction. Not far from the entrance, a group led by Uncle Lee approached Su Linglong and Sienna, brandishing spears and drawing nearer with each passing moment. Even at this critical juncture, Su Linglong remained entrapped by her own benevolence, shielding Sienna behind her as though such an act could prevent harm from befalling the delicate girl. Li Si, what are you planning? She exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. What indeed? Uncle Lee unabashedly expressed his desires, discarding his spear and rubbing his hands as he advanced toward the two. Truly, Miss Su, how did you perceive my intentions? His laughter erupted, echoing through the crowd, inciting raucous mirth among the men. Yet, Su Linglong found no joy in their revelry. Her gaze swept across the assembly, filled with confusion and disappointment. She could scarcely fathom that those she had endeavored to rescue had devolved into such beings. Why? Why has it come to this? Miss Su, why do you linger in bewilderment? Li Si expressed his confusion audibly, even spreading his arms as if preparing to embrace her. Come here quickly. You must know what I have been thinking, he exclaimed. Go on with your grandiose dreams. Su Linglong tightly shielded Sienna behind her. Li Si, you still have the chance to turn back. Turn back? Nonsense. Li Si cursed, fully aware of the kind of person Su Linglong was. He then turned decisively, pointing at the group of women behind him. I shan't waste words on you. You now have two choices. Either obey me, and you will become mine. When I command you to go east, you shall not venture west. When I tell you to eat, you shall not dare to drink. You must be dreaming. Su Linglong retorted fiercely. Excellent, you have spirit. As for the second option, how fortuitous that we are in need of provisions. I shall deal with each of these individuals one by one, he declared, raising his hand with a gesture. One of the men, armed with a spear, dragged a middle-aged woman from the group and brought her to stand beside Li Si. He turned to Su Linglong and inquired, Are you certain you choose the second path? Su Linglong remained silent. Without hesitation, Li Si drew a dagger and plunged it into the woman's abdomen with a swift motion. He has killed her. Help! The piercing screams echoed throughout the cavern once more. Silence! Li Si roared, and dozens of spears descended simultaneously, silencing the women. Meanwhile, he gazed at his bloodied hands, feeling an exhilarating surge of emotion. His eyes scanned Su Linglong, and without uttering a word, he gave a look to the man beside him. Another woman was then pulled from the group. In the second round, Li Si turned to Su Linglong and asked, Are you certain you wish to choose the second path? Before Su Linglong could respond, the woman suddenly fell to her knees with a thud. She lay prostrate on the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably, gazing at Su Linglong with desperate eyes. Miss Su, please, save me. I beg you, save me. If you merely nod, I shall not perish. It seemed she had found her only avenue for survival, as the majority of the women in that group collapsed to the ground, uttering various pleas that echoed the same desperate request. Only one remained standing, resolute against kneeling. Su Linglong stood frozen, her nails digging deep into her palm. Why? She could not comprehend the reason behind this. Had she not pulled these individuals from the depths of despair? Why then did they choose to step into the abyss once more? By what right? Lost in contemplation, Su Linglong did not answer Li Si. With a swift motion, he struck again, silencing a second life. He beckoned, and from the crowd emerged a third woman, the sole figure who had not knelt in supplication. For the third time, Li Si placed the dagger against her throat. Are you certain you wish to choose the second path? Miss Su. The woman remained steadfast. Undeterred by the sight of the two lifeless bodies beside her, she stood resolutely in place. We cannot accompany you any longer. You must persevere. With that, the woman deliberately leaned forward, allowing the blade to slice her neck. Crimson flowed forth as she crumpled to the ground, her body convulsing violently. Xiaowei. Su Linglong screamed in anguish. Evidently, she shares a profound bond with this woman. Next, Li Si is consumed by a bloodlust. What he desires extends beyond Su Linglong. He craves her submission. Another individual is thrust forward. The same inquiry is posed once more. Are you certain you wish to choose the second path? This time, Su Linglong provided her answer. Her gaze gradually ascended, her eyes reflecting an almost frenzied demeanor as they locked onto Li Si. Yes, I choose the second option. If you possess the capability, then slay us all. Alternatively, in my life directly. Do you expect my submission? Impossible. Outside the cave, who you observed as the words saint were eradicated from Su Linglong's panel. He nodded and issued the command. Action may commence. Simultaneously, Li Si roared in response. All right. I shall kill for you to witness. Yet, just as he prepared to claim his fourth victim, a burst of flame erupted. Bang! The gunfire rang out, and the dagger was sent flying. Almost instantaneously, and Siener, who had shielded Su Linglong, drew her handgun, reminiscent of a shooting game, and unleashed a barrage upon Li Si and his cohorts. Bang! Bang bang! The gunfire reverberated incessantly, ringing out 52 times. All those wielding spears collapsed into a pool of blood, leaving only one survivor, Li Si. Before anyone could regain their composure, a figure emerged. He brushed past Su Linglong and approached the woman named Xiaowei, lying in the blood-soaked ground, administering a vial of exquisite healing elixir into her. Her wounds began to visibly mend at an astonishing pace. Since she had willingly presented her neck, the injury was not profound, and fortunately, it had not severed an artery, allowing for her salvation. As for the others, they are nearly chilled to the bone. After finishing the sweet spring, Huyu rose and glanced at Li Si in the distance. Do you understand why I kept you? Who are you, really? Li Si's response was evasive. His mind was consumed by a singular emotion, leaving him unable to process such inquiries. Huyu gestured, and behind him, Su Zilong promptly stepped forward to bind the man securely. Xiaowei, Su Linglong exclaimed, rushing over in a frenzy. She crossed the pool of blood and reached Xiaowei. Are you all right? Is everything fine? I am unharmed, Miss Su, Xiaowei replied, then turned to Huyu, who had rescued her. Thank you. Not at all, Huyu responded, rising to face Su Linglong. Miss Su, do you have a moment? I need to discuss something with you. You all. Su Linglong looked up, her eyes filled with astonishment. Who on earth are you? Follow me, and you shall find out. Without further elaboration, Huyu led Shinshan and the others towards the cave's exit. By the way, your friend may join us. But as for the others, I do not extend my welcome to them. Chapter 59. That is merely glass, not titanium alloy. Upon exiting the cave, Huyu cast a glance at the mountain peak. After some contemplation, he was reluctant to return to the cave inhabited by the boys, and even less inclined to enter the bloodstained place. Thus, he decided to relocate the entire 28th floor. Suddenly, a floor materialized out of thin air atop the vast mountain. Cement load-bearing structures, glass windows, and metal security doors. Everything from the 28th floor now stands before me, aside from the concrete floor and the cement ceiling. Of course, these details are of little importance. The concrete flooring has been replaced with a radiant heating system, and the cement ceiling has been substituted with specially designed bulletproof alloy. This explains why, when Huyu moved, he did not take the cement ceiling with him. These two elements had long since been replaced by Su Zilong during installation. It can be said that regardless of where this floor is placed, it is equipped to handle any unforeseen circumstances. Ghost, a ghost. Li Si erupted in a roar. Were it not for Su Zilong's control over him, he might have already lost his sanity and jumped off the mountain. Keep him quiet. All right. At Huyu's command, Su Zilong swiftly delivered a knife hand strike, instantly silencing Li Si, who now resembled a lifeless pig. slung over Su Zilong's shoulder. Hu Yu, holding an umbrella, approached the alloy security door but opted to wait at the entrance rather than rush inside. The spectacle before him was simply too astonishing. He feared that Su Linglong might think she had encountered a ghost and hesitate to enter. Shingu, please go in first and tidy up a bit. Prepare some food and turn on the air conditioning. It's rather cold in here, Hu Yu instructed Shinshan. Understood, Shinshan replied, entering to make the necessary preparations. Su Zilong, meanwhile, quietly retreated to the side, seemingly resisting something. Unfortunately, Enciener may be quiet, but that does not imply a poor memory. Bang! A punch landed squarely on Su Zilong's nose, sending him crashing down. I am truly. Su Zilong slowly rose from the ground, hoisting Li Si onto his shoulder. He understood that searching for this woman would yield no results, so he turned to Hu Yu. Boss Hu, you must consider this an occupational hazard for me. Very well. An occupational hazard it is. Speak, what compensation do you seek? That fishing rod. Su Zilong rubbed his hands together. Could you lend it to me for a couple of days? 3 days, provided you can catch some fish. Deal. Just as the two were discussing this matter, Su Linglong emerged from the cave, supporting Xiao Wei. The moment they stepped out, it felt as though their entire worldview had been reshaped. A building? How could such a structure exist atop this small mountain? Yet its size and texture clearly indicated it was not a mere illusion. What could this possibly mean? Before they could voice their bewilderment, Hu Yu, stationed at the entrance, interjected, Don't just stand there in a daze. If you have questions, come inside and we shall discuss them. With that, he strode toward the alloy door. At that moment, the power system on the 28th floor began to operate normally. Lights illuminated the entire mountaintop. With hearts brimming with curiosity, Su Linglong and Xiao Wei stepped closer to the alloy door. The instant they entered, a long-forgotten aroma filled their nostrils. It was noodles. The scent of instant noodles. Surely, this could not be a dream, could it? Rest assured, this is no dream. Hu Yu, aware of their thoughts, smiled and gestured invitingly. Please, we can discuss matters over a meal. The two women exchanged glances, recognizing the same emotion reflected in each other's eyes. Charge forth. Regardless of the circumstances, there is no way to resist, even in death. One cannot become a ghost of starvation. The two women dashed straight to room 2802, flinging the door open to reveal 2 bowls of instant noodles. Each bowl contained not only ham sausages but also a fried egg. Such provisions, even in the dead of night during peacetime, would be enough to tantalize the taste buds. How much more so in the present moment? The two women rushed forward, disregarding the scalding broth, and began to stir the noodles with their chopsticks, shoveling them into their mouths. At that moment, Hu Yu entered the room. Observing the two women relishing their meal, he couldn't help but chuckle. The preparations were hasty and somewhat rudimentary. I hope you won't take offense, as the 28th floor is no longer used for habitation. These are the only food items that remain. It is indeed simple. Not simple at all. Su Linglong lifted her gaze, a strand of noodle hanging from the corner of her mouth. Having this to eat is already quite good. You know, who exactly are you? What do you think? Hu Yu replied, tossing the question back to her. A deity. Xiao Wei immediately interjected. You must be a deity. Only a divine being could transform our dreams into reality. With that, she buried her head once more, resuming her enthusiastic consumption of noodles. Do you feel the same? Hu Yu inquired. It's not entirely implausible, Su Linglong responded. After finishing most of her bowl, she paused and turned her attention to Hu Yu, asking, Why have you brought us here? What is it that you seek? Quite simply, I hope you will join my team. Why? Hu Yu spoke directly and clearly. I value your abilities and will need you to construct some buildings for me in the future. That is the purpose of my visit. Buildings? Su Linglong asked, puzzled. Defensive structures, or perhaps a city? In that moment, Su Linglong comprehended the man's intentions. A spark ignited in her eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, she rose and extended her right hand. Su Linglong, I am willing to join you. Indeed, conversing with intelligent individuals is always more efficient. Hu Yu also stood, grasping her hand. Aren't you going to inquire about the terms? A man capable of conjuring an entire floor should face no challenges in your regard. I relish engaging with astute individuals, Hu Yu replied, intending to release her hand, only to find it firmly held by Su Linglong. However, I have a small request. Speak. Su Linglong pointed towards the still-eating Xiao Wei. She must accompany me. No problem, Hu Yu readily agreed. His acceptance stemmed not only from Xiao Wei's earlier actions, but also from the remarkable attributes of this woman. Name, Han Weiwei gender, female age, 23 skills, perfect teaching, proficient in mathematics, mastery of language arts, expertise in history, physics, chemistry, biology, geography, music, sports, and moral education. Personality, foodie, diligent, unyielding. Favorability, 30, purity, 100. What is this? It is nothing short of a perfect and versatile middle and primary school teacher. With the right materials, she could even teach high school without any issue. Such a talent would be a shame not to bring aboard. Huh. Han Weiwei looked up, still unaware of what was happening. Where to? A wonderful place. Huyu released his grip and returned to his seat. Since not everyone is here today, you may indulge in a light meal for now. Once we are aboard the ship, I shall host a welcoming banquet for you. As he spoke, he waved his hand casually, and a variety of exquisite delicacies appeared on the table. Family buckets, street snacks, steak and pasta. An abundance of dishes filled the table. Both Su Linglong and Han Weiwei gazed at Huyu with expressions of bewilderment. You say to eat less? Bang! Before the two could even begin, a loud crash resonated from the window. It was the group of women. Observing Su Linglong and Han Weiwei leaving with Huyu, curiosity stirred within them, and they followed closely behind. Upon witnessing the inexplicable appearance of this level, their astonishment was no less than that of Su Linglong and her companion. Unfortunately, the fortified alloy door barred their entrance. They could only brave the downpour, circling to the illuminated window. As they peered in, they were met with the sight of an entire table laden with food. Unable to contain themselves any longer, they began to pound on the window of room 2802. Food. They craved food. Their expressions were as fierce as that of ravenous zombies. Some had even dashed back, presumably to fetch tools. This scene was also witnessed by Su Linglong, who was dining at the time. What to say? Huyu refrained from expressing her opinions and instead inquired, how do you intend to deal with this group of individuals? They are no longer my concern, Su Linglong replied, lowering her head to continue eating her instant noodles. And what about Li Si? I have never taken a life. If possible, I would appreciate your assistance in handling this matter. Understood, Huyu responded with satisfaction. He rose and gazed out the window. But before he could speak, several women emerged from the cave brandishing spears, attempting to pierce the glass. Fortunately, it was specially designed bulletproof glass. Not even an RPG could shatter it, unless Huyu's peripheral vision caught sight of a catapult in the corner. A sudden unease gripped him as he looked towards Su Zilong. Zilong, is this bulletproof glass also resistant to catapults? Boss, that's merely glass, not bloody titanium alloy. Got it. Chapter 60. Do you wish for my demise? Then do not expect to thrive either. Perhaps influenced by Huyu's gaze, the women, upon realizing that their spears could not breach the glass, redirected their attention towards the catapult. As they prepared to adjust it for loading stones, Huyu emerged. He was not inclined to see the structure he had painstakingly built crumble under a barrage of stones. He has come out. That guy has emerged. Upon witnessing this, the crowd quickly converged. Apart from a portion of the women, the remaining men from the cave rushed out as well. They stood united, resembling valiant heroes who had vanquished a fearsome dragon, eagerly awaiting negotiations with Huyu. However, Huyu's emergence was not motivated by a desire for negotiation. Alongside Shinshan and a few others, he was accompanied by the tearful Su Linglong and the still-hungry Han Weiwei. A deity, a living deity. With a sudden exclamation, the majority of the crowd fell to their knees. In their eyes, the ability to conjure houses out of thin air was undoubtedly akin to that of a divine being. Such an entity, if sincerely worshipped, could surely bestow salvation. Please, we beseech you, save us. We are in dire need of sustenance and shelter. Yet, there remained a faction who held a contrary belief. They contended that Huyu's appearance was merely a sign of fear. Nonsense, a deity. This small group maintained their haughty demeanor. No matter where you conjure that food from, produce more for us. Yes, we demand sustenance. If you refuse, beware of your dwelling. Boldly, even before Huyu could utter a word, the worshippers on their knees began to engage in a quarrel with them. How does one converse with a divine being? Now is the time to plead for mercy. Perhaps the deity might show clemency towards you. Oh, celestial one, please do not take offense. These individuals are merely obstinate folk, and we shall deal with them. Such were their words. Yet both factions merely exchanged verbal barbs, refraining from physical confrontation. After all, those brave enough to be selected for the patrol team had already succumbed to silence in the depths of the cave. The remaining individuals were either frail or lacking in resolve, none daring to take the lead in rebellion. Observing this, Hu could only smile. Were it not for the descent being treacherous at night, he might have already retreated to the yacht for a restful slumber, rather than remaining here to witness the spectacle. Nonetheless, the presence of entertainment is indeed a blessing. Quietly, Hu uttered 2 words. He retrieved a box of instant noodles and placed it at his feet. Without his prompting, the throng that revered him began to cheer. The others simultaneously fell silent, gazing at the box of noodles with expressions akin to those witnessing a rare treasure. Food is plentiful, yet it demands a trade. What shall you offer? Indeed, speak. Anything within our possession is available for exchange. At this moment, both factions succumb to a near-manic fervor. Who cares about divine status? Securing the instant noodles is paramount. Simply stated, Hu rose and departed, leaving the noodles at his feet. Patience. If each of you can refrain from touching anything here until dawn, you shall each receive a box of noodles. However, should any among you breach this rule, regrettably, you will not only forfeit your food but also face consequences. With these words, Hu led the group through the reinforced steel door, returning to room 2802. As for Li Si, he was casually discarded beside the box of noodles. To eliminate him outright would be too lenient. The curtains were drawn. The surveillance outside commenced. Light filtered through the drapes, illuminating the mountaintop. The crowd exchanged glances, hesitating rather than rushing forward. They discerned the significance of a single box of noodles versus an individual allocation of instant noodles for everyone. However, not everyone's reason can triumph over desire. Do you truly believe in him? A voice emerged from the crowd. 1 box per person. How is that possible? Who says it's impossible? He can conjure an entire floor. What is so extraordinary about producing several hundred boxes of instant noodles? Another questioned. But even if he possesses such a bounty, what gives him the right to share it with us? Just because we've neglected our hygiene? Enough. Silence. A burly man stepped forward, scrutinizing the box of noodles before him. Do you really believe everything he claims? We shall consume this box of noodles, then use a catapult to demolish his abode, binding him until he produces something of value for his release. Who says we must abide by his rules? Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed to find merit in his words. Yet, a substantial number remained steadfast in their belief that Hu was indeed a deity, and to transgress against him was unthinkable. Regardless of the circumstances, the noodles were off limits. I'll touch them, what of it? The burly man retorted, striding directly toward the box of noodles. Some attempted to block his path, while others stood by, observing. Bang! The burly man felled the individual who obstructed him with a single punch, then turned to the rest. Who else desires noodles? Join me. With that declaration, before any response could materialize, he lunged toward the box. Inside lay an abundance of instant noodles, 24 packets in total. It appeared plentiful. Yet with over 100 individuals on the mountain, it amounted to scarcely a mouthful for each person. As the burly man tore apart one of the packages, shoving the noodles directly into his mouth, chaos erupted among the others. They surged forward, some unable to wait for the noodles to be cooked, resorting instead to devouring them raw. Those who had previously refrained from touching the instant noodles now joined the fray, reasoning that since they had already breached the rules, they might as well seize some food for themselves. In less than 5 minutes, the frenzy had escalated to a fever pitch. Conflict erupted continuously, evolving from mere food snatching to shoving, and ultimately to a full-blown riot. Over 100 individuals became entangled, their eyes fixated solely on the food. Fists and feet rained down indiscriminately on those around them, heedless of their identities. Li Si, who had previously been unconscious, was brutally killed in the melee. Then, amidst the chaos, one individual regained his senses. Dragging his injured body, he struggled to emerge from the throng and took a seat at the trebuchet. Aiming, he launched. A massive stone plummeted from the sky, crashing into the crowd with deadly precision, scattering flesh and blood. In less than half an hour, the majority on the hillside lay lifeless, while the few remaining were grievously wounded. They were even incapable of lifting stones to the trebuchet. Regrettably, Hu observed the scene through the surveillance monitor, shaking his head slightly. He turned to the others. The crisis is averted. The remaining individuals pose no threat. Let us take a moment to rest. For a moment, the crowd was at a loss for words, except for Enciener, whose gaze remained unchanged. The others looked at him as if he were a monster. It was merely a box of instant noodles, yet with just a few words, he had incited the chaos of hundreds outside, achieving victory without a fight. Even if he were not the deity they spoke of, he was undoubtedly a creature of extraordinary nature, a complete enigma. Why do you gaze upon me? With a gentle smile, Hu said, let us tidy up and retire for the night. We must return early tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Shinshan promptly took Su Linglong and Han Weiwei to find accommodations, while he remained behind, casting a glance at the surveillance monitor. With a cold chuckle, he switched off the screen. This was their own doing. Had they merely employed spears for their attack, Huyu would have dismissed it with a mere smile, never resorting to such drastic measures. But now, a catapult? Do they wish for my demise? Then they shall not live well either. Chapter 61. Not yet more than I have killed. July 24th. 11 days had elapsed since the apocalypse began. Since yesterday, the water level had ceased its ascent, remaining at 50 meters. At 10 in the morning, Huyu finally rose from his bed, 3 hours later than usual, likely due to having stayed up late the previous night. Were it not for the faint wails echoing around him, he might have slumbered even longer. The cries were not particularly loud. One must understand that the glass and walls of his room were specially crafted, providing remarkable sound insulation. Yet, even so, he could discern those sounds, seemingly emanating from outside. Huyu swung his legs over the side of the bed and casually drew the curtains. The blood-soaked ground from the previous night had been washed away by the rain, and the corpses had been cleared. Remaining were those who knelt before the houses, allowing the torrential rain to drench them, as if in penance. The mournful cries emerged from their lips. Huyu chose to disregard them and pulled the curtains shut once more. As he turned, he noticed Xian standing quietly behind him. "Do you think I am too cold-blooded?" he inquired. And Xian offered no response. She stood silently in place, as she always did, lifting her gaze to cast a glance at Huyu. "Not as many as I have killed." Huyu was taken aback, rendered speechless, and could only step out of the bedroom. Upon opening the door, he immediately saw Shinshan and others waiting for him in the living room. "Boss." Huyu surveyed the room, his eyes landing on Su Linglong and Han Weiwei. "Are you all prepared? I will take you down the mountain shortly." "Yes, we are ready." Su Linglong seemed unfazed, nodding with a hint of anticipation in her tone. Yet, Han Weiwei appeared somewhat off. Han Weiwei. Startled, Han Weiwei looked up at Huyu, regaining her composure. "Boss, what's wrong?" "Nothing. Nothing at all." Her expression was rather peculiar. Huyu chose not to press her further, instead directing his gaze toward Shinshan, silently inquiring for an explanation. "She must have seen something last night." Shinshan responded helplessly, "You know, boss, when a group of people has gone a long time without meat, the sight of it can make them desperate." "I understand." Huyu furrowed his brow, comprehending the implications of Shinshan's words. No wonder the corpses outside have vanished. They must have been preserved, under Su Linglong's management. Even if they had only one meal a day, at least they could eat something decent. But now, without that oversight, primal instincts would usurp humanity. Who would care about corpses when it is simply meat? Last night, those who failed to seize the instant noodles found their appetites tantalized, gazing longingly at the meat. Naturally compelled to take action, Han Weiwei must have caught sight of those items. This, however, is not of great consequence. A brief respite will suffice, allowing her to recognize the darker facets of human nature, thus better equipping her to guide those children. "Let us proceed outside," Huyu remarked as he made his way toward the door. "This group, crying, is indeed quite distressing." He led everyone to the entrance of the alloy door. Just as it swung open, a sudden force surged from the threshold. Someone was stationed at the door. Huyu offered no resistance, permitting the individual to wrench open the alloy door. In the next moment, a long spear thrust through. Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots erupted simultaneously. Shinshan, Su Zilong, and Xian sprang into action. The spear had penetrated less than 20 centimeters into the room when a multitude of corpses littered the ground outside the alloy door. 5 or 6 adult men lay lifeless in a pool of blood, their breaths extinguished. "TSK, what was the necessity of this?" Huyu shook his head, clicking his tongue. To be honest, he had been rather startled just moments ago. He had forgotten to check the surveillance while opening the door. Such care must be taken in the future. For this time, it was Shinshan and the others who saved him, but one cannot be certain of what lies ahead. He led a few individuals through the alloy door, casually retracting the 28th floor into his backpack. At this moment, the group kneeling outside the window in prayer also turned their gazes toward them. More precisely, their attention fixated upon the corpses of that group. If he wasn't mistaken, these two factions were likely in cahoots. One team was tasked with praying at the window to draw the attention of Huyu and his companions, while the other lay in ambush at the door. Once they eliminated them, they could seize the nest for themselves, even in the absence of sustenance. A power-equipped building could sustain them for an extended period in a post-apocalyptic world. Unfortunately, They misjudged the combat prowess of Hu Yu and his companions, leading to their immediate downfall. Hu Yu cast a glance at them, devoid of any compassion. Without uttering a single word, he turned and began his descent down the mountain. Su Zilong quietly walked ahead, tasked with scouting the path and eliminating traps, while Xianer and Shun Shan followed closely behind, ensuring their protection. Su Linglong and Han Weiwei trailed beside Hu Yu, fearful of being left behind. After they had moved a considerable distance, Su Linglong curiously inquired, "Boss Hu, are you not going to deal with that group?" Hu Yu was taken aback. He never anticipated hearing such words from someone who had previously displayed a saintly demeanor. Was this truly the same Su Linglong? Deal with them. Hu Yu halted and turned to Su Linglong, asking, "How do you propose we handle it? Make them quiet forever." Su Linglong blurted out, only to quickly realize the implications of her words. She hastily corrected herself. I merely offered a suggestion. Boss Hu, you may choose to heed it or not. Your opinion holds significance. However, there is no need to squander ammunition on such individuals. Is there truly no need to waste bullets? Su Linglong inquired, perplexed. Then how can we ensure their silence? Hu Yu gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Let us first descend the mountain. You will understand shortly." Su Linglong and Han Weiwei exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion. They were nearing the base of the mountain, and without bullets, how could they possibly ensure their quietude? Surely, they could not simply bring forth a missile to obliterate the peak, could they? They continued onward. Shrouded in uncertainty, the group descended to the foot of the mountain. To ensure utmost safety, Hu Yu first took out a telescope to observe the water's surface. Once he confirmed that the water snake was not submerged, he retrieved 2 jet skis. Shinshan and Su Zilong were assigned to operate them, while he and Xianer sat behind Shinshan. Su Linglong and Han Weiwei occupied the space behind Su Zilong. With everything in place, Hu Yu raised his hand to touch the mountainside. Seize. The entire small mountain was drawn into his spatial backpack, along with both the deceased and the living, who suddenly materialized before him. As they exchanged glances, the group tumbled into the water, creating a splash of countless droplets. Help! Where is the mountain? We had such a large mountain. It's him. I knew he was a deity. O Divine One, save us. The clamor echoed across the water's surface. The 2 women behind Su Zilong turned simultaneously, gazing at the vanished mountain with expressions of shock and confusion. Could this person truly be some sort of immortal? Amidst the cacophony ringing in his ears, Hu Yu chose to disregard it. However, it seemed the noise they made was too great, for a shadow slowly surfaced beneath the water. A scream erupted as a living person was violently dragged underwater. It was the snake. Run. Chapter 62. The Snake Strikes. The jet skis raced across the water. It was uncertain whether the snake was deranged, ignoring the plethora of bait right before it, and instead pursuing the 2 jet skis. Of course, it was also possible that this creature recognized the jet skis. After all, they had previously attacked it with an RPG. Xianer, Hu Yu exclaimed in astonishment, and swiftly retrieved an RPG from his spatial backpack, tossing it to Xianer, who was seated behind him. She caught it with remarkable speed and, without hesitation, fired it. A tremendous splash erupted, reaching nearly 2 meters high. The projectile struck the water serpent, but it merely caused a slight disturbance in its speed, failing to halt its pursuit. Had it been yesterday, they could have easily escaped using such means. Yet now, each jet ski was burdened by an additional passenger, significantly diminishing their speed. They were still approximately 2 kilometers from the yacht, while the water serpent was a mere 200 meters away. This situation was untenable. At most, they had a minute before the serpent would catch up with them. Unless... Fishing. Hu Yu retrieved the favor of the sea god from his spatial backpack, aimed it behind the water serpent, and cast his line with all his might. This scene left everyone momentarily stunned. What time was it? And yet he was fishing. Even if he were to catch Godzilla, it would be of no use now. This time, not only Su Linglong and Han Weiwei, but even Shinshan and Su Zilong were filled with confusion. They exchanged glances, ready to leap off the boat and confront the serpent in a desperate battle. Especially those in the distance, who were oblivious to the situation, erupted in laughter. Ha! Look, is this the deity you worship? Even at this moment, he's fishing? Does he truly believe he is Jiang Taigong? How absurd. Even Jiang Taigong could not catch a serpent. Alas, who would have thought they'd meet their end alongside such a fool? The cacophony of noise and derision mingled together, accompanied by skeptical gazes from behind. Yet Hu Yu remained resolutely steadfast. The water snake is considered a type of aquatic creature, and currently, it is the sole inhabitant of the waters. The moment a fishing rod is cast, this entity is certain to take the bait. In the next instant, however, the water snake, which was poised to catch up with them, unexpectedly turned and swam toward the direction where the fish hook had fallen. What on earth is happening? Everyone was momentarily stunned. Whether on the speedboat or in the water, all were left in a state of disbelief. What could possibly be on that fish hook to exert such an irresistible allure on the water snake? In an instant, even Shinshan and Suzy Long were momentarily taken aback. What are you waiting for? Accelerate! Hu shouted, prompting the two to snap back to reality. Abandoning their plan to engage the snake, and instead continuing to steer the jet ski towards the yacht. What on earth is going on? The crowd, too, had noticed this extraordinary scene. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Did the snake truly turn around? Could it possibly be Jiang Taigong? Nonsense, if it were Jiang Taigong. It wouldn't be fleeing. A mere pinky finger could crush this snake. That's true, but how do you explain this spectacle before us? Why ponder so much? We must first find a way to survive. Finally, someone regained their composure. One after another, individuals began to swim toward the nearest skyscraper. Although the distance was considerable, with someone to distract the water snake, it was not entirely impossible to reach safety. Meanwhile, Hu remained oblivious to the commotion around him, his gaze fixated on the dark shadow beneath the water. As it drew closer to the bait, he swiftly stored the favor of the sea god into his space. Fishing for a snake? Given the size of this serpent, if it were to take the bait, it could very well drag him down into the depths. Attraction is one thing, but he certainly would not allow this creature to take the bait. As the source of attraction vanished, the water snake paused momentarily before altering its course, charging towards the motorboat once more. Truly persistent, Hu retrieved the favor of the sea god. The fishing rod had returned to its prime condition, ready for the next cast, as long as he pinpointed the direction and position. He cast a glance at the group that had just mocked him, and without hesitation, he sent the line flying. Splash! The hook plunged into the water, landing squarely amidst the crowd. The water snake, which had just caught up, redirected its path. Those who had intended to retrieve the hook to ascertain the situation suddenly found themselves in disarray. The snake is coming. Run for your lives. As the water snake swam closer, appearing either famished or intent on venting its frustration, it devoured a person whole along the way. Just as it was about to reach the hook, the favor of the sea god vanished once again. The water snake had already plunged deep into the throng. Having learned from previous encounters, it no longer turned towards the motorboat but instead indulged in a feast right there. The crisis was averted, and Hu breathed a sigh of relief. At least, for the time being, the water snake would not pursue them any further. He pressed the accelerator fully. In less than 15 minutes, everyone returned to the yacht. Observing such a grand luxury vessel, Su Linglong and Han Weiwei exhibited no signs of astonishment. After all, compared to his recent celestial prowess, this yacht seemed rather unimpressive. Finally back, Hu exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Brother Shan, please find them a room to settle in. I shall take a moment to rest. Let us prepare lunch as a welcome feast. Understood. Shen Shan replied and headed towards the residential area with Su Linglong and Han Weiwei. Meanwhile, Hu made his way to the first deck, where he unexpectedly spotted a figure seated at a dining table, fervently showcasing a lavish meal. He paused momentarily, failing to recognize the individual until he sat across from him and realized it was Fong Siyuan, the esteemed Elder Fong. Elder Fong, Hu exclaimed, taken aback by his extravagant display of food. Is there something you need? Fong Siyuan looked up and inquired directly. No, nothing at all, Hu stammered, momentarily flustered. Do you need any seeds? What kind do you require? Hu promptly reached for his computer. I can find them for you. Plant seeds. Fong Siyuan rolled his eyes and asked, are there any new plant seeds? Well, no. Useless things. Fong Siyuan retorted, stuffing another piece of meat into his mouth before turning towards the greenhouse, leaving Hu sitting at the dining table in a daze. A small boy quietly approached, tidying up the remnants of Fong Siyuan's meal, bowing to Hu before scurrying back to the kitchen to wash the dishes. You're back? The voice of Xiao Zissou resonated from behind. Stretching lazily, she settled beside Hu. I heard you brought back 2 women. Yes, one is an architect, and the other is a teacher, Hu replied, glancing at the greenhouse on the deck. Elder Fong seems to be losing his mind. Xiao Zissou sighed with a wry smile. Since he boarded the ship, he has only emerged to eat. The rest of the time, He has remained in the greenhouse. Can you withstand this? Hurry and take a break. Huyu urged anxiously. He certainly did not wish for the talent he had painstakingly discovered to be overworked to the point of collapse. It's nothing, Xiao Zissou replied, tapping the table. I'll have a hamburger, the double beef kind. Huyu casually placed the hamburger on the table. What do you mean by that? This is nothing. In the greenhouse, there was a spring. He mentioned that drinking its water invigorated him with boundless energy, refusing to sleep at all. Well, the mystery was solved. Li Spring. He had placed the source of Li Spring within the greenhouse. Given its yield, both the livestock and the plants were thoroughly irrigated. Now, it seemed that those responsible for the plants and livestock were also receiving ample nourishment. He did not wish to be like Zhou Poppy. Yet it was now Fong Lao who was being stripped bare. Thus, Xiao Zissou leaned forward, her curiosity piqued. What exactly is that water? Well, bang. Huyu had barely uttered a word when the entire vessel began to sway. Ding. Warning. Warning. The ship is under attack. Shall we activate the defense system? Here it comes again. Likely that serpent. Huyu frowned, preparing to activate the defense system when suddenly, the deck plunged into darkness. A serpent's head emerged from the water, hovering just above the deck. This creature intended to climb aboard. Chapter 63, The Transaction Activate. Huyu dared not hesitate for even a moment and immediately engaged the protective measures. A torpedo was launched from beneath the hull, striking the serpent's abdomen directly. In an instant, the serpent's head snapped back, crashing into the water. Li Ji, Huyu exclaimed as he stood up. Quick, inform Old Wang to dispatch the ship. Received. Li Ji responded, already taking control of the vessel's navigation system while simultaneously communicating with the ship ahead. Emergency notification. Set sail immediately. I repeat, emergency notification. Set sail immediately. The ship ahead sounded its horn. Taking advantage of the injured water serpent, the vessel began to move forward towards Pengcheng, with the yacht closely following behind. However, Huyu was determined not to let the serpent escape. The torpedo had severely wounded it, and now it circled just beneath the surface, closely trailing the yacht, seemingly poised to strike. Prepare the cannons. With a mere thought, two massive cannons emerged from either side of the deck, their barrels aimed squarely at the colossal serpent. Fire! Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as both cannonballs struck the serpent simultaneously. The serpent, which had been circling just beneath the water's surface, began to slowly descend. It appeared to be lifeless. Yet, no one dared to plunge into the water to check its vital signs. As long as it no longer followed them, that would suffice. Only then did Huyu breathe a sigh of relief. The sudden emergence of the serpent's head had startled him greatly. If that creature had managed to board the ship, even if he had forced it off, it would surely haunt his dreams at night. Phew! Xiao Zissou also felt a sense of relief. She resumed munching on the half-eaten hamburger. The world today is truly terrifying. Even a snake can grow this large. What if sharks from the past had grown to the size of whales? Who knows? Huyu replied candidly. In his previous life, he had drifted on the water until his untimely end, and he truly had no inkling of what transformations the aquatic world might undergo. In summary, it is prudent to be prepared. The construction of defensive fortifications must be expedited. At noon, under the leadership of Huyu, a welcoming gathering was convened. Unlike the previous welcome event, this one was somewhat simpler. However, he still invited Captain Wang and his comrades. They briefly introduced themselves before indulging in a sumptuous feast. When Su Linglong and Han Weiwei beheld the array of delectable dishes on the dining table, their eyes widened in astonishment. They had never imagined that one day they would be able to savor such culinary delights. These were the resplendent gems of human gastronomic history. Just a bowl of Yangzhou fried rice brought tears of joy to their eyes. After lunch, Captain Wang took Su Linglong aboard the ship for an inspection. According to Huyu's plan, the heart of the ocean would remain stationary, while the defensive structures would be erected on the vessel, transforming it into a warship. In the future, if they could commandeer other ships, those too would be converted into warships, thus forming a fleet. Not to mention the previously encountered water snakes. Even if they were to face mutated sharks, they could lure one ship to absorb the hostility and take the opportunity to escape. What? Why not engage in battle? One must be capable of winning first. A water snake nearly spans 10 meters. A shark could reach 20 or 30 meters. This creature could easily bite off a fifth of a ship, and with just 10 bites, it could consume a yacht. How could they possibly fight? It is best to plan for the worst-case scenario. In the afternoon, after the inspection concluded, Hu Yu felt regretful upon reviewing the modification report submitted by Su Linglong. He had stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies, but had forgotten to accumulate one crucial item: construction materials. The weapons may be plentiful, yet steel and cement cannot be conjured from thin air. The construction of defensive fortifications has reached an impasse. Fortunately, not all news is bleak. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 ships finally arrived at Pengcheng. Due to its coastal geography, the water level here is slightly higher than in Jinling, reaching nearly 60 meters. Thankfully, the water level has not risen further. Buildings above the 20th floor still harbor survivors. Following the coordinates provided by the radio, Hu Yu swiftly located the designated building, the Sum News Tower. The structure stands nearly 200 meters tall, with a significant portion still above the water's surface. As the vessels approached, the occupants inside erupted in a frenzy. Countless individuals pounded on the windows, shouting in a desperate attempt to attract the attention of those on board. But you paid them no heed. He was here solely for business. Before long, the radio station received a new message. "Is it you?" But you promptly replied, "Yes." "How shall we transact?" "Let's meet to discuss. I will come down immediately. See you on the 19th floor." "All right." The building's floor height exceeds the typical measurements, particularly the lofty first floor, so with the water level nearing 60 meters, only the 18th floor has been submerged. It is reasonable for the person to meet on the 19th floor. The yacht began to draw nearer, adhering to the building's facade, much like the last visit to the Uton Hotel. However, this time, no one leapt from the upper floors. They appeared to be quite rational and remarkably restrained. Hu Yu had no intention of ascending, nor did he deploy the gangway, choosing instead to await the other party's descent. In less than 5 minutes, a voice resonated from within the building. "Who is the owner of the ship? The main person has arrived." "I, Hu Yu," shouted through a loudspeaker. "You know what I desire, so now state your price. If it is reasonable, I shall come aboard to discuss further details. If not, I apologize, but I will take my leave." This is a tactic for price negotiation, akin to a phrase often uttered by parents during bargaining. "This is the price. If you won't sell, I shall walk away. I demand to board the ship. At least 50 individuals. Aside from the server data, I can provide you with anything you desire. Boarding the ship? Dream on." Hu Yu cast a glance at Li Ji, who immediately understood and began to turn around. This was a clear sign that the negotiations had collapsed. "Boarding is not an option." The other party hastily replied, "I require supplies." The vessel came to a halt. Hu Yu brandished the loudspeaker once more and called out, "How much?" "Instant noodles, instant rice, 1 box each." So agreeable." Hu Yu was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was preparing to step out and negotiate the delivery, the voice from the other side rang out again. "A 40-foot container." "Hu Yu, what nonsense is this?" A 40-foot container, nearly 3 meters in height and width, and almost 13 meters in length. This is equivalent to the load capacity of a semi-trailer. Not to mention that Hu Yu's storage space cannot possibly accommodate such an abundance of instant noodles and rice. Even if it could, it would be impossible to part with them for trade. Set sail. As the ship began to move again, the other party grew anxious. "Cut the quantity in half. Or if you have any other items, you may offer those for exchange. It does not necessarily have to be this." "Stop." Hu Yu spoke again, his gaze fixed upon the towering edifice of a certain communications building, which sparked a notion within him. The structure was divided into 2 parts, the southern section, slightly exceeding 200 meters in height, and the eastern wing, which was somewhat shorter. He had been pondering how to stockpile construction materials, and if he could acquire one of the buildings, it might yield suitable components for future endeavors. "Extend the gangway," Hu Yu commanded, before turning to shout through the loudspeaker. "Who can make the call? Come aboard for a discussion." Chapter 64. 2 paths all right, came a resonant reply. As the gangway was lowered, a man clad in a tailored suit gracefully climbed through a window and ascended the ladder, wielding a black umbrella. Even after 11 days, his ability to maintain such composure was indeed remarkable. The man traversed the deck with unwavering focus, yet his eyes darted around, seemingly in search of pertinent information. Upon noticing a large greenhouse on the deck, his expression momentarily faltered, but he quickly regained his composure and proceeded to the cabin. With a mere glance, he discerned that Hu Yu was the authoritative figure present. Approaching with utmost respect, he inclined his body and extended his right hand. "Greetings, may I ask your name?" "Hu Yu," he replied, shaking the man's hand while simultaneously observing him. A panel flickered to life before his eyes, displaying the following information. Name: Tung Hua, Gender, male. Age, 34. Skills, perfect programming, perfect management, perfect visionary, perfect persuasion, proficient in assistance, proficient in foreign languages. Personality, cunning, diplomatic, calculative, astute, loyal. Favorability, 10. Mr. Hu. The man immediately smiled and said, "My surname is Tung. You may call me Xiaotong." Xiaotong. Greetings. Please, do not stand. Take a seat, Hu Yu urged, releasing his grip and leading the way to the reception room. Tung Hua was quite accustomed to such situations and settled comfortably in the guest seat. "Come, let us enjoy some tea," Hu Yu said, sliding a bottle of Dongfang Shuyi towards him. Even the most composed individual would struggle to maintain their demeanor upon seeing this bottle of tea, given the humble surroundings. Hu Yu gazed at Tung Hua with a wry smile. "I hope Mr. Tung does not mind?" "Not at all. It is wonderful to have something to drink," Tung Hua replied, twisting off the cap and taking a swig. "Let me first outline my situation. The database is located in the top floor server room, consisting of 24 storage units. We can transfer them to you immediately, but I am curious about Mr. Hu's specific plans for the transaction. In addition to the database, I seek some other items. What might those be?" Tung Hua's eyes brightened at the inquiry. "The building." "The building?" Tung Hua paused, taken aback. "Are you referring to?" Hu Yu raised his hand, pointing towards the building to the east. "That one, I wish to relocate it." "Ha, Mr. Hu certainly has a sense of humor. Do I appear to be jesting?" In the cabin, silence descended instantaneously. The smile on Tung Hua's face became rigid and gradually vanished, replaced by an expression of profound seriousness. He could not fathom why this person would utter such fantastical words, yet based on his many years of negotiation experience, it seemed he was not joking. After a prolonged silence, Tung Hua inhaled sharply and slowly inquired, "I wonder how Mr. Hu intends to relocate?" "You need not concern yourself with that matter. I have no intention of acquiescing to the conditions you proposed," Hu Yu replied, refraining from answering directly. Instead, he presented his own terms. "I shall offer you but two options. First, do as you will, I care not, but bring the database down to me, and I shall allow you aboard. Second, surrender the items to me, and I will provide you with a clear path forward." "A clear path?" Tung Hua paused, somewhat perplexed. "What do you mean by a clear path?" "A means to survive," Hu Yu elucidated casually. "Whether you choose to sustain yourself or to assist others in surviving is entirely at your discretion. The choice is yours to make." Tung Hua furrowed his brow, momentarily immobilized. After several minutes, he lifted his gaze towards Hu Yu and hesitantly spoke. "Mr. Hu, may I have some time to consider?" "Of course," Hu Yu replied succinctly. "I expect your answer by 10 o'clock tonight." "Then Tung Hua began, showing no intention of rising, clearly wishing to remain and assess the vessel's environment. If it proved satisfactory, there would be no harm in staying. However, before he could finish his thought, Hu Yu stood up first, raising a hand in a gesture of dismissal. "Then we shall not keep you. Once you reach a decision, do inform me. I shall come to fetch you." "Very well." Tung Hua forced a smile and reluctantly rose from his seat, holding an umbrella and exuding an air of elegance. He ascended the gangway once more and returned to the building. Inside the cabin, Boss Hu, sitting beside Hu Yu, Xiao Zissou wore a perplexed expression. "Why are you going to such lengths to establish a database? Is this endeavor truly worthwhile? It is a source of spiritual sustenance." Hu Yu replied, gazing at Tung Hua's departing figure. "We are now a collective, united in our struggle for survival. As long as our basic needs are met, the absence of spiritual nourishment becomes inconsequential. What comes next? When food and resources are abundant, and the number of those relying on us increases, they will seek not just to be full and warm, but to thrive in comfort and luxury. To safeguard our own rights, we must provide them with spiritual sustenance. Only then can we relish our lives fully." Some understood this notion, like Xiao Zissou and Su Linglong, while others remained bewildered, such as Han Weiwei and Mu Lingxiu. To them, mere satiety sufficed. What need had they for spiritual nourishment? Hu Yu recognized their lack of comprehension, his gaze sweeping towards a figure in the corner. "Guanli, could you elucidate this?" "Oh," Guanli, donned in a server's attire, responded as he wiped the stains from the table. "To put it simply, it is the false gold bestowed by those in power upon the lower classes. In more straightforward terms, it is akin to placing a pacifier in the mouth of a crying infant. It brings an end to their wails. To the child, the pacifier is a treasure. Yet to an adult, it is merely a means to an end." Upon finishing his task, Guanli wiped the table clean and turned to Han Weiwei, inquiring, "Teacher Han, Have you finalized the class schedule? What shall we study in the first lesson tomorrow? Oh, not yet. Please wait for me, Han Weiwei exclaimed, dashing back to her room. Her professional skills were commendable. However, she was still merely an intern, lacking formal experience. Were it not for Guan Li's timely reminder, she might have entirely forgotten this matter. The others observed Han Weiwei's hurried return to her room with amused smiles, saying nothing. Xiao Zissou, seeing this, also joined in to lend a hand. Previously, she had prepared a schedule based on her own knowledge, which was far from comprehensive. With a professional now involved, it was only natural that the plan would be refined. Boss, Shinshan approached Hu Yu. Which path do you think he will choose? If I were in his shoes, I would select neither of the two paths, but rather a third option. Huh? Shinshan responded, perplexed. This was understandable. He was an excellent bodyguard, but not a skilled schemer. Hu Yu gazed at the towering building of certain communications, noting, there are at least 1,000 individuals within. The fact that they have maintained their original social structure and continue to live orderly lives at this juncture is profoundly unsettling. Either they possess ample food and resources, allowing them to sustain their civilized state and carry on with their existence. The rules within have undergone a complete transformation, even amidst the onset of the apocalypse. The inhabitants wholly agree with and adhere to these new regulations. If it is the former, it can be easily accepted. However, if it is the latter, a flicker of apprehension crossed Hu Yu's gaze. That little tongue may be even more formidable than I had anticipated. Boss, are you suggesting they might retaliate against us? Su Zilong inquired, perplexed. As the saying goes, one might gamble and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, leading to a mutually beneficial outcome. Even if the gamble fails, they could utilize our resources to diminish their own losses. Why not seize the opportunity? Shinshan furrowed his brow, choosing silence as he turned to glance at Su Zilong. In that instant, both understood each other's thoughts. Prepare a contingency plan, just in case. Meanwhile, Hu Yu reclined on the sofa, savoring his exquisite afternoon tea. It must be noted that although the name Si Rue is somewhat commonplace, her prowess in crafting delicate pastries is truly exceptional. In merely 2 days, she had managed to prepare diverse flavors of snacks tailored to everyone aboard the ship. He lifted his teacup, relishing a sip of black tea, and continued to relish life. Simultaneously, within the confines of a certain building, Tung Hua returned to the edifice, where a throng had gathered around him, silently inquiring with their eyes for news. Further away, a group of office workers observed from a distance, hesitant to cross the invisible boundary, merely peeking curiously. Just as Hu Yu had surmised, this place was enveloped in a novel set of rules. Faced with the puzzled stares of the crowd, Tung Hua could only shake his head in resignation, prompting a simultaneous furrow of brows among them. What if we take decisive action? Amidst the crowd, a robust man spoke up. I am currently assembling a security team. Under the cover of night, we stand a good chance of mounting a surprise attack on the ship. They must have a substantial supply on board. Time is of the essence. Tung Hua furrowed his brow and remarked. The deadline given by the opposing side is 10 o'clock tonight. What about other resources? A woman clad in a tailored suit inquired. Women? Or gold? Neither will suffice. Tung Hua replied with a hint of resignation. After a moment of contemplation, he finally uttered, it seems we have no choice but to resort to that plan. The gathering fell into silence. After a considerable pause, a bespectacled balding man broke the stillness. Are you certain? That plan can only be utilized once, and afterwards, we will have to forfeit the 20th to 22nd floors. Absolutely. Tung Hua asserted decisively. That vessel is worth the risk. Even if it holds no resources, it will serve as our final trump card. After all, the rain has yet to cease, and no one can predict what may unfold next. Let us proceed to a vote. Tung Hua's gaze swept over the 6 individuals before him. If the majority agrees, we shall implement that plan. 7 individuals, including Ting Huan himself, swiftly raised 6 arms. The lone arm that remained down was due to someone already preparing for the endeavor. The plan was approved. Tung Hua walked towards the interior of the building. Begin your preparations. We tentatively schedule to execute the plan at 9:30 tonight. Understood. Evening. After the crowd had a simple dinner, the children began their evening self-study. Hu Yu originally intended to recruit a few individuals to join him in playing games, but the others were preoccupied with their own tasks. Shinshan was busy arranging defense and counterattack plans while also maintaining the weapons. Su Zilong was playing with the favor of the sea god by the ship's railing, with Zhao Zhong watching closely, fearing he might miss the chance to catch a big fish. Li Ji and Zhang Sirui had already commenced preparations for tomorrow's breakfast. With so many children present, they needed to prepare a meal for nearly 30 individuals, ensuring it was nutritionally balanced, which was no small feat. Xiao Zissou and Han Weiwei were engaged in discussions regarding the distribution of the class schedule, deliberating on how to arrange the daily timetable. It would hardly be fair to let Han Weiwei attend classes alone. Even capitalists should refrain from such exploitation. Mu Lingxiu was accompanying Bu, and with the assistance of Zhao's parents, had begun basic rehabilitation exercises. As for Su Linglong, ever since she learned about Hu Yu's plans to establish a city, she had immersed herself in seclusion, sketching the city's blueprints. She had just asked Hu Yu for 2 bottles of Bawang as a precaution. As for Elder Fong, there was no need to elaborate. He was the guardian of the greenhouse. One could only wonder when he would manage to cultivate the celestial beings. Despite the numerous individuals aboard the ship, it turned out that he and Enciener were the only ones with nothing to do. More accurately, he was the only one idle, as Enciener was unable to leave his side for his protection. Otherwise, she would likely have joined Shinshan in weapon maintenance. Alas, Hu Yu ultimately did not engage in playing games. He retrieved a beanbag chair and reclined beside a layer of decking, gazing up at the brightly lit Xinshuan building above him. The time was already 9:25 in the evening. There were 35 minutes remaining. If he was not mistaken, the other party should be descending shortly. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the air. Hu Yu immediately sprang from the beanbag chair. Searching for the source of the sound, he witnessed a window on the 21st floor shatter. Countless shards of glass, reflecting the light, cascaded down like raindrops. Almost simultaneously, a dark figure leapt from the window, hurtling towards the yacht. Bang! A violent tremor ensued, shaking the entire ocean's heart. What on earth was that? The darkness enveloped everything, compounded by the mist generated by the torrential rain, leaving Hu Yu unable to discern what was before him. Ding! Warning! Warning! The vessel is under attack. Shall the protective system be activated? The system's alert echoed. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Yu confirmed. Yet, another prompt soon followed. Target detected on the deck. Missiles, torpedoes, and naval guns are inoperative. Activating protective system to mitigate damage. Please eliminate the threat promptly, or unnecessary losses will ensue. Durability of ocean's heart is diminishing. 99. 98. What on earth? Is this truly your protective system? It seems rather inadequate. Boom. Several more sounds of shattering glass rang out. From the 20th to the 22nd floor, the glass on this side shattered almost simultaneously. A multitude of dark shapes plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the deck. The quantity was staggering, numbering in the dozens. Chapter 66. The Rampagers. What on earth is that? Not only Hu Yu, but everyone on the ship shared the same thought. Almost instantaneously, Hu Yu manipulated the vessel using the control panel, directing the searchlight towards the deck. In an instant, the entire deck was illuminated as brightly as day. What lay above was now unveiled to all. It was a person. No, to be precise, it was a humanoid monstrosity, much like Li Chang from before, but this group of creatures was far more terrifying. Each stood at least 2 meters tall, their bones protruding grotesquely, their forms immense, and their eyes glimmering with an eerie green light. The moment the searchlight illuminated them, all the monsters surged toward the first deck. Watch out, boss! Shinshan exclaimed in alarm. Fortunately, Enciener reacted swiftly, grabbing Hu Yu by the collar and pulling him back behind her just in time. At that moment, the first creature lunged forward. Enciener raised her leg and delivered a powerful kick. Her high heel pierced through its abdomen, simultaneously sending it flying several meters away, crashing into a few other creatures behind it. Bang! With a resounding thud, several monsters tumbled into a heap. Damn it, Hu Yu truly did not anticipate that Tung Hua possessed such a skill. Seizing the opportunity, he pulled an RPG from his spatial backpack, aiming directly at the horde of monsters and firing. Boom! Flames erupted. The creatures were instantly engulfed in fire. Hu Yu, struck by a stroke of inspiration, swiftly retrieved a barrel of fuel from his spatial bag. Initially, he intended to toss it directly, but upon testing its weight, he realized it was rather unwieldy. Thus, he handed it to Enciener. Throw it. Without a word, Enciener flung it away. The oil drum exploded amidst the horde of monsters, engulfing the yacht in a blaze of light. The creatures writhed and howled within the flames, lacking the time to wreak havoc upon the vessel, nor to flee the onslaught. Yet, the torrential rain continued to pour relentlessly. It was uncertain whether the fire would extinguish first or if the monsters would perish in the inferno. In any case, Inaction was not an option. Su Zilong. He has arrived. Su Zilong had been standing by, and the moment the monsters descended, he dashed to Hu Yu's side, poised for orders. Boss, what are your instructions? Have you prepared the items I requested? It has long been done. Initiate. Understood. Su Zilong responded promptly, taking his seat at the nearby computer to commence operations. Hu Yu had anticipated that the adversary would opt for the third route, and thus had made his own preparations. Did they truly believe they held the advantage? 3 seconds later, a swarm of drones armed with AKs ascended from the rear of the yacht, soaring directly towards the rooftop of a certain building, scanning thoroughly in all directions. Upon detecting any presence, they would open fire without hesitation. Boss. At this moment, Shinshan rushed over. He gazed at the flames consuming the deck and frowned, inquiring, shall I go over and eliminate them? Not yet. Hu Yu was not primarily concerned about the heart of the ocean. As long as the creatures refrained from launching an assault, the flames were insufficient to breach its defenses. His true worry lay in the possibility that these monsters could mutate through some form of contagion, thereby infecting the others aboard the ship. Therefore, it was best to maintain distance and avoid proximity as much as possible. Let us wait a little longer. We will assess the situation once the fire has subsided. At this moment, Xiao Zissou ascended from the second deck, accompanied by Han Weiwei and a group of children led by Guan Li. Stay back, Hu Yu cautioned, glancing over his shoulder with a furrowed brow. Stand at a distance and be careful. His concern was not for the children's curiosity about the strange entities, but rather their safety. Even though Shen Shan and the others were present, it was uncertain whether they could protect every child. For their safety, it was best to observe from afar. Xiao Zissou understood this rationale. Despite her fear as she beheld the monstrous silhouettes illuminated by the flames, her body trembling slightly, she positioned herself protectively in front of the children. Han Weiwei mirrored her actions. Amidst the torrential rain, the flames quickly extinguished. Once a multitude of creatures, only 3 remained standing. This was due to their trailing position. The RPG and fuel had spared them. The other monsters had been reduced to charred remnants, unable to approach the fire. Strangely enough, a faint aroma wafted through the air. Those aboard the vessel thought so, and the remaining monsters shared the sentiment. They hastened towards their fallen brethren, crouched down, and began to feast ravenously. Each bite, each swallow, exuded an untamed primal ferocity. Boss. Shin Shan's voice broke through the moment, as he hefted the RPG onto his shoulder. I understand, Hu Yu replied, his brow still knitted in contemplation. Wait for what? For these creatures to devour every morsel on the deck? Shen Shan and Su Zilong exchanged glances, finding mutual confusion in each other's eyes. While Hu Yu continued to fixate on the 3 remaining monsters on the deck, he was indeed waiting for them to finish their meal. Firstly, it ensured that no carcasses would be left on the deck, preventing the risk of contamination by those creatures during cleanup. Secondly, he wished to observe this entity a little longer. Every monster shared the same size and stature. Surely the virus could not only infect humans taller than 2 meters? A terrifying hypothesis brewed in Hu Yu's mind, yet he dared not confirm it, opting instead to observe further. In less than a minute, the swarm of drones had patrolled from the 50th floor to the 48th. Meanwhile, the 3 monsters had devoured every last morsel of flesh on the deck. They stood motionless, drenched in the torrential rain, seemingly savoring the remnants of their recent feast. A roar reverberated through the air. The trio of monsters simultaneously locked their gaze onto the people within the cabin, the intent behind their eyes unmistakably clear. I am still hungry. The 3 monsters charged forth in unison. Without needing Hu Yu to issue a command, the RPGs wielded by Shin Shan and Siener and himself fired in succession, striking the 3 monsters with precision. Boom! The shells detonated. Yet this time, they did not get blown away. Instead, they stood their ground, enduring the impact of the shell. What on earth? Have they evolved after consuming a meal? How are we to contend with this? The panel. During previous encounters with monsters, he had either been separated by a screen or the moments had been too hurried for him to examine their panels. Perhaps the key to overcoming them lay therein. Hu Yu directed his gaze at the foremost monster, and in an instant, its panel information materialized before him. Little did he know, upon viewing it, he was rendered utterly speechless. Title: The Rampager, Mutation 2, Type: Human Status, Injured Description: A grotesque creature of the 2nd stage, mutated from humanity. Scientifically speaking, it can no longer be classified as human. A more fitting term would be subhuman. Remark: what? Is there reproductive isolation between it and humans? Perhaps you should try to find out yourself? The second stage. This implies there may be a third stage as well. Oh no. This creature has consumed a considerable amount of its own kind. It cannot possibly. Roar. Another roar echoed. The rampager that had feasted the most among the three suddenly crouched down, its muscles and bones rearranging in a bizarre manner, accompanied by unsettling sounds. Hurry. Kill it. Chapter 67. Who will take charge? In the instant Hu Yu shouted, the creature known as the rampager turned abruptly and lunged at the other two rampagers behind it, beginning to gnaw at them. Shinshan and Xian simultaneously raised their RPGs, aiming and pulling the triggers. The explosive sounds rang out one after another. The rampager, which had been dominating the other two, was gradually overpowered by them due to the RPG explosions. After all, it had not yet undergone its third mutation. It was merely stronger than the other two to a certain extent. The two rampagers retaliated, pinning it down and incessantly biting at it. Seizing this opportunity, Hu Yu and the others unleashed multiple RPGs, annihilating all three rampagers together. Minutes later, the deck finally fell silent. However, things were heating up upstairs. As more and more people began to notice the presence of the drones, they rushed down from the upper floors. Panic and shrieks suddenly engulfing the entire building of a certain company. Hu Yu raised his gaze towards the edifice, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Now, it was they who ought to be frightened. He pondered whether Tinghua was still present. Perhaps the individual seeking to negotiate with him later would be someone else entirely. Minutes passed, and the cacophony of screams and roars finally reached the 24th floor. Boss Hu, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. TSK. Hu Yu clicked his tongue. He was not particularly pleased. After all, the one who had just spoken was Tinghua. That fellow was still alive. A misunderstanding? Nonsense. Hu Yu disregarded the man as the drone squad continued its relentless onslaught. Boss Hu, we were wrong. The deal can proceed. Whatever you desire, just speak up. A deal? Huh. Is that still the crux of the matter? Hu Yu maintained his smile, gazing at the illuminated 24th floor of the building. He knew that even if a telescope were not readily available, the resources of this building could easily manufacture one. Clearly, they could see him. Thus, he decided to do something. He reclined back onto the lazy sofa, crossed his legs, and, with an expression akin to that of someone observing a pet, mouthed a phrase, "Kneel and beg me." As the words fell, a figure on the 24th floor indeed knelt down, fervently bowing towards below. Please, stop this at once. I beg you. The sounds of his desperate bows were drowned out by the rain and the gunfire. Hu Yu glanced at Su Zilong, who immediately understood and ceased the drone's sweeping operation. The wails gradually subsided. Tenghua's voice resonated once more. Thank you, Boss Hu. Your magnanimity is commendable. However, Hu Yu remained silent, refraining from opening the cabin door. Instead, he turned to Su Zilong, instructing, You must maneuver a drone to the greenhouse and advise Elder Fong to remain indoors for the time being. The commotion outside could potentially expose him to infection. Understood. Su Zilong responded, swiftly operating the communication drone to relay the message. Meanwhile, Hu Yu activated the vessel's communication system, addressing the entire building of Sumex. The transaction may proceed. The words echoed through the loudspeakers, igniting excitement among the crowd, particularly for Tenghua, who suddenly grasped the enormity of what he had been missing. If he could board this ship, he would no longer have to fret over his livelihood nor manipulate power dynamics. In the face of life, power is utterly trivial. This realization instantly awakened his survival instinct. As long as he could board this vessel, he would not hesitate to sell everything within the Sumex building, including all that he possessed or did not possess. Yet, a lingering note of caution remained. Clearly, the continuation of the transaction hinged on one condition. He must tidy up this mess. It was evident to all who the Yu referred to, within the Sumex building. Every gaze fell upon Tinghua. He hastily knelt and bowed several times, exclaiming, Thank you, Mr. Hu. Thank you, Mr. Hu. Rest assured, I shall resolve this matter at once. Having spoken, Tinghua finally rose to his feet and turned to face those behind him. His gaze fell upon several robust young men, and his expression had transformed entirely from before. You, and you, he commanded, pointing to two groups. Board the ship at once and dispose of those items into the water. Each of you will receive 20 merit points. The two groups exchanged glances, silent and unresponsive. In the past, they would have eagerly scrambled for the promised merit points. After all, 10 points could secure a hearty meal, and 20 points would suffice for 2 days' worth of sustenance. Yet now, They were paralyzed by fear and reluctance. The fear stemmed from the threat posed by the mutants, while their reluctance was rooted in Tung Hua's earlier misjudgment. Such a grave error could prove fatal. Not a single fool among them failed to comprehend the potential consequences that loomed ahead. "Is my authority rendered ineffective?" he questioned, his voice laced with incredulity. A female voice interjected, belonging to the woman who had participated in the earlier voting. She was the sole female among the decision-making group. "As a leader, you are evidently unfit." "Lin Su, what do you mean?" Tung Hua's brows furrowed as he pointed towards the others. "The vote was a collective one. You all participated in the decision. It was not solely my choice." "But it was your proposal," Lin Su retorted, raising her right hand. "Now, I propose we appoint a new leader, removing Tung Hua from the decision-making committee and selecting another individual to join the leadership. Those in leadership positions, raise your hands if you agree." In an instant, 32 individuals raised their hands in unison. The sole exception was Tung Hua. The decision passed unanimously. Lin Su announced the result, adjusting her glasses perched on her nose. "Tung Hua, according to the rules, you have been expelled from the decision-making group and leadership. It is now your responsibility to soothe that individual's wrath." You all, fine? Very well." Tung Hua's expression gradually morphed into a sinister grimace. Yet, he had anticipated such a scenario. Was this not merely a palace coup? "Now, let us see if you possess the courage to bear the consequences of your actions." He extracted a vial of green reagent from his pocket. Before he could utter a word, the mere exposure of the reagent caused everyone to recoil a step back. "Tung Hua, what are you planning?" "Planning? What do you think?" Tung Hua retorted, "If I am no longer part of the decision-making group, then the very existence of that group and the leadership loses its significance. Come, let me see who dares to expel me. Speak up." Bang! Before Tung Hua could finish his sentence, a bullet shot through the window, piercing his forehead. You all, say." As Tung Hua fell, a drone armed with an AK appeared before the crowd. On it sat a man on a recliner, gazing at them through a small screen. His voice resonated amidst the sound of rain. "Now, who holds the authority?" Chapter 68, A Promise I Do. Lin Su stepped forward with remarkable composure. Her position in the decision-making group had only been slightly subordinate to Tung Hua's, and now that she had ascended, none dared to challenge her authority. Hu gazed through the screen, observing that no one opposed him, and he subtly nodded in acknowledgement. With a calm demeanor, he spoke. "The database, rest assured. I will arrange for it to be delivered to your vessel promptly. The deck, we shall find individuals to tidy it up immediately." He smiled and nodded, for he held a fondness for intelligent individuals, particularly those who were obedient. "What is your name?" "Lin Su," she replied, immediately bowing in gratitude. "Thank you for saving us. If possible, may I come aboard to express my thanks personally?" "Let us first attend to the matters at hand," Hu responded, casually ending the communication. Soon, the building of a certain messaging service buzzed with activity under the watchful eye of drones. 12 young women were dispatched to the 20th floor, brandishing writing boards, seeking permission to board the ship for cleaning duties. Among these 12, the least attractive surpassed Yuanqiu by a considerable margin. Had they encountered vessels where one could barter their physical form for passage, there would have been at least an 80% chance of boarding. Alas, the Ocean's Heart was not such a ship. Hu lowered the gangway, supervising their efforts to cleanse the deck via drone surveillance, and promptly issued an eviction order. Regardless of the skill level of these women or their qualifications for boarding, the moment they came into contact with the corpses of the rampaging individuals, Hu could not permit them to remain on the ship. Once they had thoroughly cleaned the area and disposed of the bodies into the water, Hu commanded their departure without hesitation. As the remains sank beneath the surface, a shadow glided below, consuming the corpses with ease. Unfortunately, the darkness rendered the scene invisible to any observer. Ding! With a crisp sound echoing, several notifications suddenly flashed before Hu's eyes. For reasons unknown, the favorability of all adult women aboard the ship surged by varying degrees of 5 to 10 points. The least increase was observed in Xiao Zissou, who already held the highest favorability, while the most significant rise was surprisingly noted in Su Linglong. It appeared that her naivety had been completely remedied, and she was now evolving towards the archetype of a dark lotus flower. Meanwhile, a total of 24 storage units were being transported from the 50th floor to the 20th. Aided by the efforts of over 100 individuals, numerous others were engaged in a relay, hastening their descent. Nevertheless, it took nearly an hour to successfully transfer these storage units to the 20th floor. It was imperative to avoid water contact with these items, preventing direct transportation to the deck. Hu understood this necessity but refrained from rushing to retrieve the items. Instead, he opened the hatch, signaling for Lin Su to come over. In less than a minute, Lin Su arrived, stepping down the gangway in her glossy high heels and professional attire. Hu instinctively glanced at her profile. Her skills and personality appeared conventional, suggesting she had previously been part of a certain organization. The only noteworthy aspect was her character, thick-skinned and cunning. Such individuals willingly forsake their dignity and composure, honing their superficial efforts to perfection. Once they seize an opportunity, their methods can be ruthlessly merciless, leaving no room for compromise. Dealing with such a person is far more perilous than contending with a petty individual. Coupled with her recent display of fierce tactics, it seemed that this matter would not be easily resolved. Lin Su stepped through the hatch, and the first thing she did was bow in apology. I sincerely regret the inconvenience caused to you. It was our oversight. To express our contrition, aside from the database, please let us know what else you require, and we shall provide it free of charge. We are amenable to any conditions. Intriguingly, Hu remained reclined on his comfortable sofa, inquiring, do you know what conditions I discussed with Tinghua at that time? I would appreciate your guidance. Besides the database, I also require another building belonging to a certain company. To this end, I offered him 2 options, yet he chose a third. Lin Su kept her head bowed in silence. Even upon hearing some shocking revelations, she refrained from questioning. This aspect, indeed, rendered her far more obedient than Tinghua. Would you like to know what those 2 options were? I am all ears. The first option was that I could leave with him. That would be his tragedy. The second option was that I could instruct him on how to survive in the apocalyptic world with the group behind you. How infuriating! Lin Su exclaimed in anger. Either of those paths would not have led to the current predicament. Had I been present then, I would never have risked attempting to seize the ship. Alas! At that time, it was Tinghua in power, not I. I shall not grant you either of those options. Hu's voice echoed once more. A flicker of regret crossed Lin Su's eyes, yet she promptly lowered her head. Of course, whether it is the database or the soon building you desire, both serve as our token of apology. There is no need for any transaction between us. However, there does exist another proposition. I wonder if Miss Lin might be interested. You may proceed, Lin Su replied, raising her gaze with a glimmer of anticipation. A promise. Hu turned his attention toward Lin Su. Should our paths cross again in the future, I hope we can greet each other as friends. Lin Su was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded, that is certainly the case. Regardless of any potential transaction, we shall remain friends. This was an unavoidable solution. The database remained within the building, and to ensure its protection from the rain, Hu had no choice but to make the trip himself, to eliminate any risk. He could not eliminate Lin Su. Thus, by engaging in a transaction and extending a gesture of goodwill, he could retrieve the database, even if it required relinquishing something inconsequential. It mattered not. Yet, he could never afford to bring such a risk aboard. Therefore, striking a deal with her was undeniably the most prudent choice. Very well. As Hu spoke, he rose from the recliner. Clear the 20th floor, and I shall bring my team to accompany you. Moments later, you shall discover the nature of our agreement. The 20th floor has already been vacated. Lin Su replied, making her way toward the cabin door, umbrella in hand. Waiting at the entrance. If you do not mind, Mr. Hu, allow me to hold the umbrella for you. This was a subtle probe of his intentions. Friendship comes in various forms. Some are merely acquaintances, while others are true companions. To attain the latter, Hu must demonstrate additional value. All right, Hu replied, glancing back at Shinshan before striding towards Lin Su, who was holding an umbrella. The majority of the umbrella's canopy shielded Hu, leaving only a small portion for herself, allowing the rain to soak her shoulders. Shinshan and Enciener hurriedly followed behind. The quartet made their way into a certain building where they encountered 24 storage devices with no one else in sight. Lin Su folded her umbrella and stood silently beside them, showing no inclination to inquire. Had it been Tinghua, he would have likely approached by now, eager to offer assistance and discern how Hu intended to transport the items. Hu remained silent as well, curious to see how long Lin Su could endure the suspense. He stepped forward and placed his hand upon one of the storage devices. Chapter 69, Zilong Come. Fishing. Collect. The storage device vanished into his spatial backpack. In an instant, Lin Su's pupils widened in astonishment. She had witnessed magic tricks before, yet she understood that even the most intricate illusions rely on mechanisms and visual misdirection. But now, that was a storage device nearly 2 meters high. Mechanism? Impossible. Visual misdirection? Unthinkable. Could it be an illusion? Was she hypnotized or drugged? In confusion, Lin Su could only watch as each of the 24 storage devices disappeared before her eyes. No matter how she scrutinized the scene, she could not discern the reason for their vanishing. Yet at this moment, she would not inquire about the reasons behind the disappearance of the storage devices. When the last one vanished, Lin Su remained rooted in place, devoid of any movement. But you turned to her, a smile gracing his lips. Aren't you curious about how they disappeared? Will you enlighten me? I shall not. Thus, I will refrain from asking. Lin Su replied with a smile. You are more astute than Tung Hua. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Hu. As Hu Yu proceeded towards the gangway, he made no mention of the transaction. It was only once he ascended the gangway that he turned to face Lin Su, who remained behind. Today marks the 11th day. By the 18th, the water level will continue to rise at an astonishing rate. This will persist until the 49th day, when the torrential rain will cease. And Blue Star will truly become the Blue Star in every sense. This is the path he referred to. Lin Su, being an intelligent individual, had her pupils widen once again after absorbing his words. She had prepared herself for the deluge to engulf the entirety of the certain information building. Yet she had not anticipated such an extent of rainfall. This had been the worst outcome she could imagine, but it now appeared that things could only worsen. Thank you. Lin Su immediately bowed her head. Mr. Hu, I am grateful for your guidance. It is of great significance to me. This is merely a transaction, no need for thanks. As we are, after all, friends, Hu Yu replied with a smile. Indeed, friends. Lin Su extended her hands willingly. Farewell, Mr. Hu. Hu Yu grasped her hand in return. Farewell. He ascended the gangway and returned to the deck, where the heart of the ocean activated. Under the watchful gaze of Lin Su and others within the building of a certain corporation, it made its way to the front of another edifice. With a mere gesture, the entire structure vanished in an instant. In its place emerged thousands of individuals struggling for survival upon the water's surface. Look, what is that? The building. It's gone. A miracle. Truly a miracle. The crowd inside the corporate building exclaimed in astonishment. Even some atheists began to reconsider their previous beliefs. Lin Su was no exception. Standing at the window on the 20th floor, she observed the unfolding events with clarity. A sensation of having survived a catastrophe surged within her. Thank goodness. She had chosen a path far removed from that of Tung Hua, opting instead for a humble demeanor. Otherwise, that individual capable of erasing a building was certainly capable of doing the same to another, perhaps among those now floundering in the water. She could have been one of them. Exhaling a breath of relief, Lin Su hastily recalled the words previously spoken by Hu Yu. It was time to prepare for certain eventualities. She promptly retrieved her walkie-talkie, assembled the decision-making team for an urgent meeting. Understood. For those below, those who could swim over would be rescued, while those who could not would be left behind. Got it. As Lin Su turned to ascend the building, she caught sight of a slender shadow gliding toward the crowd. What was that? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, dozens of individuals were suddenly dragged beneath the waves. In the dim light, only a serpent's head was discernible. Emergency alert. Emergency alert. Lin Su immediately seized the walkie-talkie. Everyone, move to the 25th. No, the 35th floor. Quickly. The inhabitants of the certain news building immediately sprang into action. However, that colossal serpent seemed indifferent to their plight. It devoured the majority of the humans swimming on the surface and then swam toward the direction of the departing yacht. Its target appeared to be that very yacht. Lin Su had already reached the 35th floor. She gazed at the dark shadow behind the yacht, her brow furrowed. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to use the radio equipment to send a message. Meanwhile, aboard the yacht, Su Zilong, busy organizing data, was taken aback when he heard a voice crackle through the radio. He immediately picked up the headset and quickly deciphered the message. Without hesitation, he abandoned his task and rushed to the first level of the cabin, seeking Hu Yu. Not good. Boss Hu, take a look at this. Hu Yu furrowed his brow, halting his late-night snack preparations. The information was succinct, merely 8 characters long. A snake is following you. A snake. Could it be that one? Ji Gu, the searchlight. Quickly, Hu Yu set aside his snack and dashed toward the stern of the boat. Shen Shan and Su Zilong followed closely behind, while Li Ji rushed to the control room, directing the searchlight towards the rear of the vessel. The intense beam illuminated the water's surface, revealing only a vague shadow gliding beneath. The moment the light struck it, The creature sank, seemingly evading something, vanishing beneath the waves in an instant. It truly is following us. You had not anticipated that this creature would pursue them from such a distance. It enjoys following, does it? Very well. Let us see if it can keep up. He picked up the intercom. Jigo, could you inquire about the maximum speed the old Wang and his crew can achieve? I have already asked. The maximum is 12 knots, but since they are using an older passenger vessel, they cannot maintain it for long. Li Ji promptly replied. 12 knots. Our current cruising speed is merely 10 knots. If we increase it by 20%, that serpent will likely still be able to keep pace. Instead, let us push it to the limit. Have them board the yacht. Puyu immediately made his way towards the deck. Upon reaching the deck, he encountered the 7 members of old Wang's crew approaching him. He nodded in acknowledgement, a silent greeting, before swiftly stowing the passenger vessel into his spatial backpack. Everything was set. Puyu returned to the cabin and addressed Li Ji. Set the speed to maximum. Full speed ahead. 10 knots? We haven't even unlocked half the potential of the ocean's heart. Let us disregard the ship's limitations and push for a full 20 knots. Let us see if that serpent can keep up. Understood. Li Ji responded, immediately commencing navigation toward the destination at full throttle. The ocean's heart glided across the water, creating ripples upon the surface. Yet, those aboard the vessel seemed utterly oblivious, as if everything was proceeding normally. Seizing the moment, Puyu discreetly passed the favor of the sea god into Su Zilong's hands. Not only did he wish to evade the serpent, but he also intended to toy with it. Zilong, come, let us fish. Su Zilong. Chapter 70. Harvest of the Night, July 25th. 12 days have passed since the advent of the apocalypse. The water level remains steadfast at 50 meters. Last night, the group gathered to deliberate, speculating that the water from higher altitudes flows down to lower ones, rendering the entire low-lying area a drainage outlet for the elevated regions. Consequently, once the water levels in both terrains equalize, the water surface will ascend at an accelerated pace. After listening for a while, Puyu turned and retired to bed. To him, everything appeared predetermined. Rather than engaging in such discussions, it was more prudent to contemplate what might transpire following the torrential rains. If his memory served him correctly, just before his demise in the previous life, he vaguely glimpsed the sun. Yet, having endured such torment, he could not ascertain whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. Puyu chose not to disclose this to them, aiming to spare them from harboring an illusory hope. If such hope were to ultimately shatter, it would be far better to remain devoid of it. At 8 in the morning, Puyu opened his eyes, turned to gaze out the porthole at the fleeting scenery, and stretched languidly. He had amassed 3 more eggs. Perfect. It was time for another triple opening. Puyu scanned his surroundings, confirming that Enciener was not nearby, and promptly made his way to the balcony, ready to hatch the eggs. Previously, in this auspicious spot, he had successfully opened 3 remarkable items at once. This time, he did not seek anything legendary. At the very least, a few skill books would suffice. 3 black eggs lay aligned on the porthole. Puyu raised his hand and tapped the leftmost black egg. A flash of white light erupted. He distinctly sensed something amiss and surmised it was likely nothing pleasant. However, when he cast his gaze downward at the porthole, he was momentarily rendered speechless. Empty. Aside from the vanishing eggshell, there was naught but desolation outside the window. What does this signify? Is this black egg truly void of contents? Ding. As if in response to his bewilderment, an alert chimed in his ear. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Fresh Air 1. Name: Fresh Air, Common. Type: Item effect. Provides oxygen necessary for survival. Note: this air seems to have deteriorated. No, someone is surreptitiously passing gas. Puyu? Fresh air? How dare this thing be crammed into the black egg? Why not just add a drop of fresh water instead? With a face full of exasperation, Puyu steadied his emotions. It's fine. It's fine. There are still 2 more. Let us consider this a warm-up. He struck again. The second black egg shattered, revealing yet again a glimmering white light. Puyu's heart sank. As long as it wasn't more fresh air, he could bear it. He glanced down and beheld a sprig of grass resting on the table. Lush and green. It resembled something freshly plucked from the expansive pastures of Hulunber. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Fresh Grass 1. Name: Fresh Grass. Common. Type: Plant effect. Provides nutrients for herbivorous creatures. Note: if you wish to use this as chewing gum, I cannot stop you. Well then, 2 consecutive disappointments. Puyu left the 3rd black egg unopened and took it with him to the restroom. The current porthole's aura was decidedly unfavorable. Let us try a different location. He first performed a brief ablution, then placed the black egg before the mirror, clasped his hands in prayer, and subsequently cracked it open. In that moment, a burst of purple light erupted. Yu lowered his gaze and beheld a skill book floating before him. Finally, he had obtained something worthwhile. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have acquired a Universal Perfect Skill Book 1. Name: Universal Perfect Skill Book Type. Skill Book Effect. Upon use, it randomly enhances one of your skills to a perfect level. Note: look, approaching us now is a contestant endowed with the perfect skill of flawless excretion. This item seems excessively reliant on luck. It appears that although he has changed locations and experienced a stroke of fortune, he has not completely transformed into a lucky individual. Just as the note describes, what if he randomly acquires an embarrassing skill? That would be no different from having nothing at all. He might even have to worry about being discovered. However, as the saying goes, since he is already here, he cannot refrain from learning, can he? It's a gamble. You silently resolve to use it. The skill book transformed into a stream of purple light and integrated into his body, followed by an immediate notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill Perfect Fishing. Note: your physical fitness and bodily capabilities will automatically elevate to the level required to master this skill. Not too shabby. At least he did not randomly obtain an absurd skill related to excretion. Yu splashed cold water on his face and had just stepped out of his bedroom when he heard the sound of children reading aloud not far away. That location was a classroom that had been designated only recently. It seemed that the curriculum was gradually falling into place. This invigorating atmosphere felt truly delightful. He made his way to the cabin and just in time spotted Zhao Zhong, who was stationed at the fishing spot. Where is Zilong? Boss? Zhao Zhong raised his head to greet and chuckled helplessly. Zilong was utterly exhausted yesterday, so I have come to take over. Indeed, he had spent the entire night fishing. Yu was momentarily taken aback. His suggestion for Su Zilong to fish had merely been a jest, intended for a brief diversion. It had not actually lasted all night. Zilong had likely ceased around 4 in the morning. However, it seemed he would never want to touch that fishing rod again. Yu was puzzled. What do you mean by that? You will understand once you take a look in the warehouse, Zhao Zhong replied, casting a glance at the fishing rod. So shall we fish now? Not just yet. Yu casually stowed away the favor of the sea god and made his way directly to the warehouse. If Su Zilong had been so thoroughly worn out, it was likely that there were considerable surprises awaiting him inside. He instinctively glanced at the interface of the heart of the ocean and was immediately astonished. His experience bar was just 10 points shy of leveling up. This meant he needed to catch 10 more fish for the heart of the ocean to ascend to legendary quality. What had Su Zilong been up to last night? Upon arriving at the warehouse, he discovered that Old Wang and Little Lure were guarding the entrance. Good morning, Boss Hu. Old Wang greeted him promptly. You're up early. Early to bed and early to rise is beneficial for health. Yu responded politely. What brings you here? Regarding the warehouse, Old Wang replied quickly. Mr. Shin said that the items inside are of great importance, and it would be ill-fated if a child were to wander in. A few of my brothers and I had nothing to do, so we came to stand watch. Thank you for your efforts. Yu gently patted Old Wang's shoulder and suggested, shall we have breakfast together later? Old Wang responded with a hearty smile. They had grown weary of the fish served aboard the ship. He did not expect to truly embark on this vessel, but merely improving their meals occasionally was quite satisfactory. Little Lu quickly bowed and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Boss Hu. It's a small matter. If you perform well, there's certainly a chance to board the ship. Yu replied casually, sketching an imaginary plan as he strode towards the warehouse. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Now he understood why his luck with the eggs today had been so dismal. It turned out that all his good fortune had been spent on the fishing rod. Chapter 71. Let me perform a magic trick skill books. A dozen skill books lay piled upon the table. Though their quality was indiscernible, Yu was certain they were indeed skill books. He never anticipated that he could reel in such treasures without personally catching the fish. He immediately stepped forward, ushering Zhao Zhong into the warehouse and shutting the door behind them, deliberately leaving Old Wang and Little Lu outside. It was a precaution. Given that Old Wang and Little Lu's favorability was only around 20, it was crucial that they remained unaware of the skill books. Ensuring the warehouse door was securely closed, Yu turned to Zhao Zhong and inquired, are these all caught by Zilong? Yes, Zhao Zhong replied with a nod, his expression slightly perplexed. Boss, do you recognize these books? It was evident from Hu Yu's astonishment that he was familiar with these volumes. Only someone who recognized them would display such surprise. Wait, you all don't know what these are? Hu Yu exclaimed in disbelief. The title of the skill book could simply be inscribed on the cover. With just a glance, one would likely ascertain its purpose. However, as you mentioned, the symbols inscribed are unfamiliar to us. We only recognize it as a book. Unfamiliar? Is it possible that a product of the system comes with a camouflage feature? Does this imply that they are unable to utilize the skill books produced by the system? Hu Yu casually picked up a skill book and glanced at it. Ordinary singing. He turned to Zhao Zhong and inquired, Brother Zhong, can you sing? Well, Zhao Zhong replied with a wry smile and shook his head. I have been tone deaf since childhood. The only time I can manage to raise my voice is when singing battle songs, and if I attempt any other songs, they would surely say I sound like a banshee. Perfect, it's you. Hu Yu playfully slapped the skill book onto Zhao Zhong. A flash of white light enveloped them, identical to the phenomenon that occurred when he initially used the skill book. It must have worked. To be certain, Hu Yu glanced at Zhao Zhong's interface and indeed, an ordinary singing skill had been added to his repertoire. With a hint of excitement, Hu Yu urged him, Brother Zhong, give singing a try. Boss Hu, is that really appropriate? I assure you, my singing is quite dreadful. Just give it a shot. Hu Yu coaxed, don't you wish to discover what this book contains? Sing a couple of lines, and I shall reveal it to you. Very well. Zhao Zhong acquiesced, and then began to sing. He said, in the midst of wind and rain, this little pain is nothing. After just a single line, both Hu Yu and Zhao Zhong widened their eyes in astonishment. It may not have been melodious, yet it was far from the wailing of a banshee. It appeared that the skill book was indeed effective for them. Boss Hu, what is happening here? Zhao Zhong was aware of Hu Yu's extraordinary abilities. Yet he could hardly fathom the extent to which Hu Yu could alter the human physique. Even someone as tone-deaf as himself could sing melodiously. Hu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he produced yet another skill book. Mastery and debate, another skill that Zhao Zhong lacked. He extended the skill book towards Zhao Zhong, saying, give this a try. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Zhong slapped the skill book against himself, mirroring the position and force Hu Yu had just employed. However, the skill book remained firmly in his grasp. Hu Yu nodded slightly, realizing that this skill book could only be activated when he used it on another. This was indeed advantageous, as it could prevent unnecessary complications. He immediately turned to rummage through the pile of skill books, eager to discover any delightful surprises. There were a total of 16 skill books. Among them, 14 were ordinary skills, common foundational abilities encountered in daily life, such as organization and cleaning. The remaining 2 were mastery in debate and mastery in painting. At present, these held little practical value. Utilizing these skills would be a waste for most individuals. They would serve no purpose, except perhaps for young children, who could maximize their effectiveness. Yet, one particular skill book captivated Hu Yu's attention instantly. Ordinary running. This skill book had the potential to enhance physical fitness and attributes. If he could bestow this skill book upon Bu Bu. Without a second thought, Hu Yu gathered all the skill books into his spatial storage, leaving only the ordinary running book in hand, and hurried towards the door. Quick, we must find Bu Bu. Zhao Zhong was momentarily taken aback, but then as if recalling something, he hurried to the warehouse to open the door. Bu Bu is in the classroom. I shall seek out Brother Shan and the others. All right, Hu Yu replied, not forgetting to remind, gather in the reception room on the first floor, and do not disclose what may transpire. He understood that at such a moment, if Shin Shan were absent, it could lead to a lifetime of regret. Yet, whether Bu Bu could rise was still uncertain in Hu Yu's mind. Therefore, it was perhaps best not to inform him. Understood, Zhao Zhong responded, immediately rushing towards the second deck cabin. Hu Yu paused for a moment, glancing at Old Wang. Old Wang, continue to guard this place. Ensure that no one else approaches. Understood. Old Wang showed no signs of unease. It seemed he had not eavesdropped, nor was he aware of the matter concerning the skill book. It was prudent to exercise caution in such matters. Following the sounds of morning reading, Hu Yu made his way to the classroom. As he pushed the door open, he found Bu Bu seated in the front row, reciting verses from the blackboard alongside Han Weiwei. It appeared to be a language class. Boss Hu? Han Weiwei exclaimed, taken aback. Is there something you need? I am here to find Bu Bu, Hu Yu replied as he entered the classroom, maneuvering Bu Bu's wheelchair towards the exit. You all continue. Do not mind us. By the way, where is Zissou? Teacher Xiao is taking a break this class. She should be over by the tea station. Very well. My apologies for the interruption, Hu Yu responded, gently pushing Bu Bu out of the classroom. Brother Hu, Bu looked up at Hu Yu with a sweet smile, reminiscent of a delectable egg tart. What brings you to me? She inquired. Soon, Bu would find out. Hu Yu chuckled, teasingly withholding information as he guided Bu towards the tea room. In such matters, should there be any failure, the presence of a professional was essential. He hesitated to trouble the esteemed Xiao parents, fearing that an abrupt mishap might unsettle their nerves, so he opted to seek out Xiao Zissou instead. Upon entering the tea room, Hu Yu spotted Xiao Zissou, who was busy preparing for her lesson. She appeared somewhat anxious in her current state. Oh, Teacher Xiao, engrossed in your preparations? Xiao Zissou turned to Hu Yu, her gaze shifting to Bu. What are you doing here during class time? I have something for you. Hu Yu replied casually. You'll accompany me shortly. Where are we going? What for? You'll find out once we arrive, Hu Yu said, leading the way to the first-level cabin. Xiao Zissou, bewildered, had no choice but to follow. The trio arrived at the reception hall, where Shinshan, Li Ji, and Encianer were already waiting. Even Su Zilong had been forcibly roused, slumped on the sofa with dark circles under his eyes. Upon seeing Hu Yu and Bu approaching, he immediately voiced his complaints. I say, Boss Hu, what is going on this early in the morning? I have no desire to fish again. Not fishing, but I shall perform a magic trick for you, Hu Yu declared, promptly placing a skill book for running upon Bu's shoulder. Chapter 72, Running. A flash of white light illuminated the room as the skill book vanished from Bu's shoulder. Everyone was utterly perplexed, unaware of what had transpired. Zhao Zhong's eyes, however, shimmered with hope, though he found himself at a loss for words, anxiously gazing ahead. Bu, seated in a wheelchair, tilted her head in confusion and queried. Brother Hu Yu, what kind of magic is this? I can't comprehend it. Exactly. Su Zilong chimed in, unusually supportive, and immediately attempted to rise. Boss Hu, if there's nothing else, I shall return to catch up on sleep. You have no idea how challenging those fish are to catch. I must have lost my mind too. Shoo. Hu Yu raised a finger to his lips, urging silence among the crowd. The magic has yet to conclude. The onlookers exchanged glances, and Su Zilong, who had just begun to stand, resignedly reclined back onto the sofa. They were eager to witness what he would conjure next. Bu, Hu Yu squatted beside the wheelchair, gently encouraging Bu, try to see if you can stand. As soon as he spoke, the eyes of the spectators widened in astonishment. Naturally, they all hoped for Bu's recovery, yet none anticipated such rapid progress. It was known that the prognosis given by Zhao's father suggested recovery would take at least 2 to 3 years. Hu Yu? Xiao Zissou furrowed her brow, exclaiming, What are you doing? Bu is still in the recovery phase. How could she possibly? Her words remained unfinished as Bu, with both hands gripping the armrests, stood up from the wheelchair. Even she herself found it hard to believe, let alone the onlookers. Bu, Shinshan exclaimed in astonishment, rushing forward to embrace her. The others, witnessing the scene, immediately converged around her. Xiao Zissou immediately regained her composure, stepping forward and raising her hand to halt the crowd. Do not move. Everyone, remain still. With her status as a doctor, the onlookers froze in place, left only to observe. Xiao Zissou quickly knelt down and inquired of Bu, do you feel any discomfort at the moment? Bu, puffing out her cheeks in contemplation, blushed and leaned in close to Xiao Zissou's ear, whispering in a voice audible only to the two of them, Sister, I need to use the restroom. Come, sit back down. I shall take you there, Xiao Zissou replied, preparing to push the wheelchair. Wait, Hu Yu interjected, blocking her. Since Bu can stand, it signifies that the skill has been successfully acquired. Her body has indeed undergone transformation. Now, we must ascertain the extent of this change. He shielded Bu and continued, Bu, why not try to walk there by yourself? Xiao Zissou was about to voice her concerns, but hesitated, recalling Hu Yu's extraordinary abilities. Perhaps he could indeed work wonders and heal Bu's injuries directly. All right, Bu responded, not having forgotten the act of walking, which had been hindered by her gunshot wound resulting in partial paralysis. Recalling the long-forgotten sensation, Bu tentatively took a step forward. It was as if her body had awakened to some latent memory, propelling her straight towards the restroom without a hint of hesitation. The crowd stood in stunned silence. What happened to simply walking? She had transformed into a runner. Bu, slow down. Xiao Zissou was the first to snap back to reality and hurriedly followed, with the others trailing closely behind. Yet the restroom is merely a 10-meter distance away. By the time the crowd reached the door, Bu had already dashed inside. The sound of the door closing echoed through the air. Bu, are you all right? Shun Shan inquired with concern, mirrored by the anxious expressions of the others, particularly Hu Yu, who feared that Bubu might be overwhelmed and cause some unfortunate consequence. Fortunately, Bubu's voice resonated from within the restroom. Daddy, brother Hu Yu, sister Zisu, and all the uncles and aunts, I'm fine. It's just, could you please step back a little? How shy she has become. Let's head to the parlor, Hu Yu suggested, while calling out towards the restroom. Bubu, don't rush, come out slowly. No, don't walk at all, exclaimed Xiao Zisu, rushing back to fetch the wheelchair. Bubu, I've placed the wheelchair at the door. Please sit in it when you come out. Don't strain yourself. Got it. With Bubu's voice echoing back, the group finally returned to the parlor. Silence enveloped them, yet all eyes were fixed upon Hu Yu. In this moment, silence spoke volumes. Though no one voiced their inquiries, it felt as though questions swirled around him. One at a time, Hu Yu reluctantly settled onto the sofa. If you wish to know something, just ask. Shin Shan was the first to break the silence, hastily posing his question. Boss, what on earth happened? Why did Bubu run off like that? Could it possibly harm her health? For the first question, you must thank Su Zilong. Su Zilong was momentarily taken aback, raising his hand to point at his own nose. Me? Yes, precisely you. Hu Yu retrieved a pile of skill books from the space. These are the fruits of his labor from last night. Although you may not comprehend the words inscribed within these tomes, they possess the potential to instigate physical transformations within us, enabling the mastery of skills previously beyond our grasp. Skill books? Xiao Zisu exclaimed in astonishment. Such things exist? She took a swift step forward. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Hu Yu. Are there any suited for me? Let me try. Indeed, Hu Yu replied with a wry smile. Producing 2 skill books. Would you prefer ordinary cleaning or ordinary organization? Both are quite fitting for you. Farewell. Xiao Zisu stepped back, her disappointment evident. Is that all there is? That is a matter of probability. We shall discuss it later. Hu Yu turned to the others. Continuing his explanation, as for the second question regarding her ability to run, I just taught Bubu the skill of ordinary running. She has acquired this ability, thus enhancing her physical capacity to the point where she can utilize it. Therefore, she is now able to run. But what? Shin Shan inquired eagerly. The third question is one I cannot answer. Hu Yu looked at Xiao Zisu, who was fixated on the skill books. Zisu, I must trouble you to assist Bubu in her examination. Certainly, Xiao Zisu replied. Just then, the sound of a toilet flushing echoed from the restroom. The crowd instinctively turned their heads towards the restroom, where the doors slowly creaked open, and a figure dashed out, though not particularly swift. It startled everyone into astonishment. It was Bubu. Why was she still running? Moreover, from her expression, it seemed as if she was not doing so of her own volition. Bubu. Fortunately, Shun Shan was quick-witted, rushing forward to scoop her up and swiftly place her in the wheelchair beside them. Did your sister Zisu not tell you to refrain from running and to sit in the wheelchair instead? Why do you not listen? Dad. Bubu lowered her head, staring blankly at her legs. I think I can't control my legs. What? Chapter 73, Heart of the Ocean, Upgrade. In the infirmary, Xiao Zisu and her parents were gathered, each examining Bubu's condition in their own manner, occasionally encouraging her to take a few steps. Outside, Hu Yu sat with Shun Shan and the others, waiting in silence. No one spoke. There were no accusations, nor was there blame. They all understood that Hu Yu's attempts were ultimately for Bubu's benefit. In the past, when it was just the few of them on the ship, Bubu would not have felt any psychological disparity. But now, there were many peers of Bubu aboard. They could run and jump, contributing in even the smallest ways to the ship's endeavors. Yet Bubu, she could only remain seated in her wheelchair, attending classes alongside them, watching as they frolicked and played, unable to do anything else. Just the previous day, Xiao Zisu had observed Bubu arriving at the podium in a wheelchair, eager to assist her in organizing her lesson plans. Despite the girl's seemingly indifferent demeanor, she harbored a profound yearning to be like everyone else. For she had once been a normal person. All checked, Xiao Zisu's voice rang out as she wheeled Bubu to the doorway, her expression somewhat peculiar. The crowd swiftly gathered around them, even though Hu Yu, who had just been seated at the front, found herself on the periphery as they closed in. Dr. Xiao, what is the current situation? Someone inquired. Yes, doctor. Is there anything wrong with Bubu? Zisu Bubu. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me, Xiao Zisu interjected, rolling her eyes. It was clear that concern had led to confusion. Despite their familiarity, their anxiety mirrored that of any ordinary patient's family. Yubu's situation is quite complex, primarily concerning her legs. From a medical perspective, her legs have fully recovered. All functions are normal, and she can move freely while perceiving various sensations. A wave of joy surged through the crowd, only to be swiftly tempered as the initial delight faded. All eyes turned to Xiao Zissou, awaiting her further analysis. However, she is unable to walk. Huh? Shinshan voiced his confusion, but hasn't she been declared normal? Why can't she walk? From a medical standpoint, it seems that a certain nerve has not yet fully recovered. However, from another perspective, Xiao Zissou's gaze fell upon Hu Yu, standing outside the throng. That is a question best directed at Boss Hu. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Hu Yu. He suddenly recalled something. Perhaps it was due to the skill book. With a hint of resignation, Hu Yu spoke. The skill is ordinary running, not merely brisk walking, let alone just walking. If Boo Boo can only run and cannot walk, the reason becomes quite evident. Is there a skill book for walking? Shinshan inquired eagerly. Hu Yu shook his head. The answer was already glaringly obvious. I shall go now, Su Zilong declared, rushing towards the exit. Hu boss, the fishing rod. I will join you. Zhao Zhong chimed in, stepping out simultaneously. Hu Yu casually retrieved the sea god's favor and handed it to the two, then turned to Xiao Zissou. Zissou, given the current situation, is Boo Boo still unable to stand? Standing is certainly not an issue, but Xiao Zissou glanced around anxiously. She can only run for now. The cabin isn't too spacious, and with so many children around, I fear something might go awry. It's all right, Sister Zissou. Boo Boo lifted her head with a smile. I have grown accustomed to sitting here. Even if I cannot stand, it's no trouble. This girl always had a way of being so understanding it tugged at one's heartstrings. It was merely a matter of the boat being small. Quite simple. With 10 more fish, the experience gauge of the heart of the ocean would be filled. At that point, a level up would suffice for ample space. Good girl. Boo Boo, Hu Yu crouched down, affectionately ruffling Boo Boo's hair. You can rest assured, since your brother can help you stand. He will ensure you have ample room to move. Boo Boo nodded obediently and looked up at Hu Yu with a smile, saying, I believe in you. Brother Hu Yu. This isn't a bad thing. Xiao Zissou, while gently ruffling Boo Boo's hair, added, now that you're recovering, you won't need to take those medicines anymore. Just gradually adapt to the rehabilitation exercises, and soon you'll return to normal. She planned to inform Xiaomu to pay extra attention, ensuring that Boo Boo wouldn't venture into the water. By the way, Hu Yu exclaimed, hastily retrieving a skill book. Here is a basic frog stroke. Let us start with this. Just in case. After addressing Boo Boo's matters, the most lively spot was undoubtedly the fishing window. Shinshan and Li Shi, who had previously shown no interest in fishing, gathered by the fishing rods, taking turns in an enthusiastic relay to catch fish, eager to reel in their catches. It seemed only divine favor could yield a skill book. Otherwise, the hold would be filled solely with fishing rods. Hu Yu remained stationed behind the window like an NPC elder, prepared to assess the usefulness of any skill books caught. However, an hour passed without a single skill book being reeled in. Finally, the 10th fish was hooked. Ding. Detected that the heart of the ocean has reached the evolution stage. Would you like to initiate evolution now? Note: the vessel must remain stationary for 72 hours during evolution. Please prepare accordingly. 72 hours. 3 days. Hu Yu furrowed his brow, wondering who could have anticipated that this process would take so long. Fortunately, aside from the heart of the ocean, there was another ship available. Although its various facilities were not as advanced as those on the heart of the ocean, it was a feasible alternative. Not to mention that the Boo Boo event requires a larger space. The current underwater situation remains a mystery. No one knows to what extent those fish will evolve. If the water snake cannot overturn the ocean's heart, what about the sea snake? The sea python? Heaven knows how long the global deluge will last. The sooner they evolve within these 72 hours, the better. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Yu decisively made a decision. Summon the personnel and convene a meeting. Lunchtime arrived. Hu Yu finalized the ship replacement plan, which would last 3 days. During this period, everyone would reside aboard the vessel. Although there were doubts among the crowd, no one voiced their concerns. After all, thus far, Hu Yu had not erred, except for Elder Fong, who worried about the treasures in the greenhouse. After receiving Hu Yu's assurance and the promise from Debing that he would soon procure new seeds for him, he reluctantly left the greenhouse. In the afternoon, the ocean's heart halted on the water's surface. Hu Yu released the ship once more, being the first to board. The others quickly gathered their personal belongings and followed suit. Once Shinshan confirmed that no one remained on the ship, he was the last to step aboard. prompting Hu to immediately click the confirmation button. The Ocean's Heart was instantaneously retracted into the spatial backpack, initiating its evolution. A countdown appeared before his eyes. Boss, Su Zilong approached Hu, holding a fishing rod, and inquired, "Are we continuing with the fishing? This little rickety ship pales in comparison to the Ocean's Heart. Not only would catching a water snake be improbable, even reeling in a slightly larger mutated fish could potentially capsize the entire vessel. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from such endeavors, lest we inadvertently complicate matters. With only 3 days at hand, you should take this opportunity to rest and rejuvenate." "All right then," Su Zilong replied, relinquishing the fishing rod back to Hu. The ship continued its voyage into the night. After finishing dinner, Hu was about to retire for the evening when a sudden realization struck him, leaving him momentarily stunned. To his dismay, this vessel was a passenger ship devoid of private cabins. This meant that everyone would have to crowd into the common area. Under calm waters, this situation might have been manageable. However, due to the heart of the ocean's wild dash the previous night, they had now entered the open sea. The sea breeze was far more biting than that of a river. Chapter 74. The storm on the surface of the sea, at 10 o'clock in the evening. Fortunately, Hu had prepared in advance. Among the supplies he had stocked, there was a truckload of mattresses. Originally intended for warmth and comfort, they now served an immediate purpose. He first cleared the common area of chairs and unnecessary items, then brought out some wooden planks to create partitions, crafting makeshift rooms sufficient for everyone to rest. The ship had transformed into a rudimentary dormitory. While it could not compare to the luxurious accommodations aboard the heart of the ocean, it was undeniably a significant improvement over their previous situation. They only needed to endure for another 63 hours before returning to the heart of the ocean. However, just as everyone was preparing to sleep, an unexpected upheaval occurred. The entire ship began to sway incessantly, akin to an infant in a cradle, rocked by the maternal sea. Urging it to slumber, Hu leaned over the ship's railing, expelling his recently consumed dinner, his expression dazed. "Boss, are you all right?" Shinshan, shielding Boo Boo, looked at Hu with concern. "And no." "Ugh." Hu leaned over once more. "There is no alternative. This vessel merely navigates the inland rivers and cannot withstand the tumultuous winds and waves of the open sea. Whether it is the seasoned sailors like Old Wong or the children on board, it is a remarkable feat if they can refrain from succumbing to nausea, let alone actually sleep." "And what of Hu?" A voice echoed from a distance, Xiao Zisa calling out, "Have you seen Hu?" Upon hearing her voice, Shinshan immediately raised his hand. "Dr. Xiao, over here." "I'm here." Xiao Zissou stood on her tiptoes to glance through the crowd before swiftly making her way over. Despite the incessant swaying of the ship, she moved with remarkable agility. Hu leaned against the window and looked up at Xiao Zissou. "Zissou, you were looking for me? What is it?" "I've come to save your life," Xiao Zissou replied, casually inserting a needle directly into Hu's body, just as Hu was about to protest. He realized there was no pain. Instead, his mind felt considerably clearer and the urge to vomit had dissipated. "How do you feel? Still nauseous?" Hu shook his head. Supported by Shinshan as he stood up, "I'm fine now. Dr. Zhao's skill is truly miraculous." "Don't flatter me too much," Xiao Zissou remarked with a frown. "Should we remain on this ship under such circumstances? Would it not be better to return to the ocean's heart?" "Indeed," Shinshan replied with a furrowed brow. "We can manage, but the children." "I cannot do anything about that," Hu explained helplessly. "The ocean's heart has undergone evolution and will not be able to set sail again for another 63 hours. Previously, they had not inquired about the reason for changing vessels, so they were unaware of the specifics." "What? Evolution?" Shinshan was taken aback, his expression one of bewilderment. "It can still evolve? Incredible. You should have mentioned that earlier." Xiao Zissou, however, grasped the situation and immediately turned to head towards the crowd. "Hey, what are you doing? Go administer an injection. If you keep vomiting like this, everyone will end up dehydrated." As Xiao Zissou spoke, she raised her voice, calling out, "Dad, Mom, stop the vomiting first. We still need to change the ship." In that moment, Hu felt a sense of validation regarding his decision. Indeed, it was essential to have a doctor on board. In less than 10 minutes, all 48 children had returned to normal, albeit still swaying unsteadily. At least they had ceased their retching. However, this could not continue indefinitely. No one knew when the storm would abate, unless a flash of inspiration struck Hu, and he immediately turned to Shinshan. "Brother Shan, who has the nautical chart?" "Li Ji, he's in the cockpit keeping watch." "What's the matter?" "Nothing serious. Just keep an eye on Bubu. I'll head to the cockpit, Hu declared, striding towards the other end of the ship. All right. Shinshan was untroubled by his safety, especially since Ancien had resumed her inseparable vigil ever since they boarded the vessel. Just as Hu made his way over, he encountered Xiao Zissou approaching him. Hey, where are you going? To confirm something. Xiao Zissou paused for a moment, but then decided to follow him, curious about what he intended to verify. The trio arrived at the cockpit, where Li Ji was at the helm, Old Wang was studying the nautical chart, and little Lu was using binoculars to observe the weather. Brother Ji, where is the nautical chart? Hu inquired. Right here. Old Wang responded with a wry smile. Boss Hu, given the current situation, perhaps we should change to another ship? No need to switch vessels. Hu had no intention of revealing his hand to Old Wang. He approached the nautical chart, illuminated by the dim light, and inquired, what is our current position? We're still not far from the coast of Pingcheng. Old Wang casually pointed to a corner of the chart. What of this location? What is the water depth? Well, suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing the ship to tilt at a sharp angle. Hu was thrown to the left, landing directly in Xiao Zissou's arms. Unable to bear the weight, Xiao Zissou lost her balance and fell further to the left. Fortunately, Ancien was right behind them. She swiftly reached the wall, managing to catch both Hu and Xiao Zissou in her arms. A loud thud echoed as Old Wang collided with the side of the control room, letting out a pained cry. Ouch. It was not only him. The entire cabin was filled with similar exclamations of distress. If this continued, the whole ship might capsize. Enough with the cries. What is the water depth? According to the chart, it's roughly 25 meters. 25 meters. Considering the precipitation depth, that brings it to 75 meters. Barely sufficient. Brother Xi, stop the ship. Quickly. Hu shouted, glancing back at Ancien, take me to the deck. Are you out of your mind? Xiao Zissou exclaimed. Going to the deck now means waiting to jump into the sea to feed the fish? Ancien remained motionless. To her, such an action would pose a significant danger. A moment of hesitation, and the cabin tilted once more. This time, it was to the right. The angle exceeded 30 degrees. The crowd tumbled like marbles on a flat surface, all rolling in unison. Even Ancien was no exception. Bang! Another dull thud resonated. Countless individuals fell to the ground. Hurry! Time is of the essence. Hu shouted again. Zhigo? Received. It has stopped. Li Ji roared in reply. At last, Ancien sprang into action. With one arm around Hu, she dashed out of the cockpit. Inside the cabin, chaos reigned. The majority lay sprawled on the floor, especially the children. Many of them had fallen in a heap, likely sustaining serious injuries. Ancien, drenched by the rain, raced toward the deck. Outside, further out, to the edge of the ship, Hu pointed to one side of the deck. Ancien offered no reply, yet she hurriedly advanced, taking 2 steps for every one. Carrying him to the right side of the ship, the wind returned with a vengeance. This time, it veered to the left. The ship's railing was still some distance away. She lost her footing, her pupils dilating in shock as her body lurched toward the railing. Chapter 75. Wait a moment. How many mountains did you just mention? This is not the cockpit. One slip could easily send her plunging into the water. Fortunately, Hu was quick-witted and nimble. He grasped the railing with his left hand while his right arm encircled Ancien's waist, managing to hold onto her. In that instant, he comprehended the significance of perfect fishing technique. His formidable strength enabled him to secure both Ancien and himself. Otherwise, given the current angle, both would surely end up taking a dip in the sea. This tilt was even more pronounced than the last. Fortunately, they had not yet reached the critical angle of the ship's capsizing. There remained a glimmer of hope. Hu grasped the railing firmly, anticipating the vessel's tilt to the right. Soon, the ship righted itself. As he released his grip, he unleashed a mountain, Victoria Peak. Originally intended for the foundation of the local base, it had now proven fortuitously useful. The entire Victoria Peak plunged into the water in an instant, with over half of its colossal 360-meter height remaining above the surface. This was his ingenious solution. The ship could not navigate through the torrential rain, but the mountain could surely rise above the tumult. Although the peak lacked any shelter from the elements, placing the 28th floor atop, it would at least provide greater stability than being tossed about on the ship. With a resounding crash, the emergence of Victoria Peak abruptly grounded the vessel at the mountainside. They had finally risen above the water. Take me out, Hu directed Ancien. In a swift motion, she flipped over and, clutching Hu, leapt from the ship, landing amidst a cluster of buildings. A structure loomed nearby. Hu Yu had no time to survey his surroundings. He immediately stored the entire ship within his spatial backpack. The bewildered passengers materialized before him. Quick, find shelter from the rain. For a moment, they were dumbfounded. Even after experiencing such fantastical events, it was difficult to immediately comprehend what had transpired. Had they not just been at sea? How had they suddenly arrived on land? Regardless, seeking refuge from the rain took precedence. Those able to move assisted the injured, swiftly making their way toward the nearest buildings. Before they could even enter, merely approaching and discerning the nature of the edifice, Hu Yu's heart skipped a beat. A hotel. A grand hotel. A sudden thought blossomed in Hu Yu's mind, and before he could verify it, Guanli, who had inexplicably approached, spoke up. The Jinling Conference Hotel? Are you familiar with this place? Hu Yu turned to look at Guanli. No need to know, Guanli replied, pointing to a banner on the ground. Although the text had become blurred, the 6 characters Jinling Conference Hotel were still discernible. Isn't it written right here? Hu Yu inhaled sharply, his feet propelling him towards the hotel without hesitation. Previously, he and Shen Shan had lingered near the cable car at Zijing Mountain, initially believing that removing the mountain meant only the extraction of a portion of its peaks. Little did he expect to now behold the Jinling Conference Hotel. This hotel was situated halfway up the mountain, yet that was several kilometers away. This implied that he had not merely removed a peak, but had, in fact, extracted the entirety of Zijing Mountain that encompassed over 2,000 square kilometers of land. Not only did it host a hotel, but there were also hospitals and several tombs as well. Constructing a city upon this land, albeit small, would still be more than adequate. As the group entered the hotel, it became apparent to everyone, not just Guanli, that something was amiss. However, Hu Yu had no intention of responding. Instead, he retrieved the power generation equipment from the 28th floor and distributed flashlights and small carts to Shinshan and the others. Brother Shun, you handle the power generation. Zissou, could you please take uncle and aunt to check if the children are injured? Ling Long, you are responsible for arranging accommodations, with Miwei assisting you. Old Wang, you and your brothers should each inspect the hotel for any potential dangers, while also searching for supplies. Gather anything useful and bring it to the lobby. Zhang Surui, you will later examine the supplies and categorize them. Elder Fong, please remain in place and do not wander about. Those who are injured should stay put and refrain from any reckless movements. Understood. Good. No problem. The group responded in unison, albeit with slight discord. Nonetheless, they all commenced their individual tasks. Only Hu Yu and Enciener remained in place, tending to the group of little ones. Half an hour later, the lights in the hotel lobby illuminated. An hour later, the injured children and adults received the necessary medical attention. At midnight, everyone settled into their hotel rooms. Hu Yu resided in the luxurious suite on the top floor, uncorking a bottle of the hotel's vintage wine while awaiting an arrival. Knock. Knock. There came a sound at the door. Come in. A woman with dark circles under her eyes stepped inside, her gaze brimming with excitement, as if she had already conjectured something significant. Boss Hu, I'm here. Su Linglong approached Hu Yu directly, not allowing him a chance to speak before eagerly inquiring. This place can't possibly be. Indeed, the Jinling Conference Hotel. As a native of Jinling, you should be familiar with it. Of course. Su Linglong's excitement intensified. So this mountain. Zijing Mountain. All of Zijing Mountain. At present, it appears to be so. Hiss. Su Linglong gasped in astonishment. So, Boss Hu, what you mentioned about building a city is based on this. It seems you have already guessed the purpose of my visit. Hu Yu let out a bitter smile and poured her a glass of wine, saying, I regret to inform you that your blueprints must be redrawn. No problem. It is my honor. Su Linglong, initially troubled by the uncertainty of starting from scratch and the scale of the city to be built, found solace in the newfound template, which resolved her dilemma instantly. However, Boss Hu, do you possess the detailed blueprints of Zijing Mountain? That brings me to my second inquiry. Hu Yu inquired helplessly. How long would it take to survey the entirety of Zijing Mountain? Su Linglong stood there, momentarily stunned. After a prolonged silence, she finally regained her composure. By myself? You may enlist assistance, he replied. Who? Anyone aboard the ship will suffice. Do they know how to draw? Hu Yu remained silent. I understand. Su Linglong gazed at Hu Yu with a blank expression, the earlier excitement in her eyes having dissipated. You wish for my downfall. Oh, it is not as dire as that. Hu Yu raised an eyebrow. Allow me to teach you gradually. We still have 48 promising candidates. For now, Refrain from drawing the blueprints. Join the teaching program. Cultivate a select few promising talents to inherit your legacy. Once the rain ceases and we identify a suitable location, we shall commence our city-building endeavor. It seems that is not entirely unfeasible. Precisely, it is merely 3 mountains. In ancient times, there was the tale of the foolish old man moving mountains. Today, it is Ling Long surveying mountains. Surely, you will attain eternal fame. Hu Yu rose and raised his wine glass, proclaiming, "To the cities of our future, cheers." "Wait a moment," Su Linglong exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Did you just mention 3 mountains?" Chapter 76. A direct transaction. Upon hearing the mention of 3 mountains, Su Linglong nearly lost her composure, particularly when she realized that among these 3 mountains, besides Zijing Mountain and the one she had previously mentioned, there was also Qixiao Mountain. She was on the verge of walking away from it all. Fortunately, Hu Yu's grand promises steadied her resolve. He assured her that once the city was established, she would have the honor of naming it. Such an enticing proposition was impossible to refuse. At least, no architect with a passion for construction could turn it down. Once this matter was settled, Hu Yu finally felt at ease enough to sleep. In his dreams, he seemed to glimpse the future city that was destined to be his. On July 26th, the 13th day since the apocalypse began, Hu Yu awakened naturally. By the time he opened his eyes, it was already 10 in the morning. The storm had finally subsided. More accurately, the wind had ceased, though the rain continued to fall. Furrowing his brow, Hu Yu climbed out of bed and made his way to the hotel restaurant. The others had already gathered there for breakfast. Today's meal was a buffet, featuring ingredients that had been sourced from the hotel's own supplies, and it was quite sumptuous. Hu Yu grabbed a plate and casually selected a variety of food before sitting down beside Shinshan and the others. "Boss, who boss?" The group greeted him hurriedly, especially Zhao Zhong and Li Ji, who appeared to show even greater respect than before. "What is going on? Please, sit down." Su Zilong remained seated, casually spooning a mouthful of egg custard into his mouth as he chuckled. "They are frightened." "Frightened? Frightened that you might pull a Godzilla out of your pocket at any moment?" Li Ji retorted, then turned to Hu Yu and inquired, "Boss Hu, I've heard. Is this an entire Zijing Mountain?" "Indeed," Hu Yu replied nonchalantly. "Is there really a Godzilla?" Zhao Zhong quickly followed up. Uffed. Hu Yu, caught off guard, sprayed the cola he had just sipped. He grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth and retorted, "What Godzilla? Don't listen to this nonsense. Even if there were, it would be a transformer, not some bizarre creature." Zhao Zhong and Li Ji exchanged glances, remaining silent, yet nodding in agreement, as if they were convinced that Hu Yu possessed transformers in his domain. Hu Yu, uninterested in elucidating further, bit into a sandwich and asked Li Ji, "By the way, Brother Ji, how long will it take to reach Yujing now? We have just left Pengcheng. If we travel at the speed of the ocean's heart, it will take at least 4 days. If we set sail now, it will take 2 days by ship, followed by another 3 days using the ocean's heart. 5 days. Hu Yu frowned slightly. According to this timeline, if they rested on the mountain for 2 days before continuing their journey with the ocean's heart, maintaining the same speed, it would take a total of 7 days. By then, it would be the 20th day since the onset of the apocalypse. With just 5 days remaining, it would mark the 18th day of the apocalypse when water levels would continue to rise. On the 20th day, the water level could rise to nearly 70 meters or even higher. By then, Yujing City would likely be submerged. Even if one were to locate the headquarters of certain platforms, the databases would probably be destroyed. After all, enduring a stagnant downpour only to witness a sudden surge in water levels is a burden few can bear. Unless we depart early. If we set out now, first taking a ship and then changing to the ocean heart, the journey would require 5 days. Upon arrival, it would be the 18th day. At that time, the water level would not have continued to rise, and they would still have a chance to locate those databases. Without further deliberation, Hu Yu addressed the group after breakfast. "Everyone is to gather at the ship. We will continue our voyage along the coastline." The others exchanged glances, voicing no objections. They were familiar with the events that had transpired following Hu Yu's accounts and understood his rationale, thus refraining from questioning him. As for the others, they were not in a position to express opinions. At 10:30, Hu Yu stepped outside the hotel and launched the ship. After a thorough check of the panel, he confirmed that the vessel was in good condition and would not delay their journey, providing him with a sense of reassurance. One by one, the group boarded the ship, with Hu Yu being the last to embark before retracting the entire Zijing Mountain. What was supposed to be a simple task stowing away Zijing Mountain to continue their voyage, turned into an unexpected moment when a ship suddenly appeared not far ahead. It was occupied. More precisely, a vessel was approaching Zijing Mountain. As Huyu retracted Zijing Mountain, they had emerged, along with their ship, a mere 100 meters away. It is presumed that during the tempestuous night, they discovered the existence of Zijing Mountain and opted to dock, yet they refrained from ascending the mountain. Otherwise, they would have already appeared before him, rather than remaining aboard that vessel. The counterpart is a small yacht. However, when compared to the heart of the ocean, it is indeed sizable. In terms of dimensions, this yacht far surpasses the ship that the others are aboard, measuring at least 50 meters in length and nearly 30 meters in width. When Huyu first laid eyes on the vessel, he was momentarily taken aback. This ship seems oddly familiar. Wait a moment. Could it possibly be that very ship? Jigu, inquire about their origins, but do not disclose our information. Understood. Li Ji responded promptly and dashed toward the helm. Shingu, I'll leave the arrangements to you. I shall ascend to take a look. Huyu instructed Shinshan before hastily following Li Ji up. Upon reaching the helm, before they could send any messages, the radio crackled to life. This is the St. Lubia, please respond, please respond. Repeating, St. Lubia? If memory serves correctly. That vessel was known by that name prior to its renaming. Indeed, it is her. Huyu's thoughts drifted back to his previous life. In his last existence, he nearly fell victim to a dire fate. Had it not been for her, he would have been devoured and would not have survived until the storm's cessation. It is quite a coincidence. In his former life, he had been thoroughly plundered by the Old Wang and his crew aboard the Salvation of the Holy Light, and had no choice but to escape on a lifeboat to save himself. In this lifetime, he found himself aboard this ship, gazing at the vessel named the Holy Light of Salvation. Fate can be peculiarly enchanting at times. Boss, how shall we return? Li Ji inquired, turning his head. A normal return will suffice, Huyu replied, regaining his composure with an air of indifference. Very well, Li Ji responded calmly, promptly picking up the intercom. The Yangtze River sightseeing ship acknowledges. What is your query? Did you see that mountain just now? It turned out this was the inquiry. Indeed. It was rather strange for such a massive mountain to vanish suddenly. Anyone would find it odd. It was only natural for the other party to harbor doubts. Li Ji continued. We did see it. Have you also noticed? How could that mountain have disappeared so abruptly? Did you ascend the mountain? Not at all. Why do you ask? Oh, no particular reason. It might just be a mirage. Do you have any surplus food on board? We are willing to purchase it. Gold, jewels. Anything will do. Huyu emitted a soft grunt. The tone was not reminiscent of the person he was acquainted with. Surplus food? In such a dire time. Who would deem their provisions excessive? The individual he knew was astutely shrewd. It was unfathomable that they would pose such a question devoid of sense. Li Ji glanced at Huyu. Boss, how should I respond? Inform him that we do have some, and suggest a face-to-face transaction. Chapter 77. Are you the ship's master? Li Ji swiftly provided a response. The counterpart promptly replied. All right, we are now approaching you. Huyu swiftly approached the cabin, where he began to stow away the mattress and various incongruous items into his spatial backpack. Upon witnessing this, Shinshan stepped forward to inquire. Boss, what is happening? Someone will be coming over for a transaction soon. You all will disguise yourselves as parents and follow my instructions closely, Huyu replied. And, Old Wang. Huyu turned to the elder standing nearby. Come here for a moment. On my way. Old Wang smiled, rubbing his hands together. What instructions do you have, Boss Hu? When the person boards the ship, you will assume the role of the captain and discuss the transaction. Transaction? Food, Huyu stated succinctly. The two vessels were not far apart. Given the yacht's speed, they would arrive shortly. He had no time for elaborate explanations. In any case, you need to engage the other party and communicate with them as much as possible. If there is a chance, try to board their ship. Understood, Old Wang replied. Then quietly added, Boss, are we seizing the ship? Seize? Nonsense, Huyu rolled his eyes. Just follow my orders and refrain from unnecessary antics. All right. Suddenly, the ship's horn sounded outside. Old Wang promptly dashed out, swiftly adopting the persona of the captain. Huyu turned his gaze towards the bewildered children, about to offer a few words of caution when Guanli emerged. Rest assured, they won't speak out of turn. I've already trained them, he assured. Oh, I nearly forgot about this prodigy, Huyu remarked, giving him a thumbs up before glancing at Shinshan. Two individuals simultaneously made their way towards the deck, concealing themselves behind the wall that separated the cabin from the open expanse. They cautiously surveyed the surroundings. A plank extended between the steamboat and a yacht. And from the latter emerged a young man clad in a pristine white suit, followed closely by a woman. The woman, her head bowed, trembled as she traversed the plank. Yet she remained diligent in holding an umbrella over the man ahead. It was indeed her. A surge of joy coursed through Hu Yu's heart, but it was swiftly replaced by furrowed brows. Something was amiss. Was she not the owner of that vessel? Why was she holding an umbrella? Was there some hidden truth he was unaware of? He cast a grand investigative spell. The profiles of the two individuals simultaneously materialized before Hu Yu's eyes. Name, Misusu. Gender, female. Age, 27. Skills, perfect coordination, flawless strategy, masterful acting, exceptional organization, proficient in disguise, expert communicator. Personality, devious, patient, hypocritical, ruthless. Affection level, 0. Purity level, 78. Name, Fan Guchun. Gender, male. Age, 24. Skills, mastery in equestrianism, proficient in music theory, expert pianist, artistic savant, gambling prodigy, connoisseur. Personality, playful, fastidious, licentious. Arrogant, hubristic. Affection level, 0. Upon the emergence of the profiles, Hu Yu instantly grasped the situation. If his conjecture held true, it would not be long before Misusu would usurp the role of the yacht's owner, displacing this hedonistic proprietor. Thus, she would become the owner he later encountered. In his previous life, Misusu had indeed taken him and Yi Wanqiu aboard, providing them with daily sustenance and never restricting their freedom. However, she incessantly indoctrinated them under the guise of salvation. Not merely them. On board, dozens of individuals were all rescued by her through various means. More than half had already become her devoted followers, while the remainder, though not yet indoctrinated, exhibited peculiar behavior daily. Had it not been for Hu Yu boarding late, this vessel would have soon fallen prey to Old Wang and his crew. Otherwise, following this trajectory, even if he were reborn, his first endeavor would be to seek out Misusu. Fortuitously, he encountered her here. Greetings, greetings. On the deck, Old Wang promptly approached, hunching his back as he inquired. What shall I call you? Are you the ship's owner? Fan Guchun disregarded Old Wang's cordial approach, instead tilting his head to ask, You have food here, right? How is it sold? Fish. We have fish, Old Wang exclaimed, gesturing toward the water bucket behind him. Look, esteemed sir, how many do you require? Fish. Fan Guchun's brows furrowed, his expression revealing his disdain, clearly unwilling to consume such fare. He instinctively turned to leave when Misusu's voice softly chimed, Young Master Fan. Our stock is dwindling. Fine, fine. Fish it is. Fan Guchun acquiesced, turning back to Old Wang. How much? A bucket of fish for 10 gold bars. Or equivalent in jewels, Old Wang replied, rubbing his hands together with a grin, resembling a cunning merchant. How many buckets would you like? I can have them delivered to your ship right away. 10? Are you mad, or am I? Fan Guchun scoffed, retorting. This decrepit vessel of yours isn't worth even 10 gold bars. Are you joking? Old Wang inquired, suppressing his frustration and attempting to maintain a civil tone. Were it not for Hu Yu's encouragement to foster communication, he would have already slapped his size 43 shoe against the face of the individual before him, whose foot size was a mere 35. A finger raised, Fan Guchun gestured towards all the barrels on the deck. All the fish, I demand them. Impossible. Old Wang promptly rejected the request. A sharp crack echoed. Not only did Old Wang on the deck freeze in astonishment, but Hu Yu and the others in the cabin were equally taken aback. A hand had struck Old Wang's face with force. Who on earth gave you the audacity to contradict me? Fan Guchun tilted his head, fixing his gaze on Old Wang. Now, with the gold bar gone, move all the fish onto my ship. Hey, Little Lu began, rolling up his sleeves, ready to charge forward and teach the other a lesson. But in the blink of an eye bang, a gunshot rang out. Little Lu was hit in the leg, collapsing to the ground. In the torrential rain, the hot muzzle of the gun emitted smoke, pressed against Old Wang's forehead. Now, apart from food, all resources on your ship must be transferred to mine. Fan Guchun's voice resonated coldly. I shall not repeat myself. What misfortune! Old Wang was indeed a man plagued by bad luck. Since stepping out into the world, he had been robbed twice. The first time encountering Hu Yu was one thing, but now facing an armed menace was another matter entirely. This was beyond mere misfortune. It was a clear indication that he was ill-suited for a life of piracy. Hu Yu understood that the individual responsible for communications would pose such a foolish question. Regardless of whether there is food aboard the ship or if any trade is to be made, Their sole objective is to board and subsequently seize everything. Food, resources, and all else are their targets. After all, they possess firearms. It is no wonder that when he was rescued and brought aboard that vessel, it was replete with resources. It seems coastal ships have been thoroughly plundered. Huyu turned to glance at Shinshan, conveying a silent understanding. The latter promptly drew his pistol, preparing to take aim. On the deck, Old Wang had no choice but to raise his hands, a reluctant smile on his face. All right, boss, as you wish, lower your weapon first, and I shall fetch the fish for you. Ah, that's more like it, Fan Guchen responded, directing his gun towards the young lad. Xiao Lu, hurry up, or your little brother here might. Bang! Another shot rang out. Chapter 78, Task Execution, First Record. The bullet struck the firearm in the opponent's hand, sending it flying, yet causing no harm to the individual. Fan Guchen's pupils contracted, instinctively reaching for the pistol that had fallen nearby. However, Misu Su stepped forward, her foot kicking the weapon, sending it plummeting into the water. Ah! Misu Su exclaimed, feigning surprise. Fan Xiao, I didn't mean to. You wretched girl. Fan Guchen retaliated with a swift slap, connecting with Misu Su's face. Her cheek began to swell visibly. Shinshan furrowed his brow, preparing to intervene. Yet Huyu immediately restrained him, shaking his head slowly. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't matter much. But this was Misu Su. A woman of this nature, if struck, will only bide her time, plotting her retribution tenfold or even 100-fold. Assisting her in seeking vengeance? Such an endeavor is utterly unnecessary. It is far better to allow Lao Wang to improvise. TSK, does he truly believe that others are unarmed? When the gunfire erupted, Lao Wang turned to glance behind him. The anticipated individual did not materialize, compelling him to forge ahead with his performance. Young Master Fan, is it? With your unsteady grip on that firearm, you still ponder engaging in business with me? Perhaps my companions and I could accompany you for a further discussion? No sooner had he uttered these words than 5 of his comrades emerged from various corners of the cabin, each wielding a suitable implement, be it a wrench, a kitchen knife, or even a fire axe. Young Master Fan had never encountered such a scene before. Instinctively, he sought to retreat to his yacht and make a hasty exit. Yet, the gunshot wound on little Lu could not go unavenged, could it? Lao Wang and his companion surged forward, subduing both Fan Guchen and his companion, Misu Su. No. I concede. I admit defeat. As the fire axe drew perilously close to his neck, young Master Fan began to panic. You seek money, do you not? Gold, jewels. I can provide them all. Just spare me, and everything is negotiable. Lao Wang paused, glancing towards the cabin's rear. If he followed his initial inclination, he would certainly demand money, the vessel, and the woman as well. Yet, the authority lay not with him. Huyu revealed his head, raising a hand to indicate the ship behind him. According to the original plan, he needed to board the vessel to ascertain one crucial detail, whether the person he sought was aboard. In his previous life, the reason he and Yuan Xiu were able to survive the kayak ordeal was entirely due to a singular individual. He was unaware of her name, but he knew she was a fervent devotee responsible for conveying messages from Misu Su, tasked with daily lessons for their group of newcomers, imparting ideology while distributing sustenance. Unlike Misu Su's intent to brainwash, she genuinely etched the beautified thoughts into the minds of others. Consequently, as their yacht was on the brink of being overrun, she relinquished her own hope for survival, choosing instead to leave the kayak to Huyu and Yuan Xiu. Was it foolish? Indeed, it was quite unwise. Yet, it cannot be denied that she indeed saved Huyu's life and was the sole individual in the apocalyptic world who treated him with genuine kindness. Had she been on the boat, it would not have been impossible to bring her down as well. Fish. Old Wang grasped Huyu's intent. We are honest merchants. You provide us with money, and we shall deliver the fish to you. However, you have injured my brother's leg, and yours must also bear the consequence. With that, Old Wang raised his hand and swung a hammer directly onto the opponent's left knee. A piercing scream echoed across the sea. Crimson blood seeped through the pant leg, gradually staining the entire garment in red. Unless there were skilled practitioners akin to Xiao Fu and Xiao Mu aboard their vessel, that leg was surely beyond salvation. Come, brothers, let us load the fish onto the boat for the boss. Old Wang called out. Only then did Huyu emerge from the cabin. Shinshan and Xiener and Su Zilong followed closely behind him, while Zhao Zhong and Li Ji remained on board. He approached the fish barrel, lifted the lid, and frowned slightly at what he saw. Turning to the side, Huyu caught sight of Shinshan. who bore a similar expression. Well then, what became of the so-called honest businessman? If one were truly honest, the world would be devoid of unscrupulous merchants. The entire row of fish barrels was filled with water, yet not a single fish was to be found. Puyu paused momentarily, pressing down on the lid in his hand. Captain, is it this barrel? I fear I cannot move it alone. Fool, let us move it together, 4 of us. Old Wang, still immersed in the scene, immediately responded. That's the spirit. The 4 of them exchanged glances and simultaneously lifted the fish barrel, treading over the wooden planks to the yacht. Captain, we have arrived. Puyu turned to Old Wang on the ship. How shall we collect the payment? Young Master Fan, possessing substantial wealth, naturally proposed. 1 barrel of gold in exchange for 1 barrel of fish. Old Wang, toying with a hammer in his hand, chuckled and inquired, Young Master Fan, would you agree? Indeed. Absolutely. Fan Gu-chun nodded vigorously. As long as it's something on the ship, we shall provide you with as much as you desire. Now that's more like it. Old Wang nodded in satisfaction. Turning back to Huyu, you all should search the ship. Take whatever you wish. Excellent. That's precisely what I wanted to hear. Huyu glanced at the 3 behind him. Find the remaining crew members on board. Understood. Shinshan replied promptly, organizing. I'll accompany the boss, Xian'er. You start searching from the east side, while Zilong begins from the west. We'll regroup in 3 minutes in the cabin. Yes. And Xian'er and Su Zilong responded simultaneously, promptly entering a state of readiness as they began to search the yacht's left and right sides. Huyu, accompanied by Shinshan, made their way to the yacht's cabin, waiting in silence. 3 minutes later, Su Zilong and Xian'er almost simultaneously arrived at the cabin. There was no one present. Both spoke in unison, exchanging glances. And Xian'er gestured with her hand, indicating 1. What does this mean? Execute the task, and make a note of it. Shinshan, feeling helpless, replied with a wry smile. Boss, it seems there's no one on this ship. Yes, I can see that, Huyu remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. Although this yacht could not compare to the heart of the ocean, it was still a medium-sized vessel, easily accommodating 20 or 30 individuals. Yet, not a single soul was aboard. Could it be that those individuals she had seen earlier were all recruited and sheltered by Misusu? This would indeed explain their unwavering loyalty to her. If they were to eliminate Misusu and her companion now, would not her savior cease to board this vessel, thus altering the course of fate? Truly troublesome. Nevertheless, let it be. A little trouble is manageable, especially since it requires no personal sacrifice. Huyu stowed the bucket of water into her space, stepped onto the wooden planks, and returned to the ship. Her gaze fell directly upon Misusu. You are Misusu, correct? Chapter 79, The Fleet. Who are you? Misusu was taken aback, her mind racing to recall any memory of Huyu, but finding no trace. Beside her, Fan Guchen seethed with unspent anger, unsure where to direct it. Upon hearing Huyu's flirtation, he immediately roared at Misusu. You shameless wretch. It turns out it was you who betrayed me. As he spoke, he attempted to slap her, yet before he could make a move, his body weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. His legs could no longer sustain such an action. Huyu cast a glance at him, disinterested in engaging with such a fool. Introducing himself, Huyu turned to the gentleman at his feet. Master Fan, pray tell, how do you intend to handle this matter? Do not feign ignorance. Huyu discerned her intentions. You deliberately kicked his gun away, did you not? You must have been contemplating how to seize control, merely awaiting the right moment. Now that the opportunity has presented itself, what shall you do? Kill him and toss him into the water, Misusu replied with an air of indifference. The instant she spoke, her formerly delicate tone transformed into something chilling, like a black lotus blooming. You. Before Huyu could interject, Fan Guchen raised his hand in indignation. Very well, Misusu. Do not forget who. Silence. Huyu interrupted, his brow furrowed. He directed his gaze towards Old Wang. You heard Miss Mi's intentions, did you not? Understood. Old Wang responded. Turning to Little Lu, come, escort Master Fan on his journey. Huyu was fiercely protective of his own. Since Old Wang and Little Lu had already joined his ranks, having dined at his table, they were now considered his own. Even if trust cannot be established at this moment, he is certainly not someone who can be easily bullied by others. Therefore, regardless of what Misusu's response may be today, Fan Guchen faces but one fate, death. No. Panic surged through Fan Guchen as he reached out, attempting to grasp Huyu's sleeve, seemingly yearning to utter something. Yet, he was afforded no opportunity. Here it comes. Little Luer climbed over from the side of the boat and plunged a dagger into Fan Guchen's chest. Observing the gushing fountain of blood, he exhibited no semblance of fear. Rather, his eyes sparkled with a peculiar thrill. Collaborating with Old Wang, they forcefully submerged Fan Guchen beneath the water's surface. Hu gazed at little Luer's retreating figure, his eyelids slightly lowered. This fellow possesses a fierce disposition. For an ordinary individual, the mere sight of a corpse could render them incapacitated for days. Yet, he brazenly approached and executed the act, his expression oddly intriguing. However, judging by the interface, he appeared to be just another common crew member. Could it be that the advent of the apocalypse has altered the hearts of men as well? Nevertheless, it is prudent to address the current matters at hand. All is settled. Hu turned to Misusu. Miss me, what are your plans moving forward? I shall heed your every command. Misusu lowered her head once more, her tone gentle and submissive, resembling a harmless little kitten. If Hu were unable to glimpse her interface, he might indeed be bewitched by her appearance. Whether it be the ship or myself, Misusu raised her gaze, her eyes brimming with compliance. They all belong to you. Miss me, I believe you may have misunderstood. Hu smiled and shook her head. The boat belongs to you. You do not belong to me. I merely expedited something you could have accomplished on your own. Misusu let out a soft huff, evidently perplexed by Hu's meaning. You neither want the boat nor the person? Is it so strange to assist someone in resolving a bothersome issue? As a form of exchange, I would like you to agree to one request. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Misusu, confident in her mental preparedness, promptly inquired, Please, go ahead. Jinling, Hu replied nonchalantly. I will be visiting Jinling shortly, and I hope to see you there. No later than August 4th. Can you manage that? I can. Misusu pondered for a moment before responding. May I ask the reason? Not permissible, Hu declined with a smile. She then turned to Shinshan, Brother Shun. The gun. Shinshan was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly removed the magazine and handed over the handgun along with the magazine. Hu then passed it to Misusu. This is for you. Misusu was utterly astonished. Holding the handgun and magazine, her mind was filled with questions. What is this? This serves as a deposit. Hu placed her hand on Misusu's shoulder, giving it a gentle pat twice. When you see me in Jinling, I will ask you for something. Understood. Misusu was thoroughly bewildered. However, she comprehended one crucial truth. With his methods, whatever he desired was beyond her ability to obstruct. At this juncture, she was left with only 3 courses of action: to obey, and once more, to obey. Very well, you may leave now. Hu waved her hand dismissively and ambled towards the ship's cabin, simultaneously calling out to the cockpit, Brother Ji, prepare for departure. All right. Li Ji's voice echoed from the cockpit. Misusu paused momentarily before hastening back to her yacht. Instead of hastily setting sail, she chose to watch the steamboat drift away. She glanced down at her handgun, swiftly stowing it away. Jinling? She answered quickly, yet she had no notion of its location. No matter. She would first seek someone to inquire. Meanwhile, the steamboat was navigating towards Yujing. After confirming the completion of the task with Shinshan, Enciener executed a shoulder throw on Su Zilong, thereby settling their recent score. Xiao Fu treated Xiao Luer's wound. The bullet had not struck any vital areas. After extracting it and applying a simple bandage, recovery would be gradual but would not hinder daily life. The children commenced their lessons according to the standard schedule, the sound of their reading resonating throughout the cabin. Hu and the others were seated in the cockpit, some engaged in fishing while others indulged in games. Astonishingly, not a single person inquired about his recent actions. This was an unequivocal manifestation of trust. Nevertheless, Hu found himself feeling somewhat bored. He set aside his switch and turned to the side, observing Xiao Zissou as she prepared her lesson. Without uttering a word, he simply cleared his throat a couple of times. Ahem. Xiao Zissou paid him no heed. Hu leaned closer, playfully flicking her lesson plan. Smack. Xiao Zissou pressed down firmly and looked up at him. What's the matter? Nothing, he replied. Hu recalled the warning about the golden needle and immediately let go. Don't you want to know why I let her go and even gave her the gun? Not interested, Xiao Zissou replied, burying herself in her preparations once more. Don't disturb me, or I might just prick you. All right, this one is not to be trifled with. Hu then turned his gaze toward Shinshan. Before he could speak, Shinshan preemptively replied, Boss, I harbor no doubts about your decision. Count me in. Su Zilong chimed in eagerly from the side. Hu had no choice but to focus on Li Ji. Hey, boss, don't look at me. Li Ji chuckled wryly. I'm completely unaware of what is happening outside. I've been here steering the ship. There are only a few of us in the cockpit. Zhao Zhong is fishing outside, and Xian is quite the taciturn one. After asking everyone, there's not a single curious soul among them. Well, I suppose we'll just have to hold it in. When we meet Susu and Jinling next time, I'm sure they'll have questions. You picked up the handheld device again to play a game. At 10 o'clock in the evening, after everyone had finished dinner and discussed the night shift roster, they prepared to rest. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared in the distance. Calling the boss. Calling the boss. Just as Yu was about to drift off to sleep, Li Ji's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie at his waist. He pressed the button to respond. I'm here. What's the matter? The ship, the fleet. There's an entire fleet out there. Chapter 80, The Maritime Kingdom. A fleet. Yu's pupils dilated with excitement. To be referred to as a fleet by Li Ji signifies that the opposing party possesses at least 3 vessels, if not more. Presently, we find ourselves by the seaside. In such a scenario, the presence of numerous ships suggests but one possibility. Cargo ships. Container vessels. This is a coastal area, and it is only logical that there are many ships poised to either set sail or dock. Each vessel carries cargo valued in the billions. If we could acquire such a bounty. What fleet? Yu inquired immediately. I do not know. They have not yet entered the radar detection zone. I surmise that they are likely container ships, numbering at least 10. Indeed, a surge of exhilaration coursed through Yu. It seems this night shall be one devoid of sleep. He strode towards the room's exit and pressed the intercom, calling out on the channel, Shangu, Zilong. Zhonggu, convene in the conference room. Understood, boss. The others responded in unison as they made their way to the bridge. Xiao Zissou had originally intended to retire for the night, but upon hearing Yu's call for a meeting, she sprang from her bed with surprising agility. Her room was adjacent to Yu's, and as she opened her door, their eyes met. She blinked her captivating eyes, yet spoke not a word. Without needing to ask, Yu understood her implication. She wished to attend the meeting, and he had contemplated inviting her but refrained, fearing she might be asleep. He had not anticipated her waiting by the door. Come on, don't just stand there. All right, Xiao Zissou replied, promptly following Yu towards the bridge. As for the others, he had no intention of calling out to either Su Linglong or Old Wang. Their affinity had yet to exceed 50, rendering them not entirely one of their own. Such matters, naturally, required no involvement from them. The group gathered in the control room, and through the ship's window, they could distinctly see the distant lights flickering. Yu retrieved a telescope for a closer inspection, his brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, it was a container ship. Piled high on its deck were various cargoes, yet something appeared amiss. Through the lens of the telescope, he could discern approximately 3 container ships linked together. Beyond these vessels, more lights were visible. Clearly, there were additional ships in the vicinity. While they confirmed the presence of container ships, the exact number of vessels and the crew aboard remained uncertain. Generally, a container ship accommodates around 20 crew members. Su Zilong interjected, they are equipped with certain anti-piracy measures. Except for a few cargo ships that hire armed personnel, most cargo vessels do not carry firearms. Are we then intending to seize a ship? Xiao Zissou exclaimed excitedly, rubbing her hands together. Who said anything about seizing a ship? Yu rolled his eyes, wishing to thump this fellow's head to see what nonsense resided within. Not seizing? Li Ji hesitated. But those are valuable resources. Shen Shan and Zhao Zhong remained silent, merely casting puzzled glances at Yu. Let us first approach and assess the situation, Yu remarked, gazing at the lights outside. That place seems rather complicated. We must proceed with caution. We are, after all, along the coast. And in these times, ships are not in short supply. This is the apocalypse. As dusk descends, certain vessels are eager to halt their voyages, fearful of attracting the attention of those with nefarious intentions. However, some ships exhibit a stark contrast. Take Fan Guchen, for instance, whom I encountered this morning. He would readily approach those vessels, seeking to leverage his martial prowess to gain advantage. Yet, encountering ships that illuminate their decks at night, luring others to their container fleet, is a novel experience for him. Either the crew aboard those ships are utterly naive, oblivious to the inherent dangers of such actions, or the perils they face are far graver than most can fathom. In moments like these, a democratic resolution proves beneficial. Let us proceed with a vote. Yu addressed the group, stating, let us set aside discussions of seizing ships and resources for now. A fleet that dares to shine its lights at night likely possesses considerable means. Let us first decide whether to make contact. Those in favor of engagement raised their hands. Barely had he finished speaking when Su Zilong, Li Ji, and Xiao Zissou all raised their hands in unison. After a brief moment of hesitation, Shinshan also lifted his right hand. For votes in total, with only 7 present, Hu Yu deemed it unnecessary to inquire about a second option. Very well. Let us make contact. Casting an eye towards the countdown, Hu Yu noted, there are still 38 hours until the heart of the ocean is unsealed. Please take note of this. Shortly, I will summon Old Wang and the others for a meeting. If any communication is required, it should be handled by Old Wang himself. None can ascertain what lies aboard that container ship. Should it happen that armed personnel are present, with rifles in hand, and I were to negotiate on our behalf, it would be akin to placing my head directly under their crosshairs. Caution is indeed the wisest course. Shinshan and the others assented unanimously. Hu Yu then summoned Lao Wang and the others, briefly discussing the identities they were to assume. With that, Li Shi continued to take the helm, steering towards the cluster of container ships. The Fraser Mountains distance is measured by the speed of a horse was particularly vivid at sea. Although the lights appeared to be within close reach, it took a full 4 hours just to navigate to a position detectable by radar. Fortunately, Hu Yu had prepared in advance. Rather than idling in the cockpit, he returned to the cabin to rest, instructing Li Ji to awaken him once they were within radar range. On July 27th, at 2 in the morning, Hu Yu was deep in slumber when he felt a persistent poking at his face. Initially, he thought it was a mosquito and instinctively swatted at it, only to find the sensation remained. Frustrated, he finally opened his eyes to discover it was Sienna. She was squatting in front of him, playfully poking his cheek as if he were a doll. Sienna, what is the meaning of this? News, and Sienna replied calmly, gesturing towards the walkie-talkie at his waist. Oh right, I almost forgot about that. Hu Yu quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie. Before he could speak, a voice came through. Boss, this is the cockpit. Please respond, please respond. Received, Hu Yu pressed the input key and replied, what is the situation? The message has come through. You'd best come to the cockpit to take a look. All right, what could be so urgent that it couldn't be conveyed over the walkie-talkie? Hu Yu furrowed his brow and promptly donned his jacket, making his way to the cockpit. After a fortnight of torrential rains, the average temperature has plummeted to just above 10 degrees. Without a jacket, the nights are indeed unbearable. He accompanied Sienna to the cockpit. At that moment, peering out from the cockpit window, the silhouette of a container ship was faintly discernible amidst the lights. Yet the distance remained considerable. Brother Ji, any news? Can't you share it over the intercom? Hu Yu approached, jesting. The expressions of everyone present were grave. Boss, you'll see for yourself, Shinshan remarked, handing over a slip of paper that contained merely 2 succinct lines. Welcome to the Maritime Kingdom. If friends, we have delicacies. If foes, we have shotguns. Chapter 81. Welcome a Maritime Kingdom? How intriguing. Our city is yet to be established, and someone has already created a kingdom. Hu Yu was instantly captivated, not only by the tone of the message, but also by a desire to discover who could possibly construct a realm in such circumstances. Within a mere 14 days. No, to be precise, it should be 13 days. What sort of entity could establish a kingdom in just 13 days? Boss, what do you propose now? Shinshan inquired from the side. It seems your predictions may indeed hold true. Those individuals are likely formidable. Should we perhaps wait a while longer? Although he did not specify what they should be waiting for, Hu Yu understood the implication. It would be more prudent to approach them after the heart of the ocean had completed its evolution. However, time was of the essence. Venturing forth for reconnaissance had already necessitated a considerable detour, and should they delay for another day, their time would become even more constrained. It's not a significant issue, he reassured. Hu Yu spoke with a calm demeanor. Proceed as planned. Brother Shun, respond to the other party, stating that we have many children on board and are seeking assistance. Let us see how they reply. This approach would demonstrate vulnerability while simultaneously lowering their guard, enabling us to gather intelligence more effectively. Understood, boss. Shinshan promptly activated the radio and began his operations. In a short while, the message was dispatched. The other party quickly replied with a brief telegram, containing only 2 words. Welcome. Jigu, full speed ahead. Old Wang immediately responded, approaching with a smile. Boss, what are your instructions? Regarding acting skills, I need not elaborate. Remember to seize the opportunity, prioritizing the safety of everyone on board. Rest assured, boss. Old Wang replied with a grin. You can trust me to handle it. Well, I leave it to you. Hu Yu, opting not to return for a nap, settled in the cockpit, watching as the ship gradually drew closer to the container vessels. 3 hours later, as dawn broke, Puyu took out his binoculars and was taken aback. Sunlight filtered through the rain, illuminating the colossal structures before him. Each vessel was nearly 200 meters long, even exceeding the ocean heart by 50 meters. What does this signify? 3 container ships, connected end to end, equated to nearly 200 stories lying horizontally upon the water's surface, all stacked high with a myriad of containers, each a standard 40-foot unit, measuring 13 meters in length. From a superficial perspective, there are at least 1,000 such containers aboard a single vessel. With 3 ships, that amounts to 3,000 containers. Yet, this figure merely scratches the surface. Who knows how many additional vessels lie behind these 3? Boss, look at the ship in the middle. Puyu lowered his binoculars and finally discerned the situation before him. The lowest container had a door ajar, revealing 3 individuals within. One of them, dressed in a formal suit, appeared to be no ordinary crew member, but rather the proprietor of these ships. They stood before the container, seemingly poised to receive them in a rather formal manner. With a smile, Puyu set aside the binoculars and turned to Li Ji. Brother Ji, how long until we arrive? No more than an hour, came the reply. Very well, let us proceed according to plan. As Puyu made his way toward the ship's cabin, he remarked, I will tidy up some things and inform the children of the necessary precautions. Upon hearing that there would be no classes today, the children erupted in joyous excitement. Indeed, regardless of the time or circumstances, the prospect of a day free from lessons was enough to elate any child. The ship soon approached the trio of container vessels. Before the steamer had even come to a halt, a man's voice echoed from nearby. I thought we were meeting someone important. Turns out it's just a bunch of ragtag sailors. His tone dripped with disdain, suggesting he was quite displeased to have been assigned to this task. He looked down upon the people aboard the steamer, issuing commands like a figure of authority. Hey, report how many people are on your ship, the amount of food, and the resources you possess. If the specifications are met, you may join the maritime kingdom. The crowd exchanged glances, each harboring a singular thought. Is this fellow in his right mind? Who mentioned anything about joining this so-called maritime kingdom? They are demanding numbers, provisions, and resource information right off the bat. What a jest. Old Wang found himself at a loss, casting a glance at Hu Yu, whose eyes clearly conveyed a message. Perhaps you could demonstrate your prowess and simply commandeer these vessels. Not just him, the others regarded Hu Yu with a similar expression. What are you looking at me for? Hu Yu sighed. How many times must I reiterate? What is of utmost importance now? It is talent. We must first investigate the circumstances within this so-called maritime kingdom. We cannot afford to overlook any potential talents. If you miss out, you shall bear the consequences. This statement held merit. After all, were it not for Old Wang, they would have missed out on Feng Lao. Given the right resources, he could become the divine provider of sustenance for countless souls in this apocalyptic world. How should I respond to that? Old Wang pondered. Under normal circumstances, I would say we have caught quite a number of fish. As Hu Yu spoke, he moved towards the storage. I will place some fish aside to avoid raising suspicion. Very well, Old Wang replied, taking up the megaphone and addressing those above. We have a total of 69 individuals aboard, with ample provisions. Though our resources consist solely of fish, we are uncertain if we can join your ranks. TCH, another group of paupers. The man did not attempt to hide his disdain. In other circumstances, a vessel bold enough to claim ample provisions would never be associated with the term meager, neither before nor after the apocalypse. It is, after all, a ship, worth at least millions before the cataclysm and immeasurably more afterward. Yet, in the presence of this entire fleet of container ships, it does indeed appear impoverished. Randomly salvaging a couple of containers might yield more abundant resources than the ship itself possesses. Very well, as long as our own food supply is sufficient, come aboard. With that, the foremost container ship commenced its maneuver, gradually distancing itself from the fleet, unveiling the scene behind the 3 vessels. Behind that container ship lay an assortment of smaller vessels. Some, like this ship, were approximately 20 to 30 meters in length. Larger ones, at least 3 10,000-ton container ships, were berthed within, and this was just the view behind one container ship. Heaven knows what spectacle lay within the 3 ships themselves. Perhaps even the resources painstakingly hoarded by certain individuals paled in comparison to the opulence before them. Hu Yu had just returned from the storage hold and happened to arrive at the helm. One glance was enough to leave him utterly astonished by the sight. This is truly. Could it possibly be an entire nation? Chapter 82. Brother, you smell divine. Speechless? Even dumbfounded would be an inadequate descriptor for the expressions now etched upon everyone's faces. Initially, they had assumed that behind these 3 ships, there might be, at most, 3 more large vessels. But now, upon closer inspection, 3. There were at least nearly 300 ships of varying sizes within, and potentially even more. Fortunately, Huyu did not choose to withdraw the ships directly at that time. Otherwise, if they were to collect the ships one by one, their adversaries would undoubtedly have ample opportunity to devise various methods to eliminate him. Ahead, the voice of the man responsible for the rendezvous echoed once more. Enter and dock. Be careful not to collide with the other vessels. I will be there shortly. With that, the large gate closed, and the man vanished from sight, not even awaiting their response regarding whether to proceed or not. It seemed that the only ones to suffer from inaction would be Huyu and his companions. A display of arrogance laid bare. Old Wang instinctively turned to Huyu, knowing without words what he was contemplating, to enter or not to enter. Sometimes, when one articulates a question, it signifies an awareness of one's choice. Much like the act of tossing a coin, there is no need to await the outcome. The moment the coin leaves the palm, a decision has been made. Let us go, Huyu declared, echoing the collective sentiment. Even if it were not for resources or talent, his curiosity compelled him to understand how so many ships had congregated and maintained their current state. All right, Old Wang replied, simultaneously retrieving his walkie-talkie to report their course and direction to the group outside. The vessel navigated towards the junction of 2 container ships, veering in from there. The interior scene finally unfolded before them, a total of 10 large container ships. In addition to the 3 large container vessels outside, there were 5 more docked behind, arranged in a formation of 3, 2, 2, and 3. Each vessel nestled closely together, with 6 container ships brimming with cargo at the front and rear, while the 4 in the middle bore only a scant few containers, resembling a diminutive island afloat in the sea. Despite the limited number of ships in the center, their combined area surpassed an impressive 20,000 square meters. The containers appeared less like carriers of goods and more akin to shelters for people. Of course, when compared to the grandiosity of the Zijing Mountain in the realm of Huyu, the disparity is remarkable. Yet for those dwelling in a post-apocalyptic world, this constituted a nation, a realm that would never succumb to the depths. It is no wonder that the man's tone exuded such confidence. He was backed by this formidable support. As the ship navigated into the maritime expanse, it successfully merged with the smaller vessels, just as the man had asserted. Soon, he approached on a small electric scooter, Vivi, clutching a tablet in his hands, his expression one of discontent as he instructed, "Please transfer all food and supplies aboard. I will convert them into points for you. These points can be exchanged for any goods here, and should your points suffice, acquiring a vessel shall pose no challenge." "Ah, thank you, thank you." Captain Wang promptly emerged from the control room, engaging the man in a friendly conversation. Before long, a plank was established between the ship and the container vessel. Under the guidance of Guan Li, the children ascended one by one, observing that they were all mere children. The man's expression shifted dramatically. Why are they all just children? He furrowed his brow and turned to Captain Wang. Do not tell me that all 60 individuals aboard your ship are these children. Not entirely. Old Wang chuckled awkwardly. There are indeed a few adults, but the majority are children. The majority? How many? 48. What? The man exclaimed, his brow furrowing as he contemplated whether to send them away. The maritime realm was bustling, and who would have the time to tend to these children? While it could be framed as an investment in the future, who could say if this world even had a future? They were in need of manpower, yet only adults would suffice. However, the man turned his gaze towards the group of children and inquired of Old Wang, "How many girls are among these children?" Old Wang hesitated, seemingly grasping the implication. Yet he mustered the courage to respond, 25. There are 2 more girls than boys. Upon hearing this, the man reluctantly nodded. Very well, everyone come aboard. The crowd carefully ascended the gangplank onto the container ship. This vessel was larger than a yacht and, consequently, more stable, offering a sensation of solid ground beneath their feet. Once on board, the children refrained from running about, instead remaining in place before Old Wang, awaiting instructions. Before Old Wang could utter a word, the man stepped forward and directed the group of children. Everyone, boys to the left, girls to the right, quickly take your positions. Upon hearing this, the children remained still. However, it wasn't long before Guanli stepped to the right. The man questioned, perplexed, "Child, are you a boy or a girl? And why are you standing on the right?" Can't you tell left from right? Uncle, Guanli lifted her head, her large eyes blinking innocently as she exclaimed in an adorably charming voice, I am just a girl. I merely cut my hair short. The man paused, taken aback, and upon closer inspection, he had to admit that Guanli, who was already quite lovely, bore a striking resemblance to a girl. Very well. Let us proceed swiftly with the others. The children, noticing Guanli was ready, promptly took their positions. Those assigned to the left moved left, and those assigned to the right moved right. Among what should have been a line of 25 girls, an additional one had appeared. However, the man did not count. He merely glanced over and concluded that there were more girls than boys, which sufficed for him, and he did not delve further into the details. The children boarded, while the remaining individuals on the ship busied themselves with carrying supplies. One by one, fish barrels were transported onto the deck. When the man noticed the women among the laborers, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was no surprise, for whether it was Xiao Zissou, Mu Lingxiu, Su Linglong, Han Weiwei, or even the usually stern Zhang Sirui, each could be deemed a beauty in any setting. Particularly in this post-apocalyptic world, they had endured little hardship, most of the time. They had ample food and drink, and often indulged in self-care and bathing. Their appearance was akin to celestial beings descending to the mortal realm, naturally drawing attention. In the next moment, his demeanor shifted dramatically, and he turned to the few men following behind him, urgently shouting, What are you all standing there for? Quickly assist our family with the supplies. Having said that, he boldly stepped onto the gangway, making his way towards the ship. All eyes were fixated on the few women present, curious to see which one he would ultimately favor. To everyone's astonishment, the man proceeded directly to Shinshan, breaking into a grin as he exclaimed, Brother, you smell delightful. Are you tired from moving things? Perhaps I could lend you a hand? At this moment, everyone was left in a state of shock, particularly Zhao Zhong and the other brothers who had fought alongside Shinshan. Their expressions towards him underwent a complete transformation. No one had anticipated that this fellow was actually inclined in that direction. No, that wouldn't be necessary, right? Shinshan, who typically wore an expression that suggested he had seen it all, found that his demeanor shifted dramatically in light of this encounter. This was indeed a situation he had never encountered before. Now that we are in this maritime realm, we are all family. Why concern ourselves with such trivialities? I shall take care of you if needed. As the man continued to cling to Shinshan, his seductive glances rivaled even those of Yi Wanqiu. It was clear that once this man had expressed his interest, women became irrelevant. Brother Shun, it's beneficial to cultivate friendships. But you stifled a laugh and strolled towards the container deck, contemplating that infiltrating the enemy by understanding the dynamics of this so-called maritime nation was the most straightforward and efficient approach. Such a friend presented an opportunity that was simply too good to pass up. Hu Shinshan had barely uttered a word when he suddenly recalled something, forcing himself to swallow the rest. What on earth was this? He is here to serve as a bodyguard, not to be a mere pawn. Indeed, Brother Shan. Su Zilong, passing by, patted Shinshan's shoulder, his face flushed with suppressed laughter. You all take your time to chat. We shall handle the items here. Before Shinshan could finish his words, Zhao Zhong strolled by from another direction. Brother Shan, keep it up. Li Ji, upon witnessing this, said nothing but swiftly dashed towards the container, clearly unwilling to assist Shinshan. Why Shinshan was utterly speechless. He even cast a hopeful glance at Xianer, standing behind Hu Yu, wishing she might intercede on his behalf. However, even Xianer pretended not to notice, silently aiding Hu Yu in moving the goods. Brother Shan? Brother Shan? A man approached, inquiring, Is your name Shinshan? What a magnificent name. I am Wang Hai, and our names complement each other quite well. Unable to contain himself, the remaining few on the ship hurriedly boarded the container vessel, fearing that if they lingered any longer, they might burst into laughter uncontrollably. This joy, it seemed, was best left for Brother Shun to bear alone. Before long, with Wang Hai's assistance, Shinshan ascended the container ship. After a brief assessment of the vessel's and cargo's value, the group made their way towards the central area of the 4 container ships, arriving at the zone designated as number 4. Wang Hai helped the group arrange 2 containers to shield them from the rain and to serve as temporary lodgings, handing a stack of exquisite casino chips to old Wang before departing. These chips represented points, a total of 345 points. According to Wang Hai's assertion, once one enters the maritime realm, whether it be the resources aboard the vessel or the vessel itself, everything is converted into points. Regardless of one's desire to stay or depart, the choice remains one's own. should one wish to remain. These points can be exchanged for any item on the ship. If one opts to leave, they need only return a sufficient number of points to take their ship and its contents with them. Furthermore, should one wish to acquire a new vessel, points can similarly be utilized for such purchases. This system bears resemblance to the stronghold established by Su Linglong, where points can be exchanged for any item, including ships themselves. With ample points, one could even claim an entire container ship as their domain. However, unlike that stronghold, the avenues for accruing points in this maritime domain are exceedingly limited. Apart from the official channels of material exchange, there are virtually no other means to acquire points. Aside from individuals like Wang Hai, who serve as officials in the maritime realm and receive salaries, the only other avenue is through others. Bartering or selling one's labor, or exchanging other commodities, can yield points as long as both parties agree on the amount, which can be obtained under official witness. For every 100 points acquired, a portion must be surrendered to the authorities. This is, rather ironically, proclaimed as a means to safeguard everyone's right to freedom. Free trade, free purchasing, free living. It sounds appealing, does it not? Yet, the entirety of the ship's assets, including the vessel itself, has only garnered a mere 345 points. When distributed among all individuals, this results in an average of only 5 points per person. According to Wang Hai's introduction, the points system here is rather similar. A mere point can only be redeemed for enough sustenance for one individual for a day. The 345 points available are merely sufficient for each person to secure food for 5 days in relative safety. Should one desire nourishment on the 6th day, one must devise an alternative means. The exorbitant pricing structure and the stringent income conditions are glaring. In essence, everyone is laboring for the proprietors of these 10 container ships. The worth of the vessels, the value of the cargo, and even the worth of exchanged goods are all anchored to him. What is referred to as points is nothing more than a string of numbers in his ledger. Should he choose, he could easily reset the points of anyone attempting to purchase a container ship to 0. A nation? Such a civilized term. This is unequivocally a dynasty. A feudal dynasty that belongs solely to him. And what of the so-called freedom? Here, every aspect of living, from food to shelter, necessitates points. Merely renting these 2 containers costs 5 points a day, not to mention the expenses for food and drink. In other words, once aboard this ship for a day, no person can return to their own vessel. A true talent emerges. After hearing the information gathered by Shinshan and Old Wang, Hu Yu immediately spoke. If this trend continues, as long as the master of this maritime realm possesses sufficient food resources, he will command ample manpower. Once the torrential rain subsides, the emergence of a genuine nation does not seem far-fetched. However, there remains a crucial issue. The others perked up their ears, eager to hear Hu Yu's analysis. Yet, at that very moment, a knock resounded from outside the container. Everyone fell silent at once. Wang Hai pushed open the large door of the container, peered out, and quietly called to Captain Wang, "Come out for a moment." "Ah," Old Wang responded, immediately adopting the demeanor of a captain. "You lot, hurry up and tidy up, allocate the rooms, and keep things in order. Xiao Hu, Xiao Long, come with me." "All right." Hu Yu and Su Zilong replied in unison, following Old Wang as they made their way outside the container. As they stepped outside, Hu Yu couldn't help but frown. There were hundreds of people encircling the container. Judging by their appearance, they did not resemble the masters of a maritime realm, but rather the owners of small boats. "Come, Captain Wang, let me introduce you." Wang Hai took a step forward, presenting the people behind him. "These are the boat owners, and they have come today to greet you. Shortly, they will come to engage with you, so once you have sorted out the accommodation, do remember to inform everyone." "Engage?" Old Wang was taken aback, clearly perplexed by Wang Hai's words. "Brother Wang, what do you mean by that? Could you clarify a bit for me? Isn't it obvious?" Wang Hai frowned and pointed to the 2 containers on either side. "In a moment, let the women stay in this container and the men in that one. The rest is not your concern. Do you understand?" Chapter 84. The reason. Do you understand? Not only did Old Wang comprehend the situation, but so did Hu Yu and Su Zilong, who had come out alongside him. The notion of separating men and women, was this not something they were already aware of? Now, having brought the shipowners over, and having specifically cautioned them once more, the insidious intent behind his actions was glaringly apparent. No wonder. It was evident why this fellow had initially appeared flustered upon seeing so many children, only to regain his composure shortly thereafter. The root of the matter lay here. Wait. Hu Yu suddenly paused, recalling Guan Li's earlier reaction. This young man had deliberately disguised himself as a girl. Could it be that he had discerned the truth from that moment? Old Wang hesitated for a moment, then leaned forward, frowning as he spoke. Brother Wang, this doesn't seem right. The girls from our place are still quite young. The eldest is barely. A soft snort emerged from the crowd. Wang Hai, this shipowner does not appear to be as considerate as you claim. Indeed, how could someone like Wang Hai be allowed to enter the realm of the nation? Wang Hai, what is the meaning of this? Smack. Amidst the chorus of accusations, a sharp sound landed on Old Wang's face. Ladies and gentlemen, it is I who have failed to manage this situation properly. I kindly ask for your patience. He first turned to address the group of bosses behind him, then furrowed his brow as he fixed his gaze on Old Wang, his tone exceedingly grave. Nonsense. Who do you think enables you to lead a stable life? If you aspire to reside in this maritime nation, do not be so naive as to believe that merely 300 points suffice. Dream on. I act not only for your benefit, but also for theirs. Only those who are considerate can thrive in this realm. Do you truly wish to return to the rain, to the sea, and to that aimless life of drifting and uncertainty? Wang Hai regarded him with an air of superiority. Let me be candid with you. Your presence here is solely due to those children. Were it anyone else, do you genuinely believe you could remain in this maritime realm? His contempt was unmistakable. Who you discerned without hesitation that their decision to reveal themselves at this juncture indicated they had long been prepared. It was highly probable that the vessel had already fallen under their control. They were akin to parched ducks stranded on a deserted isle, left to the whims of those lurking in the waters. Alas, sometimes a parched duck could masquerade as a mighty dragon. Yet, the time for venturing out to sea had not yet arrived. Indeed. Old Wang noted who used silence and lowered his head in compliance. We ought to express our gratitude. Tonight, I shall arrange for them to be housed in that container. Esteemed bosses and gentlemen, I implore your compassion. After all, the children are still so young. As if that needed stating. The voices from the crowd rose again. You have 3 hours. Make the necessary arrangements promptly. How absurd. It appeared that there truly were those who preferred punishment over pleasantries. All right, let us return for a drink. We shall come back later. But mark my words. I will have the first choice this time. The 10 individuals spoke as they made their way toward the distant containers. It seemed these 10 were the captains of the 10 vessels. Thus, it became clear that the entire maritime realm was governed by these 10 ruffians. It appears I have truly misjudged the situation. I never anticipated that such a group of individuals, seemingly insignificant, could construct such a grand establishment. Indeed, it confirms the adage, when one stands at the forefront, even a pig can soar. These 10 who possess container ships have evidently been inflated by this wind and have ascended to great heights. Old Wang Hai lingered behind, choosing not to depart with the others. He approached Old Wang, placing a sincere hand upon his shoulder. It's not that I don't wish to assist you, nor is it my intention to strike you. However, if I had not acted at that moment, we would have faced insurmountable obstacles. Please, bear with me. Once we get through this, I promise to treat you to a lavish feast. Old Wang, suppressing his discomfort, replied with a forced smile. We have only just arrived. I hope you will continue to support us. Indeed, Wang Hai responded, leaning in closer. By the way, where is Brother Shun? What are his plans for the evening? Perhaps he could come visit me? I shall inform him right away. As Old Wang headed towards the container, ostensibly to summon Shinshan. His true desire was to leave this place as swiftly as possible. Wang Hai did not impede him, merely observing. Clearly, he felt he had done enough. They were merely a group of individuals possessing a dilapidated vessel. Were it not for the maritime kingdom, how long could they drift at sea? How long could they endure? It was the maritime kingdom that saved them. It was Wang Hai who rescued them, granting them the right to survive in this apocalyptic world. They ought to express their gratitude, sacrificing one's own trivial dignity to procure their amusement. The trio entered the container, and before Hu Yu could utter a word, Old Wang immediately turned to him. Boss Hu, I can no longer contain myself. These individuals are nothing but beasts. Pure beasts. No, Su Zilong interjected quietly from the side. Please refrain from insulting the beasts. At least they possess an understanding of public order and morality. Indeed, Old Wang exclaimed. Let us swiftly deal with them and cast them into the sea to feed the sharks. And what of the others? Hu Yu countered. Deep down, he was already aware. They had seen the multitude of ships on the surface of the water. There were at least 100 vessels anchored outside. Their fates were likely no different from ours. If we act now, what will happen to them? Hu Yu was not a soft-hearted saint, yet he maintained a personal boundary. Innocents shall not be slain. They too were victims. As long as it did not affect him, he would certainly not take the initiative to commit such bloodshed. Upon posing this question, a profound silence enveloped the group. I have an idea. The youngest among them, Guan Li, raised his hand. Everyone turned to look at him simultaneously. The lad, unflinching and composed, addressed Hu Yu, "Brother Hu Yu, may I speak?" Since meeting Bu Bu, he had taken to calling Hu Yu Brother Hu Yu. Although this made Hu Yu appear considerably younger, everyone knew the true intentions harbored by the young boy. Thanks to him, at least among that group of children, no one harbored any peculiar thoughts or opinions about Bu Bu. Speaking of which, Hu Yu was also eager to discern the thoughts of this clever little fellow. To find someone, the simplest method was to become one of them. Guan Li wore a sincere smile as he remarked, "Brother Hu Yu, I just heard that someone invited Uncle Shinshan to a banquet." Shinshan's expression shifted abruptly. His gaze towards Guan Li filled with astonishment. "You little rascal, did you perch on the container just to overhear that?" Chapter 85. Shinshan, I'm going. Upon hearing Guan Li's words, all eyes turned toward Shinshan. Was there truly anyone more suitable than him? Among the girls, only 1.5 possessed the ability to protect themselves. Incienor could be counted as one, while Xiaozisa could only be considered half. The other men lacked the qualifications to serve as bait. Presently, the sole candidate capable of becoming bait, while also possessing self-defense skills was Shinshan. He was evidently the most fitting choice. However, Hu Yu couldn't shake the feeling that this lad had ulterior motives. After all, it was merely a while ago that Shinshan had discerned his intentions regarding Bu Bu and had issued a warning. As a devoted father, such behavior was entirely natural. If Hu Yu were to have a charming daughter like Bu Bu, not only Guan Li, but any male within a 500-meter radius would have to undergo scrutiny upon approach. Otherwise, humph. Yet, this very warning had led Guan Li to quietly jot down a note in his little black book. Indeed, capturing him would be akin to a backstab. A seemingly innocent young boy, he was clearly up to no good. From beginning to end, he was shrouded in darkness. Nonetheless, despite his dubious nature, the method was undeniably clever. Hu Yu stifled a laugh and turned to Shinshan. "Brother Shin, look." Shinshan understood the implication. Aside from him, there was no more suitable candidate available. Though anger simmered within him, he could not neglect the important matters at hand. He shot a glare at Guan Li, his meaning unmistakable. "You brat, I will settle the score with you when I return." Guan Li did not flinch, meeting his gaze head-on. Nearby, Li Ji, Zhao Zhong, and even Su Zilong all gave him a thumbs up. After all these years, it was only the second time they had witnessed someone daring to stand up to Brother Shan. The last time had been their captain. "All right." Hu Yu suppressed a chuckle and patted Shinshan on the shoulder. "Brother Shan, I won't say much. I have but one request." Shinshan immediately assumed a serious demeanor. "Speak, boss. Don't lose the rear garden." As soon as the words fell, those who understood erupted into a fit of laughter. Shinshan's lips twitched, unsure of how to respond, and he turned to dash towards the outside of the container. Soon after, the container fell silent. To avoid drawing attention, Old Wang began to organize the group, separating the men and women, directing them to 2 different containers. However, for safety's sake, the boys were sent to the container originally occupied by the girls, while the girls remained in place. To ensure absolute security, Hu Yu also distributed weapons to a select few trustworthy individuals. Since Incienor stubbornly refused to leave his side, the weapons for the girls had to be entrusted to Xiao Zisu and Su Linglong. Additionally, Hu Yu arranged for Su Zilong and Li Ji to join the boys. Managing the boys' side proved to be considerably easier. Zhao Zhong and Incienor were present, and with the addition of Old Wang and a few others, there should be no significant issues. However, concerning weaponry, aside from Zhao Zhong and Incienor, Hu Yu had only provided Old Wang with a single pistol. This was unavoidable, as his level of trust for Old Wang remained at a mere 49, failing to surpass the critical threshold of 50. Consequently, complete trust in Old Wang was unattainable, and the situation with Old Wang's comrades was even more tenuous. It was currently 10 o'clock in the morning, with 27 hours remaining until the heart of the ocean was unsealed. That group had allotted only 3 hours, suggesting that even if they dealt with those individuals, boarding the heart of the ocean would still be impossible. It appeared they would have to remain aboard the container ship for a while longer. An hour later, Shinshan returned, not alone but accompanied by Wang Hai. To be precise, he was dragging him back. Wang Hai was bound hand and foot, resembling a lifeless dog. As he was pulled into the container, Shinshan carelessly tossed him aside and, upon noticing the children before him, could only manage to utter a single exclamation. What bad luck. Brother Shin, you're back? Who you? Seated on the sofa with a handful of sunflower seeds, was engaged in a card game and conversation with Zhao Zhong and the others when he heard Shin Shan's voice. He turned to see Wang Hai, tied up like a crab, and remarked, "Oh, did you bring back a crab?" This incited a wave of irritation in him. Shin Shan replied, settling onto the sofa with one foot resting on Wang Hai. This guy actually dared to drug me. Instantly, the others perked up, abandoning their sunflower seeds and card game, converging like wild creatures drawn by a tantalizing scent. The gaze revealed 2 words: elaborate. Shin Shan lifted a cup of preaching Ming Longjing tea from the table and took a delicate sip. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed a small head peeking out from the crowd. What could a child possibly understand? Go back, go back. Oh. Guanli realized the words were directed at him and quietly shrank his head down. Although it appeared that he had left, he was actually crouched behind the crowd, straining to listen intently. Here's the situation, Shin Shan, with a sense of resignation, began to recount the recent events. I had just stepped outside when I encountered this character. He was quite eager, approaching me with the intent of leading me to his residence. I thought it was a suitable arrangement that would go unnoticed by others, so I went along. I knew this fellow had ulterior motives, but I had not anticipated the depths of his intentions. I had barely seated myself and uttered a word when he presented me with a cup of red tea. One need not drink alcohol to discern that there was something amiss with this concoction. I lowered my gaze to take a whiff, and indeed, it was the kind of medicine used after winter. Little Luer questioned, seemingly perplexed by the reference to the medicine used after winter, intentionally probing, Brother Shan. What does the medicine used after winter mean? What about after winter? Who you casually interjected, continuing to gaze at Shin Shan. And then what? What happened next? Shin Shan, feeling exasperated, replied, having recognized the situation, I naturally dealt with this scoundrel. A brief search of his residence revealed nothing of value beyond a little over 1,000 points and some rather unsightly items. With no leads, we had no choice but to bring this individual along. Is it truly that simple? Who you inquired with confusion. No one noticed us along the way. Upon hearing this, Shin Shan was momentarily taken aback. He was so exasperated that he had completely overlooked this crucial detail. The distance from here to Wang Hai's residence spanned several hundred meters. The fact that he had managed to drag someone all this way without being detected by others was not merely unusual, it was downright bizarre. Setting aside the 10 container ships, there were still hundreds of vessels outside. Even if each ship harbored just a single person, that accounted for hundreds of individuals. How could such a commotion go unnoticed? Or perhaps those individuals had indeed noticed, yet chose to remain hidden? Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Hu Yu sensed an inkling of what was to come, placing down the sunflower seeds and slowly rising from the sofa. Perhaps we need not wait another 2 hours. The resolution to our predicament could commence at this very moment.